In a parallel world, Su Chen, an expert in unresolved cases, finds himself selected for a thrilling escape-themed program. He will be the sole fugitive, pursued by a specialized team of elite experts chosen from within the public security system. The show's intent is to showcase the might of law enforcement, illustrating how effortlessly a person can be apprehended in modern society. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Su Chen cleverly infiltrates the very system designed to capture him, utilizing his adept simulation techniques to lead the expert team into a series of intricate cases, thereby challenging the capabilities of these top-tier professionals. The cases include the university dismemberment case, the Platinum City serial murders, the disappearance of a Hainan Airlines flight, and even international enigmas such as Jack the Ripper and the Black Dahlia. Chapter 1. Live Pursuit of the Murderer, I Am the True Culprit. In the early morning, in the city of Jinling, a black sedan glides toward the municipal police headquarters, its exterior emblazoned with bold lettering proclaiming, "Exclusive. Vehicle for the Live Pursuit program." Today marks the premiere of the show, the most heavily invested live variety program sanctioned by the Dragon Country. The pre-launch reservations for the Live Pursuit have soared to an astounding 12 million, generating immense excitement. This format is truly unprecedented. They are actually allowing a designated murderer to commit crimes freely. Although these are simulated cases, the thrill is undeniably exhilarating. Did you catch the newly released trailer? The entire process is unscripted. The perpetrator can commit crimes at will, then escape freely. The production team will enlist professional criminal investigation experts to solve the cases and capture the culprit, recreating the most authentic crime-solving scenarios. They certainly know how to entertain, and the officials have truly mastered the art. Is it safe to assume that the esteemed criminal investigation expert is seated within that sedan? I have heard that specialists from across the nation have been summoned, truly formidable. Rather than the forensic experts, I am far more intrigued by the perpetrator secretly selected by the production team. He is undoubtedly the most enigmatic figure, with not a whisper of information to be found. To engage with these experts, this individual must possess extraordinary cunning. In this vast metropolis, committing crimes and evading capture, we law-abiding citizens will never experience such thrilling escapades in our lifetimes. Do not be so certain. It is entirely possible that he has already been apprehended. With the nation's top forensic experts personally involved, how could anyone possibly slip through the cracks? Even the infamous Kid the Phantom Thief would find himself behind bars. That is a valid point. After all, this is an official program that primarily emphasizes educational value. As the sleek black sedan passed by, numerous young individuals along the roadside pointed and whispered amongst themselves. Some even brandished their smartphones, fervently capturing images of the production team's vehicle. Alas, the sedan's dark, tinted windows rendered the interior completely obscured from view. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was strikingly serene, a stark contrast to the clamor outside. A young man with a dignified countenance occupied the rear seat, exuding a calm demeanor. Beside him, an officer clad in uniform, who also served as a member of the production crew, slowly extracted a silver card from an envelope. Su Chen, on behalf of the production team, I must confidentially convey that your identity is the perpetrator. In the forthcoming 3 days, you may engage in any form of crime. The production team will facilitate communication and cooperation. However, it is imperative to note that this is a simulated crime, and you must not inflict any substantial harm upon others or disrupt societal order. Moreover, upon the commencement of your actions, we shall activate a miniature surveillance system nearby, broadcasting your every move live across the internet. Naturally, the expert panel will prohibit any viewing or streaming of related content. As the staff delineated the fundamental rules to Su Chen, their gaze held a mixture of curiosity and a hint of regret. When the production team finalized the selection of the perpetrator, they had perused Su Chen's resume. Despite being merely 22 years of age, he had already graduated from the Criminal Investigation Academy 8 years prior. Once a prodigy in the field of criminal investigation, he was heralded as a promising figure destined to bear the mantle of leadership in the future. Regrettably, after graduation, he disregarded his instructor's advice to engage in frontline duties and instead chose to immerse himself in a multitude of cold cases. These cases, steeped in time, were burdened by a lack of evidence. With witnesses and family members of the victims long departed or even deceased, the pursuit of resolution seemed an insurmountable challenge, akin to scaling the heavens. The unresolved cases left justice indefinitely absent. Perhaps in a bid to restore the elusive justice to the hands of the victims, Su Chen squandered 8 years of his life grappling with these incomplete cases. Ultimately, he achieved no significant results, exhausted his energies, and faded into mediocrity. This time, the production team chose him as the perpetrator precisely because he possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding criminal cases. Simultaneously, this also represents the final opportunity bestowed upon Su Chen by the upper echelons of the police force. Should he fail to demonstrate his capabilities, his career would reach an irrevocable end. In the chamber, Su Chen, upon learning that he was designated as the perpetrator, exhibited no overt signs of astonishment. He calmly articulated, "If granted 3 days to commit the act, will the expert team commence their operations after this period?" The staff member nodded in affirmation. "This is one scenario. The alternative involves the premature discovery of your crime scene and evidence that in such a case, the expert team will initiate their investigation without delay." This statement served both as an elucidation of the rules and a cautionary reminder to Su Chen, advising him to act with deliberation. The 3 days allotted could allow for meticulous planning of the case. Conversely, an impulsive approach would inevitably lead to myriad flaws, providing the expert team with ample leverage to "I understand," Su Chen replied, subtly exhaling a sigh. Regardless of perspective, the rules of this peculiar reality show were indeed bizarre. In the world he had traversed from, such a concept would never pass scrutiny. Reflecting upon the passage of time, he realized that 8 years had elapsed since his arrival in this parallel universe. The circumstances leading to his participation in this unconventional variety show were, upon closer inspection, rather intricate. Initially, everything unfolded smoothly. Su Chen, a former criminal investigator in his past life, found himself inhabiting the body of an 80-year-old child in this parallel realm. Leveraging his prior expertise, he swiftly ascended through the ranks, becoming a renowned prodigy at the Criminal Investigation Academy, graduating with the highest honors and creating quite a stir within the industry. The professors at the Criminal Investigation Academy and the experts from law enforcement agencies are observing with great interest too. See what achievements Su Chen will attain. Even the higher echelons of the police force are keeping a watchful eye on him, as the seasoned veterans of the industry harbor high hopes for Su Chen. He too intends to showcase his talents. However, quite coincidentally, one fateful night, after collapsing, he found an unusual phenomenon manifesting within his mind. It was a primitive room that existed solely in his imagination, mostly engulfed by darkness, save for a solitary table adorned with a substantial stack of case files. The paperweight bore an inscription in golden characters. To resolve an extraordinary case, one must examine its traces. Upon inspecting the files, Su Chen discovered they contained unsolved cases from both ancient and modern times, across the globe. Yet, these documents were tattered and incomplete. That night, within his dreams, a creature resembling a lantern-eyed unicorn emerged from the shadows, clutching a decree in its mouth. The decree bore a mere 9 characters. The order must be followed. Supplement the files. Open the astral map. As Su Chen reached for the decree, the beast suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on his arm. Awakened with a start, he initially dismissed it as a mere dream. Yet, rolling up his sleeve revealed distinct bite marks, the size of copper coins, glaringly apparent on his forearm. Su Chen admitted to feeling intimidated, yet a flicker of curiosity ignited within him regarding this astral map. Typically, frontline detectives do not have access to unsolved case files, prompting Su Chen to retreat to the background, immersing himself in these mysteries. In truth, he was fervently transcribing answers, meticulously studying police documents by day, and tirelessly reconstructing the fragmented files by night. After 8 long years, 007's life has finally reached a conclusion, and the fragmented scroll has been completed, stirring deep emotions within. Su Chen delves into his consciousness, entering a chamber within his mind. The surrounding darkness begins to dissipate, revealing a jade-like wall adorned with faintly carved stars, though dimmed in their brilliance. The scroll has been completed. According to the new prompts on the token, participating in a case will illuminate the star map, Su Chen mused to himself. However, after 8 years of poring over the scrolls with little to show for it, he realized that even the sharpest sword made dull when left unused. Within the police force, there were concerns that he had nearly forgotten the intricacies of criminal investigation during his lengthy hiatus. Thus, when he submitted a request to transfer to frontline duties, his appeal was summarily denied. Instead, he was reassigned to administrative work. This transition left Su Chen unable to directly engage in any cases, leading him, out of sheer frustration, to enlist in the reality show chasing killers live. It was the only avenue available for him to partake in cases, even if they were merely simulated. However, the unexpected revelation struck him. "You mean to tell me I am the murderer?" Stunned by this shocking news, Su Chen found himself at a loss. How could he solve the case if he was the perpetrator? Would he be apprehending himself? Just as he was about to voice his incredulity, a sudden flash of light illuminated his mind. In that moment, he beheld the star map within his consciousness, where one of the carved stars suddenly ignited with a brilliant point of light. This luminous point shifted in accordance with his awareness, and the leftmost row of carved stars was now evidently poised for illumination. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that mere participation in the case would illuminate the stars, even if one were the perpetrator? In his mind, he subtly moved his finger and directed the luminous point to rest upon one of the celestial bodies. In an instant, the star ignited with brilliance. It was then that Su Chen observed a peculiar pattern adorning this star. It resembled a hand. Chapter 2. Strange Tales and Unfathomable Changes. As the intricate patterns of constellations illuminated, a piece of text manifested before Su Chen's eyes. It read, "There was once a thief in the olden days." Written in classical Chinese, Su Chen, fortunate enough to retain his literary knowledge, was able to decipher its essence. The narrative spoke of a legendary thief, endowed with remarkable skills, capable of swiftly relieving individuals of their possessions without detection. His peers affectionately dubbed him Ghost Hand. Eventually, this thief was captured by a man known as Iron-Faced Gentleman, who sentenced him to lose his hands as punishment. Unrepentant, the thief lamented in prison, exclaiming, "Alas, my skills shall be lost to time." He wept for 3 days, ultimately succumbing to despair. As the text materialized, it imprinted itself onto the celestial chart. Simultaneously, Su Chen felt a warm current flowing through his hands, coursing through the sinews and bones. Moments later, the sensation dissipated. Yet he marveled at the newfound dexterity of his 10 fingers, as if he could reach the heavens and traverse the earth, utterly capable. Why does this tale linger in my mind? It feels both real and surreal, a riddle shrouded in mystery. Moreover, this sensation mirrors the notion of the so-called lost ghost hand technique being bestowed upon me. Su Chen was taken aback upon perceiving the hand-shaped patterns. He initially believed it to be a reward for his prowess in apprehending criminals, a fitting acknowledgement of his identity as a police officer. Yet, how perplexing that the skill granted was one of thievery, when he was merely masquerading as the villain. Now, I find myself not only identified as a perpetrator, but also possessing criminal skills that seem to lead me further astray. Upon analyzing my current predicament, I realize it is rather nuanced. Su Chen remains unaware of the higher-ups' trials. He only comprehends that if he is apprehended, his role will conclude, and he will be relegated back to a bureaucratic position, forever barred from directly engaging in cases. The star map can only be illuminated through participation in these cases. In other words, this program represents his sole opportunity. Since childhood, he has spent 8 years unlocking the star map and has only just begun to reap its rewards. He cannot afford to relinquish this chance now. Looking further ahead, Su Chen is eager to unravel the mystery of the room that has inexplicably manifested in his mind. A shadow within that room dissipated, revealing the star map. Thus, he wonders if other obscured realms conceal additional secrets. Until he comprehends all of this, he cannot be captured by the expert team. The notion of evading capture as an individual against a nationwide assembly of specialists seems rather fantastical. Conventional methods are certainly futile. Su Chen recalls that the previous competition's murderer was a reformed master criminal plucked from the police force, whose criminal expertise was nearly unparalleled. Within a week, he was dragged from the sewers by law enforcement, emerging gaunt, filthy, and weeping in despair at the changing times. Therefore, Su Chen immediately dismissed the idea of casually committing a crime and desperately fleeing as a viable strategy. However, from the most fundamental perspective of strategy, one must certainly leverage one's strengths to exploit the weaknesses of the opponent. While Su Chen is unaware of the shortcomings of the expert panel, he is assured of his own advantage, his extensive research into unresolved cases. If he can draw the adversaries into this domain, Su Chen possesses the confidence to engage with them. Having studied nearly perfect crimes for 8 years, these cases are indeed his forte. The primary challenge at present is that neither the perpetrator nor the members of the expert panel are permitted to view the live broadcast. He is entirely oblivious to the identities of the panel members, let alone the means to influence them. Su Chen's mind races with rapid thoughts, and a bold idea begins to take shape within him. To know both oneself and one's adversary, if the plan is to unfold, he must infiltrate the police force while they remain unprepared, taking the initiative to connect with the members of the expert panel and gain some insight into them. This is a risky move, yet it is undeniably essential. Meanwhile, beside him, a staff member of the production team observed Su Chen seemingly lost in thought. With a resigned sigh, they reached out and gave him a gentle pat. If he does not take action soon, the vehicle will head straight to the Jinling City Public Security Bureau. According to the rules of the production team, once the perpetrator is identified, they are free to move about. Typically, one would expect to depart first and then devise a plan. However, Su Chen has shown no sign of response thus far, causing concern among those observing him. However, What the staff member failed to notice was that in a fleeting moment of distraction, a hand, as agile as a serpent, slipped into his clothing. It delved into the breast pocket, extracting a verification card. The hand then moved towards the young man's waist, attempting to unfasten the holster of his police stun gun. The pocket was tight, and the holster proved to be stubbornly secure. Feeling the sensations in his hand and the subtle movements of the other party, Su Chen's heart began to race. After all, this was the first time in his many years as a law-abiding citizen that he was attempting to steal, and from a police officer no less. Nevertheless, having lived 2 lives enabled him to maintain his composure. Su Chen initiated a conversation with the individual, quietly diverting their attention. "I am at a loss. What do you suggest I do?" The program staff member was exasperated. "Are you giving up? Once the vehicle drives into the police cluster, you're essentially walking into a trap. If the perpetrator is apprehended before we even begin, there's no point in continuing this live broadcast." As a member of the production team, he couldn't simply sit by and watch the show falter. "Su Chen, if you truly have no ideas, listen to me. Let us first find a secluded spot to switch vehicles. Above all, let's distance ourselves from the police station. Then you might consider lifting a wallet or something trivial. Petty theft is less likely to be caught. Why do you look at me like that?" Beside him, Su Chen's eyes glimmered with amusement. "Brother, you are from the local Jinling Public Security Bureau, aren't you? I can tell by your uniform that it resembles ours quite closely." The crew member paused for a moment, responding, "Indeed, but I am stationed at the Nagasaka precinct. Our uniforms at the Jinling police are all the same. Are you not aware of this?" He cast a puzzled glance at Su Chen, bewildered by the sudden shift from serious discussion to casual banter. "Oh, so you're from outside," he continued, as Su Chen pondered thoughtfully. "Do you have any acquaintances at the headquarters who might recognize you or be aware of your arrival?" "No, not really," the young officer replied, his voice tinged with increasing confusion. "Su Chen, if you have any uncertainties or face difficulties, feel free to speak up. As a staff member, I am certainly here to assist you." He earnestly hoped that Su Chen would take swift action, even if it meant engaging in some trivial activity. Although it was generally understood that the perpetrator should not receive assistance, given that this was merely the initial phase of the program. Offering a slight hand to guide the assailant onto the right path seemed harmless. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled. "I find it inconvenient to be in plain clothes. How about you lend me your police uniform?" The crew member nodded fervently. "Certainly, I will." However, he abruptly halted mid-sentence. "Wait, what did you just say?" He momentarily thought he had misheard, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Su Chen. Was this request not a bit excessive? Suddenly, he felt as if something in front of him had flickered. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen was seen toying with a familiar card in his hand. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, he hastily plunged his hand into his inner pocket to search. As expected, the verification card that should have been there was now conspicuously absent. A sense of foreboding began to rise within the mind of the crew member. This card, obtained after participating in the program, served as a token of one's status as a participant. Each expert's card was uniquely registered under their real name, while the cards for volunteer police personnel were generic. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the identity of the murderer was peculiar. Hence no verification card was issued. It was now time for me to take action. According to the rules, it was the moment to commence the murderer's live broadcast. Ignoring the crew member's unusual gaze, Su Chen slapped the card onto the chair. "I have taken the card myself, and I will also require your clothing, as I intend to position myself closer to the expert group for convenience." The crew member suddenly realized the implications. He had envisioned various possible actions from Su Chen, yet he had never anticipated that the first victim would be himself. Su Chen was indeed playing outside the conventional framework, yet the rules did not expressly prohibit such actions. Nevertheless, he remained seated, his gaze vigilant. The program sought authenticity, and victims would indeed resist. Could he easily capitulate merely upon the theft of a card? The crew member pointed at the card, forcing a strained smile. "Su Chen, you may not yet be familiar with the rules of the program. Victims are not mere silent lambs. This threat is insufficient to compel my compliance." Snap! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen deftly slapped the electric stun gun onto the seat. This non-lethal weapon, commonly employed by law enforcement, is capable of incapacitating an adult with a single shot. "With this, and this, can you remove your police uniform?" Su Chen inquired calmly. The crew member, feeling the emptiness of his holster, stared at Su Chen in disbelief, rendered speechless for a moment. "I can," he finally managed to reply. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Pursuit of Criminals live broadcast program, the atmosphere was bustling as various departments busied themselves in preparation for the show's commencement. The corridors were filled with staff members maneuvering through with documents and equipment. In the backstage studio, the chief director, Chen Qiming, leaned over the table, anxiously fixated on the large screen before him. Despite being a seasoned director, he was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of pressure and challenge. The reason was simple. The freedom afforded to participants in this variety show was exceedingly high, with no script to confine them, and the participants not being professional actors. There was a looming fear that someone might act out in an outrageous manner, steering the situation towards uncontrollable chaos. This concern was particularly pronounced regarding the most unbridled participant, the killer. Unrestrained, he could easily create pandemonium with a mere lapse in attention. Consequently, during the casting of the killer, Chen Qiming allowed a touch of personal bias, opting for the most conventional choice, one who appeared to be the most unassuming. This individual, named Su Chen, had managed to diligently study the case files for 8 years, and those around him unanimously described him as rigid and lacking in mental agility. A lack of mental agility. Indeed, such individuals may not shine brightly on the stage, yet they possess a steadfast nature, refraining from any outrageous conduct. As one ages, a preference for stability often emerges. This time, Chen Qiming simply hopes to land safely. Chapter 3. An expert of distinction. Is this Su Chen? The scene transitions to the live broadcast of the expert panel, allowing the audience to become acquainted with the specialists. Indeed, the broadcast adopts a rotating format, alternating between the expert panel's footage and that of the perpetrator. Initially, the focus is on the experts, showcasing their authoritative presence, which is quite commendable. As for the perpetrator, given Su Chen's temperament, he is likely engaged in planning and will not undertake any immediate action. On the screen, as the official live stream commences, a surge of viewers floods in. In an instant, the barrage of comments overwhelms the screen. Wow, look what I've discovered. The celebrity live stream has begun. I'm already cozied up in bed, my phone is charged, and my drinks are at the ready. I can hardly contain my excitement. Let us get started. This program must be spectacular. It better not disappoint us after such a long wait, like that certain animation did. Just look at what you're saying. The collaboration between Yangshi and the Jinling Public Security Bureau has brought together criminal investigation experts. It's bound to be riveting. How could it not be? Hee. I hope the perpetrator can evade capture for a while. I relish this cat-and-mouse game, and I certainly don't want him to be caught easily. As the live broadcast progresses normally, the comments and viewership steadily increase, prompting Chen Qiming to let out a sigh of relief. This variety show has successfully commenced. According to the procedure, the next step is the introduction of the expert panel. He finds a stool, ready to catch his breath. However, he barely has the chance to sit down. The door of the backstage studio swung open abruptly, and the broadcaster responsible for the live coverage of the perpetrator rushed in. Flustered. Director, there has been an incident. The assailant, Su Chen, has committed the crime right in the car, and he has already stripped our staff member and is about to stuff him into the trunk. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiming stumbled, nearly losing his balance as he took 2 steps back. Nearby staff members quickly rose to his aid, supporting him on either side. Director Chen, are you all right? Chen Qiming had no time to respond. He focused on taking several deep breaths to steady himself. He admitted that, upon receiving this news, a fleeting moment of despair washed over him, as if his directing career had come to an abrupt end. I am fine. Chen Qiming composed himself, adjusted his attire, and turned to the broadcaster. Quickly, switch the feed to Su Chen's live broadcast. I need to see. Understood. The broadcaster hurried back to his computer, shifting the footage from the miniature surveillance camera beside Su Chen onto the large screen. Before the watchful eyes of all present, the interior of the sedan revealed the program's police officer, now clad only in a tank top and shorts, rendered motionless in compliance. Meanwhile, the true culprit, Su Chen, had donned the police uniform, which, at size 180, fit him surprisingly well. A heavy silence enveloped the control room. Director, Su Chen is moving so swiftly. What shall we do now? The specialist in charge of managing the live feed broke the stillness. Now, Su Chen has commenced his actions. According to protocol, his live broadcast should be initiated immediately to showcase his endeavors to the national audience. However, the director's team has decided to feature the experts first. Altering the plan at this stage could disrupt the sequence of the subsequent broadcasts, potentially leading to chaos. The chief director, Chen Qiming, rubbed his face in contemplation. It was decided to proceed with the experts' broadcast, but to condense their appearance time. The time saved would be allocated to Su Chen, allowing for a seamless transition to his live footage once the experts concluded their segment. This would enable real-time tracking of Su Chen's actions, allowing online viewers to witness everything he undertakes. With a resolute command, the entire recording studio emerged from the brief interruption caused by Su Chen, resuming their previously tense and orderly tasks. Shortly thereafter, the remaining 5 high-definition feeds from the miniature surveillance cameras were activated. The live broadcasts of the experts began transitioning to the online streaming platform. Amidst this flurry of activity, Chief Director Chen Qiming stood silently in the hall, then quietly retrieved his phone and opened WeChat. Wife, if you have time, Could you please bring me the blood pressure medication from the bedside table? I may need it later, so it's best to prepare it in advance. Meanwhile, across major live streaming platforms in Longwa, the Chasing the Murderer live segment was inundated with a barrage of comments, resembling a flurry of snowflakes. Within less than 10 minutes, the viewership soared to 200,000, an explosive surge that rendered it dominant across all streaming charts. Greetings, esteemed audience. Welcome to the live broadcast of Chasing the Criminal, a collaborative endeavor between Yangshi and the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau. This program aims to enhance national awareness of safety and showcase the innovative capabilities of modern criminal investigation. I am your host, Guangxuan, here to guide you into the opening of our expert panel. In the spacious and well-lit conference room of our studio, I, Guangxuan, a professional host from Yangshi, smile warmly at the camera to broaden the program's accessibility. Yangshi has even introduced a sign language window in the lower left corner of the screen. As I introduce our guests, the sign language interpreter, with an expressionless demeanor, skillfully conveys the narrative with graceful hand movements. At this moment, the camera of our miniature sky eye shifts to reveal a round table at the center of the conference room, where 5 individuals are seated. Among them is criminal investigation expert Chui Liwan, who boasts 3 decades of experience and has solved over 100 major cases, earning the title of the Eastern Detective in foreign media reports. On one side of the table, a slender elderly gentleman stands with a gentle smile. His face, etched with wrinkles, is illuminated by his remarkably bright eyes, which pierce with an intensity akin to lightning. Even through the screen, viewers feel as if they are being scrutinized by those penetrating eyes, producing an unsettling sensation. This old gentleman's gaze is indeed sharp. I almost revealed the incident of my childhood when I secretly saved money. With 30 years in criminal investigation and over 100 significant cases solved, the sheer volume of cases he has handled must exceed 1,000. One can only imagine the depth of his formidable experience. It is said that a significant number of the formidable criminal investigation experts in the police force have been nurtured by him, rendering his contributions immeasurable. The program's producers have done exceptionally well to invite such a distinguished figure back into the fold. The opening character is of a truly formidable caliber. Numerous netizens swallowed hard in anticipation, their gazes shifting towards the remaining quartet. The configuration of the expert panel is nothing short of remarkable. What intriguing backgrounds do these individuals possess? The camera transitions again, this time focusing on a bespectacled young man, clad in a pristine doctor's coat. Half of his visage concealed by a mask and donning a pair of gloves, he appears to be someone with a penchant for cleanliness. At this moment, Professor Guangxuan's voice resonates fittingly. This is the forensic expert, Professor Qin Ming, who possesses the uncanny ability to converse with the deceased, a master of logical reasoning. His forensic fiction has captivated millions of readers. Dressed in his white coat, Qin Ming bows slightly towards the camera. In the barrage of comments, a wave of enthusiastic fans emerges, fervently discussing, "Oh my, it's actually Professor Qin Ming. Isn't he currently updating the 2nd volume of Forensic Qin Ming? Why has he paused to join this program? It's the real deal. We are graced by his presence. A forensic luminary and a master of deduction, a rare dual talent. With him in attendance, I doubt the perpetrator would dare to commit any crimes." As the comments soar, excitement fills the air. Teacher Guangxuan continued, "We also have cybercrime expert Duan Yu and trace detection specialist Wang Yanang. One is an information gatherer, while the other is a master tracker. The former possesses all the authority for public security cyber investigations, and the latter has access to the extensive archives of the Dragon Kingdom's trace information database." The 2 middle-aged men, clad in police uniforms, rose and saluted the camera with impeccable formality. Their faces, obscured beneath the brims of their hats, revealed no further gestures, rendering them seemingly unremarkable. However, the barrage of comments immediately indicated that these 2 individuals should not be underestimated. This cyber officer is not to be trifled with. They can utilize the information privileges of the public security, meaning they have access to official advanced technology, such as directly pinpointing your mobile phone. The vast network is all under this person's watch. As long as you exist in the information society, you have no secrets. Your address, your passwords, and card numbers are all within their grasp. Doesn't that trace detection expert look somewhat familiar? Wait, isn't he the champion of last year's strongest brain competition, nicknamed the Human Scanner, capable of perceiving every detail? The audience broke into a cold sweat, realizing why these 2 were so discreet. Generally, professionals in this line of work have confidential backgrounds, and they should be using aliases on the show. What an extraordinary lineup. Soon, the lens of the micro-drone shifted to the final person at the round table, whose demeanor stood in stark contrast to the seasoned elites around her, a strikingly youthful girl who appeared to be in her early 20s. The last individual introduced is the psychological expert, Su. At this juncture, even the eloquent and quick-witted Professor Guangxuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, failing to adhere to the established rhythm. Her information, for the time being, remains confidential. As he spoke, Professor Guanxuan's gaze drifted away from the introductory remarks in his hands, curiously fixating on the scholarly woman behind him. Prior to the commencement of the live broadcast, he had already discerned that one member of this expert panel possessed an unusually significant identity. Who was she, and what could possibly warrant such discretion from the production team? Did she possess some extraordinary attributes? Upon hearing her introduction, the woman displayed no surprise. Instead, she smiled and gracefully bowed toward the camera. The bewildered audience members watching from their screens instinctively sensed that the circumstances were far more intriguing than they had anticipated. Why is there a confidential figure? Could it be due to the uniqueness of her real-world profession? A psychological expert must be quite formidable. I have heard that some prominent individuals can discern concealed fugitives merely by observing the demeanor of passers-by on the street. Regardless of the circumstances, this assembly of five, comprising a criminal investigator, a forensic expert, a cyber police officer, a trace evidence analyst, and a psychological expert, constitutes a quintessential task force. With such formidable pressure placed upon the perpetrator, I simply cannot fathom how someone of such caliber could possibly survive the night. If I were the perpetrator, I would undoubtedly seek refuge, hiding for as long as possible. As the discussions among the viewers intensified, what was presumed to be the conclusion of the introductory sequence was abruptly interrupted by a sudden tremor. Following this, the sixth scene materialized. Within the frame stood a young man clad in police uniform. What is happening? Was it not stated that the expert panel consisted of only 5 core members? Could it be that our generous contributions have sufficed to unlock a hidden hero? The audience was left in a state of bewilderment. After a few moments, someone with keen eyes suddenly noticed an anomaly. The small title in the upper right corner of the live broadcast had inexplicably changed. It went from expert panel to the murderer. Is this individual dressed as a police officer the murderer? The audience. Chapter 4. The switch and concealment of a corpse. Infiltrating the police station in the scene, Su Chen skillfully dragged the staff member of the production team out. The young staff member appeared utterly dazed, resembling a limp fish, completely at the mercy of others. Su Chen opened the trunk of the car and hoisted him inside, shutting it with a fluid motion. As the entire process unfolded seamlessly, most viewers began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, fervently flooding the comments section with their reactions. Wow, he directly targeted a member of the production team? Is that even permissible? He's incredibly audacious. What could he possibly be planning next? I hope it's not what I fear. The staff member from the production team is truly unfortunate. Originally a frontline guide, now he must play the role of a victim, working 2 jobs at once. How amusing. Who knows, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Now the entire nation recognizes him, and after the show concludes, he will undoubtedly achieve fame. I would love to interview him. What must it feel like to be the first victim? Haha, by the car. Su Chen meticulously cleared any traces around him and straightened the creases on his clothing. He then cast his gaze towards the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau in the distance. It seemed he was indeed committing his act right under the watchful eyes of the police. For this particular program, the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau not only designated an office area as a conference room for the expert team, but also allocated a significant amount of police force. These officers, invited by the production team, were designated to assist the expert team in forming their own pursuit unit. After all, the production team strives for authenticity. There are only core members present, devoid of any foundational police force, which does not align with the practicalities of crime-solving configurations. Su Chen advanced towards the entrance of the police station. The most convenient means to connect with the expert team was to blend in among these law enforcement personnel. The cards utilized by the invited police members were universal cards, identical to the one he possessed. No one within the police bureau was aware that a member from the program was arriving. Thus, Su Chen could seamlessly integrate without the need for disguise or an alias. On the second floor of the police bureau, in the Chasing the Killer Live program's specialized office, an atmosphere of solemnity and tranquility enveloped the space. The lights from the ceiling cast a bright, pristine glow, illuminating the walls adorned with blue-lettered slogans against a white backdrop, common throughout the bureau. Serving the public with integrity. Enforcing the law for the people. Su Chen approached with poise, noticing the 2 officers stationed at the entrance of the expert team's office, tasked with identity verification. He did not pause, directly advancing towards them. His original role here rendered the environment as familiar as home, and with several acquaintances among the colleagues. His passage raised no suspicions. This mirrored reality, as many individuals who commit crimes are often those we encounter in our daily lives. Su Chen. The officer at the door clearly recognized his colleague, who frequently frequented the archives. A hint of surprise crossed his face. So, you've also submitted an application to participate in the program. Indeed, I was fortunate enough to be selected for the police reserve team, Su Chen replied with a smile, handing over his universal card. The officer at the entrance scanned the card with the device in his hand, and verification was successful. Without a hint of doubt, he returned the card and reminded, "Hurry inside. You are likely the last to arrive. The experts within have already begun selecting their teams, and if you delay, you may be left with the leftovers." Su Chen nodded slightly. There was a minor incident on the way that delayed me for a moment. He then left the officer behind and strode directly into the conference room. At the entrance, the officer watched him enter, murmuring a few thoughts. His impression of this colleague named Su Chen was that he had always been a reclusive individual, engrossed in his files, as if his life depended on them. It was hard to fathom that he would voluntarily participate in a variety show. Was the sun rising from the west? He hoped Su Chen would be chosen. At least it would give him some degree of involvement. The officer straightened his posture and withdrew his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, his face was now being broadcast on the killer's live stream, inundated with various comments. Haha. I wonder how this young officer would feel if he knew he'd just let the murderer in. It's not his fault. Who would have thought on the first day of the broadcast that the murderer wouldn't flee but would come knocking instead? Su Chen's response was also brilliant. A minor incident on the way. Indeed, he merely backstabbed a staff member, and they swapped bags. How hilarious. The calm demeanor of the perpetrator is truly remarkable. If it were me in such a situation, facing the police, I would at least find it difficult to maintain my composure. Entering the police station is undoubtedly a perilous move, yet the expert team is unlikely to immediately consider this possibility. The unexpected first step taken by this assailant reveals a certain intrigue. Whether this is a masterstroke or a reckless gamble remains to be seen in his forthcoming actions. The unfolding narrative surpasses all expectations, rendering this reality show far more captivating than a typical spy thriller. Su Chen has single-handedly elevated the program's entertainment value. I find myself unable to tear away from it despite my unfinished work. I share the sentiment. I initially intended to merely join in the excitement, but I did not anticipate the director's ingenuity. Su Chen, being an officer of the Jinling Public Security Bureau, was a splendid choice for the role of the antagonist, truly a testament to the director's brilliance. Meanwhile, in the Special Investigation Team's office, 100 selected police officers stand in orderly rows on one side of the room. These individuals are the elite chosen from the public security system. Their expertise spanning from frontline investigations to intelligence analysis, encompassing a diverse array of talents. Several experts are among the ranks, meticulously selecting their personnel from this assembly. According to the program's regulations, each expert possesses the authority to allocate a specific amount of resources, allowing them to choose 3 to 5 individuals from the reserve force to form their own pursuit team. Those familiar with investigative work understand that in reality, the availability of police resources is a crucial element in solving any case. 2 individuals have successfully formed their own teams, and unsurprisingly, they have selected the highest configuration of 5 members each. Mr. Chui possesses a discerning eye for talent, choosing only the elite criminal police and special police forces, ensuring a level of operational capability that is several magnitudes higher. Teacher Guangxuan approached for an interview. Standing beside the criminal investigation expert Chui Liwan are 5 individuals. Standing tall like pines, their physiques robust, and their expressions calm and solemn. The seasoned expert remarked with a smile, "After all, with age comes the inability to dash about the front lines as in my youth. Assistance is indeed necessary." Mr. Chui's intention was to serve as the mastermind. Teacher Guangxuan nodded subtly in agreement. The old gentleman's keen perception in selecting these 5 elite members, all champions of annual police practical exercises, assured an undeniable operational efficacy. Coupled with the guidance of the experienced Chui Liwan, this team boasts an exceptionally high overall quality, making them formidable. I observed that Comrade Duan Yu had also completed the formation of his own team. Teacher Guangxuan moved in front of the cybercrime expert. I wonder what criteria Officer Duan employed in selecting his team members? The microphone was passed to cyber expert Duan Yu. The field of network engineering is vast. One cannot accomplish it alone. I require talented individuals in relevant domains to assist me. This is essential for my plans, Duan Yu remarked, glancing thoughtfully at the 5 elite police officers standing beside him. Oh, Teacher Guangxuan keenly captured the key phrase, his eyes lighting up with interest. It seems that Officer Duan has devised his own plan to pursue the culprit, and dear viewers can anticipate the next segment with great eagerness. The task of assembling the team is still underway. While the experts are diligently selecting personnel, the office door suddenly swung open. Su Chen strode in, and in an instant, the gaze of everyone in the room converged upon him, filled with both confusion and discontent. Chapter 5. Targeting by the psychological expert. Is Su Chen in danger? As Su Chen made his entrance, the live stream chat erupted in a frenzy of comments. Here it comes, the showdown between the murderer and the expert team. How dare he? Everyone present is seasoned in criminal investigation, including a psychological expert. Surely any hint of a flaw will expose him. All eyes are on him now, the intensity of their gazes. It's suffocating. All the experts are present, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that they are observing the very criminal. In the office, under the weight of the collective scrutiny, Su Chen inclined his body slightly in an apologetic gesture. He then surveyed the room, unfaltering, and stepped directly into the line of police resources. It turned out he was a backup candidate for police resources, arriving late during a live broadcast. Instructor Guangxuan reacted swiftly, subtly signaling the camera to shift its focus elsewhere, avoiding any capture of Su Chen. The tardiness of an officer could tarnish the public image of law enforcement. In the live stream, one could only imagine the commentary spiraling into ridicule. How could such a significant blunder go unnoticed by the production team? As a participant in the program, Instructor Guangxuan was unable to view the live stream himself and could only internally express his anxiety. Meanwhile, standing in the lineup, Su Chen felt the weight of disapproving gazes upon him. The police force is an organization characterized by stringent discipline, comprised solely of elite personnel chosen for their exceptional capabilities. These individuals are afforded the opportunity to collaborate with distinguished experts within the industry, driven by a sense of honor. These elites naturally aspire to present their finest selves to the specialists. However, the blunder committed by Su Chen has undeniably tarnished the reputation of their collective. It is perplexing how such a tardy individual was selected in the first place. The two officers accompanying Su Chen furrowed their brows slightly, discreetly distancing themselves from him, seemingly disapproving of his presence. Forensic expert Qin Ming cast a fleeting glance at Su Chen, showing no inclination to linger. He would certainly not consider this individual. As case handlers, a strong awareness of time management is a fundamental requirement. Those lacking in competence only serve to hinder progress and impede others. Meanwhile, another trace detection specialist, Wang Yanxing, exhibited no reaction whatsoever, absorbed in his own contemplations, neglecting to even acknowledge Su Chen. Such circumstances were entirely anticipated by Su Chen. Among the pool of 100 reserve officers, the expert team would select a maximum of 25 individuals, making it highly unlikely for him to be chosen. It sufficed for him to remain among the reserve candidates. Those not selected would not return home, but would continue as backups, ready to be deployed should the case escalate and additional personnel be required. During this interim, Su Chen had ample methods to approach these experts, utilizing the team as a cover for himself. Soon, the team comprising forensic expert Qin Ming and trace detection specialist Wang Yanxing was fully established. Su Chen has been overlooked, which, paradoxically, may serve as an advantage for him, as remaining concealed within the reserve team offers a greater degree of anonymity. Is this a strategy devised by Su Chen? By deliberately arriving late and leaving a negative impression, he ensures that the experts do not select him, thereby maintaining an appropriate distance from the expert panel. Proximity could heighten the risks of exposure. However, one must ponder why Qin Ming and the forensic expert chose only 4 individuals. In the pursuit of justice, would it not be prudent to have a larger force? Who can say? They must have their own agenda, and Su Chen's objective might be to glean insights from these individuals. Yet, should he venture to probe, there lies the peril of being scrutinized in return. Attempting to extract information from the experts is exceedingly risky, as they are no ordinary individuals. The spectators continue to engage in lively discussions, while the selection of experts remains incomplete, with only the psychological expert, by Su, yet to make a choice. The audience's attention naturally converges upon her. She stands alone, seemingly indifferent to the selection process, perhaps intent on navigating this challenge solo. What is her background? Among the experts, she appears to be the youngest. It is unclear. Yet there is an inexplicable curiosity surrounding her. Are you captivated by her beauty? I suspect she is merely a decorative presence arranged by the production team to enhance viewership. That seems implausible. Yansher would likely refrain from such superfluous endeavors. The atmosphere at the venue momentarily cools, prompting teacher Guangxuan to hastily approach and remind, Officer Bai, our program's regulations necessitate that you make a selection. However, I truly find no necessity for choice. The voice of the psychologist, Bai Su, was soft and her tone unremarkable. Her deep, dark eyes scanned the crowd, seemingly indifferent to the elite officers selected by the police. Yet, upon encountering the tardy officer and recognizing his visage, she abruptly paused. Su Chen, this individual was none other than the prodigy from 8 years ago, who once basked in glory, only to sever his own promising future, leaving many to ponder the depths of his thoughts. Bai Su's gaze suddenly took on a hint of inquiry. Her mentor had once imparted that a person's choices and actions are inevitably a reflection of their psyche. This individual harbors a secret. I choose him. Bai Su gestured subtly towards Su Chen. An air of silence enveloped the room. Several preparatory officers displayed expressions of astonishment, some even turning to cast bewildered glances at Su Chen. Particularly the two officers beside him, their faces etched with confusion. When Bai Su made her selection, they presumed she was indicating one of them, only to discover it was this individual beside them. I'm not Li Jia. Su Chen too felt a sense of surprise. He distinctly sensed that her choice bore a significant intent. A psychologist choosing me? Does she wish to delve into the secrets of my heart? Su Chen stepped forward. Let her investigate. The peculiarities swirling in his mind were beyond his own comprehension, so it would indeed be remarkable if a psychologist could unravel them. Who could have fathomed that his 8 years of research on the dossier stemmed from the great beast in his dreams? Outsiders, no matter how hard they ponder, could never guess. Is it permissible to select him? The psychological expert, Bai Su, inquired of teacher Guanchuan. Amongst hundreds of elite candidates, she insists on choosing the sole latecomer. Does she fear that her work might be too effortless? At that moment, Guanchuan also felt the weight of pressure. He had previously hosted large-scale live broadcasts. Yet the minds of the participants in this variety show seemed rather eccentric, consistently conjuring up novel antics. Without a modicum of adaptability, one would truly struggle to keep pace. He sensed that this program was somewhat beyond his control. Nevertheless, he patiently elucidated, Ahem, Officer Bai, our program stipulates that each team must comprise 3 to 5 members, with a minimum of 3 participants. Adding the 2 individuals besides Su Chen, that should suffice, correct? Bai Su replied nonchalantly. The 2 officers adjacent to Su Chen were left bewildered. The psychological expert's choice also took netizens by surprise. Wow! Just as I mentioned that Su Chen ought to remain in the reserve team, he was selected instead? He is in danger. This psychologist is clearly targeting him. Though the reason remains unknown, being in proximity to such a psychological powerhouse necessitates constant vigilance to avoid exposure. It's likely that Su Chen didn't anticipate being chosen by an expert. Has he miscalculated? Perhaps he should consider fleeing home today. Now that he is on the run, does it not equate to an admission of guilt? Whether he has miscalculated, I cannot say. But his future days must be tread upon with utmost caution, which adds a touch of excitement. Am I the only one who has noticed the expressions of the other 2 officers? They were likely chosen at random due to their proximity. How amusing. I also suspect that Officer Bai may simply be looking to fill a quota. Bai Su's choice has evidently piqued the interest of other experts. So, he is Su Chen. Qin Ming recognized this renowned figure from 8 years ago upon hearing Bai Su's earlier remarks. Did Officer Bai see potential in his abilities? Bai Su smiled, acknowledging, a prodigy under the spotlight must possess unique qualities. Indeed, at that time, Su Chen's capabilities were exceptional among his peers. Chui Liwan, the criminal investigation expert, directed his keen gaze towards Su Chen. However, he was a prodigy from 8 years past, and during those years, he had been engaged solely in document organization, never once stepping onto the front lines of criminal investigation. The resolution of such cases heavily relies on the accumulation of personal experience, where practical knowledge outweighs theoretical understanding. In this regard, Su Chen's experience is non-existent. The esteemed veteran in criminal investigation spoke, and an unusual silence enveloped those around him, all ears attuned to his words. Chui Liwan reached out, tugging at his shirt collar to conceal a grotesque scar that extended from his chest to his left shoulder. I once encountered an unforeseen incident during a case, resulting in a 6-month hospitalization during which I was unable to engage in frontline work. Upon my return, the very first case I undertook saw me commit several elementary mistakes that I had never made before. If 6 months could produce such effects, one can only imagine the ramifications after 8 years. Comrade Bai Su, I trust you comprehend my implications. I do not wish to interfere with your decisions, yet I urge you to exercise caution. Chapter 6. The Layout of the Expert Group, a Web of Intricacies. As the venerable elder Chui Liwan concluded his remarks, the other experts present nodded slightly, indicating their agreement. The elite police officers lined up to one side wore expressions of solemnity, with many detectives casting respectful glances towards this distinguished figure. 20 years prior, a serial killer wanted across provinces had infiltrated Jinling City, and it was Chui Liwan who led the task force responsible for the pursuit. It was a stormy night when the assailant, aware that capture would lead to the death penalty, recklessly attacked the police. Chui Liwan heroically intercepted a fatal blow meant for a colleague, successfully subduing the assailant. The elder's nonchalant recounting of this harrowing incident belied the fierce struggle it entailed. Upon the case's conclusion, he was awarded first-class merit during peacetime. Amidst the barrage of comments online, many netizens were familiar with the events of that time, given the case's significant impact. The old man was truly formidable back then. I believe Chui's achievements deserve greater recognition, far more meaningful than the antics of the young stars on television. Indeed, that is the very essence of this live broadcast, highlighting the strength of law enforcement rather than showcasing criminality. It's unfortunate that Su Chen's earlier performance overshadowed this purpose. Let us proceed. In the conference room, observing the silence that had enveloped the attendees, Mr. Chui raised his hand. I share these reflections not to boast before the younger generation, but merely as a reminder. Now, let us continue our discussion regarding the plan to apprehend the perpetrator. Bai Su nodded, resolutely affirming her choice. Yes. Upon hearing the plan to apprehend the perpetrator, Su Chen immediately became alert. If you mention that, I shall take notes. Forensic expert Qin Ming adjusted his glasses and remarked, that may be true, yet the identity of the assailant remains unknown. We cannot ascertain when or where the crime will occur. A perpetrator is only deemed such post-crime. If they have not yet committed an offense, they remain an ordinary citizen. Our options are exceedingly limited. As a forensic specialist and detective, Qin Ming's abilities can only be fully realized when confronted with a crime scene. His insights garnered significant agreement from numerous netizens. Although Su Chen listened attentively, Qin Ming's assertions were indeed sound. For their expert team, everything remains uncertain. What course of action can be taken? Unless someone inadvertently opens the trunk of Su Chen's vehicle and discovers the swapped personnel, this program will not commence. Another approach would be to wait until the 3-day deadline for the perpetrator elapses, at which point the production team could reveal the crime scene and initiate the hunt. Presently, the foremost challenge facing the expert team is the absence of any discovered case, thus yielding no clues regarding the assailant. Must they conduct a citywide search to identify all potential crime scenes? Upon hearing Qin Ming's remarks, Mr. Chui Liwan chuckled softly. I believe there are still numerous tasks to undertake prior to the incident. We can indeed begin the preparations. Upon hearing this, the camera immediately shifted to the venerable Chui Lao, as teacher Guangquan handed over the microphone. Do you already have a plan? According to the regulations of the program, each expert is permitted to devise their own strategy for pursuing the culprit and can mobilize certain resources for their plan. The production team will endeavor to cooperate without interference, and experts are not required to provide explanations. Criminal investigation expert Chui Liwan nodded in affirmation. My plan is quite straightforward, a public mobilization strategy. In essence, it involves uniting all possible forces to eliminate the living resources of the murderer. Given the immense popularity of the live pursuit program, it is evident that the perpetrator's notoriety is high, which could impede our efforts in capturing them. Therefore, I intend to issue a public notice for the suspect and penalties for those who harbor them, thereby fostering a widespread societal disdain for the murderer in advance. This will create a clear opposition between the public and the criminal. Is that acceptable? Yes. But the information sent by the public must pass through a filtration system to ensure that nothing related to the live broadcast is revealed. Teacher Guangquan conveyed the feedback from the production team. Chui Liwan then retrieved his smartphone from his pocket, skillfully navigating its interface. Simultaneously, I plan to enlist someone to develop an app dedicated to disseminating real-time information about the murderer to the public, particularly analyzing all crimes committed and escape methods employed by the suspect, while continuously updating countermeasures to gradually corner the murderer until they are left with no options. Once Chui Lao concluded his statement, viewers of the live broadcast found themselves instinctively associating it with the phrase, inexorable strategy. This plan may appear unremarkable at first glance. Yet upon deeper reflection, it evokes a sense of dread. I had previously considered that the perpetrator could easily seek refuge in the homes of civilians, possibly even receiving a warm welcome. However, once a wanted notice is issued, the act of harboring the criminal incurs severe penalties, effectively severing this avenue of escape. Moreover, the implication from the venerable Mr. Chui is clear. He intends to render the assailant a pariah, a veritable rat scurrying through the streets. In our city, while we lack many resources, we are certainly not short on people. Thus, the criminal must remain in the shadows, with no hope of basking in the light of day again. The subsequent plan involving the app is even more ruthless, aimed at systematically obstructing the criminal's every path. With each tactic employed and publicly scrutinized by society, the chances of the perpetrator succeeding again diminish considerably, leading them to a point of utter desperation. Yet, there exists a possibility of exception. What if the perpetrator possesses an inexhaustible repertoire of tricks? Laughs, how could that be? Even the most skilled individuals eventually exhaust their talents. The crux of the matter is that these strategies are overt and transparent, devoid of any concealment. Even if the criminal becomes aware of them, they would find themselves utterly powerless. Su Chen, standing nearby, listened intently. I am quite curious about his current sentiments, Knowing such information may lead to greater despair. Ignorance might indeed be bliss. In the conference room, Su Chen stood aside, nodding in agreement, recognizing the fierce determination of the seasoned detectives. However, he possesses the star map, which theoretically implies that if each star represents a skill akin to that of the elusive criminal, he indeed has a multitude of methods at his disposal. Escaping for a decade would be inconsequential, as repetition of techniques would signify my defeat. Yet, this is contingent upon his diligent study of how to illuminate those stars upon his return. This application allows us to take action, and Mr. Chui merely needs to provide analyses and strategies. Standing beside Chui Liwan, the cyber police expert Duan Yu spoke up. My plan is to establish a platform based on the internet, so the addition of another platform would not be detrimental. Could Officer Duan elaborate? Professor Guanxuan promptly handed him the microphone. I will petition the Public Security Bureau of Jinling to utilize the latest facial recognition system developed by the police. Over the next few days, I will find ways to integrate this functionality with all cameras throughout the region, including those on streets, highways, residences, and even the cameras on every individual's mobile devices and computers. Duan Yu's voice was calm, devoid of any turbulence. Ultimately, this system will achieve an outcome wherein, should the perpetrator appear before a camera, they will be immediately detected by facial recognition, and the system will directly alert us, sending the real-time location of the assailant to me. This system is highly sensitive. Even if the assailant wears a mask, it can still identify them. I have named this system Skynet. Coupled with conventional cyber police methods, the perpetrator will find no refuge in modern society. It is indeed a marvel of advanced technology, an absolute marvel. Merely listening to this description sends shivers down the spines of netizens. In the city, those omnipresent eyes are watching your every move. This is akin to cheating. How can one evade such scrutiny? One cannot utilize anything equipped with a camera, nor can one step outside unless they assume a completely different identity. The online authorities are eager to apprehend you. As long as you are in proximity to an electrified mobile device, they can pinpoint your location in an instant. This program has profoundly illuminated the terrifying capabilities of the police. In today's digital age, evading capture seems to necessitate retreating to a remote island and living like a savage. Su Chen maintained an inscrutable expression. One wonders what thoughts occupied his mind. He dared not betray any emotion, especially with a psychological expert in close proximity, as even the slightest micro-expression might reveal his thoughts. In truth, despite the meticulous planning, the experts present generally concurred that they were employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Capturing the perpetrator did not require such exhaustive measures. This segment was merely a show of strength by the police to the public. The more they flaunted their power, the more desperate the criminal situation became, effectively serving as a deterrent to crime. Hence, they were unperturbed by the notion of using a cannon to swat a mosquito. After introducing their respective concepts, Chui Liwan and Duan Yu turned their attention to the other three individuals. Forensic expert Qin Ming chuckled, stating, I find myself of little use at present, and as for the plan, I have yet to formulate one. Wang Yinxing, the trace evidence specialist, echoed his sentiment. I feel the same. These two individuals refrained from elaborating. However, it remains uncertain whether their lack of a plan was genuine or a deliberate omission. Professor Guanxuan approached the psychological expert Bai Su and inquired, could you share any insights regarding the pursuit of the suspect? The attendees in the conference room turned their gazes toward her. The barrage of comments in the live stream diminished significantly as the netizens were filled with curiosity. This expert, upon her entrance, exuded an air of mystery. Her background and capabilities remained unknown. Some even perceived her as merely a decorative figure or someone who had leveraged connections to gain entry. Now was a prime opportunity to gain insight into her true worth. The plan was to ascertain whether she possessed genuine merit. Naturally, she would likely opt for discretion, which would render the endeavor rather unexciting. My preliminary strategy, however, was straightforward. A single statement from Bai Su stirred the hearts of all present. She then turned her cheerful gaze towards Su Chen and the two others behind her. The plan was simple. You are free to pursue your own interests and activities. Furthermore, you may approach me for reimbursement. Chapter 7. The Iron-Faced Court and Su Chen's plan. As soon as those words were uttered, the barrage of comments in the live stream abruptly ceased. Before the screen, faces displayed a tableau of bewilderment. The netizens were momentarily at a loss, their fingers frozen over the keyboard. What sort of plan is this? A plan of utter neglect? The more I ponder, the less I comprehend what this individual truly intends. Is she genuinely serious? Perhaps this order harbors some unique purpose? In the conference room, Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at the psychologist beside her, her brow slightly furrowing. This was indeed a person who deviated from conventional norms. The uncertainty of remaining in her presence was overwhelming, and the risks that lay ahead were likely to be numerous and unforeseen. However, there existed an advantage. The freedom to operate as one pleased was a concept that resonated deeply with Su Chen. She had never encountered such an unusual request before, and compliance seemed preferable to dissent. Conversely, the two police officers flanking Su Chen, well-versed in the principle of obedience and diligence without unnecessary commentary, wore expressions of delight. Officer Bai, does this mean we can do anything? For instance, could we take a half-day off? One officer, appearing to be in his 30s, inquired tentatively. "Today is my daughter's birthday, and I had initially thought I could not return due to duties. Now, I might be able to surprise my child." For officers, the most coveted reward was not a monetary bonus, but rather time off. Their relentless commitment to duty often left them scant moments to spend with their families, as they frequently found themselves dispatched on assignments, indifferent to day or night, holiday or weekday. Su nodded in affirmation. "Of course you can." At this moment, many officers in the room cast envious glances at Su Chen and his companions. Participating in a program while being granted leave. What kind of celestial leader is this? Is crime also permissible? Su Chen silently scoffed. In the afternoon, as the meeting concluded, Su Chen leisurely stepped out of the door and arrived at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Amidst the desolate winds of January, a sudden beastly roar echoed in his mind, startling him. "Has that great beast come to find me?" Su Chen's pupils constricted. He then gently closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve deep into his mind. Soon, amidst a veil of chaos, the surrounding scenery gradually became clear. The walls emerged, and a glimmer of starlight shone within the star map. On the desk directly opposite, the candlelight flickered, illuminating scattered documents pressed beneath a paperweight, which had yet to be organized. In this realm, Su Chen's existence felt tangible as he stepped forward to the star map, tracing the intricate engravings with his fingers. However, he did not see the horrifying figure of the great beast. So, that roar was actually a signal, indicating that there was a change in this room? Could it not have a different tone? That sound is too terrifying. It could easily frighten someone. Su Chen inwardly lamented as he picked up the token that the great beast had brought earlier and held it in his hand, giving it a gentle pat. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. The red characters on the token instantaneously transformed into cinnabar, which then reformed into different inscriptions. The judge immerses himself in documents, accumulating knowledge to unleash it judiciously. The Phoenix and the Phoenix reside in the courtyard, their first call startling the world. The public's achievements have been accomplished. Now, it is time to make a name in the world and capture the attention of countless souls. Thus, this implies that I must elevate my reputation to the utmost extent. Su Chen pondered over the words inscribed on the token. Just after he uttered this thought, the token seemed to resonate, its vermilion characters scattering and then reassembling, coalescing into a string of information. Current reputation, 1361. Su Chen gazed at this figure for a moment before raising the token before the star map. His fingertips grazed over the rough texture, and the prompt to illuminate the stars instantly flooded his mind. Reputation required to light the next star, 1000. Is it sufficient to illuminate? Overjoyed, Su Chen contemplated that perhaps his earlier act of swapping the program staff had heightened the live broadcast's popularity. So, this so-called reputation can indeed be cultivated through live streaming. It is remarkably convenient. His gaze wandered across the star map, searching for the stars he wished to illuminate. However, he soon realized that the patterns above were incomprehensible. Never mind, with so little understanding of the information in this room, he could only select a star that appealed to him for illumination. With a slight movement of his fingertip, he pressed down on a star engraved in the shape of a furnace. Immediately, he felt the relief beneath his touch gently quiver, and then, on the black star map, a silver star suddenly blazed forth, accompanied by a line of text materializing before his eyes. Once, there was an extraordinary individual skilled in alchemy, a cunning charlatan who could concoct any forbidden elixir. The allure of his creations proved irresistible to many, leading them to their ruin. Eventually, this man was apprehended by the iron-faced officer and imprisoned. In a desperate attempt to conceal his formulas, he ingested the very alchemical manuscript he had authored, ultimately succumbing to fatal intestinal blockage. The iron-faced officer was, in fact, the very same individual. In ancient times, what was termed alchemy was essentially the nascent form of modern chemistry. Su Chen felt an overwhelming influx of chemical knowledge flooding his mind. Knowledge that was not mere abstract concepts, but seemed to have been forged through countless experiments. Among these revelations were even various explosive formulas and their preservation methods, with some ingredients being remarkably easy to procure. Such perilous knowledge. As Su Chen sifted through the information in his mind, he was jolted back to reality, realizing that his consciousness had departed the confines of his mental chamber. Before him lay the scene outside the Public Security Bureau. Vehicles rented by the production team were arriving and departing, while Mr. Cui and the cyber police officer, Duan Yu, had already commenced their operations. Gazing at the departing stream of cars, Su Chen pondered deeply. Aware that this reality show served as a platform for the police to showcase their innovative technologies under the guise of capturing fugitives, a rather novel approach. For instance, he harbored suspicions that the facial recognition inspection system had likely been deployed throughout the city for maintaining public order. The efficiency of the police should not be underestimated. Once the deployment of these two experts is completed, Any further criminal acts would essentially amount to walking into a trap. Drawing upon his experience within the police department, Su Chen understood that, at most, within 3 hours, the cybercrime expert would acquire the authority to access all surveillance footage across the entirety of Jinling City. This 3-hour window represented a precious opportunity, the final chance for him to execute his plans. Firstly, this case must be significant, ensnaring the police in a major incident within those 3 hours, with intricate and convoluted clues to mislead and delay them, thereby affording him the necessary time and opportunity for subsequent actions. Secondly, he needed to eliminate any suspicion directed towards himself. Not only must he cleanse the crime scene, but ideally, he should also fabricate an alibi. However, Su Chen furrowed his brow, recalling a principle in forensic science: every action leaves a trace. To orchestrate a grand scheme would require him to act more frequently, thereby leaving behind more evidence, which would, in turn, heighten his own culpability. The 2 points he had just proposed were evidently contradictory. How could he orchestrate a major crime while simultaneously exonerating himself? At that moment, a companion's voice broke through his thoughts. "Brothers, I will take my leave now. We shall meet again tonight." A police officer, eager to return home to celebrate his child's birthday, bid farewell to Su Chen and his companion. They had briefly acquainted themselves in the conference room, and Su Chen recalled that the officer's name was Wang Ping. The other, a younger officer, was named Zhao Long. After Wang Ping departed, Su Chen inquired of Zhao Long, "What are your plans?" Zhao Long appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I actually wish to take a half-day off to spend time with my wife and children, and return in the evening. Is there something that necessitates your return tonight?" Su Chen asked, recalling that team leader Bai Su had mentioned a gathering for the following morning. Zhao Long shrugged and sighed. "Recently, Wang Ping and I have been responsible for maintaining public security near Jinling University, and we must monitor the area at night until the students have finished their classes. With this half-day off, I am content." Su Chen nodded, deep in thought. This public security oversight seemed to be unique to Jinling University and was certainly not established without reason. His mind delved into memories, recalling the vast array of case files he had previously perused. In that moment, Su Chen felt as though he were immersed in a library, a museum of crimes. Suddenly, a light flickered in his mind as a case file slowly unfolded, revealing the intricate details of the case. This was a once shocking unsolved mystery that had captivated the nation: the dismemberment case at Jinling University. 2 decades ago, a female student from Jinling University left the campus at night and never returned. In the following days, various body parts were discovered, gradually reconstructing the image of the girl. The brutality of the murder and the killer's exceptional evasion skills plunged the city into a shadow of despair. This case remained unresolved, signifying that the perpetrators still roamed free. The director resigned in shame, and the family was left in mourning. This marked the greatest disgrace for the public security authorities in nearly 20 years. From that moment onward, the Public Security Bureau established a dedicated checkpoint at Jinling University, with officers on duty to safeguard departing students. Su Chen was well versed in all the details of the unresolved case, and suddenly, he found himself contemplating his predicament, a thought flickering to life in his mind. Why not enlist the expertise of these police specialists to revisit the case? Indeed, he need not exert himself in fabricating a grand incident. The world is replete with countless unsolved mysteries that he could readily exploit, particularly those cases of the century, which had once ensnared the police in a quagmire, could once again serve to impede their progress. As for him, he could be considered one of the most knowledgeable individuals regarding these cases globally. Venturing into the realm of this investigation felt like entering his own domain. Was it perhaps a bit excessive to lay bare the police's vulnerabilities? He chuckled at the thought. However, since this variety show was a cat-and-mouse game, providing the police with a little provocation could be beneficial, while simultaneously boosting viewership and garnering him greater attention and popularity. Su Chen adjusted his collar, revealing a barely perceptible smile. He turned to Zhao Long and proposed, "I have no pressing matters today. How about I join you at the checkpoint this evening?" Beside him, Zhao Long, seizing the opportunity of the holiday, seemed to have urgent business to attend to and promptly nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. It would be perfect for the 3 of us to finish our shift and gather for a late-night snack, a chance to formally get acquainted." The 2 then said their goodbyes. In the headquarters of the live crime investigation program, the screen in Su Chen's streaming room displayed a barrage of comments that flowed like an unceasing river. Chapter 8. The preparation of liquid explosives, Su Chen's plan. As the narrative unfolds, the audience witnesses a surge of comments. "Brothers, I'm new here. Is this not the murderer's live stream? Where's the killer? Why do I only see a police officer?" Indeed, you are not mistaken. This is a killer cloaked in the guise of a policeman. Wow, what a twist. At this moment, Su Chen has caught wind of the expert's plans. Shouldn't he seize the opportunity to retreat and escape swiftly? Yet, he is now requesting to work the night shift alongside his colleagues. He is not the type to engage in unnecessary actions. I have a premonition that he is scheming something. What could he possibly be planning? With 2 police officers at his side, if he does not flee now, he will find it impossible to escape once the cyber police summon citywide surveillance footage. In front of the large screen, the chief director, Chen Qiming, observes the barrage of comments regarding Su Chen's impending mischief, his hand trembling slightly as he grips his water cup. Despite the fact that Su Chen's actions have propelled the live viewership of the manhunt to over 3 million, he would prefer that Su Chen make a swift exit. Su Chen fleeing, the police in pursuit, and Su Chen finding himself trapped. This is how the show should unfold. Currently, the unpredictability surrounding Su Chen is overwhelming. He fears that further unexpected antics may arise. As a seasoned director who has helmed over 80 films, Chen Qiming feels a sense of losing control. With billions of people across the nation, why did I have to select such an extraordinary individual as the murderer? Chen sighed deeply. Yet, despite his reluctance to confront the situation, he had no choice but to do so. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions and fortify his resolve, he finally gritted his teeth and addressed the staff beside him. Switch the live stream of Su Chen to the big screen. I wish to observe his current movements. The staff momentarily paused in surprise before bowing their heads to operate the equipment. Since the pursuit of the criminal had begun, a total of 22 surveillance cameras had been activated to provide visuals for the experts, along with several close-ups of group actions, resulting in over 20 live feeds that rendered their back-end screens a chaotic mosaic. In an unprecedented move, the chief director had even arranged for a dedicated large screen to monitor Su Chen, granting him a rather special privilege. The live feed was soon projected onto the big screen, revealing Su Chen clad in a black hoodie and sporting a cap. He moved purposefully along the street, quickly disappearing into an inconspicuous small shop. This establishment was a laboratory converted from a ground-floor retail space, conveniently located beside Yi Middle School in Jinling City. Due to the inclusion of chemical experiments in the high school entrance examinations, numerous such laboratories had sprung up around various junior high schools, specifically rented for students to practice their chemistry experiments. However, these small laboratories were often set up by opportunistic individuals and fell far short of the management standards of legitimate labs. I would like to rent a small laboratory for my younger brother, a private room, preferably quiet, for 2 hours. He inquired naturally as he approached the middle-aged shopkeeper seated at the entrance, exhibiting the ease of a seasoned patron. Certainly, it will be 100 yuan per hour. The middle-aged man exhibited no hesitation as he retrieved a key from his keychain and handed it to Su Chen, adding, a deposit must be paid in advance, 200. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement and casually pulled out his wallet, which he had pilfered from a staff member of the production team. Initially taken aback by the sight of cash within, he was reminded of the rarity of paper currency in this era of mobile payments. This money was likely a secret stash, hidden away by the crew member to avoid scrutiny from his spouse regarding mobile transactions. Observing Su Chen effortlessly enter the laboratory, the online commentators engaged in fervent discussion. Upon reflection, the management of these makeshift laboratories is indeed chaotic. Allowing middle school students to handle chemical reagents is quite perilous. Alas, the pressure of the upcoming high school entrance examination is unrelenting. Look, nearly all the rooms are fully rented. A single room for an hour costs 100 yuan. Such quick earnings. I've noticed the same. Any educational endeavor linked to the high school entrance or college entrance exams reaps substantial profits. My child's one-on-one tutoring sessions cost upwards of 200 to 300 yuan per hour. Am I the only one who realizes that Su Chen is using money from the production team member? Haha, me too. Although it's rather expensive. Su Chen isn't spending his own money. That poor fellow is still lying in the trunk. By the way, what is Su Chen doing in that laboratory? It's a shabby little place with a pitiful assortment of reagents, all of which are weak. Aside from examinations, they hold little practical value. Indeed, I find myself anxious on his behalf. The cyber police officer, Duan Yu, has already commenced preparations for his surveillance network, while Su Chen continues to squander time here. Once the matter of his impersonation of an officer is revealed, will he not be doomed? Yet, amidst the audience's growing concern, the director of the program's control room, Chen Qiming, exhaled softly in relief. Fortunately, Su Chen's knowledge of chemistry appears to be rather limited. The meager reagents in this small laboratory and the rudimentary apparatus make it virtually impossible for him to concoct anything hazardous. Nevertheless, within the live stream, Su Chen exuded an air of confidence and composure, leaving the director's heart unsettled. He moved swiftly past rows of glass instrument cabinets, seemingly selecting various tools with remarkable speed. Thereafter, he adeptly assembled them on the laboratory bench. He positioned a round-bottom flask over the alcohol lamp, gently inserted the tubing into the rubber stopper, and subsequently connected it to a straight condenser and a receiving flask, all supported by a metal stand. In less than 10 minutes, A complete reaction and purification apparatus was meticulously arranged upon the table. The professionalism of his operation, combined with Su Chen's distinctive focus, left viewers in awe. Goodness, if I had been this efficient during my middle school entrance exam, a perfect score would have been effortless. Are you certain a middle school student could accomplish this? Isn't it beyond the syllabus? Given the precision of this operational procedure, I cannot believe Su Chen has not spent at least 2 years in a laboratory. Observing Su Chen's unhurried actions, the behind-the-scenes staff of the live-streaming program chasing the murderer began to sweat. In this modest laboratory, he surely could not produce anything of significance, could he? Meanwhile, within the confines of the lab, Su Chen, after completing the assembly of the apparatus, opened the bag in his hand, revealing 2 hefty transparent glass bottles and 1 brown glass bottle. A pungent odor wafted through the air, dispersing through the ventilation system. Concentrated nitric acid, concentrated sulfuric acid, and glycerin. Su Chen carefully extracted the 2 reagent bottles, pouring their contents while silently reflecting. Previously, upon hearing the methods employed by the cyber police expert Duan Yu in the office of the expert group, he had indeed been taken aback. Once a high-density surveillance network was established, not only would all of his prior actions be immediately exposed, but he would also find himself trapped like a fish in a barrel. Every movement would be scrutinized by countless watchful eyes above him. Rendering any criminal act unnecessary, he might as well surrender. This surveillance network was akin to the eyes of the expert group, and now, he needed to render this eye blind for a while. The method was straightforward and forceful. He planned to utilize nitroglycerin, a form of liquid explosive. With Su Chen's knowledge, manufacturing such an explosive was not particularly challenging. It merely required cooling and mixing nitric acid with glycerin, followed by purifying the resultant oily liquid. The laws of Long stipulate that sulfuric acid cannot be sold to individuals without a chemical certification. However, sulfuric acid, as a material for the chemistry experiment in the high school entrance examination, is still discreetly sold in small quantities at various chemical supply stores for students to practice. As long as it is not purchased alongside glycerin, suspicions are unlikely to arise. Having acquired the alchemy skill on the star map, it felt as though every operation was thoroughly ingrained in his mind. Su Chen hummed a tune, his hands, clad in white latex gloves, deftly maneuvered through the reagents. Under the heat of the alcohol lamp, reddish-brown nitrogen dioxide surged from the tube, dried by concentrated sulfuric acid, and was then infused into another vessel containing concentrated nitric acid, bubbling vigorously. Moments later, Su Chen retrieved the saturated concentrated nitric acid from the ice bath and added a small amount of neutral drying agent powder with a spoon, absorbing the scant moisture present. At last, within the flask containing concentrated nitric acid, a newly concocted brownish-yellow liquid emerged, with the opening even emitting puffs of white smoke, signaling the peril inherent in this substance, fuming nitric acid. With this, only a single step remained to synthesize nitroglycerin. The subsequent preparation was straightforward. Fuming nitric acid and glycerin were to be mixed at low temperatures, allowing the separation and collection of a layer of yellow, oily substance formed beneath. Further reactions, purifications, and collections followed. After the tedious repetition of these steps, Su Chen amassed half a beaker, approximately 200 milliliters of nitroglycerin. A gentle shake revealed the amber-hued oily liquid swirling within the beaker, reflecting sunlight, both perilous and captivating. Akin to amber itself, Su Chen's movements were exceedingly cautious, for this liquid explosive was highly susceptible to detonation. Even the slightest tremor could trigger an explosion. The 200 milliliters of nitroglycerin in his possession, if ignited, would possess a destructive force comparable to that of 300 to 400 grams of TNT, potentially reducing the entire laboratory to rubble. As the audience caught sight of the object in Su Chen's hand, a profound silence enveloped the live stream for several seconds. What on earth is that? It looks impressive. What purpose does it serve? That is an explosive, liquid explosive. It was commonly used in railway tunnel construction last century, but was later banned due to its extreme volatility. I think I've heard of this. There was an old news report about a ship carrying liquid explosives that exploded at the dock, obliterating the entire area. The power was utterly terrifying. No way. I can't be mistaken. Producing liquid explosives requires exceptionally advanced purification techniques. How on earth did Su Chen manage to create it in such a shabby little lab? Impressive. I couldn't even achieve this in my university lab. He must undoubtedly possess a degree in chemistry. This is perilously dangerous. Thankfully, this is merely a show, and Su Chen is just portraying a fugitive. It's fortunate that someone with such capabilities hasn't strayed onto a dark path. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Chasing the Murderer Live program, the chief director, Chen Qiming, along with a group of staff members, stared at the crystalline liquid in Su Chen's hand as if they had seen a ghost, standing frozen for an extended period. What would happen if this were to detonate? Chen Qiming inquired tremulously of those nearby. It would be equivalent to 6 or 7 grenades. Flipping an SUV would be no challenge. A staff member knowledgeable in chemistry replied uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Director Chen felt a wave of darkness wash over him, as though he had contracted PTSD from Su Chen. What sort of talent had he recruited? He had intended to cast an actor, but had inadvertently enlisted a genuine criminal mastermind. Gather all backup personnel from the production team. Yes. Moments later, the studio hall was filled with numerous young individuals clad in black attire, emblazoned with the program's logo. The show Chasing the Murderer Live employed hundreds of backup personnel, commonly referred to as black-clad individuals. Their role was akin to that of typical variety show assistants, tasked with delivering mission cards and program information to the participating guests. Yet, at this moment, Director Chen clearly regarded these individuals as his lifeline. You must depart immediately and follow Su Chen closely to ensure the program remains under control. Use the designated vehicle. Understood, Director. The leader of the black-clad team nodded before swiftly leading his squad out of the hall. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, Su Chen had already retrieved the deposit from the laboratory, packed the explosives into his backpack, and exited the premises. Investigate Su Chen's trajectory and location. Chen Qiming wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his breath quickening. In the studio, a flurry of activity ensued, the relentless clattering of keyboards filling the air. After a brief interval of several seconds, a technician abruptly lifted his gaze from the computer. Su Chen is currently en route to the distribution center in the southern district of Jinling University City. At that moment, the cup in Chen Qiming's hand fell to the floor. What could he possibly be doing there? Chapter 9. What do you carry in your backpack? In the university town of Jinling, situated across the street from the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau, lies the Power Distribution Center in the southern part of the campus. This center oversees the power supply for Jinling University, the commercial street of the university town, and the snack city. Apart from the independently powered traffic signal system, all other power supplies are managed from this hub. At this moment, within the expansive hall of the Power Distribution Center, a middle-aged man clad in a size larger suit is addressing the gathered personnel. Attention everyone, shortly. The cybercrime expert Duan Yu from the live streaming program Pursuing the Criminal will be arriving at our distribution center to discuss the transfer of surveillance authority to the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau. The man, named Huang Tao, is the director of the Power Distribution Center and has convened relevant staff to urgently announce an important matter. Ladies and gentlemen, we have always maintained strict discipline, high efficiency, and robust security measures. This collaboration with the Jinling Public Security Bureau is a significant opportunity, and I urge you all to cooperate diligently and present our best selves. As Director Huang spoke, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Having served as a leader here for 8 years without a single incident, he recognized that if they could effectively utilize the resources of the Power Distribution Center to apprehend the notorious online criminal, it would be a monumental achievement. How many have the chance to showcase their capabilities on a national stage? Huang Tao felt that his career was on the brink of soaring to new heights. As soon as he finished speaking, whispers erupted among the staff nearby. No wonder our live broadcast of the manhunt was abruptly cut off. It seems it had been incorporated into the program schedule. Duan Yu. Such a renowned internet expert. Merely having the chance to meet him is invaluable. The significance of this manhunt broadcast appears to be substantial, given the plethora of resources available to coordinate our entire center's involvement. A newly arrived intern, a young lady, gasped in astonishment. Not far away, an older security personnel seemed to possess some insider knowledge. This program is far from a mere variety show. According to an old comrade of mine, it is the Public Security Bureau that has decided to showcase internal criminal investigation drills in the form of a televised event. Criminal investigation drills? Some of the surrounding staff appeared to recognize the term, murmuring it with skepticism. It's an old tradition within the public security system, steeped in historical significance. The elderly security guard clicked his tongue and vaguely remarked, I've heard that this thing is closely related to the 10 unsolved cases in our dragon country. The young intern was utterly captivated by the conversation. Suddenly, she felt a jolt from behind. Who is it? She turned around with a hint of wariness, her expression displeased. However, she was met with the sight of a peer clad in a black hoodie. The young man possessed a tall and slender physique, complemented by handsome features, as he carried a backpack that suggested he was a NA-VE recent graduate. Upon noticing the displeasure on the other person's face, he politely inclined his body and murmured, I apologize, I was pushed from behind. The individual in question was none other than Su Chen. However, the contents of his backpack were not textbooks, but rather liquid explosives. Yet, upon seeing Su Chen, the irritation of the young intern dissipated significantly. Indeed, this individual surely harbored no ill intentions. Such accidental contact was unavoidable in a crowd. It's quite all right, she said, waving her hand and smiling kindly at Su Chen. Which department are you from? Are you also an intern? Su Chen feigned contemplation before a thought crossed his mind. I'm also an intern in the monitoring and allocation department. You know, it's located on the 3rd floor. The realization that he was a colleague from the monitoring department registered with the young woman, who silently noted this information, contemplating whether to encounter him casually after work. She pondered over potential conversation starters, hoping they might walk together if their paths aligned. Suddenly, she paused and then smiled. I recall that the monitoring and allocation department isn't on the 3rd floor. It should actually be on the 4th. I must have misremembered since I just joined. Su Chen feigned embarrassment, patting his head and chuckling. I have a poor sense of direction. This place is so vast that I haven't memorized the map yet. It is quite all right, nothing to worry about. The young lady kindly offered some comfort to Su Chen. To her surprise, she began to share her own embarrassing story, covering her mouth as she said, when I first arrived, I was supposed to familiarize myself with my master. I ended up trailing behind him and got lost. Perhaps that is a reflection of your master's shortcomings. If I were accompanied by a young lady like you, my attention would undoubtedly be captivated by her. Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the young girl's cheeks flushed with a hint of rosy color. This exchange seemed to draw them closer together. However, Su Chen refrained from revealing that, at that very moment, she had likely become a national sensation, with millions of spectators observing her through the microcosm of the internet. I can hardly wait to see the expression on this young lady's face when she learns the truth. Ha ha ha. The girl is still quite naive. It took just a few exchanges for Su Chen to extract information from her. This is what one might call divine guidance. Inviting the wolf into the house. Laughs, what a bargain. Engaging in light-hearted banter with a fugitive carrying explosives. I'd boast about it for a lifetime. After a while, the young lady initiated another topic. I wonder when that cyber police expert will arrive. We haven't been able to receive the live signal for the pursuit of the criminal all day. I've heard it's quite thrilling, and I am so eager to watch it. Once work is over, I can catch up on it. There will be a replay available as well, Su Chen responded while surveying her surroundings. Before long, his gaze was fixed upon the entrance of the staircase. The intern girl opened her mouth, eager to engage in further conversation. However, she was not afforded the opportunity. All right, everyone, please keep the noise down. Director Huang Tao's voice interrupted the discussions among the staff, and an immediate silence descended upon the hall. Clearing his throat, Director Huang issued the dismissal order. Once you have understood, please return promptly to your posts, as we must not delay today's agenda. The crowd exchanged glances with one another. Well, let us not linger. I have matters to attend to. Let us gather in the cafeteria this evening. Acquainted colleagues exchanged a few casual greetings before hastily returning to their respective duties. Well then, goodbye. The young girl waved to Su Chen, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, as it was her first time experiencing a meeting that felt too brief. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste, as they all worked within the same institution, and opportunities to meet again would abound. She thought cheerfully. Goodbye. Su Chen also waved back, turning towards the staircase. After walking a few paces, Su Chen reached into his pocket to retrieve the girl's internship certificate and work card, silently murmuring an apology. He needed these items to gain access to the interior of the distribution center. The reason for pilfering the intern's credentials was primarily due to their similar ages, making it less likely for him to be discovered. Moreover, the personal information verification required on the internship credentials is comparatively less than that of full-time employees, rendering it quite convenient. However, a slight mishap occurred along the way. The young woman's pocket was rather snug, and despite his ghostly touch skill, the sensation of contact was inevitable. Thus, he could only nudge her slightly, seizing the moment when her attention was momentarily diverted by anger to achieve his aim. Su Chen ascended the staircase leisurely. Soon, he reached the 4th floor. The place he intended to visit is officially known as the Electrical Operations Department for the Surveillance System, situated within the distribution center's operational zone. To access it, one must first pass through the security gate at the entrance of the distribution center's operational area. Wait a moment, what is your purpose here? A female security inspector raised her hand, halting Su Chen before the entrance to the distribution center's operational area. I am the new intern in the surveillance system department, visiting for the first time today, accompanied by my mentor for orientation. Unfortunately, I lost track of him, Su Chen replied with an apologetic smile, casually removing his backpack and placing it at the security checkpoint. Upon hearing this, the female inspector internally scoffed, pondering which irresponsible mentor had left a student to navigate alone. Unbeknownst to her, overhead, the Sky Eye live streaming system had captured the entire scene. Su Chen's mimicry was quite audacious. Haha. Without a doubt, his adaptability is impressive. Had I encountered such a security check, I would have been flustered. Wait a moment. Something feels off. There is indeed a security check here. Indeed, such places are rather commonplace. My heavens, that backpack must contain the explosives that Su Chen recently prepared at home. How could this possibly pass through security? Isn't this akin to courting disaster? I wonder what expression the security officer will wear shortly. As expected, it was inescapable. A thermos was taken out. What could possibly be inside? After the backpack had traversed the X-ray machine, the security officer scrutinized the images on the computer screen, a frown creasing their brow as they turned to inquire. The atmosphere in the vicinity grew tense in an instant. Chapter 10, Deception and Detonation. Oh no, this is a disaster. How could Su Chen possibly deceive the vigilant eyes of the security personnel, even with the greatest of skills? Look at the security officer stationed by the entrance. He has already taken notice of Su Chen. If anything goes awry here, they will undoubtedly spring into action immediately. Is the thrilling live broadcast about to conclude at its most exhilarating moment? Amidst the tension at the entrance, Su Chen maintained a facade of calm in response to the female inspector's inquiries. "It is water," Su Chen replied, as he twisted open the bottle and gave it a slight shake, a gesture that sent the audience in the live stream into a frenzy of anticipation. The female security inspector inhaled the air, detecting no unusual odor. "If it is indeed water, then you should drink a bit, right?" she challenged, her gaze fixed on Su Chen. At this moment, the barrage of comments reached a fever pitch. Everyone was eager to know Su Chen's next move. Is there a serious consequence to consuming such liquid explosives? Can someone knowledgeable enlighten us? One would need to be foolish to even consider ingesting this substance. It's akin to courting death. Glycerin, while a remedy for angina, is extremely toxic and readily absorbed by the human body, penetrating through skin and mucous membranes. Merely touching it could result in poisoning. Yet, it is indeed a medication, used to alleviate angina, but only in minuscule doses, no more than 0.5 milligrams at a time. Exceeding this amount could precipitate dangerously low blood pressure, unconsciousness, and ultimately, cardiac arrest. Thus, it appears that retaining the substance in one's mouth without swallowing is of no consequence, as nitroglycerin can indeed be absorbed through the oral mucosa, yielding effects that may surpass those of ingestion. The preceding statement is correct. Goodness, this is somewhat alarming. If it inadvertently spills onto one's hands, would that not be irreparable? What shall Su Chen do? Perhaps he ought to abandon the endeavor or simply make a hasty retreat. That is a valid point. One certainly cannot jest with life itself. However, contrary to the expectations of all online observers, upon receiving the command to take a sip, Su Chen did not exhibit even a trace of panic upon his countenance. He merely nodded and remarked, "Very well, I happen to be a bit parched." He then lifted the sizable thermos with deftness and took a generous gulp, swallowing with a pronounced sound, his demeanor remaining unchanged. The barrage of comments in the live stream abruptly ceased. In that moment, the viewers found themselves questioning their own perceptions, their astonishment causing them to forget the act of typing. Meanwhile, the safety inspector at the entrance remained blissfully unaware of the lurking peril. Observing Su Chen consume a sip without any adverse reaction, she nodded in approval, permitting him entry. What was intended to be an entirely mundane scene was transformed by the flood of comments that had overtaken the screen in the live broadcast. Is he truly unharmed? This defies logic. Could it be that Su Chen was never in possession of explosives? The production team is to blame for hastily switching the live feed. Something must have transpired during Su Chen's transition from the laboratory to the power distribution center. Isn't there explosive material in the cup? Why did Su Chen take a sip without any consequence? Am I the only one curious about this matter? Regardless, he has already passed the security check. If he were indeed carrying explosives, could this suggest that such events might occur in reality? Su Chen seems to be sounding an alarm for us. It is likely that the security measures at the power distribution station will be significantly enhanced after the live broadcast. Fortunately, this incident occurred during a program. If it had transpired in real life, it would have been utterly terrifying. At the power distribution center, Su Chen had already crossed the security checkpoint. Before leaving, he inquired of the safety inspector, "This is my first visit, and I'm having a bit of trouble locating the area. Could you direct me to the department responsible for the monitoring system's power supply?" "Let me think. After you pass through the corridor, it should be on your left side. It's quite easy to find." The safety inspector patiently guided the somewhat directionally challenged student. "Thank you," Su Chen replied, displaying his internship badge with a smile. On the 4th floor, within the monitoring system's power supply department, the energy dispatch center, and the central system room, the space was filled with machines connected by numerous wires. These devices controlled the power supply for the entire surveillance system in the southern district of the university town. Destroying this central hub would not only sever the power to the official surveillance system in the area, but also damage the video storage of the monitoring system. With a casual motion, Su Chen locked the door, unscrewed the thermos, and reached into the cup, retrieving a slightly smaller glass vial from the water. The double-layer inner structure of the thermos cup obscured the X-ray imaging capabilities at the security checkpoint, effectively concealing the small bottle within. Inside the bottle, a yellowish, Viscous liquid flowed slowly, exuding an aura of latent danger. Nitroglycerin. What on earth? Is this the method they chose? The audience in the live broadcast suddenly awakened to the realization. Is this feasible? I feel my knowledge has expanded in the most peculiar way. Those who watch this episode must be flagged by the public security system, having learned something truly alarming. Having watched 200 episodes of Detective Conan, I thought I had mastered all criminal techniques, yet it seems there are always greater depths. 200 episodes are hardly sufficient. I must delve into another 200. As the netizens engaged in their discussions, Su Chen was not idle. He removed the smartwatch from his wrist, disassembled the signal receiver and vibrator, and set it to a strong vibration mode for incoming calls. Vibration serves as a means to detonate liquid explosives. By binding this vibrating device to the glass bottle, a single call to the smartwatch from Su Chen would result in a tremendous explosion. However, this was merely a show. He could not truly detonate the power distribution center. Thus, the watch's vibrator and the nitroglycerin remained separate. The production team was not naive. They understood the implications of their actions and provided appropriate feedback. After completing his preparations, Su Chen donned his backpack once more and hurriedly returned to the elevator. Departing the power distribution center, everything seemed to unfold with effortless familiarity, and even Su Chen himself was astonished by his own composure. He recalled a line he had heard. When one has viewed over 1,000 films, one realizes that there is nothing truly extraordinary in this world. Having perused more than 1,000 case files, one might wonder if he had inadvertently become an adept in the realm of crime. In the distribution center, the expansive hall on the first floor buzzed with activity. Cyber police expert Duan Yu, accompanied by 2 colleagues, strode purposefully inside. By the afternoon's end, he had successfully established connections with the surveillance networks of the central, southern, and northern districts of Jinling City. Now, only the university town remained. Officer Duan, you have arrived, exclaimed Huang Tao, the director of the distribution center, who had eagerly gathered a large group to welcome the crew of the program chasing the killer. He offered a warm smile to Duan Yu, saying, "These are our colleagues from the surveillance department. We will wholeheartedly cooperate with any collaborative efforts you require." As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of the live filming. Unfortunately, the micro-surveillance technology was silent and invisible, capturing high-definition footage without leaving a trace. The cyber police officer Duan Yu nodded calmly and replied, "I am currently applying for access to the surveillance rights in the university district. I have already contacted the Surveillance Management Bureau, and now I require your scheduling authority and equipment support. I hope to consolidate the surveillance footage from the entire university district into the office of the expert team at the Public Security Bureau in Jinling City, interfacing it with our facial recognition Skynet program." Upon finishing his statement, he cast a glance at his colleague from the cyber police, who immediately understood and opened his briefcase. He presented the prepared materials and laptop to Supervisor Huang Tao. Huang nodded vigorously, assuring Officer Duan, "Rest assured that we will assist you in completing the deployment with utmost speed. Our department is renowned for its stringent and efficient management. Over the past 5 years, we have not encountered a single security incident. The maintenance of our entire system stands among the finest in the nation. In particular, regarding security measures, we have established access control in every critical departmental area and added security monitoring points, manned by both security personnel and safety inspectors, ensuring that not even a fly could pass through. This guarantees that no mistakes will occur during the pursuit of the perpetrator." This statement was directed not only at Officer Duan, but also intended for the cameras, carrying an air of self-congratulatory pride. His tone, confident yet tinged with humility, unfortunately, did not resonate as he had anticipated. The online commentators had begun to prepare for the spectacle. "Director Huang, still in the lobby? Is your backyard on fire? I wonder how Director Huang feels knowing that a bomb has just been planted in his control room. He must be utterly bewildered. Now I understand why Su Chen chose to deploy the bomb. It was a strategic ambush aimed at Officer Duan. Although this approach is perilous, it demonstrates remarkable ingenuity. It is akin to a martial arts duel, where one blinds their opponent with lime dust, incapacitating their vision. Particularly in this age of boundless information online, such a tactic is bound to hinder the expert team's operations. However, many elite members of the team have yet to intervene, and it remains uncertain how Su Chen plans to navigate the situation ahead. Meanwhile, as the barrage of comments unfolded, Duan Yu and his companions arrived at the elevator door leading to the 4th floor. Huang Tao quickly pressed the button, and soon the elevator descended, its doors slowly parting. To their astonishment, they discovered that there was indeed someone inside the elevator. A young man clad in a black hoodie, with headphones on, was engrossed in his phone, seemingly lost in the world of videos. So absorbed was he that he exited the elevator and walked straight through the crowd, passing by Duan Yu without a hint of recognition for the esteemed cybercrime expert. Duan Yu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a semblance of familiarity about the young man. He couldn't help but steal a glance at him. However, the young man kept his head down, obscured further by a cap, rendering his face invisible. Beside Duan Yu, Huang Tao clicked his tongue and remarked, "Officer Duan, please do not take offense. He must be an intern from some department." Alas, the youth of today are perpetually engrossed in their mobile devices, oblivious to their surroundings even as they traverse the streets. "Come now, Officer Duan. Let us hasten to the elevator and promptly attend to the matter at hand." Upon hearing these words, Duan Yu felt a pang of anxiety regarding her plans and, without further contemplation, followed Huang Tao and his companions into the elevator. Chapter 11. The Bomb Detonation, the Shock of the Expert Team. Exiting the power distribution station, Su Chen removed his cap and exhaled deeply. He made his way along the streets of the university town towards his rented accommodation. After 8 years in the police force, Su Chen had yet to save enough for a down payment on a house, leading him to a life of renting. He resided in a public rental apartment in the university town, where the majority of tenants were students, resulting in more affordable housing. As he walked, he glanced at his phone, calculating in his mind. The time was 6 o'clock in the evening, and the central power distribution station conducted safety inspections every 6 hours at 8 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, 8 in the evening, and 2 in the morning. This indicated that the bomb was to be detonated before 8 o'clock in the evening. Once detonated, the destroyed surveillance power system, even if immediately replaced with backup equipment, would require at least 12 hours to fully restore. The interval provided him with a crucial window to execute his subsequent plans. Upon returning to his rented apartment, weary from a day of running about, Su Chen took a moment to rest. Afterward, he washed his face, donned his police uniform, and prepared to return to the Jinling City Public Security Bureau. A quick glance at his phone revealed it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Time was of the essence. With a serious expression, he accessed the dial pad on his phone and entered the number for his smartwatch. The call connected. On the other end, at the Jinling City Public Security Bureau headquarters, in the office of the Homicide Live Broadcast Expert Group, forensic expert Qin Ming donned a new pair of white gloves, his gaze fixed on the 2 disarrayed rows of teacups on the table, a slight frown creasing his brow. He then circled the table, meticulously rearranging each cup to maintain equal spacing. Even the handles of the cups were rotated to face outward at the same angle. Upon completing this task and surveying the orderly arrangement of the teacups, Qin Ming finally exhaled in satisfaction and retook his seat. He lifted a steaming cup of coffee before him, took a sip, and turned to the 2 experts still seated at the table, veteran detective Cui Liwan and psychological specialist Bai Su. He spoke. "I believe we can begin with a preliminary speculation about the perpetrator, discussing our conjectures regarding this enigmatic figure. For instance, do you both think that the individual chosen as the suspect possesses the audacity to commit a major crime?" "The likelihood is rather slim," replied the seasoned detective Cui Liwan, shaking his head. His extensive experience afforded him the understanding that orchestrating a crime is not a trivial endeavor. "I have handled numerous homicide cases, and aside from those driven by impulse, executing a premeditated major crime necessitates ample time for planning. Some cases see suspects conducting reconnaissance and strategizing over a span of years. Yet the production team has only allocated 3 days for our suspect to commit the crime. 3 days is hardly sufficient, not even enough time to dispose of a body, let alone devise a comprehensive plan. In other words, even if a perpetrator chooses to commit a heinous crime within such a short time frame, the lack of adequate preparation would inevitably leave behind numerous traces, making it relatively effortless to identify and apprehend them." Qin Ming nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards another expert, Bai Su, who was engrossed in a psychological treatise. To be candid, Qin Ming had always harbored doubts about this individual, particularly regarding the seemingly inexplicable decision to grant police officers time off. "What is your perspective, Expert Bai?" he inquired. Bai Su lifted her head from the pages, adjusted her glasses, and replied with an air of formality. "Based on previous experimental outcomes, individuals with a sound mind experience extraordinary psychological pressure when committing crimes, which leads to approximately 90% abandoning their endeavors midway. If we also factor in the live broadcast by the production team, the perpetrator, fully aware of being observed by the audience while committing the crime, would experience an exponential increase in psychological strain. Historically, those who have committed homicides underwent a process of emotional accumulation. It is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to directly engage in a significant crime." The viewpoints of the other 2 experts converged on a similar conclusion. Qin Ming set down his coffee cup and chuckled. "Of course, there are exceptions, such as our old acquaintance from the last pursuit, who had orchestrated a kidnapping." He referred to the reformed criminal mastermind who was the perpetrator in the previous season's live manhunt. Naturally, this was contingent upon the fact that he had already committed major offenses, possessing a certain level of psychological resilience and experience. If the production team were to enlist an ordinary individual with no prior criminal record, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to commit a crime. Upon hearing Qin Ming's analysis, the two experts concurred, acknowledging its inherent truth. However, Cui Liwan jovially shifted the discussion, remarking that this old acquaintance was apprehended merely days later, which indirectly implies that committing a major crime within such a brief time frame is nothing short of fantastical. Qin Ming nodded in tacit agreement, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. In truth, he harbored a desire for the perpetrator's actions to be more audacious. As a forensic expert, his expertise primarily lay in the study of corpses. If the assailant lacked the audacity to commit homicide, his forensic knowledge would find little application. As the conversation unfolded, the door to the office creaked open, and the cybercrime expert, Duan Yu, strode in with a smile gracing his lips. "Has it been resolved?" inquired the seasoned detective. Cui Liwan. "Indeed," Duan Yu replied, setting his tablet on the table. The other three experts immediately gathered around. The screen displayed a compilation of the surveillance network encompassing the entire city of Jinling, a profoundly striking sight. One could virtually traverse every corner of the city without stepping outside. Not to mention the integration of intelligent facial recognition technology. In this society, saturated with cameras, it is virtually impossible for a perpetrator to conceal themselves from the watchful lenses. Qin Ming's excitement was palpable as he gazed at the computer screen, even though no images had yet materialized. As long as the subordinate police force is assigned to track down individuals with unusual movements, it is likely that the perpetrator's presence will soon be unveiled, leading to their swift apprehension, possibly even by tonight. Duan Yu nodded slightly as his team operated with remarkable speed. The surveillance resources were loading. Completed. Should we initiate? It is often during the verification of technological achievements that technicians find themselves in the height of ecstasy. Observing the prompt button appearing on the computer screen, Duan Yu smiled faintly, clicked the button with the mouse, and turned to the experts beside him, exclaiming, "Now is the moment to witness the miracle of the public security monitoring system." Subsequently, he pressed the key. However, 1 second, 2 seconds. The computer screen remained shrouded in darkness. What is happening? Duan furrowed his brow, maneuvering the mouse to discover that the surveillance resources from the southern, northern, and central districts of Jinling City had been successfully allocated. Yet, the university district remained utterly dark. After several attempts yielded the same results, the experts exchanged glances, an unsettling premonition gradually rising from the depths of their hearts. Something has gone awry. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, the door to the expert group's office swung open once more, and several individuals clad in black from the Chasing the Murderer live program rushed in with urgency. The leading man addressed the group. "Esteemed experts, we must inform you that a severe explosion has just occurred at the university town's power distribution center. The recent attack has rendered the entire surveillance power system of Jinling University, the University Town Commercial Street, and the Snack City incapacitated. Thus, you are unable to access the monitoring of these areas. We have severed the signal." Boom. These few brief sentences reverberated in the ears of the experts like a thunderclap. They swiftly realized that all of this was the work of the perpetrator. But how could it have been accomplished? The once affable face of Chief Detective Cui Liwan instantly turned grave. He understood that although this was a variety show, the criteria employed by the production team were exceedingly stringent. Had the murderer not truly replicated a situation that occurred in reality, the team would never have alerted them. "Are you implying that the assailant brought a bomb into the power distribution center and detonated it?" Cui Liwan inquired. The production staff nodded in affirmation. A chill swept over several experts. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. However, the Dragon Kingdom maintains stringent controls over explosives and hazardous materials, with even larger fireworks being prohibited for sale. Logically, this criminal should have had no means to obtain a bomb. Bai Su pondered thoughtfully, resting her delicate chin in her hand. Moreover, even if he could procure explosives, how did he navigate through the numerous checkpoints of the power distribution center? Perhaps through a black market transaction? What is Officer Duan's opinion? Forensic expert Qin Ming approached Cyber Officer Duan Yu, gently patting his shoulder. The latter stood frozen in place, still in a daze just moments after receiving the news. He had never anticipated that the assailant's attack would directly target his surveillance network, incapacitating the entire area's monitoring system. Coming to his senses, Duan Yu snatched his coat and nearly sprinted out of the office. "Prepare the vehicle. I must head to the University Town's distribution center to assess the scene." Chapter 12. Duan Yu's suspicion. We have a mole. In the southern district of the University Town, the power distribution center bustled with activity as employees streamed toward the exit at the end of the workday. "Director, my internship certificate was in my pocket, but I seem to have misplaced it," the intern, a young woman, confessed, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she looked up at Director Huang Tao. Having only started her internship a few days prior, She feared that losing her identification would leave a poor impression on her superiors. Yet, she had been diligent in safeguarding it. It felt like a stroke of bad luck. Go to the personnel office to have it reissued. Young people must be more cautious in their endeavors, Huang Tao advised with a sigh, casting a sympathetic glance at the recent university graduate. As you spend more time here and eventually ascend to leadership, the greatest concern will be the lack of attention to detail, which could significantly impact your future development. My rise to this position in the distribution center is a testament to the fact that I have never encountered a single issue during my tenure. As the two conversed, they remained blissfully unaware of the barrage of comments appearing above them. Haha, Director Huang resembles an old general on stage, full of foreshadowing. Feeling for the girl for a moment. Well, one cannot entirely blame them. After all, who could have anticipated Su Chen's methods? However, the experts have nearly arrived, and they may uncover some clues from the scene left by Su Chen, which is their forte. Indeed, perhaps the true contest is only just beginning. At that moment, the doors of the distribution center swung open, and a group of individuals clad in black from the production team entered, followed closely by members of the special investigation team. Duan Yu, leading the charge, was quickly followed by veteran detective Cui Liwan, psychological expert Bai Su, and forensic specialist Qin Ming, who walked side by side behind him. The crew from the Chasing the Murderer Live program has all arrived. The presence of so many experts, without prior notice, clearly indicates a sudden decision. Observing the situation, the director of the distribution center, Huang Tao, immediately sensed that something was amiss. He approached them, his expression one of confusion, and inquired, "What brings you here? Is there something we need to assist you with?" The unexpected turn of events in the hall caught the attention of others as well. Some employees had already stepped outside, but curiously turned back to see what was unfolding. Duan Yu rubbed his temples and sighed at Huang Tao, saying, "Old Huang, your place has just been blown up." Blown up. At this statement, a wave of murmurs erupted in the hall. Upon hearing those words, Huang Tao felt a tremor run through him. He quickly realized that it wasn't a literal explosion, but rather an attack orchestrated by the murderer within the program. How could this be possible? Huang Tao could hardly believe his ears. Could it be that the murderer planted a bomb in the hall? A heavy silence enveloped the room. Huang Tao's expression stiffened slightly. Could the perpetrator have installed a bomb in one of the zones within the building? Seeing the row of experts opposite him still shaking their heads, a chill ran down his spine. Cyber police expert Duan Yu stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Huang Tao's shoulder and gently shaking his head. "Old Huang, the bomb was directly affixed to the distribution box of the surveillance system." Boom. Upon hearing this, Huang Tao felt as if a thunderclap echoed in his mind. Their agency was managed with utmost rigor. Access to the hall and any department required multiple layers of authentication, along with several security checks. Moreover, the distribution boxes of various systems were located deep within the departments. If this murderer could place a bomb there, it would be akin to uprooting Huang Tao's very home. He found it hard to believe. Yet the presence of so many experts left no room for doubt. "Several of you, follow me. I will take you to the surveillance distribution department." Huang Tao's demeanor shifted instantly to one of seriousness. The matter at hand was grave and suggested significant security vulnerabilities within the distribution center. He quickly grasped the intentions of the experts, gestured for them to follow, and led the way toward the elevator. After taking just a few steps, Director Huang suddenly recalled something, turning to the nearby intern, who stood in stunned silence. "You mentioned that your internship certificate was lost this afternoon, correct? You should come along as well." In the fourth level, the monitoring system's power distribution center. As Huang Tao and his companions donned their shoe covers and entered the room, they were greeted by the sight of a bottle containing a pale brown liquid atop the distribution box, prompting an involuntary gasp of astonishment. This is... Huang Tao's complexion turned ashen. He had initially presumed that the production team, being merely a variety show, would utilize props and similar items. The startling realism was utterly unexpected. Senior investigator Cui Liwan approached, crouching down to scrutinize the liquid within the bottle, his brow furrowed in concentration. This was no mere trickery. The color, scent, and viscosity were unmistakably indicative of genuine substance. A full bottle of nitroglycerin. Duan Yu then employed a compact device, positioning it alongside a small apparatus adjacent to the bottle. He instantly recognized it as a vibrator. As the instrument's probe drew near, an alarm sounded. There were signs of manipulation capable of triggering an explosion. Duan Yu retracted the device. Behind him, Huang Tao and the young intern felt their blood run cold upon hearing this revelation. "Are you suggesting that this device... Indeed, this is not a fake bomb." Senior investigator Cui Liwan's expression was graver than ever. Should the vibrator be affixed to the bottle, it could unquestionably lead to a genuine explosion. The perpetrator has succeeded. We ought to be grateful that this is merely a variety show and not a real-life scenario. Upon the conclusion of this statement, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. In the live streaming studio, comments drifted slowly across the screen. It is indeed quite terrifying to contemplate. For Su Chen has meticulously emulated a genuine crime. With the slightest inclination towards malevolence, he could potentially inflict significant damage to property, or even worse, result in loss of life. In light of this, I find myself somewhat admiring Su Chen. Despite being acutely aware of his formidable capabilities, he has adhered to the law for so many years, showcasing a remarkable inner strength. It is likely that following tonight's broadcast, security measures at critical national institutions will undergo a significant upgrade. In other words, Su Chen has identified existing vulnerabilities within our society, allowing us the opportunity to rectify them. Perhaps this is the very essence of the show. In the Qin Ming adjusted his glasses, his eyes emanating a fervent intensity behind the lenses. It must be said, the perpetrator's display at the scene bore an air of exhibitionism, as if issuing a direct challenge to us. As a master of deduction, he relishes such trials. These experts are no mere amateurs. Confronted with this scene, they swiftly entered a state of focused analysis. This is a high-stakes crime, imbued with an element of bravado, indicating that the assailant is evidently seeking to provoke us, and the likelihood of a subsequent offense is exceedingly high. Psychological expert by Su remarked, "We must brace ourselves for the possibility of a series of linked cases, as the perpetrator is likely to continue with his provocations. Our program is about to become quite demanding. The tone has been set, and others are in agreement. The range of the perpetrator's next crime can essentially be determined." Veteran detective Chui Liwan proceeded to analyze. The purpose behind disabling the surveillance was merely to eliminate any interference from cameras during the act of his crime. The power distribution box primarily supplies electricity to Jinling University, the university town's commercial street, and the food court. Hence, it is highly probable that his next target will be among these locations. Oh, it seems the experts are taking this seriously. I have a premonition that the forthcoming confrontation will be quite intense. These individuals possess some acumen. They have managed to piece together Su Chen's clues in such a short span, and their deductions align closely with the omniscient perspective we have observed. However, Su Chen remains in the shadows while they are in the light. Regardless of their deductive prowess, there exists a temporal gap at this moment. Su Chen is likely already taking steps towards his next move. It remains to be seen whether they can close this disparity. It is a race between crime and investigation. At this juncture, Duan Yu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Rather than following Chui Liwan's line of reasoning, he introduced a striking deduction of his own. The perpetrator's actions exhibit an unusually high degree of specificity, which I find rather peculiar. Earlier today, we convened in the office to discuss our respective plans. And immediately after I proposed establishing a surveillance recognition network, the monitoring power distribution center was promptly attacked by the assailant. I do not believe this to be a mere coincidence. As soon as these words were uttered, the gaze of everyone present immediately converged upon Duan Yu. Forensic expert Qin Ming's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting that?" Duan Yu nodded firmly and stated decisively, "There exists a possibility that the murderer has infiltrated our public security system and overheard our conversation." Chapter 13. The actions of the expert group. Is Su Chen cornered? Duan Yu's words sent a jolt of shock through the audience in the live stream, as he had already discerned the truth. Oh my goodness, this is intense. What will Su Chen do now? Could this spell disaster for him? The scope of the investigation is exceedingly narrow, and aside from a few experts present, there were only 100 police personnel. Indeed, with such a focused investigation, it shouldn't take long to sift through the suspects. Moreover, there is a psychologist among the expert group. It's unlikely that any deceit will escape her keen observation. Given this, Su Chen should make a hasty retreat. How could he possibly withstand the scrutiny of 5 experts without revealing a flaw? Meanwhile, at the distribution center, veteran detective Chui Liwan directed his attention to the young intern standing alongside Director Huang Tao. He spoke in a calm tone, inquiring, "Young lady, you mentioned that you lost your internship certificate this afternoon, correct?" The girl, visibly anxious, nodded. This was her first encounter with law enforcement. "Yes. Before the meeting called by Director Huang, I confirmed that all my documents were in order, but after the meeting, it was gone. So, it must have been lost during the meeting." Chui Liwan nodded, his sharp eyes glinting with astuteness. The perpetrator is remarkably astute, deliberately choosing to strike in crowded settings, thereby creating confusion. Might you recall encountering any suspicious individuals during the meeting? The girl fell into a reverie, momentarily hesitating, torn between whether to speak up. At that moment, Director Huang Tao promptly urged, "Xiao He, please cooperate with the expert team's investigation. Do not hesitate to share anything." The girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she sighed. "I had a brief conversation with a young man. However, he was merely an intern, working in the monitoring system's power distribution department." An intern. Upon hearing this, Director Huang Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. Recently, there There had been no recruitment of interns within the monitoring system's power distribution department. In an instant, a lightning bolt of realization struck the minds of all present. They understood the enigmatic man was highly likely to be the murderer. At that moment, they had gained a significant advantage. Someone had witnessed his appearance. Thus, a simple identification by the witness could yield a powerful lead in solving the case. However, it is crucial to note that the suspect identified through witness testimony cannot serve as conclusive evidence due to the subjective influence of the witness. Moreover, the entire identification process necessitates meticulous procedures as preliminary preparations, including but not limited to psychological assessments of the witness, interference detection, and the collection of eyewitness recollections. Completing this comprehensive procedure would require no less than 5 to 6 hours. At this moment, they lacked even a photograph of the suspected perpetrator for the witnesses to confirm. Therefore, in light of this hard-won clue, the expert team promptly commenced their deliberations. "We could have this young girl identify all the police personnel involved in the program," suggested Duan Yu. If his suspicions were indeed correct, and the assailant had infiltrated their ranks, the witnesses would likely be able to recognize him. However, to ensure the accuracy of the identification, rigorous testing and professional preparations for the witnesses were imperative. The seasoned detective, Chui Liwan, exhibited an indescribable excitement on his face. He often experienced this exhilarating sensation whenever he drew closer to the truth. "Allow me to handle this matter," he volunteered. "Let the comrades at the distribution center remain for a while longer. I will stay here today. Gather all those who have seen this mysterious man. Create a composite sketch of the suspect and conduct multiple identifications." Upon hearing the term multiple identifications, viewers in the live stream immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Multiple identifications. Su Chen is in danger. I recall he was also seen by that female security inspector. With multiple witnesses collectively identifying him, the weight of this evidence is substantial. If Su Chen is pointed out, the expert team can directly detain him as a criminal suspect. If that happens, won't the case be solved? The identification procedure typically requires 5 to 6 hours. However, with an expert like Mr. Chui, it may only take around 3 hours. 3 hours is far too tight. There won't be enough time to accomplish anything. If Su Chen doesn't flee now, he can only await detention, followed by surveillance resuming to gather evidence, leading to the end of the game. My goodness, this is making my palms sweat. The production team is quite thoughtless. They should promptly switch the live feed to Su Chen. I am curious to see what this young man is up to. As the comments soared, the experts immediately finalized their next course of action. Mr. Chui Liwan, a veteran in the field of criminal investigation, is exceedingly familiar with the investigative process and operates with great ease. With his willingness to take the lead, the other experts naturally had no objections. Duan Yu nodded and stated, "Then, Mr. Chui shall remain here. Our work must not cease. I propose we immediately recall all subordinate police personnel from the expert teams and conduct a surprise inquiry regarding their movements. I will assist you with the questioning." Bai Su responded, arms crossed. She understood that Duan Yu intended to exploit the time gap, taking advantage of the fact that the perpetrator had just committed the crime and had no time to cover their tracks. Being an interrogation expert herself, she was confident in identifying any minor slip-ups from the perpetrator during the questioning process. Qin Ming inquired, "But what if we startle the snake and the inside man escapes?" Duan Yu chuckled, "That would be ideal. We merely need to click on the name, and we can instantly ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. Once revealed, apprehending him would be considerably easier. The real concern lies in whether he chooses to disclose himself. Should he opt for flight, it would fortuitously align with our area of expertise. Under modern forensic techniques, capturing a fugitive is a trivial endeavor. Such meticulous considerations have left the viewers in the live stream in awe. One can only commend the experts. Despite the gravity of the situation, they maintain a clear and composed mindset, swiftly reversing the entire scenario. I initially held great confidence in Su Chen. Yet it seems that criminal cases truly belong to these specialists. It is no wonder that the last criminal mastermind was apprehended in mere days. It does feel somewhat unfair. With so many luminaries targeting a single individual, the treatment Su Chen is receiving is unparalleled in the world of felons. If it were merely a witness identification, there might have been time for contemplation, but now, the circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for Su Chen. The sudden interrogation will undoubtedly corner him into a dead end. My emotions are rather tumultuous at the moment. This thrilling reality show has been a rare delight, and it seems it may soon come to an end. Before I have had my fill, where is Su Chen? Quickly switch the camera. I wish to see him. Perhaps he remains blissfully unaware of the impending peril he faces. Run, run. If I were Su Chen, I truly could not conceive of a better escape plan. Do you think that running away will prevent you from being caught? It is merely a matter of time. The era has changed. Do you truly believe this is a tale of escape? It seemed as if the voices of the audience had been heard. The production team promptly switched the live broadcast to Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen donned a police uniform, meandering leisurely through the university town, as if indulging in a casual stroll. He turned and entered a small shop, leisurely selecting merchandise, seemingly oblivious to the impending peril he faced. Observing this scene, although many viewers had anticipated the outcome, a sense of unease settled within them. It was over. Numerous spectators shook their heads in disappointment, lamenting the unfortunate fate of such a talented individual as Su Chen, destined to be captured so soon. Yet, one individual felt differently. In the studio, the chief director, Chen Qiming, exhaled deeply, his face alight with joy. Yes, this was the sensation. The careless criminal had finally revealed his true colors. And the police experts, through meticulous efforts, had seized the breakthrough in the case. Only then did the audience realize they were witnessing a live pursuit of a fugitive, rather than a mere escape narrative. After navigating through various minor and significant interruptions, this program had finally found its footing. How delightful! At that moment, Su Chen on the screen suddenly made an unusual gesture, placing a black object resembling a headset near his ear. As Chen Qiming, who has begun to experience a slight touch of PTSD due to Su Chen, felt his heart race unexpectedly. His instincts warned him that any peculiar actions by Su Chen might signify impending trouble. Quick, magnify the view. Let us discern what that object truly is. Chen Qiming commanded in haste. The backstage operators promptly displayed a close-up of the item in Su Chen's hand on the large screen. It seemed vaguely familiar. Perhaps a wireless earphone? No, that could not be right. Wireless earphones do not possess such an antenna. Suddenly, the well-informed Chen Qiming appeared to recall something. His expression shifting dramatically, he swiftly retrieved the internal materials provided by the police and began to peruse them. Moments later, he slowly raised his head, his face pale with astonishment. This is not an earphone at all. It is a listening device. Meanwhile, in the university town snack and grocery shop, Su Chen gently pressed the playback switch on the listening device. The voice of Officer Duan Yu from the cyber police emerged clearly from within. After listening intently for a while, Su Chen reflected. A surprise inspection? The ability to swiftly identify the mole speaks to their elite status. He cradled his chin, murmuring to himself, if I hadn't discreetly placed a miniature listening device in that Officer Duan's inner pocket during our brief encounter at the elevator, I would likely remain blissfully unaware of the impending disaster looming over me. Chapter 14. The Improbable Proof? Su Chen's sleight of hand. This listening device was stealthily acquired by Su Chen during his time at the police station. According to the officer responsible for the confiscated items, this gadget was discovered beneath the VIP table at an auction, seemingly intended for someone to extract the bottom line of a competitor. At that moment, Su Chen reasoned that the members of the expert group were acting too dispersely, hindering his ability to gather intelligence. Thus, he contemplated employing eavesdropping techniques, which led him to take the risk of stealing it. Unsurprisingly, this contingency proved to be immensely beneficial. Now, he possessed an intimate understanding of the expert group's forthcoming maneuvers. The tide had swiftly turned, and Su Chen was now one step ahead of the expert group in terms of information. In the live broadcast room, upon realizing what had transpired, the audience was left utterly astonished. Oh my, this intricate web of schemes is simply thrilling. When the expert group devised their plan, I was the first to dissent when you all claimed Su Chen would fail. Nonsense. I recognize your ID. You were the loudest back then, urging Su Chen to flee. However, I must admit, I truly did not foresee this move. How did Su Chen anticipate the expert group's strategy? Or was it merely a coincidence? This is no coincidence. Generally, when one has committed a crime and the expert group arrives, they will certainly formulate a countermeasure on the spot. Their subsequent actions are of utmost significance. Su Chen possesses remarkable foresight. The celestial beings are clashing. It seems that this variety show will not conclude so simply. In the backstage of the Chasing the Murderer live broadcast studio, the chief director, Chen Qiming, gazed at Su Chen on the screen, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had truly unearthed a monster. Initially, Su Chen's act of swapping staff could be described as eccentric thinking. However, after orchestrating a bomb attack on the power distribution center and planting listening devices, Chen realized that Su Chen's actions could not merely be summed up as eccentricity. This individual possessed not only an exceptionally high level of counter-surveillance awareness, but also demonstrated considerable criminal expertise. Such a criminal is the most challenging to contend with. Yet, even with this knowledge, what could Su Chen do? After all, he had personally detonated the power distribution center. This fact was undeniable and unalterable. Chen murmured to himself, turning to the staff beside him. How should he respond to the upcoming inquiries from the expert panel and the subsequent identification of witnesses? The staff, feeling uneasy under his gaze, thought to themselves, how would I know? If I had such a mind, I wouldn't be here working. Seeing no one able to provide a response, Chen sighed. Su Chen's actions are utterly unpredictable. We can only follow his lead step by step. The crowd's attention then shifted back to the large screen. On the screen, after listening to the conversation among several experts, Su Chen put away the listening device he had been using. Subsequently, he feigned nonchalance as he cast a glance toward the checkout counter of the snack shop. There, behind the receipt printer, hung a string of shopping receipts, remnants left behind by previous patrons who had neglected to take them. The time I had to plant the bomb at the power distribution center was set for 5:40 in the evening. As Su Chen pondered, his gaze swept across the array of receipts, and before long, he discovered one bearing the timestamp of 5:41. This indicated that the shopper had completed their transaction at that precise moment. He reached out, surreptitiously plucking the receipt from its place, and then turned to weave between the shelves. Various snacks, spicy melon seeds, fish snacks, mushroom chips, boneless chicken feet, caught his attention. A few minutes later, Su Chen meticulously selected identical snacks as those listed on the receipt. The viewers in the live stream were utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening? However, Su Chen offered no extensive explanation. He simply gathered the items marked on the receipt and made his way directly to the checkout. The cashier, upon noticing the police uniform adorning Su Chen, momentarily hesitated before breaking into a warm smile. "Have you just finished your shift?" she inquired. "No, I'm heading to work," Su Chen replied with a smile of his own. Meanwhile, he observed her closely and deduced that she was likely a student from Jinling University, working part-time. Moreover, she appeared to be quite diligent, not indulging in distractions such as sneaking peeks at her phone, and thus remained oblivious to the latest developments in the live pursuit of the suspect. It appears that many individuals in the Dragon Kingdom regard this variety show as a drama to follow, which is quite understandable, as everyone has their obligations and little time to track an all-day live broadcast. The cashier methodically scanned each item that Su Chen had purchased. "Here's a complimentary bottle of water. Thank you for your efforts in maintaining public order." "Thank you," Su Chen replied, and noticing the girl's eager gaze, he did not decline but accepted the shopping bag from her hands. Subsequently, he opted for cash payment instead of WeChat, as the latter would reveal the transaction time. "Thank you for your patronage. I wish you a pleasant workday," the girl remarked with a smile after completing the purchase, eliciting laughter from the comments. "Dear girl, I advise you not to wish him a pleasant workday. You have no idea about his line of work. If Su Chen is happy, the experts will not be. By the way, why is Su Chen buying these items? He has just learned that the expert team is going to interrogate him. Is this a tactic? Could it be that he is attempting to fabricate an alibi? An alibi? I'm not too sure. We shall see as events unfold." In the snack shop, he said, "Goodbye. I must be on my way. I start work at 6. And I only have 10 minutes left." He intentionally stated this, as the actual time was slightly earlier. It was at least 5:50. Just as he stepped out of the shop, his phone rang, the caller ID displayed by Su. The actions of the expert group are indeed swift. They have already made contact. Su Chen muttered to himself before accepting the call. On the other end, Bai Su's voice remained gentle, devoid of any discernible anomaly. "Su Chen, where are you?" "Just wandering around the university town." "What is up, boss?" Su Chen feigned ignorance, fully aware of the situation. Bai Su, straightforward as ever, stated, "Perfect timing. Could you please come to the headquarters office? I have a document I would like you to take a look at." "All right, give me a few minutes," Su Chen replied, promptly taking his place behind the wheel and starting the engine. Brothers, this woman is truly formidable. Though she is clearly orchestrating a test for Su Chen, her tone is as casual as if we were chatting about mundane matters, leaving no hint of abnormality. A classic tactic indeed, enabling the opponent to lower their guard before striking unexpectedly. If Su Chen were not already aware of the expert group's maneuvers, he might have genuinely fallen into the trap. At last, Su Chen is set to confront the expert group directly. How will he navigate this line of questioning? One slip-up could spell disaster. Why am I even more anxious than he is? Su Chen appears utterly unfazed. His psychological fortitude is remarkable. If I possessed such resilience, I wouldn't have been caught by my girlfriend. "Hey, what is your situation? Are you serious?" As the crowd continued their animated discussions, the live stream transitioned to the office of the expert group at the Jinling Public Security Bureau. The incandescent light cast its glow upon a burly police officer, whose demeanor was tense as he regarded the two experts before him, Duan Yu and Bai Su, whose expressions fluctuated between calm and stormy. After a few moments of silence, the young officer's face began to betray a hint of panic, not from any wrongdoing, but rather from the pressure exerted by Duan Yu and Bai Su. This was a moment when the human psyche is most vulnerable, easily revealing the truth under scrutiny. "What were you doing at 5:40? Duan Yu inquired, breaking the silence. "I was at the 3rd bus station in Jianxiao district from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. pursuing a batch of smuggled goods," the officer replied candidly. Duan Yu furrowed his brow. "Think again." A look of astonishment and confusion crossed the officer's face. as he grappled with the realization that perhaps his statements contradicted the information the experts had gathered. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitantly added, in between, went to review the case files at the local precinct. Upon hearing this, Duan Yu glanced back at his colleagues outside the interrogation room. The officer promptly contacted the Jiangxiao District Precinct to verify the information. There are no discrepancies. Moments later, confirmation echoed in Duan Yu's earpiece. He turned back to fix his gaze upon the burly officer, while Bai Su remained silently observing. I shall ask you once more, are you certain? Duan Yu pressed. Yes. I am certain, the officer swallowed hard. Duan Yu and Bai Su exchanged a glance, the latter giving him a slight nod. It conveyed the message that no signs of deceit had been detected. You may leave now. Duan Yu finally concluded the interrogation of the individual. Upon hearing this, the questioned officer exhaled deeply, a look of relief spreading across his face. Subsequently, he hurriedly exited the small interrogation room, as if reluctant to linger even a moment longer in that oppressive space. Within the confines of the cramped room, only Duan Yu and Bai Su remained. The primary inquiry was nearly complete, yet little had been gleaned. Duan Yu sighed. Now we are left with the 3 individuals you selected. When will they arrive? Bai Su displayed no signs of discouragement, maintaining her gentle demeanor. Su Chen will be here shortly. The other 2 have taken leave to return home, so we will need to wait a little longer. Su Chen. The image of that clerical officer flashed through Duan Yu's mind. He had once brushed past the enigmatic figure, a suspected perpetrator, at the distribution center. Although the individual had been engrossed in his phone, averting his gaze, Duan Yu had not seen his face clearly. However, in terms of height, Su Chen seemed to fit the description. Despite his peculiarities, he was merely a clerk, and his psychological resilience could not be compared to that of frontline detectives. Duan Yu remarked, I will moderate my approach and apply appropriate pressure without casting a shadow over him. However, should he be confirmed as a significant suspect, we shall proceed with a special interrogation. Bai Su shrugged her shoulders, remaining silent, and turned to exit the interrogation room. At that moment, Su Chen happened to walk into the Special Investigation Team's office, carrying a large bag of snacks. Chapter 15. Confrontation with the Expert Panel, the Silent Duan Yu. Su Chen. This is a solitary journey to the conference. What should I do? I am so anxious. I hope the expert panel can solve the case. But I cannot bear to see Su Chen captured. The murderer is right before us. If Officer Duan fails to spot Su Chen's flaw this time, he will surely regret it after the show concludes. There's no need to wait until the end of the program. I suspect that once the surveillance resumes, Officer Duan will realize he has brushed past the murderer not once, but twice. I can only imagine his feelings. Indeed, after Su Chen's identity is revealed, he will still have the option to flee, but the crimes he committed will also come to light before the expert panel. As the viewers in the live broadcast room engaged in fervent discussions, within the expert panel's office, Su Chen entered to find all the expert subordinate officers present. They leaned against the wall, their expressions tense. Upon seeing Su Chen, they merely cast him a fleeting glance, their eyes betraying a hint of pity. Was he the next to be interrogated? The impact of the expert's questioning was formidable. Even the seasoned criminal investigators found it nearly unbearable, let alone a clerical worker who had been buried in case files for 8 years. The atmosphere in the expert conference room was decidedly oppressive. Su Chen's gaze gently swept over the officers who had just completed their interrogations, then landed on the slightly ajar door of the inquiry room, and he understood. He maintained a calm demeanor as he placed the bag on the table and greeted Bai Su with a casual, "Boss, I'm a bit late. I hope it hasn't caused any inconvenience." Considering it was his first collaboration with the comrades from the criminal investigation front lines, he had brought some food, thinking it might replenish their energy after a strenuous day's work. Bai Su turned slightly, allowing Su Chen to enter, and smiled lightly. "Thank you for your consideration. Your timing is impeccable." With that, she placed a hand on Su Chen's shoulder and gestured towards the slightly ajar door of the interrogation room, saying, "Let us go. Officer Duan has something to discuss with you, and I shall accompany you." Su Chen replied with genuine gratitude. "I truly appreciate it," as he followed her inside, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. He understood that her presence was not merely out of goodwill, but rather a means to assist Duan Yu in assessing whether he was being truthful. However, Su Chen was aware that they had yet to possess any substantial evidence against him. This interrogation seemed more of a gamble than anything else, which alleviated most of his anxiety. Upon entering the interrogation room, he found it rather small, featuring only a one-way glass window, while those outside could see in. The interior remained shrouded in darkness. A stark fluorescent light illuminated the walls, casting a blinding glare. Officer Duan, clad in uniform, stood before an empty chair. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, he gestured for him to sit. The shadow cast by his cap obscured his expression. The atmosphere felt akin to a banquet of treachery. Su Chen obediently took a seat, while Bai Su positioned herself in the corner on the opposite side. Su Chen, a graduate of the Longhua Public Security University, is an only child, with both parents residing in a different province. Am I not correct? Duan Yu inquired in a low voice. Su Chen nodded slightly, realizing that revealing such personal details before the interrogator was a classic tactic. In his previous life as a criminal investigator, he had employed this method frequently. Its primary function was to create an impression of familiarity, establishing an initial psychological advantage over the subject. After all, anyone would feel uneasy upon hearing their own information being recounted. The display was impressive. However, Su Chen understood that Duan Yu possessed no critical evidence, rendering his demeanor merely a fade. I shall observe your performance in silence. Why delve into unsolved cases when one could apply their talents to current matters? Duan Yu opted to pose some alternative inquiries to lower the other escort. Why not? Should we simply allow those heinous criminals to roam free? Su Chen retorted, locking eyes with Duan Yu. Duan Yu frowned. Su Chen, I must advise you against responding to questions with further inquiries. Please articulate your answers clearly, as everything you say may serve as the foundation for our judgment. Is that understood? This was clearly a warning directed at me. Su Chen tested the waters and found that Duan Yu maintained a commendable composure, which intrigued him, especially considering that Officer Duan's recent project had just been compromised, undoubtedly leaving him in discomfort. Su Chen consequently provided a response that was decidedly formal. In the pursuit of universal justice and the dignity of law enforcement, there must always be individuals willing to undertake arduous and thankless tasks. Without superfluous words, the dialogue was as precise as a well-constructed argument. Duan Yu, for the first time, refrained from asking anything, yet continued with inquiries that were still quite incisive. Your parents are both out of town. Why did you choose to come to Jinling? Young people often aspire to strive in bustling metropolises and broaden their horizons. But now, the housing prices are exorbitant. I wish to return to my hometown. Su Chen replied earnestly. Brothers, I do not comprehend the inquiry. What does this mean? It seems their conversation bears little relation to the case at hand. You are mistaken. This method of questioning is remarkably sophisticated. By delving into an individual's past history, one can elicit unexpected information while simultaneously unsettling the subject, leaving them no room to fabricate lies. However, Su Chen's manner of speaking is quite adept. His words, though spoken, seem to vanish into the air, akin to mere chatter. I find myself rather fond of his statements. After all, can justice still be deemed just in its absence? The verbal sparring was electric, and at this moment, Su Chen had gained the upper hand. In this atmosphere, merely watching the live stream sends shivers down my spine. I doubt I could articulate my thoughts if I were to step into the room. Su Chen is already formidable. In the interrogation room, Bai Su stood in the shadowy corner, quietly observing Su Chen. She noted how relaxed he appeared, showing no signs of the pressure typically associated with interrogation. This matter is exceedingly challenging. Even those who have undergone specialized interrogation training may find it difficult to perform exceptionally well. Duan Yu posed several questions in succession, extracting no information. He exhaled deeply and addressed the matter directly. Su Chen, I inquire of you, what were you doing at 5:40 this evening? Here it comes. The moment of piercing inquiry has arrived. Even if Su Chen were a master of deception, lying before police experts would remain exceedingly arduous. Yet, Su Chen did not hesitate. He replied, I was at the convenience store, purchasing food, which I left outside. As he spoke, he gestured toward the door of the interrogation room. Upon hearing this, Officer Duan immediately placed his hand on his earpiece. Soon, the voice of a colleague outside the interrogation room came through. We have checked. There is a receipt dated 5/41, consistent with the items he purchased. Let us confirm further by calling the convenience store. Duan Yu murmured, understood. Acknowledgement came from the earpiece, followed by a crackling of static. After a brief pause, the colleague reported back. The cashier mentioned she did not specifically note the time, but has a vague recollection of it being around 5:40. Do we have any details regarding the customers and purchases? The small store doesn't keep such records. Only larger supermarkets might track that information. Very well. Duan Yu reluctantly lowered his hand from the earpiece. In other words, at the moment the explosion occurred, Su Chen happened to be shopping at a convenience store? Is this merely a coincidence? Although a supermarket receipt is not a particularly robust piece of evidence and is easily fabricated, it can, to some extent, mitigate the likelihood of Su Chen's involvement in the crime. Unless, of course, he anticipated being questioned and prepared this evidence in advance. Duan Yu pondered for a moment, deeming this possibility rather slim, as the decision to conduct internal inquiries among the officers was a spur-of-the-moment choice rather than a premeditated agreement. Meanwhile, the comments on the screen painted an entirely different picture. Wow, so that's the method. I can't believe I didn't think of this before. It's an alibi. Although this is not a flawless alibi, it does diminish Su Chen's suspicion. He's now on the 5th tier. Upon careful reflection, Su Chen cannot and does not need to entirely eliminate his own suspicion. He merely needs to shift it onto another group of officers above him. Exactly this way, the expert team's attention will not be focused solely on him. Officer Duan is being rather obtuse. Let us not be too harsh, after all. Who could swiftly realize they had been bugged? The fact that Su Chen was privy to the hastily devised plan is the most critical blow. Naturally, Duan Yu could not see these comments. He remained silent for a moment before stepping closer to Bai Su and softly inquiring, "How are things?" Bai Su shook her head. Sensing that Duan Yu was becoming increasingly unsettled, she cautioned him, "I cannot ascertain if he is lying. But I must remind you that Su Chen is quite experienced in interrogation. He exhibits remarkable composure, which deviates from my expectations." Cyber Officer Duan Yu rubbed his temples and remarked, "Let us increase the intensity. I shall test him to see if any inconsistencies can be uncovered." After their discussion, Duan Yu gathered a stack of documents and walked back to Su Chen, perusing them as he approached. "Su Chen, I shall afford you another opportunity. Take your time and recount what you were doing between 5 and 5:40 this evening." However, to Duan Yu's surprise, Su Chen remained unfazed by his tactics, responding coolly, "During that time, I was simply strolling through the commercial street. I have nothing further to add." "Think again." Duan Yu raised the documents in his hand, regaining his earlier poise and authority. "Su Chen, you must have surmised that prior to you, we had already conducted a round of interrogations with other officers. Your testimony contradicts theirs. Were you truly shopping on the commercial street? I must remind you that your evidence is insufficient." Though this statement lacked clarity, as the testimonies of others were not necessarily accurate, Duan Yu spoke with conviction and authority, creating an atmosphere potent enough to deceive those with ulterior motives, making them believe that the police had already uncovered their secrets. Thus, laying bare his actions and inquiries, it was indeed a psychological battle. Su Chen propped his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. Observing what seemed to be an effect, Duan Yu raised an eyebrow, pondering whether Su Chen truly harbored some undisclosed secret. Just as he was speculating, Su Chen suddenly lifted his head and spoke. "Officer Duan, I find it quite curious why you persistently cling to this matter. Proving my innocence is a rather straightforward task." "How so?" Duan Yu, noticing Su Chen's demeanor, began to feel somewhat unsettled. Su Chen smiled at him. "You could easily access the surveillance footage from the university town. It should pose no challenge for you. The commercial street is lined with cameras, and it would be evident whether I was shopping during this time, wouldn't it?" This statement struck a nerve. Duan Yu was rendered speechless by Su Chen's retort, remaining silent for a long while. "If I could access the surveillance footage, would I need to be here questioning you?" Duan Yu fell silent, while the audience erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, a lethal blow to the heart." Best enjoyed alongside Su Chen's curious expression for maximum effect. At this moment, Su Chen truly resembled an oblivious bystander, entirely unaware of the bombing incident. Only such innocent remarks could deliver such a devastating impact. "Su Chen, you are quite mischievous, ha ha." Chapter 16. The Introduction of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Attention from the detective agency. Officer Duan Yu was at a loss. "Officer Duan, are you listening? Let us check the surveillance footage right away." Su Chen, noticing Duan Yu's silence, leaned forward to offer a gentle reminder. "After all, you require evidence, while I seek vindication." However, before he could finish his sentence, Duan Yu interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Let us set this matter aside for now," he said softly. "You may leave." With that, Su Chen exhaled deeply, showing his appreciation with a slight nod towards the two experts before stepping out of the inquiry room. The cramped space was left with only the cybercrime expert Duan Yu and the psychological expert Bai Su. Duan Yu sighed, adjusting the brim of his cap as he set down the stack of documents. Compared to some officers who lacked the means to substantiate their claims, Su Chen's evidence was relatively reasonable. For the time being, his suspicion was lighter than that of most others. Bai Su gazed thoughtfully at Su Chen's retreating figure, pondering why a mere clerical worker, faced with an interrogation that could unsettle even seasoned detectives, remained so composed. The secrets this individual harbored were far more numerous than she had anticipated. As both were lost in their thoughts, Qin Ming entered, pausing at the sight of Duan Yu's expression. "What is the matter?" "No progress." Duan Yu nodded. "In fact, for criminal investigators, to toil for an entire day without any fruitful results is quite commonplace. After all, it is often said that solving cases is a test of endurance. Perhaps our approach is flawed, as there exists a significant enigma surrounding this case. How did the perpetrator acquire the liquid explosive?" Qin Ming attempted to explore alternative avenues. Was it obtained through illicit trade, or was it self-manufactured? If it was self-manufactured, the pool of potential suspects narrows considerably. For in the entirety of Jinling City, and indeed across the nation, few possess the expertise to produce such a pure form of liquid explosive. Upon hearing this, Duan Yu's interest was piqued once more. "Are you suggesting that the murderer might be an expert in chemistry, capable of accessing specialized equipment? Qin Ming adjusted his glasses and nodded. We should prioritize our investigation of university professors and students, particularly those from Jinling University, as they alone could easily obtain access to comprehensive laboratory facilities. Duan Yu contemplated this notion and found it plausible. He recalled the moment he brushed past the enigmatic man, his heart racing in response. Was it possible that the production team had dispatched a chemistry expert to portray the murderer in this live chase? How intriguing! Outside the interrogation room, several officers who had undergone questioning gazed at the door, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. How long had Su Chen been inside? Why had he not yet emerged? Could it be that an issue had arisen during the interrogation? Inquiring about the duration of his interrogation, the burly officer mused silently, wondering if Su Chen could endure it. Just as the others were speculating, Su Chen emerged through the door. A multitude of curious eyes instantly fixed upon him. His breathing was steady, his limbs showed no signs of trembling, and his complexion appeared as untroubled as ever. It felt as though he had not just undergone an interrogation, but rather returned from a casual chat. The other officers were filled with bewilderment, their minds racing with questions. Su Chen, how did the interrogation go? They inquired in unison. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing out of the ordinary. Once they realized my innocence, they let me go. Nothing out of the ordinary? The officers were momentarily taken aback. You were questioned by experts for such an extended period, yet you appear completely unfazed. What remarkable psychological fortitude you possess. Su Chen pondered for a moment. Perhaps this was the essence of being upright. One need not fear shadows if one has committed no wrongdoing during the day. Well, I may have done something in the evening, but that hardly counts as daytime. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, several officers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They could not help but compare themselves to this civilian, feeling a sudden sense of embarrassment for their own shortcomings as frontline investigators. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. What a perfect embodiment of being upright and unafraid of distorted shadows. When it comes to spinning tales, I humbly concede. This is not an interrogation of Su Chen. It is clearly Su Chen interrogating Officer Duan. Why not review the footage? Is there reluctance to do so? Officer Duan, you just blew up my entire surveillance system. How on earth am I supposed to investigate now? Is that true? I find it hard to believe. With a humorous expression, Officer Duan will probably dream of this line all night long. How amusing. Meanwhile, the excitement in the live broadcast room soared alongside Su Chen's series of actions. The number of viewers online has now surpassed 20 million, and the trending topic of the crime-chasing live broadcast dominates the forefront of major websites. Douyin Live. Pay attention. This man is named Su Chen, and across from him is a group of baffled individuals. Weibo trending. Criminal mastermind Su Chen. Astonishing highlights leave the audience in awe. Headline trending. This man, in the name of crime, dared to act in such a manner towards a police officer. This marks an unprecedented achievement for Yangshi since the launch of its live broadcast program. In the main broadcasting studio of the crime-chasing live show, director Chen Qiming stared blankly at the live screen featuring Su Chen. Suddenly, the phone rang. Upon seeing that it was He Mingyu, the station chief of Yangshi, Chen Qiming's heart sank, sensing impending trouble. The purpose of the show Crime Chasing Live was to showcase the power of modern criminal investigation to the public. However, the choice of the criminal, Su Chen, had turned it into a personal showcase. Chen Qiming sensed a crisis brewing, and indeed, complaints from the higher-ups soon followed. He hurriedly answered the call. Hello, Director He. This is Chen Qiming. As he spoke, he composed himself, knowing he must maintain a humble attitude when admitting fault. However, on the other end of the line, Director He's opening remarks left Chen Qiming utterly astonished. Brother Qiming, you truly are a master. Wait a moment. This doesn't seem right, Director. Chen Qiming hastily interjected. Director, I admit that the casting of Su Chen as the perpetrator was indeed a spontaneous decision on my part, and we did not discuss it thoroughly. Brother Qiming, spare us your explanations. You are a genius. Director, he exclaimed excitedly from the other end of the line. I confess, I had my reservations about your casting choice at first. I believe this young man was too subdued and might not portray the role of the villain convincingly. Yet, I never anticipated that you, old Chen, would possess such discerning vision and rich experience to unearth such a talent. Truly, a renowned director lives up to his reputation. You and Su Chen are akin to the galloping steed and the discerning rider, the harmonious bond of Zhong Ziki and Boya, the strategic alliance of Zhuge Liang and Liu Bei, as well as Guanzhong and Bao Shukai. Chen Qiming could only listen in silence as director He Mingyu effusively praised him, unable to find an opportunity to interject. A colossal compliment had been thrust upon him. Chen Qiming felt utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that Su Chen would prove to be so formidable. However, from a botanical perspective, it was evident that a leader would not shower praise without reason. He certainly had ulterior motives. Chen Qiming patiently awaited Director He to address the matter at hand. As expected, after a flurry of praise directed at Chen Qiming, Director He Mingyu shifted the conversation's focus. Indeed, Brother Qiming, given the tremendous popularity of our program, I have just received a request from the nation of Sakura. A delegation from the Sakura Broadcasting Station is set to arrive shortly. Their intention is to conduct an evaluation of our show's production, with hopes of introducing the live crime-solving format in their country. Introducing it to Sakura? The popularity will undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Chen Qiming pondered quietly, noting that the viewership of the live crime-solving broadcast has already exceeded 20 million. On the verge of surpassing 30 million, and this is merely the first night of airing. At this rate of growth, it will soon reach a plateau, approaching or even exceeding the record viewership of 150 million during the Lunar New Year Gala in Longhua. At that point, sustaining such explosive popularity may become a challenge. However, if we set a precedent for going overseas, we could attract audiences from around the globe, potentially multiplying our peak viewership several times over. Though Chen Qiming initially considered a refusal, he suddenly realized that his program might be on the brink of making history. This is the dream of countless directors. On second thought, even if he were to decline, Director He would likely disregard his opinion. With a firm resolve, Chen Qiming agreed, saying, "All right, Director He, I will begin preparations to receive the foreign guests in the studio." Upon hearing Chen Qiming's prompt agreement, Director He's smile nearly reached his ears. What director wouldn't aspire to achieve such a feat in their position? Old Chen, straightforward as ever, I appreciate your temperament. By the way, their flight is about to arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiming's expression darkened. Why inform me only now that they are almost here? Evidently, the station chief had no intention of considering my opinion. At that moment, the voice of Director He over the phone suddenly lowered a few notches. By the way, Qiming, there's one more thing I must inform you about in advance. Chen Qiming was taken aback. Was there something else? Please, Director He, go ahead. Director He continued in a hushed tone. The esteemed director Nan Yiwu from Sakura Country is visiting this time, but that is not the main concern. I have heard that this visit is related to the Kinda Detective Association from Sakura Country. This implies that Su Chen might attract the attention of the Kinda Detective Association. Boom. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiming felt as if a thunderclap echoed in his mind. His grip on the phone stiffened, making it difficult for him to release it. In the expert group office, Su Chen, at that moment, felt a sudden jolt. Not for any other reason, but because he once again heard a tremendous, beastly roar reverberating through his mind. This indicated that the star map chamber within his consciousness had undergone a transformation. Damn, must the prompt voice be so terrifying? Su Chen silently complained, then sat on the conference chair, gently closing his eyes to calm his mind. Soon, his spirit plunged into a state of chaos, and amidst the haze, the familiar outlines of the room began to emerge. However, Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He sensed that this particular fluctuation appeared to be somewhat extraordinary, distinct from those of the past. Chapter 17. The upgrade of the star map and the mystery of origins. In the chamber of his mind, everything remained unchanged, as if time had ceased to flow since Su Chen's departure. He stepped forward, maneuvering around the table laden with documents, and grasped the token resting atop it. Approaching the star map with purpose, upon lowering his gaze to the vermilion characters etched on the token, he noted, public acknowledgement of current prestige is 2,792 points. 1,000 points equate to 1 unit of prestige. Has my prestige reached the threshold to illuminate another star? Su Chen pondered silently, as he leaned in closer to scrutinize the star map. A sudden hum resonated from the jade star map, as if some mechanism had been activated. Simultaneously, the token in his hand erupted with golden rays akin to flowing silk, within which the vermilion characters scattered and reformed, swiftly transforming. Public prestige has reached a minor completion. The star map key is unlocked. With the sun and moon shining together, peace reigns across the land. Accompanied by the emergence of these vermilion characters, the star map before him revealed its secrets. The sections previously shrouded in thick black lacquer peeled away, unveiling intricate patterns beneath. One type was a crescent-shaped relief, reminiscent of the emblem upon the seal of Baogong. The number of such reliefs was limited to a mere dozen, significantly fewer than the hundreds of star reliefs. The other type was a solar relief, of which there were only 4, prominently positioned at the cardinal points of the star map, large and striking. Su Chen felt a subtle shock. This transformation seemed far from trivial. He lightly touched one of the moon reliefs with his fingers, and subsequently, information regarding the relief naturally flowed into his mind. Lunar imagery, the arch of the 2 and 3 stars. Crimes are measured by stars, and merits accumulate into the sun. When the sun and stars emerge, the new moon is born. Su Chen carefully studied the text. Fortunately, the meanings of these words entered his consciousness effortlessly, requiring no laborious translation. It turned out that these moon carvings served two distinct purposes. Firstly, they could record the ingenious skills of criminals from resolved cases, endowing the owner of the star map with the same abilities. In doing so, the recorded moon reliefs of the criminals would transform into star reliefs. Secondly, they served to accumulate merits, which, upon reaching a certain threshold, would metamorphose into sun carvings. As he absorbed the information in his mind, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then, a thought struck him. Could it be that the stars depicted on this star map were formed in a similar manner? Perhaps the original star map featured only moon reliefs, and it was the ancient figure, known as the Iron-Faced Gentleman, who recorded the remarkable skills of the criminals he apprehended, thereby creating these 100-plus star reliefs. His merits, in turn, resulted in the 4 sun reliefs. Goodness, how many extraordinary individuals and supernatural beings did this man capture? Su Chen marveled. He ruminated on the history he had nearly forgotten and could not recall any figure known as the Iron-Faced Gentleman. Instead, he was familiar with a renowned ancient adjudicator, the illustrious Bao Qingtian. It appears that the information I have acquired remains insufficient. I shall continue to illuminate the star map, as it may reveal more secrets. Su Chen mused inwardly. At present, synthesizing the information from the tokens and the fluctuations on the star map, he comprehended that he must illuminate a moon to further ignite the stars and acquire new abilities. Indeed, only by contributing to the construction of the star map can he continue to reap the benefits bestowed by his ancestors, which is quite logical. Or is it? Su Chen silently scoffed. He had not anticipated that the star map would be so scientifically inclined, adhering to a path of sustainable development. He examined the moon intricately carved at the forefront, and the information flooded his mind. To illuminate this moon, he required a case file from a resolved case, along with a reputation of 2,000. His reputation was sufficient. Su Chen turned and approached the sturdy wooden table, scrutinizing the stack of case files piled atop it. Over the years, his primary focus had been on unsolved mysteries. Yet he did possess a few files pertaining to resolved cases. File 1. A man in Florida assaulted his neighbor, who was allergic to peanuts, with a fist smeared in peanut butter. File 2. A gang of robbers in Florida fell asleep during their heist. File 3. A man in Florida kidnapped a federal scientist solely to grant his cat immortality. Smack. Su Chen closed the file, wishing he could strike himself twice. What kind of bizarre nonsense had I penned in my leisure time? At that time, delving into unresolved cases proved to be quite taxing on the mind. Thus, during moments of leisure, I sought out some peculiar cases merely for amusement to lighten my spirits. Just as I was clearing away the unrelated documents, my gaze suddenly sharpened. On the desk lay a dossier from abroad, the Pentagon hacker attack case. A faint smile crept across my face as memories of the case flooded back. This incident involved a master hacker who, 5 years prior, had orchestrated a globally sensational cyber attack, targeting none other than the Pentagon, the very hub of American military operations, fiercely guarded by an elite cadre of national cybersecurity experts. Yet, in the face of this top-tier hackeress assault, the Pentagon's formidable information firewall, hailed as the world's finest and crafted by over 100 leading cybersecurity specialists, was effortlessly breached. The hacker traversed the digital realm as if it were a deserted expanse, publicly disclosing thousands of top-secret documents from the upper echelons of the American government. I had meticulously documented every detail of this case back when it was still an enigma. However, it was recently resolved. The American authorities, unable to withstand the hacker's onslaught, resorted to physical measures, deploying thousands to scour the city in a comprehensive manhunt, ultimately apprehending the hacker and destroying his computer, a quintessentially American response. In today's information-driven society, elite hacking skills are akin to a universal asset. I picked up the dossier, regarding it with reverence, and subsequently placed it atop a lunar relief at the forefront of my star map. A low hum resonated, and subsequently, the text upon the document began to materialize, only to be absorbed by the crescent-shaped relief. Once, there was a hacker in the United States. After the moon relief consumed the words from the document, it gradually transformed into the shape of a star relief, adorned with patterns resembling a sequence of binary code, emblematic of programming. Simultaneously, Su Chen felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge surging into his mind, causing a slight throbbing at his temples. Hacking defense, cybersecurity, back-end vulnerabilities. Moments later, he distinctly sensed that his hacking skills had ascended to an extraordinary level. The chaos dissipated. As Su Chen's thoughts returned to the tangible world, he rubbed his temples and murmured, "So, that American hacker from before was indeed formidable." Previously, as an outsider, he merely regarded those computer experts with admiration. Now, having become an insider, he realized he had significantly underestimated these brilliant minds. They were nothing short of prodigious. And now, His own hacking prowess was precisely the most prodigious of them all. Just as Su Chen was processing the information swirling in his mind, the door to the inquiry room swung open, revealing Bai Su, who stepped out gracefully. Upon seeing Su Chen, she offered a sheepish smile, saying, "My apologies, Su Chen, for bringing you here under false pretenses for questioning." Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, replying, "We are all striving to capture the perpetrator swiftly, after all. It is indeed remarkable that you can think this way." Bai Su settled beside him, resting her delicate chin in contemplation. "Officer Duan and I have just conferred and intend to nominate the perpetrator of this bombing incident for the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list." The wanted list? Su Chen displayed a look of confusion, before seemingly rummaging through his memories. It had been previously mentioned that the only distinction between this world and his original one lay in the plethora of unresolved cases which captivated the populace immensely. Therefore, this world also features corresponding lists, one known as the wanted list and another as the detective list. As for the wanted list, there exists the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list, the Asian continent's wanted list, and even a global wanted list. Those who appear on these lists are notorious criminals responsible for significant offenses. Their infamy is substantial, not only bearing hefty bounties, but also attracting the attention of adept detectives from various nations. Numerous official and unofficial detective organizations exist in this world, with many esteemed entities taking pride in apprehending criminals from the wanted list. It seems that Officer Duan truly regards this perpetrator with utmost seriousness, Su Chen remarked. Bai Su nodded, leaning closer to him and whispering, "Su Chen, you might not be aware, but Officer Duan's surveillance network was destroyed, which is why he is treating the perpetrator with such gravity." When did this happen? Who was responsible? Su Chen inquired, astonished. "I have no idea." Bai Su spread her hands, stating, "Thus, this time, the perpetrator can only appear on the bounty list under the guise of a mysterious figure, which is unprecedented." At that moment, in the live broadcast room, the comments soared. "Ha ha ha, Su Chen, what are you pretending to be an innocent bystander? It was clearly you who set off the explosion. You are too cunning, Su Chen. If I hadn't witnessed you planting the bomb with my own eyes, your acting would have truly deceived me. To be fair, your performance is far more natural than that of the young idols." The audience engaged in lively discussions, which ignited another wave of excitement in the live broadcast room. Meanwhile, in the office of the expert team, Su Chen faced Bai Su and suddenly shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, boss, may I inquire about something? I've heard that Officer Duan possesses remarkable computer skills. What level is he at?" Bai Su paused for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, he is exceptionally skilled. He is an expert in cybersecurity. 10 years ago, he secured second place in the World Cyber Information Security Attack and Defense Competition. Who was first?" Su Chen seemed to have an uncanny intuition, wondering if it could be so coincidental. "Indeed," Bai Su whispered, "the one who claimed first place was an American. It is said that he became obsessed with hacking techniques and attacked the Pentagon, resulting in his imprisonment." Chapter 18. Su Chen's next plan. A stunning case in Longhua over 2 decades. Indeed, it is the individual mentioned in the dossier. Bai Su's words confirmed Su Chen's suspicions. Calculating back a decade ago, this hacker was merely 15 years old, while Duan Yu was already in his 20s. To have secured the title of world champion at such a young age, one can only speculate how much his prowess has advanced in the intervening years. The gap between him and Duan Yu is likely to have widened significantly. With a creak, Duan Yu pushed open the door to the inquiry room, just in time to overhear Su Chen and another's discourse regarding the global cybersecurity competition. Upon hearing the mention of that American, a subtle furrow appeared on his brow. He then spoke in a low voice. "Such a prodigious talent and skill. It is truly a pity. The world competition is held every 4 years, and this American participated only once before being placed on the wanted list." At this moment, a nearby officer seized the opportunity to flatter, exclaiming, "Since then, Officer Duan has faced no competitors in various cybersecurity contests, having clinched the world championship 2 years ago." As this news broke, it immediately ignited a fervent discussion among the viewers in the livestream. "Wow, it seems the experts are indeed formidable. I previously underestimated Officer Duan. Securing second place in the hacker competition is quite impressive. Indeed, the one who was first has become obsessed. Now Officer Duan is the true champion. How dare you underestimate Duan Yu, just because he was outsmarted by Su Chen? I must inform you that individuals of such caliber often excel solely within their specialized domains, and his true prowess has yet to be revealed. Furthermore, Su Chen is also a remarkable talent. Do you genuinely believe that Officer Duan is weak? I am a student majoring in cybersecurity, a mere 20 years of age, and my hair has begun to resemble the expanse of the Mediterranean Sea. I am an avid admirer of Senior Duan Yu and envy his abundant locks." However, upon hearing these words, Duan Yu did not find them particularly comforting. He merely shook his head and sighed. What significance does this competition hold without that American? His sentiment was unmistakably clear. Ever since his disheartening return from the World Championship a decade ago, Duan Yu had regarded that American as his target. After 10 years of relentless preparation, he yearned to ascertain who currently possessed the superior skills. Alas, perhaps he still lagged behind this individual. Yet he pondered whether the disparity had diminished or widened. Regrettably, following the American's indictment for hacking into the Pentagon and subsequent capture, Duan Yu found himself deprived of the opportunity to engage in a contest with him. Consequently, his interest in competing against others waned considerably, as he deemed the skills of everyone else in the world to be rather lacking. I heard that Officer Duan is participating in the Criminal Pursuit livestream because he believes the production team will feature a hacker expert as the culprit. Hoping to challenge his skills against that of his opponent, Su Chen inquired. Duan Yu nodded thoughtfully, then recalled the unfortunate incident of his surveillance system being destroyed. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "I miscalculated. I had hoped to encounter a formidable computer expert, but it turns out the production team has brought in a chemical fanatic instead." He lamented the absence of worthy adversaries in the realm of network information for quite some time. At merely 30-something, he felt devoid of motivation in life. Duan Yu's words struck a chord with netizens. "Mom, did I just hear that? Such supreme arrogance. It's utterly ridiculous. Is this what they call the loneliness of a solitary victor? How profoundly isolating it is to be invincible. What a profound emptiness invincibility brings. Why are they even singing up there? Don't generate electricity here." From this perspective, Su Chen is cleverly exploiting his strengths against another's weaknesses. This approach is cunning, yet undeniably correct. After all, if one were to truly contest hacking skills with Officer Duan, there would be no one in the world who could rival him. While netizens fervently debated, in the conference room of the expert panel, Duan Yu shook his head after delivering his remarks and exited the office with his two subordinate cyber police officers. Earlier, the seasoned expert Chui Liwan had already calculated the general scope of the perpetrator's next move. This time, he intended to strike first. However, unbeknownst to Duan Yu, as he turned to leave, a clerk named Su Chen cast him a meaningful glance. Seeking a worthy opponent? This endeavor might not be as challenging as it seems. Su Chen subtly attuned his consciousness to the star map residing in his mind. He had already illuminated 2 stars and 1 moon. Yet the method to activate the sun relief on the star map was considerably more demanding. It required a minimum of 5,000 points of prestige, along with an additional stipulation. One must rank among the top 10 on the Dragon Kingdom's bounty list. It seemed that in ancient times, such bounty lists also existed. Otherwise, a relic like the star map would not impose such rigorous requirements. Su Chen mused quietly. Subsequently, he sensed the capabilities of this sun relief and discovered that this type of relief did not bestow criminal skills like the star reliefs, but rather granted the legendary iron-faced judge's adjudication abilities. This first sun relief bore the inscription of the iron-faced judge's divine judgment technique. According to the records on the star map, the iron-faced judge was renowned for his astonishing speed in solving cases, even those that had languished for decades, or, in some instances, centuries in the hands of other local officials. In merely the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, he could untangle the intricate web of truths and lies, discerning the entire sequence of events behind the crime. It was no wonder that this individual could apprehend so many bizarre and peculiar criminals. Su Chen regarded the entries on the star map with a mix of skepticism and belief. Nonetheless, the reward appeared to be genuine. He calculated his current prestige, which was approximately 3,000 points, meaning nearly 30 million people were watching the live crime pursuit in real time across the nation. He was still 2,000 points away from activating the first sun relief. The other condition, to enter the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom's bounty list, was indeed quite challenging. Generally speaking, those who ascend to this notorious list are typically the most heinous of criminals, either directly implicated in grave homicides or having inflicted significant harm upon society. Su Chen's act of detonating a district's power distribution center merely earned him a nomination, unless he employs the most audacious methods to execute an unprecedented crime. This very case had already been meticulously calculated during the expert conference, and the destruction of the surveillance power supply was merely a means to facilitate his nefarious plans. His objective is to replicate the infamous Jinling University dismemberment case, heralded as the most shocking crime in the Dragon Kingdom of the past 2 decades. If he can successfully simulate this case, it will undoubtedly generate an unimaginable level of excitement in the live streaming arena, propelling him to the forefront of the Dragon Kingdom's bounty list. To initiate this simulation, the first step involves abducting a girl. Su Chen pondered a crucial dilemma. Whom to abduct? Or perhaps it matters not, as they all would serve his purpose? No, since he aims to orchestrate a sensational crime, he should not shy away from escalating the stakes. Although the Jinling University dismemberment case serves as a profoundly shocking template, Su Chen is not averse to adding an extra layer of intrigue when it comes to amplifying the excitement of his livestream. Announcing that he is about to abduct a girl would undoubtedly create a buzz. However, his current focus should be on how to enhance the narrative, making it more compelling and substantial. For instance, the identity of the individual he chooses to abduct should be extraordinary. With this thought, a spark ignited in Su Chen's mind, illuminating his path forward. He searched the recesses of his memory, and a myriad of faces flickered through his mind. However, when he added the conditions of being 19 years old and a student at Jinling University, the options narrowed significantly. Gradually, the outline of a girl became increasingly distinct in his thoughts. Her surname was Guo, and her name was Guo Yutong. She was a striking young woman with short hair, a tall and slender figure, well-defined features, and fair skin. Currently, she was a sophomore in the architecture department at Jinling University. Yet, these details were not the crux of the matter. What was truly significant was that this young woman was the biological daughter of the current director of the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau. Thus, tonight, I shall take her home. As night fell, Su Chen gazed out of the police bureau's window, his eyes fixed on the distant campus of Jinling University, where rows of illuminated classrooms stood out against the darkness. With a profound gaze, he then proceeded to his workspace at the Jinling Public Security Bureau, settling at a modest desk in the administrative department, specifically in the Archives Management Division. He powered on his computer, installed programming software, and loaded various open-source modules. Although this was his first foray into such tasks, bolstered by his elite hacking skills, he executed them with remarkable finesse, as effortless as drinking water or eating. While he had already devised the next step in his criminal scheme, all of it hinged on one critical prerequisite. He needed to capture the young girl named Guo Yutong, whether through deception or force. The issue lies in the fact that this young woman is an exceptional student at Jinling University. She is by no means foolish, and ensnaring her will require considerable finesse. After executing a series of fluid maneuvers, Su Chen effortlessly summoned the programming interface. With a few more adjustments, he transformed the previously expansive display into a slender input box situated at the bottom of the computer screen, seamlessly blending it with the background, so much so that it was nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Even upon closer inspection, it would only be discernible to an expert. In his rented room, devoid of a computer, Su Chen devised a plan to utilize his hacking skills to infiltrate the mobile device of the chief of the Jinling Public Security Bureau. He intended to send a message to the chief's beloved daughter using her father's number, thereby luring her out. However, Su Chen was aware that he could not brazenly execute hacker code within the precincts of the police station, prompting him to adopt a cautious approach. To divert attention, he even opened the interface of a popular game, Legend, displaying it on the screen to mask his true intentions. After all, the game offered a remarkably high drop rate, allowing him to juggle coding and gaming with relative ease. Chapter 19. Phone Scams, Lured into a Trap. It was 8:20 p.m. at Jinling University, in the School of Architecture, within the Comprehensive Teaching Building No. 1. It was intermission, and the final evening class was about to commence. In the corridor outside the study room, two young girls stood by the window. Yutong, have you watched that variety show, Chasing the Murderer Live? I declare it to be my treasure show. The girl in the white dress brandished her phone before Guo Yutong. She possessed an oval face, with skin that was smooth and fair, and her delicate features were sweetly enchanting. When she smiled, two small canine teeth appeared, a sight that caused many boys of similar age nearby to steal glances. The other girl, Guo Yutong, appeared even more graceful. Her lustrous black hair framed a porcelain-like face with a delicate and rosy mouth, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality. Unlike the petite noses of many women, hers was elegantly prominent, lending her features a striking three-dimensional quality, exuding an exquisite beauty akin to a serene sculpture. Of course I have. It's such a popular show, Guo Yutong replied. Many people online are discussing the murderer, and some are even predicting his next move. Even foreigners on YouTube are paying attention. Aren't you curious? Where does he acquire such extensive knowledge and peculiar skills? I haven't thought about it. I simply watch for the visuals, Zhao Xiaoya exclaimed, fervently capturing screenshots of Su Chen's live broadcast on her phone. I declare that he is the very first three-dimensional husband of mine across the entire internet, ranking at the 50th position. Well, the preceding 49 are all mere two-dimensional characters. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. Even wealth should not lead to such extravagant spending. Guo Yutong rolled her eyes at her best friend. You don't understand. The allure of the two-dimensional world is irresistible. Zhao Xiaoya chimed in with a mischievous grin, leaning closer to Guo Yutong and lowering her voice. By the way, Yutong, isn't your father the chief of police in our Jinling city? Could you possibly share any insider information? What exactly does Su Chen intend to do? If all else fails, just hand me his WeChat number. The information regarding the program is strictly confidential. How would I know? Gui Yutong pinched her friend's round face, thinking to herself that even if she added him on WeChat, could this silly girl truly handle someone as astute as Su Chen? She would likely be outsmarted and left counting the money he made off her. As for Su Chen's next move, she too was quite curious. Logically, having already sabotaged the power distribution center, he should have rendered the police incapable of tracking his whereabouts through surveillance. Shouldn't he seize the opportunity to escape while the police's surveillance net is down, lest he be caught when the data is restored? How could Su Chen possibly be so nonchalant as to play games in the police station? I'm telling you, the police station where Su Chen is located seems to be quite close to our school. He might come to abduct me, and I'm terrified, Zhao Xiaoya said. Yet her expression revealed no trace of fear. On the contrary, there was a hint of anticipation. We are but a solitary man and woman. Stop, hold on. Before I could finish my thought, I was abruptly yanked back from my reverie by Gui Yutong, who knows me all too well. With two police colleagues by Su Chen's side, how could he possibly resort to abduction? It is simply implausible, Gui Yutong reasoned. Moreover, to commit kidnapping, one must ascertain the target, scout the location, and time the act perfectly. Su Chen is far too preoccupied for such endeavors. Even if he attempted it, people are not fools. Would they willingly cooperate with his nefarious plans? Any slight misstep could reveal everything, resulting in a catastrophic failure for Su Chen. Such reasoning is undeniably sound. My dear friend gave me a thumbs up. Just then, the melodious bell rang, signaling the commencement of the final evening class. Shadows shifted around me as beleaguered architecture students flooded into the classroom, burdened with their textbooks. However, Zhao Xiaoya discreetly tucked her books into her bag. Tong Tong. I forgot to mention, I shall be skipping this class briefly. If there is an attendance check, please mark me present, she said. What are you up to? Gui Yutong asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. The little heiress maneuvered against the tide of students, turning her head to wave goodbye. Today marks the 36th birthday of my paper husband, Lu Zian. I must log in to celebrate him. I plan to order a luxurious gift package. I want to be accompanying you home tonight. Another indulgent expenditure. Gui Yutong chuckled resignedly. She waved goodbye to Zhao Xiaoya, turned around, and was about to step into the classroom when suddenly she felt her phone in her pocket vibrate. Someone had sent her a message. Gui Yutong, somewhat puzzled, took out her phone and saw a notification on WeChat. 2 new messages from Dad. Daughter, there has been a little incident at home. You shouldn't stay at school tonight. Come home. Both your mother and I are unavailable. So we sent an older brother to pick you up in a police car. What could have happened, and why couldn't he explain it clearly over WeChat? Gui Yutong pondered. A flicker of doubt suddenly arose within her. Could it be that someone was impersonating her father and sending her these messages? Sensing something amiss, she immediately opened the live broadcast of the suspect's stream. However, upon seeing Su Chen in the live room, still at the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau, seated at his computer, she noticed the screen displayed a game. Her initial doubts began to dissipate. Indeed, Su Chen was engrossed in a game. Although she was unsure of his reasons for this, it was evident that he had not sent the messages. Gui Yutong couldn't help but smile to herself, realizing she had been overly concerned, not knowing what absurd thoughts had crossed her mind. Looking back at her message inbox, she confirmed that the 2 WeChat messages had indeed originated from her father's account. As the chief of the Jinling Public Security Bureau, her father's phone was protected by multiple layers of security. Moreover, the code for these protective barriers was personally crafted by Uncle Duanyu, and it is unlikely that anyone in the world could breach it. She pondered silently. She was well aware of Uncle Duanyu's prowess, having heard that he once secured the top position globally. Thus, it was certain that no one could pilfer her father's account. Gui Yutong opened her phone and replied, "All right. Father, is that brother picking me up at the university campus entrance?" Shortly after sending this message, she received a swift reply. "No, you cannot park at the entrance of your university, and the police car would draw too much attention, which is undesirable, especially since that brother does not have his own vehicle. Just go to the commercial street of the school. Once you enter, the small barbecue shop on the right-hand side is where the car will be parked." Upon reading this message, Gui Yutong's heart, which had momentarily settled, was once again filled with uncertainty. Why was such an odd location chosen? No, for the sake of caution, she needed to verify this. As she was currently in class and unable to make a call, she typed, "All right, Father, but could you send a voice message? I just want to confirm that it is indeed you who is messaging me." After sending this message, there was no immediate response from the other side. Chapter 20. Preparing the dummy corpse. Is he still in the mood to play games? What on earth is happening? Gui Yutong was momentarily taken aback. However, it was just a fleeting moment, for shortly after she sent her message, a reply arrived. It was a voice message. She lowered the volume of her phone and pressed it to her ear. Upon opening it, a robust male voice resonated within. "My dear daughter, of course, it's me. What is there to doubt?" The timbre of that voice was strikingly identical to her father's. In an instant, Gui Yutong's last shred of doubt dissipated. confirming that her apprehensions were indeed unfounded. "All right, Dad," she replied after sending the message. She discreetly noted down the address, then turned off her phone and began to focus intently on her evening study session. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Jinling City Public Security Bureau, Su Chen gazed at the final line of code displayed on his computer screen, a faint smile gracing his lips. This young girl is quite cautious, he mused. However, breaching the phone of Director Guo from the Jinling City Police was indeed a challenge. Someone had set up several layers of information barriers, causing him to expend considerable effort to bypass them. This young lady, enrolled in the architecture program at Jinling University, was pursuing a demanding course of study. She had to endure the final evening class, which concluded at 10 o'clock. Su Chen could not operate alone, as doing so would raise suspicions during subsequent investigations, leaving him as the sole individual with an opportunity to commit the act, far too conspicuous to evade the scrutiny of seasoned experts. Thus, Su Chen needed to fabricate some witnesses to attest that the girl was in their company during the kidnapping. In other words, he required an alibi. He had already selected the finest witnesses for himself. Taking out his phone, Su Chen opened a recently established chat group, the By Su Team S chat group. Within the group, Su Chen had just concluded a conversation with the two team members, finalizing the location for their dinner that evening. "Xiaolong, we are on duty at Jinling University tonight. How about we dine nearby? Wang Ping, by the time we finish our shift, it will likely be past 10, and there aren't many restaurants open at this hour. A barbecue place might offer a decent meal." "Xiaolong, barbecue sounds good. I've been craving it these past few days. Su Chen, what do you think?" "Su Chen, I'm on board. Let us go for barbecue." "Wang Ping, great. We'll head to Shaozhou Barbecue. It's south quite close to Jinling University, and I've dined there before. The food is quite delightful." "Xiaolong, okay. Su Chen, sounds good." Just as Su Chen was sending his final message, Bai Su, who had been rather silent in the group, suddenly chimed in. "Bai Su, it hasn't even been half a day, and you all seem to have gotten quite familiar." Laughs. "Wang Ping, Xiaolong. Su Chen, we're all colleagues. It's just a matter of a few words." "Bai Su. Su Chen, may I ask you something? You've been researching unsolved cases for a while. You must be well acquainted with the Longhua case, right?" Upon witnessing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Why did Bai Su suddenly bring this up? He typed a response. "Su Chen, I cannot claim to have mastery, but I can almost recite the details of the unsolved cases, particularly the top 10 unsolved cases in the Dragon Country. From the first, the Platinum serial murder case, to the 10th, the dismemberment case at Jinling University, I am quite familiar with them." "Su Chen, boss, is there a reason you are inquiring about this?" "Bai Su, just trying to understand your specialties, you know, to facilitate assigning tasks to you. By the way, aside from these top 10 cases, have you encountered any cases with a higher confidentiality level?" "Higher confidentiality cases." Su Chen's heart stirred as he quietly noted this unexpected information. Asking others directly would likely yield no results. He would need to seek other opportunities to learn more. "Su Chen, I have not encountered any." "Bai Su, oh, all right then. Bai Su, speaking of which, your specialty is quite niche. I am uncertain how it relates to our program. It may not come into play at all. I was merely curious, so do not dwell on it. Enjoy your gathering. Goodbye." "Su Chen, all right, boss, no problem. Goodbye, boss." "Xiaolong, Wang Ping, goodbye, boss." Setting down his phone, Su Chen fell into a brief contemplation. It appeared that this parallel world harbored not only overt unsolved cases, but also many more secrets. He had a premonition that as he delved deeper into this program, the secrets hidden within the world's unsolved mysteries might gradually come to light. Suddenly, he realized that while he was offline, a group of cunning players had launched a surprise attack on his guild. Su Chen stared wide-eyed at the legendary web game on his computer screen. The guild he had painstakingly established, while simultaneously coding, was being ambushed by the so-called number 1 guild, the Exploding Sky Gang. Of course, the rapid formation of his organization was largely due to his clever use of a cheat that allowed him to unlock a blood limit and deliver a staggering 999 damage. At that moment, the message box on the screen was filled with despair. "Su God Guild Chief Strategist. Boss, please help us. Those scoundrels from the Exploding Sky Gang are raiding our home. Su God Guild Vice Leader. Brothers, kill them. Long live Su God. Damn it, I'm dead. Su God Guild Member number 114. There are too many of them. They are determined to obliterate our guild. Exploding Sky Gang Dark Emperor. Haha. Merely a fledgling guild dares to challenge us. The legendary number 1 guild. Exploding Sky Gang Lowly Commander. Let your leader come and meet us." Calling himself Su God, is he trying to ride on the coattails of the infamous Su Chen from the live-streamed murder case? Exploding Sky Gang Guardian Beast. What is this Su God Guild? How can your decaying grass compare to our glorious moon in the sky? Upon witnessing the arrogant proclamations of these individuals, Su Chen could only manage a resigned smile. The online realm is but a mirage. While his allies fervently clamored, Su Chen's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, crafting a cheat code in real time. He granted each member of his guild an invulnerable state, allowing them to inflict a devastating blow of 999. He then observed as his guild overwhelmed the opposing faction. Su Chen Guild's tactical advisor. Haha, the heavens have fallen. Let Su Chen rise. Su Chen Guild's vice leader. Shout now, why the silence? Weren't you all quite brazen just moments ago? Su Chen Guild member number 114. Excellent. Let us annihilate the explosive Heaven Guild, and then venture to the legendary continent to conquer every guild. Explosive Heaven Guild S Dark Emperor. What? The intel was false. Aren't they supposed to be weak? Explosive Heaven Guild S Chief Instructor of Lowly. Damn, they are a bunch of cheaters. Quick, report them to the officials. They are blatantly hacking. Explosive Heaven Guild S Guardian Beast. You can't play fair, you pathetic trash. Have you no shame? I'm done for. Brothers, give it your all. This game is unplayable now. Observing the fierce clash between the two guilds, Su Chen smiled faintly before closing the page of the game. He then rose, descended the stairs, and exited the Jinling Public Security Bureau. He had preparations to undertake. Half an hour later, in a secluded corner not far from the Jinling night market, Su Chen halted the program's dedicated vehicle, opened the trunk, and hoisted half a freshly cut piece of pork inside. The grisly scene he aimed to replicate involved the unmistakable remnants of a dismemberment, specifically the numerous bags filled with scattered body parts. According to the case files, these dismembered fragments were discarded in various corners throughout Jinling City. There was even an incident where a sanitation worker stumbled upon a bag of these remnants, mistaking them for discarded pork, and took it home with the intent to cook. To his horror, while preparing the meal, he discovered a severed finger. The shock compelled him to report the matter to the police. Since he was merely acting, he resolved to go through the entire process. However, Su Chen could not genuinely dismember a body. The production team consented to his use of pork as a substitute. In the trunk, a member of the crew, stripped of his clothing and clad only in a tank top and shorts, lay beside the pork, his expression one of utter confusion. He longed to speak. Yet Su Chen had rendered him unconscious before placing him in the trunk, ensuring that the corpse would not utter a word. Observing the crew member still nestled in the trunk, the viewers in the live stream erupted with laughter. Oh dear. This poor fellow has been lying in the trunk for an entire day. He'll probably have to endure another night with Bajia. But as the saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. At least the crew member is now a household name online. Once filming wraps, he'll surely attract a legion of fans. Indeed, I've even devised a plan for him. He should create an account on a certain platform, record some skits, and then engage in live commerce, addressing everyone as family and reaping a fortune. So, according to you, he should be thanking Su Chen? Cough, forgive me a moment, my brother. After properly stowing the pork, Su Chen murmured to the young man nestled amongst the meat in the trunk, then resolutely shut the trunk. The vehicle returned to the vicinity of the Jinling Public Security Bureau. Su Chen lingered in the car for a while. As nearly 9:30 approached, his other two companions also arrived at the Jinling Public Security Bureau in succession. BRR, it's freezing. Su Chen, where did you get this car? Zhao Long gasped as he climbed into the vehicle, exhaling warm breath into the cold air while rubbing his hands together, evidently anxious to arrive. Su Chen turned his head, offering him a cigarette. It's from the crew we applied to. You didn't forget that detail, did you? The production team truly has deep pockets, Zhao Long replied, quietly lighting the cigarette. Officers on stakeout often spend hours crouched in silence, and to maintain alertness, cigarettes became a constant companion. Zhao Long suddenly realized, oh, I must have been muddled by the expert's inquiries earlier. Sigh, just returning to the bureau, and then this happens. What on earth is going on? Su Chen explained. Officer Duan's surveillance network has been compromised. Compromised? Zhao Long's hand trembled violently as he held the cigarette, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was it that perpetrator? What audacity! Su Chen shrugged. They were merely fulfilling their role diligently. Otherwise, this variety show wouldn't be nearly as captivating. The audience, upon hearing this, collectively expressed their amusement. Haha, indeed. Su Chen could be considered the most dedicated perpetrator throughout these episodes. He hardly seems to be acting. This fellow must certainly have some side business. In fact, the previous individuals also aspired to portray their roles well, but they were merely apprehended a bit earlier. After all, none possessed the skills of Su Chen. The mere thought that a capable individual like Su Chen earns a mere 5,000 a month after graduation is quite alarming. Primarily, his talents are essentially all encompassed within the realm of criminal punishment. At the entrance of the Jinling Public Security Bureau, after another 10 minutes, Wang Ping arrived. Visibly exhausted, yet clearly satisfied, his face beaming with smiles. Apologies for my tardiness, my friend. What delightful escapade were you engaged in with that little princess of yours? To be in such high spirits? Zhao Long teased with a grin. It's my child's birthday. I took her to see a movie, Bears on the Loose. Are you familiar with it? Those two big bears are utterly hilarious, and the child was laughing joyously. Wang Ping replied, clearly animated by the conversation, his excitement palpable. Before leaving, I asked her if the movie was truly that enjoyable. Can you guess what the child said? She claimed it was delightful because her father accompanied her. How amusing. Wang Ping's expression shifted from joy to a sigh as he shook his head with a smile. At that moment, the essence of brotherhood shone through as Zhao Long gave Wang Ping a hearty pat on the back. Come now, why the melancholy? Your child is quite understanding. Those in this line of work have their family support. Indeed, indeed. What more could we possibly desire? Wang Ping nodded, subsequently redirecting the conversation towards Su Chen. It is worth mentioning that Comrade Su, possessing an admirable appearance, ought to consider seeking a partner. Remaining single for too long is hardly advisable. Ahem. Su Chen hastily cleared his throat, feeling somewhat guilty as he remarked, after all these years, I haven't even saved up a modest sum. I can't even gather enough for a betrothal gift. Let's take it slow and save up gradually. Wang Ping leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. When you meet a girl you fancy, just tell her, my friend will teach you to sing exaggeration. That's how I won over your sister-in-law. Zhao Long interjected, playfully undermining him. Come on. Those few notes you can manage are long outdated. Nowadays, you should be able to sing the brave. Ha! The group engaged in lighthearted banter, and the atmosphere in the car became considerably more relaxed. As Su Chen drove, they soon arrived at the entrance of Jinling University. Chapter 21. The Time Trap. Su Chen's waiting for the rabbit. Jinling University stands as the premier institution in Jinling City, a prestigious 985 university where only the finest students from various provinces gain admission. As the clock approaches 10 o'clock, the night has fully enveloped the surroundings. Su Chen and his companions parked their vehicle by the roadside, rolling down the window to gaze out at the expansive campus, where numerous towering buildings loomed in the darkness. Pure white lights streamed from the windows of various rooms, and it was evident that many were still immersed in their studies at such a late hour. Hasn't our security post been established for several decades since that incident? Su Chen inquired, glancing towards the back seat. Upon hearing this, Zhao Long and Wang Ping exchanged wary glances, their expressions revealing a sense of apprehension. It seemed that for locals of Jinling, the memory of that infamous case from decades ago still lingered, a testament to the profound impact of one of Longhua's top 10 unsolved mysteries. This has become somewhat of an old tradition. Zhao Long leaned forward, speaking softly to Su Chen. One could say that even though it appears few discuss it now, the shadow cast by the Jinling University dismemberment case remains ever present. He added, the police have endured their share of difficulties over the years as well. Indeed, Wang Ping nodded, his interest piqued at the mention of the unsolved case. He leaned closer and interjected, young brother Su Chen, you ought to be aware that the predecessor of our variety show is deeply rooted in the ancient traditions of the Dragon Kingdom. It is now known as the Public Security Criminal Investigation Skills Competition. In antiquity, I cannot recall the exact name, but it seems to have been referred to as the Divine Case Examination, which, alongside the civil and military imperial examinations, constituted the two principal selection systems. This competition has historically been an internal contest among personnel within the public security system. Do you know why, in recent years, the authorities have brought it to the forefront and transformed it into a variety show? Su Chen paused, then shook his head, realizing he was unfamiliar with the internal assessments and historical context of the public security system. Why? Wang Ping's expression suddenly turned serious. Because of the statute of limitations. The statute of limitations. Are you referring to the limitations on unresolved cases? Su Chen quickly grasped the implication. The laws of the Dragon Kingdom stipulate that the maximum penalty is life imprisonment, and for capital offenses, the statute of limitations is 20 years. Coincidentally, the dismemberment case at Jinling University occurred precisely 20 years ago. This means that the statute of limitations for this case is about to expire, and the police will soon seal the case. If the perpetrator is still alive, then they will evade judgment forever, living freely without consequence. Wang Ping continued. It is precisely because the statute of limitations for this case is nearing its end that negative sentiments are gradually brewing in society. Thus, the police have organized this variety show to showcase the power of modern criminal investigation, providing the public with a sense of reassurance. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a profound realization. Su Chen sighed deeply and shook his head slightly, remarking, however, merely showcasing our strength may prove ineffective. Can a multitude of victorious rehearsals truly alleviate the sorrow and shame surrounding that unresolved case? Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the vehicle. Zhang Long and Wang Ping, mouths agape, found themselves at a loss for words. Despite Su Chen's youth, the wisdom of his statement resonated deeply. Even delayed justice cannot be deemed justice. What then can be said of absent justice? During the ensuing silence, Su Chen continued calmly, "Were it up to me, I would perhaps boldly confront this cold case, tirelessly pursuing its resolution. After all, the statute of limitations has not yet expired. It is imperative that the perpetrator understands that the police will not relent in their pursuit, not even until the final moment. Even the faintest glimmer of hope must be seized to bring them to justice. This is how one truly regains their dignity." "Indeed," Wang Ping and Zhao Long suddenly exclaimed, subsequently patting Su Chen on the shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. "With individuals like you within our ranks, the safety of society is assured." Su Chen smiled faintly, nodding before shaking his head and turning away. He pondered what the experts would think when he presented the gruesome case of the dismembered body from Jinling University before them. This parallel world is rife with unsolved mysteries and an array of detective organizations, both official and unofficial, including many highly esteemed detectives and police experts. Unraveling a mystery is an unparalleled honor, akin to receiving the Nobel Prize in the realm of criminal investigation. Perhaps the existence of such organizations underscores the universal desire among the populace for unresolved cases to reach a conclusion. Within the confines of the vehicle, the dialogue among its occupants flowed seamlessly, and a span of several minutes elapsed unnoticed. Suddenly, the final bell for evening classes chimed, its crisp metallic resonance echoing throughout the campus of Jinling University. Students gradually emerged from the campus, some returning to their dormitories, while others opted for off-campus accommodations. Su Chen and his companions maintained an alert demeanor, their gazes akin to searchlights, vigilant against any unforeseen dangers. Before long, the majority of students had dispersed. Seizing the moment when two colleagues were preoccupied with observing the outside, Su Chen discreetly accessed his phone and opened the chat interface with the director's daughter. After having compromised the director's phone earlier, he had transferred the operational controls to his device, thus enabling him to communicate effortlessly with Guiyutong using the director's account. Su Chen typed, "Do not feel overly anxious. That police officer has a late shift and might be delayed by about 10 minutes in picking you up. Please remain on campus for a while and refrain from wandering about to avoid potential danger. Remember to inform me when you reach the car, just to reassure me." In a short while, a response arrived. "Guiyutong. All right, Dad. There's no need for concern. Times have changed, and safety is assured now. I will not encounter any danger." Danger arises solely due to such negligence." Su Chen silently lamented as he tucked his phone into his pocket. He had already set a trap for the young lady, and she had unwittingly walked right into it. Now, he simply needed to bide his time and reap the rewards. As Su Chen pondered, Wang Ping and Zhao Long had completed their surveillance tasks. This role, in essence, entailed managing unforeseen incidents, if there were none. It was merely a position of idleness. "Come on, Su Chen, let us indulge in a late-night snack at Xiaozhu Barbecue," Zhao Long exclaimed. At 10 in the evening, at Xiaozhu Barbecue, the front desk was bustling. "Boss, I'll have 20 skewers of lamb and 5 steamed buns. 10 skewers of kidney. My friend's waist isn't in good shape and needs some nourishment," Zhao Long said, perusing the menu and playfully tapping Wang Ping's shoulder. "Get lost. My waist is perfectly fine. Your friend is none other than yourself," Wang Ping retorted disdainfully, swatting Zhao Long's hand away and snatching the menu to hand it over to Su Chen. "Here, little brother, you choose. Su Chen, feel free to order whatever you desire." Su Chen glanced around and smiled. "This will suffice for now. We can always order more later if needed." "All right." Zhao Long and Wang Ping nodded in agreement. Su Chen then extended the large menu across the counter to the owner. The proprietor of the barbecue joint was a quintessential Northeastern fellow. He acknowledged and began processing Su Chen and his companion's order. However, while everyone was focused on the menu, Zhao Long, Wang Ping, and the proprietor of the barbecue restaurant were all oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, Su Chen had already employed the skill of the ghost hand, subtly adjusting the large clock on the front desk to set its hands back by 10 minutes as he presented the menu. Following this act, a barely perceptible smile graced Su Chen's lips. In order to deceive the expert team in this case, it was imperative to convincingly demonstrate that he was not present at the scene of the kidnapping. This was the rationale behind his decision to remain in the company of his two colleagues throughout the evening. Yet, this was insufficient. He needed to craft a temporal trap, leading everyone to form erroneous conclusions. Consequently, the two colleagues by his side would serve as corroborating witnesses. Chapter 22. The Art of Kidnapping and Concealment. "Boss, could you please expedite the grilling? We are quite famished," Su Chen casually remarked, discreetly retracting his hand. Upon hearing this, the proprietor of the barbecue shop broke into a grin and pointed at the clock that Su Chen had just adjusted. "Rest assured, young man, my establishment is renowned for its speed. Look, it's currently 10:20. I assure you, the lamb will be served within 10 minutes. If you haven't been served by 10:30, this meal is on me. As anticipated by Su Chen, the eyes of his companions, officers Zhao Long and Wang Ping, followed the proprietor's gesture, landing on the clock at the front desk. At that moment, it seemed as though he had acquired 3 witnesses. This was a meticulously crafted temporal trap. Su Chen had previously consulted a mapping application to ascertain the walking time from the south gate of Jinling University to this barbecue shop. If all went according to plan, the young lady should arrive around 10:20. At that juncture, the proprietor and his colleagues could vouch for Su Chen, as they would be together placing an order. After a moment of contemplation, the trio nodded at the proprietor and cheerfully said, "No need for that. We genuinely wish for the meat to arrive promptly." "Absolutely," the proprietor replied. Departing from the counter, Su Chen and his companions selected a table against the wall. Shortly thereafter, the barbecue indeed arrived promptly. As the 3 individuals indulged in their meal while engaging in lively conversation, Su Chen discreetly kept an eye on the messages on his phone. The barrage of comments was incomprehensible. What is going on with Su Chen? He's gaming while dining. Has he lost his focus? I'm starting to feel anxious. Su Chen, wake up. Officer Duan's surveillance system will be operational in just a few hours, and you'll surely be exposed. Su Chen, don't let your previous successes make you complacent. You must either flee or devise another plan. What is the current situation? Can anyone clarify his next move? Who knows? We're all in the dark here. Just as the audience expressed their concerns, and Su Chen had barely taken a few bites, his phone chimed. It was a new message from Guo Yutong. Dad, I'm by the car. There's no one inside, and the parking spot is quite secluded. Of course it's secluded. It's meant to lure you to a deserted place, Su Chen thought to himself with quiet exasperation. He then rose from his seat and addressed Zhang Long and Wang Ping, who were busy with skewers. You continue eating. I'll just step out for a moment. Zhang Long, with a mouthful of steamed bun and lamb, nodded with his cheeks bulging. There's no restroom here. Just turn right after you exit. Hurry back. The next batch will be ready soon. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. It'll only take a minute or 2. Subsequently, he exited the small pawn shop and turned right at the entrance. However, he did not head towards the public restroom. Instead, he plunged into a secluded alley on the other side. Meanwhile, the live broadcast abruptly shifted its focus, revealing a scene beside Su Chen's vehicle. As the camera panned, the screen showcased a charming girl with short hair, her delicate features and fair complexion capturing the attention of all viewers in an instant. Why did the scene change? I don't wish to see anyone but Su Chen. But this girl is truly beautiful. Wow, the production team understands me. Let us keep the live stream like this. Director, you deserve a treat. What is the meaning behind this? Why is this girl suddenly getting camera time? Is there a hidden task from the production team? I don't understand. By the way, Su Chen just stepped out. I wonder what he is up to. Perhaps he ran away. Although I'm unclear why he chose to flee during a meal, that seems the most plausible. As the audience engaged in fervent discussions, they were taken aback to discover that Su Chen had appeared within the frame alongside the girl. In an instant, the barrage of comments halted, as viewers were too astonished to type. Guo Yutong also noticed the figure approaching, clad in a police uniform. Finally, he arrived. Spotting the uniform instilled a sense of security in her, eliciting a faint smile. She raised her hand, intending to greet him, but her smile abruptly froze as she recognized his face. It was a face she recognized all too well, one she had seen just an hour prior during the live broadcast. Su Chen, the perpetrator from the live-streamed murder. Guo Yutong was momentarily stunned, her mind racing to comprehend the shocking revelation before she instinctively turned to flee. Yet it was too late. Su Chen had already aimed his police-issued taser at her and mimicked the action of pulling the trigger. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Little girl, you've already lost consciousness." Had he truly succeeded in eliminating me? I was deceived. Guo Yutong gazed at the weapon in Su Chen's grip, struggling to reconcile the gravity of this unexpected twist. But it was my father who sent me the message. How could it possibly be you? She timidly inquired. For reasons unknown, Su Chen exuded an aura of intangible intimidation, perhaps the manifestation of an astute mind exerting pressure on the ordinary. Su Chen holstered the taser and replied nonchalantly, "It's quite simple. I hacked into your father. Director Guo's phone, which naturally enabled me to lure you here." "Quite simple?" Guo Yutong exclaimed. "My father's phone has a security protocol established by Uncle Duan." Upon hearing this, Su Chen paused in surprise, then smiled knowingly. No wonder it was so challenging to breach. It was crafted by Officer Duan. Guo Yutong was rendered utterly speechless. At that moment, the concealed crew members of the show surged forward. The leader of the figures clad in black produced a card and addressed Guo Yutong. "Sing, Miss. We are the official representatives of the Chasing the Murderer Live broadcast. Regrettably, I must inform you that your current situation within the program has rendered you unconscious. You have 2 options. First, you may choose to participate in the show, acquiescing to the next move of the perpetrator. Rest assured, our program will guarantee your safety and privacy. Second, you may opt to withdraw, allowing a substitute selected by our team to take on your role. But you will be required to adhere to a confidentiality agreement, refraining from disclosing the identity of the murderer to the other participants. Faced with these two alternatives, Gui Yutong fell into silence. Although she had her studies to consider, she felt an inexplicable intuition that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was not solely due to the unprecedented popularity of this variety show, but also because of the individual portraying the murderer before her. We hope you can provide us with a prompt response, a staff member from the production team interjected. Gui Yutong raised her head and declared, I will join this program. The audience in the live broadcast room, having momentarily been taken aback by the sudden turn of events, erupted into a flood of comments. Wow. I can't believe it unfolded this way. Su Chen's audacity is astonishing. Does he truly believe that detonating a power distribution center is not enough? He is certainly no ordinary individual. If it were me, having committed such a grave offense and undergone interrogation by a panel of experts, I would never entertain the thought of reoffending. What is this incident? Kidnapping? Murder? The nature of this case is far more severe than those preceding it. Astonishingly, the individual abducted by Su Chen is none other than the daughter of the police chief, a revelation that is utterly remarkable. This act is a direct affront to the Jinling Public Security Bureau. One has seldom encountered such audacity in a perpetrator. The turmoil sparked by Su Chen's actions rapidly radiated across the internet, causing the live broadcast popularity to soar to unprecedented heights, rendering it widely known. However, due to the information filtration employed by the production team, the expert panel remains oblivious to this development. Meanwhile, in the office of the Jinling Public Security Bureau, Director Gua, short and stout, reclines in a leather chair, cradling a cup of fragrant tea. Opposite him sits a slender man, Luo Ming, the esteemed president of the renowned Dragon Country Detective Association, the Hainan Association. Luo Ming takes a sip of tea and remarks, the live broadcast of the manhunt by the Jinling police has been exceedingly successful. Too kind, Director Guo replies with a chuckle. Although the report indicates that this variety show is exceptionally popular, I have been encumbered with affairs this evening and have yet to find the time to view the program's content. Chapter 23. You must advocate for me. The narrative is quite captivating. Luo Ming, with his sharply defined features, displayed no emotions as he spoke directly. Director Gua. We have recently received information within the Hainan Association indicating that the Kintian Detective Agency from Sakura Country wishes to engage in our variety show. I wonder if this news holds any truth? Director Gua paused momentarily, then responded with a smile, as expected from Hainan. The Kintian Detective Agency has indeed reached out to us and may discuss a collaboration in the near future. Of course, it depends on how long that murderer can evade capture. If he is apprehended swiftly, then this collaboration will naturally come to a halt. Luo Ming took another sip of tea and replied leisurely, Director Gua need not be concerned. In my view, this murderer will not be caught in the short term. Upon hearing this, Director Guo was taken aback once more, his brow furrowing. He was well aware of Luo Ming's capabilities and typically found his assessments to be quite accurate. A flicker of worry crossed his mind. Was there a flaw in the program? He thought to himself that they would need to observe the live broadcast closely. Luo Ming continued. The primary reason for my visit today is concerning my brother, Luo Ji. You are familiar with him, I presume? Director Guo nodded. He is undoubtedly the most intelligent person I have ever encountered, without exception. He is also the laziest, Luo Ming added, a hint of helplessness surfacing on his otherwise stern visage. He now spends his days at the association, indulging in food and drink without the slightest inclination for self-improvement. If this continues, he will surely become a wastrel. Perhaps for a genius of high intellect, there is little in this world that can ignite his interest. Director Gu pondered silently, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. Indeed, the Hainan Association is not only the largest unofficial detective society in Longhua, but also renowned worldwide as a high IQ society. Its members can only be described as prodigies. Luo Ji is undoubtedly one of the most brilliant talents among them, having become a university professor at a remarkably young age, though his notorious laziness is equally well known. Mr. Luo, are you suggesting that? The director inquired, setting down his teacup and leaning slightly forward. Luo Ming also placed his teacup down. I hope that when considering collaboration with the Detective Society, you will prioritize our Hainan. I need to instill some motivation into that young man Luo Ji, to get him to engage his mind. Although Director Gu had anticipated this sentiment, he nonetheless displayed a hesitant expression. The current team of experts is already formidable. Allowing Hainan to join would seem rather unfair, especially with someone like Luo Ji. Would the perpetrator truly be able to handle his presence? Director Gu lowered his head and opened his phone, intending to check the program's updates. However, his expression suddenly shifted to one of surprise. for several messages from his daughter had appeared on the screen. Dad, I just finished class. Dad, I have now arrived at the side of the car you mentioned. When did he instruct his daughter to come to the car? Director Gu swiftly opened WeChat, navigating to his interface to investigate. Upon doing so, the perplexity on his face deepened. He discovered numerous messages that had been sent and subsequently deleted from his interface. In that moment, his years of experience as a criminal investigator alerted him to the unsettling reality. His phone had been compromised. Just then, the staff of the Pursuing the Murderer live broadcast program noticed Director Gu's intention to report the incident and appropriately entered the room. The lead figure, clad in black, remarked, "Director Gu, congratulations on uncovering a clue in the case." "What case? Is this one of your simulated scenarios?" Director Gu exclaimed in astonishment. The black-clad leader nodded affirmatively. "You have indeed found a clue, and we can now inform you. Your daughter has been kidnapped by the murderer featured in the Pursuing the Murderer live broadcast." Boom. The words, though softly spoken, resonated in their ears like a thunderclap. Both Director Gu and Luo Ming sprang to their feet in unison. They had not anticipated that the perpetrator would be so audacious as to target the director himself. This was a brazen provocation. The color drained from Director Gu's face as he began to comprehend the reason behind the show's immense popularity. "My daughter. He must have infiltrated my phone and used my information to lure Tong away." Director Gu murmured, "Logically speaking, this should not be possible. My phone has a security firewall personally established by Duan Yu. How could it be so easily breached?" Duan Yu, the champion of the global cybersecurity competition? Luo Ming, upon hearing this news, became increasingly agitated, his fingers trembling slightly. It is imperative that Luo Ji encounters this perpetrator. They may be one of the few who could rival my younger brother. The man in black, observing the differing reactions of the two, remained silent for a while before tentatively inquiring. "So, Director Gu, according to the rules of the program, you are now our new victim. Will you participate yourself, or shall we find someone to take your place?" How did Tong decide? She chose to participate herself. With that, Director Gu slammed his hand on the desk. "Let's go find the expert team." In the expert team's office at the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau, it was previously established that the perpetrator's activity range coincided with the area where the cameras had malfunctioned. Duan Yu, resting his chin on his hand, paced back and forth in the office, genuinely engaged in this battle against the criminal. However, the police force we dispatched last night found no signs of criminal activity. On the other side, Qin Ming chimed in, "I have investigated the laboratory instructors at several nearby universities and found no one with any suspicious involvement. I must say, this perpetrator is quite cunning. It is also possible that he has chosen to flee rather than continue his crimes." Duan Yu spoke as he approached the door, intending to step outside for a leisurely stroll, pondering in solitude. However, upon pushing the door open, he was met with the sight of a stocky, middle-aged man squatting at the threshold, flanked by several individuals clad in black from the production team. Upon noticing the experts emerging, Director Gua, a seasoned veteran, seamlessly immersed himself in the scene, his emotions surging instantly. After all, it was his beloved daughter who was missing. He hurried forward, grasping the sleeves of Duan Yu and Qin Ming with a face etched in sorrow, imploring, "Dear officers, my daughter went missing last night. You must take decisive action on my behalf." Chapter 24. The excited Duan Yu, a master hacker. Chapter 24. The audience in the live broadcast room gazed at the unfolding scene, filled with a myriad of thoughts, yet at a loss for words. To be honest, he outperformed the young heartthrobs. You can't deny it, he truly did. If Director Gu's performance exceeds that of the young heartthrobs, does it not imply that his acting skills surpass theirs? Are you all out of your minds? Damn, I underestimated Su Chen. He has pulled off quite a feat for his brothers. Let us not forget, this program owes its current popularity largely to Su Chen, who deserves at least 90% of the credit. How did he conceive the idea of kidnapping the director's daughter? A normal person wouldn't even think of such a thing. Unfortunately, he lacks education. His only response is a crude exclamation. Now, there are several points of confusion, my friends. First, how did Su Chen lure this girl out? Second, what is Su Chen's reputation? If anyone knows, please enlighten me. Sister, your map of Yin State seems a bit lacking. As the audience engaged in lively discussions in the expert team's office, upon witnessing the situation on Duan Yu's end, Qin Ming and Bai Su approached, concerned. What is going on? Why has someone reported a case? Director Gua? Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the middle-aged man before him, nearly convinced that he was hallucinating from fatigue. Meanwhile, Duan Yu beside him had already entered a state of near petrification. Just moments ago, he had asserted that the perpetrator was unlikely to commit 2 crimes in one night. And now this. The daughter of the director has been kidnapped. Duan Yu hastily approached, assisting the distraught Director Gua to his feet, and softly inquired, Director Gua. "Ah, no, esteemed informant. Could you please provide us with a detailed account of the situation? Upon hearing this, Director Gua trembled as he retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. He opened the WeChat interface and presented it to Duan Yu, saying, "Officer Duan, it was this individual who hacked into my phone and lured my daughter out." The notion of hacking the director's phone, the implications were staggering. This device bore the protective information barrier I had personally established. Duan Yu was utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the onlookers were equally taken aback by this shocking revelation. "Oh my, I understand now. It finally makes sense why that young lady exhibited such a reaction upon encountering Su Chen. If what she said is true, and the protection on Director Gua's phone was crafted by Duan Yu, does that imply that Su Chen breached Duan Yu's defenses? It is highly probable. If so, not only would it send ripples through the Dragon Country, but the entire global hacker community would be shaken. When did Su Chen manage to crack it? I was watching the live stream and didn't see him coding at all, eliminating all impossibilities. The only instance Su Chen interacted with a computer was that one time. Are you referring to the occasion when he was gaming? So, are you suggesting he was simultaneously gaming while dismantling Duan Yu's protective barrier? Is he truly human? At the entrance of the expert group S office, Officer Duan. Officer Duan. After Qin Ming patted him twice, Duan Yu finally came to his senses, his expression suddenly filled with excitement. "Director Gua, may I borrow your phone?" Duan Yu said urgently. "Here you go," Director Gua replied calmly, handing his phone to Duan Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Yu turned and almost raced towards the computer in the office, connecting the phone to the main unit with a data cable. His fingers flew over the keyboard, creating a blur of motion. The computer screen erupted with a multitude of complex and bewildering pop-ups. After a while, Duan Yu's tense back relaxed. He leaned back in his chair, his voice steady. "Indeed, the perpetrator has gained control of Director Gua's phone, and my information firewall has been breached by this assailant." Bai Su and Qin Ming exchanged glances. "So that means..." "Exactly." Duan Yu suddenly sat upright, a long-lost determination gleaming in his eyes. It was the thrill of identifying a worthy opponent. "This means that the perpetrator is at least a world-class hacking expert." "Officer Duan, I understand your excitement, but please, remain calm," Qin Ming interjected, raising his hand. "However, judging by the perpetrator's previous actions in configuring explosives, it is evident that he is also a chemistry expert. Although I am not a chemistry major, I have taken advanced chemistry courses and am aware that concocting explosives requires exceedingly stringent laboratory conditions and specialized knowledge. Qin Ming's intent is quite clear. A reasonably intelligent individual can excel in one domain. Yet it is improbable for them to simultaneously attain the pinnacle of success in two disparate fields. Otherwise, one must question their humanity." Duan Yu, resting his chin on his hand, cast a skeptical glance at a nearby crew member while remaining visibly excited. "We cannot dismiss the possibility that there are two perpetrators. After all, the production team only indicated that a chosen culprit exists, never specifying how many they selected." Bai Su furrowed her brow slightly. "Officer Duan, are you suggesting that the perpetrator arranged by the production team is, in fact, a team composed of various specialists, akin to our expert group?" Duan Yu nodded. "It is even conceivable that additional individuals are involved on the perpetrator's side, albeit they have yet to take action. However, these details are not my primary concern at present." As he spoke, he gestured towards the computer screen before realizing that others might not comprehend, prompting him to clarify. "Any intruder will leave traces of their invasion. I merely need to follow the clues left behind by the intruder, and I will swiftly be able to pinpoint the IP address of the device used for the intrusion." Upon hearing this, the others present were similarly stirred. If they could ascertain which computer was used to infiltrate Director Gua's phone and commence their investigation from that location, it would render the perpetrator's attempts to conceal their movements futile. Moreover, the act of writing code for a hacker attack is an endeavor that consumes a considerable amount of time. Even the most skilled hackers must remain at their computers for an extended period. There is no way for him to erase this clue. In an instant, all eyes turned to Duan Yu's operations. However, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. The computer screen before Duan Yu displayed an increasing number of open pages, descending into chaos. The lines of code he had written were countless. "Officer Duan," Bai Su inquired, puzzled. Duan Yu wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, fixating intently on the screen, and smiled. "Interesting, quite interesting. This intruder has set up an information firewall to obscure his trail, a true master. However, if only I had a bit more time." As he spoke, the fire of determination blazed fiercely in Officer Duan's eyes. He chose silence, his hands dancing across the keyboard with such fervor that sparks might as well have flown from the keycaps. This was undoubtedly an adversary worthy of a challenge. Bai Su and Qin Ming shared a mutual understanding. This perpetrator was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Su Chen's modest rental apartment, the small room was surrounded by stark white walls, and in the center stood a few rudimentary, somewhat worn wooden furnishings. Gui Yutong sat obediently on the wooden bed, hugging her knees, her almond-shaped eyes curiously gazing ahead. Before her, the white light of an energy-saving lamp cast a glow upon the solid silhouette of a young man, illuminating the machete he held in his hand. Chapter 25. A light purchase. With a swift motion, Su Chen brought the knife down upon the pork before her, cleaving a piece the size of a palm. Your technique leaves much to be desired. Just look, you've even nicked the blade. Gui Yutong leaned in and whispered to Su Chen. After a journey filled with idle chatter, the two had grown quite familiar, despite the fact that she was now, in essence, a mere corpse. Upon hearing the critique, Su Chen could only chuckle resignedly, pushing her head away. If you know my skills are lacking, why are you so close? Step back, lest I accidentally cut you. According to the case files, the perpetrator had dismembered the body into over 1,000 pieces and had performed post-mortem cooking. This indicated that the assailant possessed a certain level of butchering and anatomical knowledge, along with a degree of counter-investigation acumen. Su Chen aimed to replicate the entire process. However, the task of handling this pig proved to be quite challenging. She could only request the owner to make a preliminary cut before she proceeded with her own modifications. Observing Su Chen's clumsy technique, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, it turns out Su Chen has her shortcomings. Perhaps I'm not entirely useless compared to her. Hey, can you butcher a pig? No. Su Chen's strength is commendable. Although her technique falters, the girl has considerable power. Great strength leads to miraculous results. After all, she graduated from the police academy. When it comes to physical abilities, she is indeed among the elite. To be honest, I find myself a tad envious of Su Chen, surrounded by such stunning young women. Alas, they outshine even my own goddess. But enough of that. I must attend to delivering meals to my goddess and her boyfriend. Isn't that simply extraordinary? Ha ha ha. Despite the presence of beauties, in Su Chen's eyes, there is only the pig. Ding, ding, ding. With his focus solely on the pig, Su Chen diligently worked to dismantle it. Soon enough, he had transformed the creature before him into a multitude of meat chunks. Thereafter, he proceeded to encase the remains in black plastic. Miss, would you mind stepping on the scale? Su Chen turned to Gui Yutong and inquired. Certainly, Mr. Butcher. Gui Yutong replied with a smile. Since discovering that Su Chen was roughly her age, the initial awkwardness had faded. She removed her shoes and, barefoot, stepped onto the electronic scale, watching the fluctuating numbers until she announced 60 kilograms. Su Chen's hands paused momentarily as he processed this information. He turned to gaze at the short-haired girl before him, astonished. Is that really so heavy? Do you find that heavy? Gui Yutong shot back with incredulity, her beautiful eyes widening. She crossed her arms defiantly, stating, at 1.70 meters, this weight is quite light. Besides a little flesh, I senti so bad. That was not my intention, Su Chen mused, resting his chin in contemplation. Ah, then what was that about just now? Gui Yutong leapt off the electronic scale and approached Su Chen, waving her hand in front of his eyes. I never anticipated. Su Chen lifted his gaze and remarked, you weigh even more than the pig I purchased. I cannot fathom your weight. Gui Yutong was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing his words, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Haha, why does Su Chen's comment sound so peculiar? As if he were implying the young lady is heavier than a pig? To be honest, she isn't fat at all. I've long been weary of the aesthetic of skinny frames. Being slightly plump is truly the ultimate charm. Fun fact, pigs actually have a body fat percentage of less than 15, significantly lower than that of humans. Oh no, I shall never dare to call myself a pig again. Sob sob sob. Meanwhile, in an apartment outside Jinling University, Gui Yutong's close friend, Zhao Xiaoya, lounged comfortably on her bed in loose pajamas, grinning at the two-dimensional male deity on her tablet. Hee hee, I've finally raised my affection level to 99. I will soon win him over. Such delightful news deserved to be shared with Tong Tong. It would be splendid to draw her into this obsession as well. She picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message. However, after waiting for a while with no response, she felt a twinge of confusion. Normally, her close friend would reply instantly. What could be the reason for this delay? Suddenly, a trending topic popped up on her tablet. Trending shock. Su Chen allegedly abducts a young girl in the dead of night. Her identity is revealed to be the daughter of the director. Upon encountering the news, Zhao Xiaoya sprang from her bed in a sudden rush. This sounded remarkably like. She swiftly opened the live streaming application and entered the Chasing the Murderer broadcast room. As she discerned the situation, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The live feed prominently displayed Su Chen packing bags of pork. Beside him, engaged in casual conversation, was none other than Gui Yutong. It truly was her. Tong Tong had been abducted by Su Chen. Zhao Xiaoya rubbed her eyes and confirmed thrice. She had not misidentified her. At that moment, the girl in the live stream glanced at her phone, then began typing, seemingly responding to someone else's message. Ding. Zhao Xiaoya's phone vibrated, and she hurriedly looked down. Gui Yutong, Xiaoya, I'm occupied at the moment. I just signed a confidentiality agreement and cannot disclose anything to you. Let us chat once I'm done. I wholeheartedly believe. Zhao Xiaoya gazed at the duo of Su Chen and Gui Yutong in the live stream and suddenly felt an urge to punch herself. I should have left with Tong Tong. Then I could have been captured by Su Chen as well. Why did I have to celebrate a virtual character's birthday? A myriad of emotions surged within her. Meanwhile, the Chasing the Murderer live stream continued to gain momentum. The viewership soared once again, reaching an astonishing 45 million. It was undoubtedly one of the most sensational live broadcasts in the Dragon Nation outside of the annual Spring Festival Gala. Now, merely 7 or 8 hours have elapsed since the program's commencement. Such a terrifying rate of growth has naturally attracted the attention of neighboring countries. The first to extend an invitation was the nation of Cherry Blossoms, situated nearby. At this moment, in the broadcast studio of the Pursuit of the Criminal live program, Chen, my friend, how have you been lately? The National Treasure Director of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Nani Wu, offered a slight bow towards Chen Qiming. Beside him was a young man, whom Chen Qiming recognized as the rising star detective novelist from the Cherry Blossom Nation, Lanshan Gangchong. He was also an auxiliary member of the Kintian Detective Agency. His presence here likely indicated he was on a mission for the agency. No need for excessive formalities, Mr. Nani, Chen Qiming said politely, subsequently inviting the two to take a seat. As Nani Wu settled down, his gaze was immediately captivated by the live broadcast of Su Chen's program on the large screen. Watching the stream, he nodded slightly and remarked, Mr. Chen, I hold great admiration for your innovative capabilities in presenting a time-honored examination in such a novel format as a live variety show. From what I understand, the divine judgment examination of your nation can be traced back 2,000 years, emerging simultaneously with the first batch of unresolved cases. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiming also nodded slightly, acknowledging that Nani Wu was always thoroughly prepared, and it appeared he had done his homework this time. Nani Wu continued, moreover, this innovative endeavor has yielded unprecedented results. And Mr. Chen, you must feel a sense of pride in this achievement. Pride is indeed pride, but it has caused my blood pressure to rise somewhat. Chen Qiming silently cursed under his breath before directly posing the question, so, gentlemen, what brings you here this time? No sooner had he spoken than the two visitors from the land of cherry blossoms, an elder and a youth, exchanged glances and broke into laughter. We have come here to investigate, hoping to discuss with the Dragon Nation the possibility of introducing this variety show. Surely, Mr. Chen has heard of it. They continued. Of course, we must also consider whether this program is suitable, as the populace of the Cherry Blossom Nation has become quite accustomed to detective-themed content. The young man, named Lanshan Gangchong, seemed to be somewhat arrogant, perhaps due to his early rise to fame. This is also related to the fact that the Cherry Blossom Nation has a long-standing tradition of detective literature, with several renowned detective novelists emerging, including one who is nearly as famous as the author of Sherlock Holmes. In contrast, the Dragon Nation is slightly behind, striving to catch up, with a few notable figures like Qin Ming making their mark. Lanshan Gangchong further elaborated, Mr. Chen, while I may not be at the pinnacle of detective fiction, I am indeed a professional in the field. I can confidently say that I have gathered substantial knowledge about the various methods employed in criminal cases around the world. I must also emphasize that if the cases presented in this variety show are overly cliché, they may not appeal to the taste of the Cherry Blossom Nation's audience. Despite Nani Wu's repeated attempts to signal him to refrain from interrupting, Lanshan Gangchong continued unabated, expressing his thoughts in full. The meaning is quite clear. He harbors doubts regarding the content of this live variety show. The Kintian Detective Agency, even its auxiliary agents are so headstrong, truly a handful to deal with. Director Chen Qiming wears a beaming smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, a staff member promptly presents a computer, placing it before the two individuals from the land of cherry blossoms. This is the quick edit of tonight's show. You may review the content, Chen Qiming stated leisurely. Chapter 26, Clues of Su Chen. The expert team responds swiftly. Upon witnessing Chen Qiming's remarks, Nani Wu and Lanshan Gangchong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in unison from ease to confusion, then to gravity, ultimately becoming somewhat dazed. At that moment, Chen Qiming found himself unexpectedly grateful for the young man named Su Chen. 20 minutes later, the video concluded, leaving the two guests from the land of cherry blossoms reclined in their chairs, enveloped in silence. Could this truly be the actions of a normal person? Indeed, reality proves far more surreal than fiction. Lanshan Gangchong stepped forward, offering a slight bow to Chen Qiming. I must admit, my earlier assumptions were hasty. My perspective was limited, akin to red bean paste in its intimate yet obscure nature. Simultaneously, the live stream transitioned to the office of the expert team. Truly worthy opponents. Duan Yu remarked, his eyes shadowed by fatigue as his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, gazing at the dizzying array of screens before him. A slight twitch graced his lips. Despite the moderate temperature, his back was already drenched. Meanwhile, the opposing defensive wall showed no signs of yielding. Qin Ming, positioned behind him, pondered his words carefully before inquiring, Officer Duan, how is our progress on this matter? Duan Yu had not responded at all. The opponent's defenses were continuously patched, and it seemed that the skilled hacker was engaged in a battle of wits with me at his computer. I felt I had succeeded in holding him off. You must seize the opportunity to deal with the other members of the criminal gang, Qin Ming and Bai Su. It seemed that Officer Duan was becoming a bit overwhelmed. Is it possible, as I have heard, that some programs can self-check and automatically rectify vulnerabilities? Bai Su attempted to subtly persuade Duan Yu. However, Duan Yu completely failed to grasp the essence of her words. He paused for half a second, contemplating. Such situations do indeed exist, but no one in the world could devise a program capable of maintaining self-checks under my level of intense assault. After a moment, he revised his statement. No. There is one person who could achieve that, but he has been incarcerated in a prison in the United States for several years. It seemed that Officer Duan was once again reminded of his old rival, Bai Su mused internally. That defeat from a decade ago appeared to have left a significant psychological scar on Duan Yu. Meanwhile, the oblivious officer was completely unaware that he had been metaphorically blindsided. Officer Duan, perhaps you should take a break. I feel sorry just watching you. It turns out that the program casually written by Su Chen is so formidable. I truly underestimated him. It is quite perplexing why he possesses such an extraordinary array of abilities, any one of which would be considered top tier, wouldn't it? Returning to the matter at hand, had not Officer Duan's subordinates previously pursued the mobile signal of the kidnapped girl? It remains uncertain whether they have yielded any results. Indeed, your mention has jogged my memory. Just moments ago, Officer Duan granted authorization to the other two cyber police, enabling them to employ the advanced technological resources of the police force. One cannot underestimate the convenience brought by cyber police. The ability to precisely locate a mobile phone signal, down to the meter, is one of their technological marvels. This method is rarely employed, reserved for only the gravest of cases. Not long after this remark was made, the door to the expert team's office swung open, and two cyber police officers under Duan Yu's command entered with haste. We have pinpointed the location, exclaimed one youthful officer, in his 20s, clutching a document filled with data, his voice brimming with excitement. After such a prolonged search, they had finally acquired a definitive lead on the perpetrator. Currently, the mobile signal of the young girl is emanating from 251 Nanning Road within our district, where an abandoned structure stands. It is highly probable that the kidnapped girl has been relocated there by her captor. Upon hearing this revelation, the audience was immediately taken aback. Wait, isn't that the very place where Su Chen is? Just moments ago, during the livestream transition, Su Chen was en route from home to that abandoned building. Does this not mean that the expert team is on the verge of uncovering him? It is highly probable that the actions of the expert team were too swift. Su Chen, being alone, is undoubtedly stretched thin. Alas, given the expert team's response time, they could reach the location within 5 minutes, and this time, Su Chen is in grave peril. Can we not switch the livestream camera? What on earth is Su Chen doing right now? Oh no, Su Chen, run. Your position has been compromised. Meanwhile, in the expert team's laboratory, the news invigorated everyone. Finally, they had seized the opportunity. We must mobilize immediately. The faster, the better. Forensic expert Qin Ming excitedly instructed Bai Su, gather all available police forces and encircle that unfinished building. Bai Su promptly nodded in agreement. Before long, the entire reserve police force of the expert team was summoned to the office. Although it was already 11 o'clock at night, these officers remained spirited. Working late on cases had become second nature to them. However, even with the prospect of solving the case within reach, the expert team opted for a dual-layered approach. Employing meticulous precautions, Duan Yu continued to labor in the office, striving to breach the information wall in an attempt to locate the perpetrator's computer. Meanwhile, experts Qin Ming and Bai Su each led their respective teams of officers, hastily driving toward the unfinished building where the mobile signal was detected. One cannot help but marvel at the police's advanced technology, which profoundly illustrates what modern criminal investigation entails. After witnessing it, one is utterly dissuaded from any thoughts of criminality. The advantage of time that Su Chen had painstakingly accumulated over a prolonged period has been swiftly neutralized by the signal locator. This program is genuinely exhilarating. One can never predict how the tides of fortune will shift, as those who hold the upper hand may suddenly find themselves at a disadvantage. Su Chen, act quickly. Don't let yourself be captured so soon. Indeed, if you get caught, what will we watch? During this exchange of comments among viewers, 4 police cars discreetly arrived at the site of the unfinished building, their lights extinguished to maintain secrecy. Everything was unfolding silently, as they aimed to catch the perpetrator off guard. Have we pinpointed the floor location? Forensic expert Qin Ming trailed behind several seasoned detectives, a toolbox in hand. A burly man turned and whispered, "It's on the 6th floor of this building." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming engaged in a hushed discussion with Bai Su. "This building has 2 staircases. Let us split up and block off his escape." "All right, I'll head to the other side." Bai Su nodded and took half of the officers with her. The 2 teams moved with clarity of purpose, rapidly advancing upstairs. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th floor. The audience in the live stream watched with bated breath, their hearts racing. "Oh my goodness, I can hardly bear to watch." But if you don't watch, won't you regret it? This is the peak moment of the chase. In the dead of night, such an occurrence truly disrupts one's slumber. My palms are now slick with sweat. What on earth should Su Chen do? Meanwhile, Duan Yu and Bai Su have already ascended the staircase leading to the 6th floor. They exchanged a few words over the intercom before rushing onto the platform of the dilapidated building's 6th floor. "Don't move, you," Qin Ming bellowed. Yet before he could complete his sentence, he was struck dumb. There was not a single shadow above. Only a solitary mobile phone lay abandoned on the ground, casting a faint, cold glow in the darkness. Illuminated by the phone's light was a large, ominous black plastic bag, from which a portion of raw meat protruded. Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness in an instant. Chapter 27. The Corpse Fragment. Su Chen ranks among the top 10 on the bounty list. As a law enforcement officer, this was the last scenario that Qin Ming wished to encounter. Yet, it had transpired. The emergence of this bag signified that the case had escalated from a mere kidnapping to a homicide case, a gruesome murder involving dismemberment. Qin Ming felt a sudden heaviness in his chest as the array of officers stood in somber silence. Meanwhile, on the opposite staircase, Bai Su rushed up with her team. Upon witnessing the taciturn Qin Ming and the officers, she hesitated for a moment, her gaze shifting to the discarded garbage bag lying not far away. In an instant, she comprehended the gravity of the situation, her shock causing her to cover her mouth. The online commentators were equally taken aback. "Su Chen is not here. He has fled. This individual is terrifying. I thought he was done for just moments ago." I must confess, Su Chen's audacity genuinely startled me. Should I admire him? Or feel a tinge of discomfort? Goodness, it's rather chilling. This dilapidated building, coupled with the dead of night and the abandoned corpse fragments. It's undeniably a scene from a horror film. This is merely part of the program. One can only imagine the similar scenarios that Qin Ming and his fellow detectives have encountered in reality. Let us not even discuss it. My scalp is crawling. The work of a criminal investigator truly tests one's psychological resilience. Damn it, Su Chen, thank you. I want to be able to sleep tonight. Officer Qin's expression was somewhat solemn. As a forensic expert, he must have witnessed countless horrific scenes. Was he now haunted by memories? In the derelict building, 6 stories high, the evening wind howled through the concrete pillars, causing Qin Ming's collar to flutter with a sense of desolation. Previously, during a program, he had expressed a desire for the perpetrator to commit a more significant crime, one that would allow him to feel a sense of involvement. However, in this moment, he realized that whether in reality or in the virtual realm, he was unwilling to witness such a scene. All serious criminal investigators hope for their work to become obsolete. "Dr. Qin, it's time for the autopsy," Bai Su remarked, approaching him with a tone of sympathy. Qin Ming nodded silently, exhaling deeply, and instructed the experienced officers beside him. "Secure the scene." The previously silent team sprang into action at his command, like soldiers wound up and ready for duty. They photographed, collected evidence, sealed the scene, and arranged the remains meticulously. Though aware that he was dealing with remains, every action was executed with unwavering adherence to criminal investigation protocols. It felt as though a genuine tragedy unfolded before them. This was the most fitting response to Su Chen's actions. The weight of the remains was insufficient. The perpetrator had discarded the body in more than one location. Wearing white gloves, Qin Ming meticulously numbered the remains laid out on the tray before him. "Here, aside from myself and Bai Su, it suffices to retain merely 3 individuals. The remaining personnel are kindly requested to report immediately and initiate a search of the surrounding areas. It is imperative to gather all the dismembered remains in the shortest possible time." "Understood, Officer Qin." Bai Su nodded at Qin Ming, then proceeded to allocate tasks to the police forces behind her, including the backup officers from the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau. There are a total of 109 personnel. They delineated all potential areas outward from the initial discovery site of the corpse, the unfinished building, as the epicenter. Each designated area is assigned corresponding police forces to conduct a thorough search. All district police forces are mobilized. Investigate the dismemberment case. This marks an unprecedented large-scale investigation in Jinling City within the past 2 decades. In the office of the director of the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau, Director Guo gazed intently at the report sent by the frontline criminal investigation personnel during the late hours of the night. The cigarette he held was nearly burnt down to his fingers. He appeared somewhat lost in thought, as if pondering, or perhaps conversing with himself. Mr. Luo Ming, when was the last time our city of Jinling was enveloped in such turmoil? The slender man seated opposite him, Luo Ming, understood the implication behind Director Guo's words. The last time was indeed 20 years ago, the day the shocking Longhua case transpired, a scandal that reverberated both domestically and internationally. The entirety of Jinling City was shrouded in a pall of gloom, and many individuals were even fearful of stepping outside their homes, lest they encounter misfortune. Following the incident, not only experts from Jinling City, but also specialists from across the nation and even international figures dedicated themselves to the investigation. However, 2 decades have passed without any significant progress. Su Chen's actions were certainly not without intent. Luo Ming sighed and inquired, "What does Director Guo believe he wishes to convey?" A fleeting expression of sorrow crossed Director Guo's face, as if the scenes from 20 years ago resurfaced before him. At that time, he was merely a low-ranking officer in the police force, a witness to the despair of the victim's family, the impotence of law enforcement, and the brutality of the perpetrator. The previous director had resigned in disgrace, tears streaming down his face. Now, 20 years later, as the statute of limitations on the case approached its end, and society prepared to bury this dark memory, Su Chen employed his own methods to rekindle the memories of this case in everyone's minds. He sought to compel us to pay attention and not forget. Collecting his thoughts, Director Guo spoke slowly, his gaze rising to the slogans emblazoned on every wall of the precinct. Serve the public with integrity, enforce the law for the people. Gradually, his demeanor hardened with resolve. Place Su Chen, as the mysterious assailant, at the 10th position on the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list. Director Guo instructed his assistant beside him. 10th position. The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief and shock. Su Chen was merely a fictional criminal, and this pursuit of the perpetrator was nothing more than a variety show. Even if he were apprehended, it would merely signify the conclusion of the program, with no repercussions to follow. Why then does the director place such significant emphasis on this virtual transgressor? Are you suggesting we elevate him to the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list? The assistant's voice wavered with uncertainty. Su Chen, in employing such a method, not only alerts us, but also poses a challenge. Director Guo rose from his seat, moving towards the window to gaze into the night. 20 years ago, we failed to achieve this. 20 years hence, let us engage in battle once more. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Justice and fairness are commitments to the people. This time, the armed forces are summoned, donning their armor. A promise as steadfast as a mountain draws taut the bowstring. Chapter 28. The unveiling of supreme deductive reasoning. The true culprit from 20 years ago. The appeal from Director Guo swiftly garnered approval from higher authorities. It appeared that senior officials were covertly observing the live pursuit of the murderer. That very evening, major state media outlets rushed to craft captivating headlines, flooding the internet with an abundance of videos and articles that swiftly ascended to trending status, virtually dominating the hot search lists. Detective Daily, the enigmatic assailant, ranks among the top 10 bounties in the Dragon Kingdom. A live broadcast, a grand gamble. Variety Review. He may be the first individual to publicly reveal his identity as one of the Dragon Kingdom's top 10 wanted. Global Weekly. In a single night, 3 heinous crimes were committed. This person is far more terrifying than one could imagine. Sheep Vision. We asked you to find someone to portray the murderer, not to genuinely seek out a criminal mastermind. Penguin News. Amidst this deluge of coverage, the name Su Chen became synonymous with notoriety throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The live viewership for the pursuit surpassed 50 million. Su Chen, you are truly remarkable. This is the first time I have witnessed someone turn a variety show into a place on the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list. However, ascending to this list indicates that he is now a focal point of scrutiny for national law enforcement. His information will likely be recorded in official files. This is a declaration of war, signaling that the police are now taking this matter seriously. No, they are doubling their efforts. Perhaps everyone previously perceived this variety show as mere entertainment, but Su Chen has demonstrated through his actions that if one wishes to engage with him, they must bring forth their utmost commitment and prowess. This is my first time watching a live stream. I have long admired it, and have come specifically to learn the techniques. Is that a real Yao Yaoling? Quickly check that individual above. I suspect they might be an actual wanted criminal. However, the audience captivated by Su Chen's live stream extends far beyond the borders of Longhua. At the headquarters of the Kintian Detective Agency in Sakura Country, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair sits in a cluttered office, cradling a steaming cup of coffee. He is Hiroichi Kintian, the head of the detective agency. Seated before him are 3 individuals. The first is a somewhat dull-witted young man clad in a checkered shirt, his expression distant, seemingly lost in thought. The second is an elderly gentleman with graying hair, meticulously styled in an ancient coiffure, his demeanor impeccably composed. The third is a girl who appears to be merely 15 or 16, resting her chin in her hand. Boredom etched across her face as she watches the recorded live stream of Su Chen that President Qin Tian has presented to them. Should the faces of these three individuals grace the streets, they would undoubtedly draw throngs of onlookers and gasps of astonishment. For they are the most renowned detectives in Sakura country. I have already communicated with the relevant authorities in Sakura country, requesting their assistance in contacting the production team in Longhua. Furthermore, the two directors and the novelist sent over will advocate on our behalf within 3 days. We should secure at least one opportunity. President Hiroichi Kintian remarked, "You are the elite of this detective agency. I firmly believe that if you can apprehend Su Chen, it will undoubtedly elevate our agency's prestige to unprecedented heights. The detective agency in Formos beyond the parrot country is not a problem. Is there anyone willing to undertake this task in the Dragon Kingdom?" Kintan Hiroichi inquired, casting a glance over the assembled crowd. However, the taciturn man in a shirt merely shook his head upon hearing this. "President, I am currently engrossed in investigating the recent spate of serial murders in the Cherry Blossom country. This case is ongoing, with 3 fatalities already, and I cannot afford to divert my attention to the Dragon Kingdom." Kintan Hiroichi nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a shadow loomed over the Cherry Blossom country, as the number of victims in this serial murder case continued to rise, casting a pall over the entire nation. The shirt man's reasoning was indeed quite sound. Following his statement, an elderly gentleman chuckled heartily. "Ha ha ha, a virtual game is hardly worth the trouble for this old body of mine. I would rather spend my twilight years peacefully in the Cherry Blossom country." As he spoke, his tone shifted abruptly, and a gleam of sharp insight sparkled in his eyes. "However, if that young rascal, Su Chen, possesses any real prowess and manages to escape to the Cherry Blossom country, I would not mind crossing paths with him." Hearing the elder's words, Kintan Hiroichi could only nod in reluctant agreement. This venerable gentleman was the most esteemed treasure of the Cherry Blossom country, a master detective whose reputation had significantly elevated that of the Kintan Detective Agency. Though he possessed a rather cantankerous disposition, his prowess and stature rendered him beyond reproach. With that, the elder and the man concluded their discourse. When it was the young girl's turn, Hiroichi Kaneda displayed a modicum of wisdom this time. Without waiting for her to speak, he directly stated, "Aki Yusuji, this is an extraordinary opportunity. Su Chen is the only modern individual to have ascended to the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom's bounty list in the past 2 decades. And as a prodigious and talented newcomer in the detective realm, you are in dire need of a chance to prove your capabilities." Upon hearing this, the man and the elder beside the girl nodded in agreement. Go apprehend that Su Chen. Capturing a virtual fugitive should not pose much difficulty. Upon hearing those words, a look of disdain crossed Aki Yusuji's face as she pouted, "Fine. I understand. It's truly vexing. Why engage in such a tedious game? Isn't capturing someone supposed to be easy?" However, in the land of cherry blossoms, the words of elders carry considerable weight, and unfortunately, those present were all her seniors and elders. Thus, she had no choice but to acquiesce wholeheartedly. Little did she know, these adults were rather childish, playing detective games at their age. Aki Yusuji lamented, "Children are indeed difficult to manage." Hiroichi Kaneda shrugged. His detective agency was filled with numerous prodigies, which was certainly beneficial, yet challenging to oversee. "Very well, it is settled then. I will arrange for a flight in the near future." He clapped his hands, bringing the meeting to a close. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who was currently disposing of bodies across Jinling City, sensed a primal roar echoing within his mind. This time, he was not frightened, and I have grown accustomed to it. Subsequently, Su Chen settled his consciousness and delved deep into the recesses of his mind. Amidst a veil of chaos, the outlines of a chamber adorned with a star map gradually became discernible. Su Chen immediately noticed the shimmering relief of the sun upon the celestial chart. This signified that it was now capable of being illuminated. With a gentle touch of his fingertip, Su Chen felt a surge of formidable energy coursing into his brain, followed by the natural emergence of text upon the sun's relief. The iron-faced deity's art of judgment. From a tender age, he possessed divine abilities, endowed with the capacity to discern right from wrong. At the tender age of 4, he adjudicated cases. Another passage of introduction unfolded. Su Chen mused that this spoke of the iron-faced deity's early aptitude for judgment, his father being a magistrate. On one occasion, while his father pronounced a verdict condemning A and acquitting B, the young iron-faced deity burst into the courtroom to play, suddenly pointing at the acquitted B and wailing loudly. His father, taken aback, subsequently reopened the case, discovering that B was, in fact, an accomplice of A. From that moment, the iron-faced deity's extraordinary judgment became renowned far and wide. This fellow is quite remarkable. No wonder he could apprehend such a plethora of bizarre criminals. Su Chen quipped. At this moment, he felt that his logical reasoning abilities had transformed dramatically within the convoluted records of the 20-year-old dismemberment case. The once intricate details seemed to coalesce into clarity, pointing towards some concealed secret. In the bustling streets of Jinling City, pedestrians thronged, and vehicles flowed like a ceaseless river. Su Chen closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the intricate details of the unresolved case within the confines of his mind. Gradually, the flickering lights before him faded, the cacophony of horns on the road subsided, and the footsteps of passers-by quietly vanished. It seemed as though raindrops began to fall from the sky. Slowly, Su Chen reopened his eyes, and the scene before him transformed instantaneously. It was no longer the modern streets, but rather the alleys of Jinling from 2 decades ago, the very night of the tragic incident. The rain fell in torrents. He understood that it was his formidable deductive reasoning ability that allowed him to vividly recreate the crime scene from that fateful night. Immersed in his vivid imagination of the case, he stepped forward, and ahead lay the old teaching building of Jinling University. It felt as if he had transcended time. Returning to 20 years ago, here, he would witness the true culprit. Chapter 29. The mysterious poker, clue of the murderer? In the rain-soaked night, a man cloaked in a black raincoat emerged from a deep alley. His entire visage was concealed beneath the brim of his hood, rendering his features indiscernible. Upon exiting the narrow passage, the raincoat-clad figure paused momentarily before resolutely advancing towards Jinling University, shrouded in the nocturnal shadows. The murderer. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the man, quickening his pace to walk alongside him, akin to a bloodhound on the hunt. You intend to kill a young woman tonight, do you not? Su Chen inquired, turning his head to address the figure. Yet, his words fell upon deaf ears. For this tableau was merely a product of Su Chen's imagination, intricately woven through deduction. He understood that the reason for his inability to discern the man's face stemmed from his incomplete chain of clues. With a gentle motion of his fingertips in the air, Su Chen accelerated the flow of time within the scene of the crime. Following, entering, killing. Disposing of the body, the movements of the raincoat-clad man were so swift they seemed to be extracted from frames of a film. Stop, Su Chen commanded softly, and the man's actions instantaneously decelerated. Allow me to see where you have concealed the young woman's corpse, Su Chen addressed the raincoat man, who was laboriously digging into the earth. To unveil the man's face and ascertain the true identity of the perpetrator, at least 3 elements were required. The first being the complete body of the victim. Although the police had gathered thousands of body parts 2 decades prior, the assembled remains were far from whole. It has been 2 decades since 2 crucial parts went missing, and they have yet to be found. Some assert that the lack of clues accounts for this failure, while others, including experts, have posited a theory suggesting that the clues are indeed plentiful. They merely lie hidden within a vast sea of documents, overlooked by all. No one possesses the capacity to weave these tangled threads of evidence together. At this moment, however, before Su Chen, based on the records and his own formidable powers of deduction, the entire sequence of events surrounding the concealment of the body has been laid bare. Su Chen realizes that the theory is, in fact, correct. So this is how it is, how deeply you have buried her. Witnessing the perpetrator discard the last bag of remains, Su Chen's gaze, sharp as a blade, fixates coldly upon him. It is at this juncture that the entire scene comes to a standstill. Then, as his imagination shatters, Su Chen opens his eyes, and the bustling streets of Jinling return to view, filled with the clamor of passers-by. He exhales slowly. The current evidence and material can only be traced back to that point in time. To delve deeper, he must unearth the 2 missing bags of remains to augment the evidence. He ponders. Yet, these remains have been buried for over 20 years. Exposure to air would undoubtedly lead to oxidation, erasing the original information. Given his present circumstances, without an anaerobic storage facility, he cannot retrieve the remains while preserving the integrity of the evidence. How then shall we gather evidence? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Chen suddenly found clarity within himself. Indeed, he could enlist the expertise of the specialized team. They possessed the necessary resources to preserve and analyze the remains. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. He turned and entered the nearby convenience store, purchasing a deck of playing cards. In the dead of night, the city of Jinling was destined to have its share of restless souls. 109 frontline criminal investigators, armed with flashlights, conducted a meticulous search throughout the urban expanse of Jinling, using abandoned buildings as their radius. Their objective was to locate the scattered remnants of pork that Su Chen had discarded across the city. In response to the urgency of this mysterious case, the investigators moved with remarkable speed, a reflection of Su Chen's inadequate disposal skills. Within a mere 2 hours, in the office of the expert team, bags containing the pork remains were laid out upon the table, each piece meticulously catalogued. Details such as the location and time of discovery, along with the weight of the discarded flesh, were all recorded with precision. Forensic expert Chen Ming donned latex gloves and glanced at Duanyu, who was diligently engrossed in coding nearby. He shrugged, then furrowed his brow as he examined the documentation of the remains. Gui Yutong, the daughter of Director Gua. Her weight at the time of death was 60 kilograms, correct? Chen Ming inquired of Bai Su, who nodded in affirmation. That is incorrect. The weight is not right. The combined weight of these dismembered pork carcasses falls short, lighter than the deceased's weight by 5 kilograms. 5 kilograms. Chen Ming set down the data he had gathered, and suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. He urgently called out to his assistant beside him. Quick, pull up that case file. The unsolved case from 20 years ago. Understood, Officer Chen. The assistant, startled by his anxious demeanor, promptly activated the tablet in hand, accessing the electronic case file with expert permissions. In no time, the case file regarding the dismemberment incident at Jinling University was completely retrieved. If memory serves, the criminal investigation team in Jinling City at that time also failed to recover a portion of the body parts, correct? Chen Ming's eyes were fixed intently on the information displayed on the tablet, his gaze nearly piercing through it. Yes, Mr. Chen. Let us find that portion of the data. Upon hearing this, the assistant's fingers flew across the screen, sifting through the vast sea of case reports in search of information pertaining to the collection of body parts. Suddenly, his fingers hesitated, his eyes widened in shock, and his breath quickened, his voice laden with disbelief. How is this possible? Give it to me. Chen Ming snatched the tablet from him, and as he comprehended the contents on the screen, his pupils constricted sharply. The final archival report of this case reveals that a total of 1,129 body fragments have been collected, with an estimated total weight of 55 kilograms. This is a mere 5 kilograms less than the victim's weight during their lifetime. The news struck Chen Ming's mind like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. How could it be so precise? Why is this perpetrator able to simulate the case with such accuracy, down to the exact weight of the missing body parts? It is as if the killer is committing the crime anew. The viewers in the live stream, upon receiving this information, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. That was a bit terrifying from Su Chen, isn't it? How are we supposed to sleep now? I thought Su Chen's earlier comment about buying lighter was just a joke, but it turns out he did it deliberately, just to align with the actual unsolved case. Did you all notice? Even the victim's weight is identical. I genuinely believe Su Chen is the killer from 20 years ago. However, that's impossible. Su Chen was only 2 years old 20 years ago. Where could he have committed any crime? Nonetheless, it remains terrifying. Meanwhile, in the expert group's laboratory, Chen Ming took a while to regain his composure from the shock. He set aside his tablet, picked up a scalpel, and with a focused expression, declared, "All right, let us commence the dissection of the body fragments." The blade sliced through the muscle. Although Chen Ming felt a tremor within, his hand remained steady, wielding the scalpel with the grace of flowing water. This exemplified the pinnacle of a forensic expert's proficiency. The assistants and frontline investigators, observing Chen Ming's meticulous procedure, held their breath in awe. At that moment, it felt as though they had truly immersed themselves in a homicide case, dissecting the victim's remains. Just then, as he reached the second piece of pork, Chen Ming's knife suddenly hesitated, as if it had encountered an unusual object. What could it be? With a firm grip, he discovered that the object had been crumpled and wedged into the hollow bone of the corpse fragment. Carefully, he extracted it with tweezers. His expression momentarily froze. It was a rolled-up playing card. Could it be that the murderer had deliberately left us a clue? The crowd stood in astonishment. Chapter 30. The Decryption of Chen Ming. The Mysterious Master of Deduction. Chapter 30. By heavens! By heavens! By heavens! I find myself at a loss for words. This case is utterly captivating. What an astonishing reversal. Just how many hidden cards has Su Chen concealed from us? What could be his motive? Is there a connection to the murder case from 20 years ago? My mind is racing, eagerly anticipating the conclusions drawn by the esteemed Chen Ming. Within the confines of the expert team's studio, forensic specialist Chen Ming swiftly laid out the playing card, revealing it to be the 5 of spades. A frown creased his brow. The playing cards were the kind readily available at convenience stores, seemingly ordinary. Yet, the secret might lie within its suit. However, a solitary suit alone could not yield significant insights. There must be more clues to uncover. In less than a second, the pathways in his mind began to crystallize. Then, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, Chen Ming seized a scalpel and deftly sliced open the remaining fragments of the corpse on the table. Indeed, his expression shifted dramatically. Within those dismembered remains, he discovered an additional 10 playing cards. Their suits were as follows: Ace of Clubs, 3 of Hearts, King of Hearts, and 2 of Spades. These cards were not scattered among each bag containing the remains. Rather, they were concentrated within 4 of the bags. Each bag contained 4 pieces of the dismembered body, each hiding a playing card. The 11 playing cards lay spread out upon the table, and expert Qin Ming, along with the surrounding criminal investigation personnel, gazed at them with expressions of perplexity. What could this signify? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were engaged in a fervent debate. Could this possibly be Su Chen's next target? Perhaps he is using the playing cards to subtly allude to someone. If you think that way, you might just be falling into Su Chen's trap. In my opinion, it's quite simple. This is merely a diversion. Let us not forget the nature of this variety show. Su Chen could very well employ such tactics to distract the police while he makes his escape. If that is the case, then it seems rather dull. Whether it is entertaining or not is irrelevant. As long as it buys time for an escape, it is indeed a clever strategy. At this moment, a distinctive VIP comment suddenly appeared in the live stream's comment section. The content consisted solely of a string of numbers and a location. 000. Next to Jinling Bridge, 1M. The viewers gazed at this cryptic message, eager to respond, yet hesitant to do so. This was because the user with the nickname Luo Ji bore a prominent certification on his account, membership in the Shanghai Association. This indicated that he hailed from the most prestigious investigative organization in the Dragon Country, whose members possess an average IQ of 141. No ordinary individual would dare to seek amusement at the expense of such a genius. In an instant, the comments were filled solely with hushed whispers. What does this mean? Can anyone provide a grand explanation? Luo Ji, could you please articulate your thoughts more clearly, rather than speaking in riddles? However, despite countless messages being sent, there was no response from the other party, as if they were offline. The crowd was left with no choice but to suppress their curiosity and quietly observe Qin Ming's research. In the live stream, Qin Ming had already removed his gloves, delegating the remaining tasks of the autopsy to his assistant. He himself was intently jotting down notes and sketches on paper, surrounded by the dismembered remains and the scattered playing cards. Qin Ming was not merely a forensic expert. He also held the esteemed title of a best-selling author of detective novels, a true master of deduction. As time passed silently for over 10 minutes, suddenly, Qin Ming abruptly looked up, his eyes gleaming with insight, as if he had made a significant discovery. Quick, provide me with a detailed map of Jinling City, focusing solely on the university district. He instructed Bai Su. Without wasting a moment, Bai Su retrieved a meticulously detailed map from the police station's supply, which was replete with information. Soon, she laid out the university district map on another table designated for the expert team. Forensic expert Qin Ming swiftly approached the map, extracting a marker from his pocket, and promptly circled a dozen locations on it. These are the sites where we discovered the dismembered remains, he stated. His ability to pinpoint these locations with such accuracy astounded many online viewers. Is this the professional quality cultivated through the long-term work of a forensic expert? The ability to clearly recall the precise location of every corpse? Such formidable memory prowess suggests that during his student days, this esteemed Qin Ming must have been one of those rare individuals who could achieve top marks without diligent study. Yet, what purpose does circling these locations serve? What connection do they have to playing cards? Nevertheless, forensic expert Qin Ming's hand remained unceasing as he continued to inscribe a series of 12 numbers onto the map. These numbers, grouped in threes, were distinctly marked at the 4 locations where the bags containing the playing cards were discovered. The combination of these numbers was undoubtedly deliberate. Qin Ming then put away his marker. Bai Su inquired, "Officer Qin, what do you believe this information signifies?" Adjusting his glasses, which reflected a glimmer of light, Qin Ming replied, "Coordinates. These are in a 3-dimensional coordinate system. The diamond suit numbers represent the z-axis, the heart suit numbers indicate the y-axis, while the spade suit numbers denote the x-axis. The reason we only discovered 3 suits of playing cards is that the 3-dimensional coordinate system comprises merely 3 coordinate points." Boom. At this revelation, it struck the audience like a thunderclap, resonating in their minds. Every investigative officer present was left astounded, their scalps tingling from this astonishing deduction. My goodness, how could such a thought emerge? The prowess of expert Qin Ming is indeed terrifying. My head feels itchy. It must be time for some intellectual growth. I cannot comprehend, yet I am profoundly shaken. Hearing the murmurs of the audience, Qin Ming from the expert group office continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, have you noticed a particular issue?" Behind him, the criminal investigation personnel exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Bai Su, arms crossed, gazed at the coordinates marked on the map. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly spoke up, "The problem lies in the absence of a reference point." "Exactly," Qin Ming exclaimed, snapping his fingers in excitement. He turned to the criminal investigation team and elaborated, The establishment of any coordinate system is predicated on the description of relative positions. Thus, it is imperative to select a landmark as the origin. Yet, within these coordinates, there is no origin. However, that is inconsequential, for we can entirely deduce the location of the origin using mathematical methods based on the coordinates provided by the perpetrator. As he spoke, Qin Ming retrieved a ruler from his toolbox and began measuring the coordinates depicted on the map. Subsequently, he employed a marker to sketch the coordinates. Before long, the segments extending from those points converged at a singular point on the map. Success! Qin Ming exclaimed, removing the ruler and pointing to the intersection of the lines. According to the information provided by the perpetrator, this location, 1 meter beneath the surface, is the reference point of the coordinates. As soon as these words were spoken, a crowd of people gathered around, eager to discover the truth. They beheld the location marked by Qin Ming's fingertip on the map, which was astonishingly situated just south of the Central Bridge in Jinling City, precisely at the edge of the first bridge pier. The crowd's pupils constricted slightly. What could possibly be hidden in that place? Chapter 31. Excavation, the location left by the culprit. Qin Ming gazed at the location, lost in contemplation. He then addressed the individuals behind him, instructing, "Prepare the police vehicles. We are to investigate that site." After a brief pause, he added, "Just in case, let's also dispatch the coroner's van." The imposing criminal investigator at Qin Ming's rear nodded slightly before swiftly descending the stairs. Qin Ming followed suit. What secrets lay hidden at the location divulged by the perpetrator? Bai Su furrowed her brow. Driven by curiosity, she accompanied Qin Ming and the others towards the police cars, eager to uncover the truth. Unbeknownst to them, at the very moment Qin Ming reached his conclusion, the online comments erupted in a frenzy. Wait a moment. Does anyone recall the message from that VIP commenter earlier? I remember, they posted 000, which signifies the origin point, right? Yes. And that location, Jinling Bridge, corresponds perfectly with the deduction made by expert Qin Ming. The next message indicated underground 1 meter. My heavens, how is this possible? It aligns flawlessly. Could it be that this individual named Luo Ji deciphered the information left by Su Chen the instant he saw the playing cards? He is even quicker than the esteemed Qin Ming. Ah, the world of high intelligence. Is it truly as terrifying as it seems? The member of the Hainan Association, who exactly is he? Might he have some interest in Su? Could it be that Su Chen is in a bit of danger? Yet, amidst such fervent discussions, the individual known as Luo Ji offered no response, appearing to have entirely forgotten the matter at hand. This only fueled further speculation among netizens regarding this enigmatic figure. Some suggested that the Hainan Association was preparing to declare war on Su Chen. If this were indeed true, it would mark the first detective organization in the world to confront Su Chen. Perhaps, with this precedent set, other renowned detective groups or individuals across the globe would join in the pursuit of Su Chen. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Hainan Association, in a quaint and classic office, Luo Ming sat upon a wooden chair, cradling a cup of tea, sipping leisurely as he exhaled softly. Opposite him sat a young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s. The young man's features bore a striking resemblance to Luo Ming's, albeit with a touch less of his elder's solemnity and maturity. Instead, he exuded an air of languor, as if he had long succumbed to a state of complacency. Luo Ji, the brother of the Hainan Association's president, a master of culinary opportunism and a university lecturer specializing in easy courses, lay back languidly in his chair. Luo Ming, suppressing the urge to kick his indolent brother, set down his teacup and, striving for a congenial demeanor, remarked, "Brother, it seems you have taken quite an interest in the recent live broadcasts of the chase for the murderer." On the leather sofa, Luo Ji set down his phone and stretched lazily. "It was merely an intriguing riddle I encountered. I pondered it for a moment, but it holds no particular significance. Don't even think about dragging me into this mess. I still have classes and am quite busy." Luo Ming's fists clenched. "Brother, if memory serves, your class meets just once a week, and there aren't many students enrolled." He spoke through gritted teeth, with such a brilliant mind. "Do you truly intend to continue drifting aimlessly through life? What about your aspirations?" At the mention of aspirations, a rare glimmer of light flickered in Luo Ji's otherwise vacant eyes. Sensing an opportunity, Luo Ming suppressed his urgency, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he awaited his brother's response. Luo Ji fell into contemplation. "My life's ambition is nothing less than to possess a grand house, marry a wife from the land of cherry blossoms, hire a chef from the dragon country, and employ a parrot from a distant land as a butler. I wish to savor fine wines with my wife and explore various countries together." Before he could finish, a cushion struck him in the face. Courtesy of Luo Ming. "How can I have such an unambitious brother?" Luo Ming exclaimed, exasperated. Rubbing his face, Luo Ji sat up, his expression one of wounded pride as he added, It seems I also need a formidable bodyguard like Officer Sure to prevent any ambushes. Luo Ming sighed, realizing his brother's level of lethargy was reaching alarming heights. This cannot continue. Perhaps I should send him to the factory to tighten a few screws. No, given his character, he might very well starve inside. After much contemplation, pursuing the culprit live-streamed appears to be the most optimal choice at present. If you manage to capture Su Chen, I shall reward you with 2 million, ample for you to traverse the globe and indulge in years of travel across various nations. My dear friend, you fail to grasp the essence of it all. Luo Ji waved his hand dismissively. It must be with a wife, roaming and enjoying life, that is true bliss. Go seek it yourself. Luo Ming felt a surge of frustration, tempted to strike him on the head. Yet the thought crossed his mind that this might be one of the most brilliant minds in the Dragon Kingdom, and he refrained from acting on his impulse. Realizing that persuasion was futile, he adopted a more forceful stance. You should visit the land of the cherry blossoms. Perhaps you will find a wife there. If you continue to languish in Shanghan, when will you ever fulfill your life's aspirations? You must go, with 2 million at stake, should you choose not to. You can no longer reside at the Shanghan headquarters. It was evident that his brother was serious this time. No amount of subterfuge would suffice. After a moment of reflection, Luo Ji unprincipledly conceded. Very well, I shall go, but I cannot guarantee I will capture Su Chen. Upon hearing his brother's response, Luo Ming sighed in relief, his blood pressure slightly lowering. He pondered for a moment and said, I will arrange for Sure to accompany you, with the two of you as a team. Capturing Su Chen will surely be a piece of cake. This time, the detectives from the Qintian agency in the land of the cherry blossoms will also be present. Thus, while it appears to be a participation in a variety show, it is, in essence, a contest between Shanghan and the Qintian agency. Double the insurance is imperative. Firstly, Su Chen does not appear to be an easy adversary. Moreover, it has come to light that the Qintian detective agency has dispatched their ace member, the renowned and exceptionally rare beauty detective, Akechi Akane. In Sakura country, such nicknames may be exaggerated, yet her capabilities are undoubtedly formidable. Presently, Su Chen ranks among the top 10 on the Dragon Nation's wanted list, should he fall into the hands of their Victory Cold Association. The resulting gains would transcend mere monetary value. Meanwhile, at the Jinling Bridge, a fleet of police cars arrived with a blaring siren. As soon as the vehicles came to a halt, Qin Ming and Bai Su simultaneously leaped from the car, hastily making their way toward the bridge's support pillars. Chapter 32. The shocking discovery of remains uncovered after 2 decades in the dead of night. On the Jinling Bridge, vehicles whizzed past. Qin Ming, Bai Su, and a few others, armed with flashlights, ventured into the void beneath the bridge. Below the structure, beside the first concrete pillar, the ground was overgrown with weeds. The beam of their flashlights swept through the darkness. Qin Ming unfurled a map marked with various annotations, meticulously cross-referencing it. This is the spot, he declared, nodding to the officers behind him, signaling them to commence their work. Instantly, several frontline forensic officers wielding shovels began to excavate the ground. Within a mere 5 minutes, they had dug down half a meter. Be cautious, do not damage any evidence, Qin Ming advised. Meanwhile, Bai Su watched intently as the team unearthed a large pit. As they delved to a depth of nearly 1 meter, the detectives discarded their shovels in favor of smaller evidence-gathering spoons. Suddenly, Bai Su's gaze sharpened. Something was emerging from the bottom of the pit. Officer Qin, there is something, she called out, upon glancing at the protruding fragment. Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly pulled the digging officers away. Hold on, do not proceed, this is skeletal remains. I estimate the time of death to be over 10 years. Qin Ming anxiously halted the forensic officers engaged in excavation, softly addressing one of them. These remains have lain buried for an extensive period, rendering them exceedingly fragile. Exposure to air will swiftly lead to oxidation, resulting in the loss of crucial information. Please, retrieve the oxygen-sealing vacuum box from the forensic vehicle. The officer nodded in acknowledgement and promptly exited the bridge's arch. Shortly thereafter, 4 individuals approached, carefully bearing a large, sophisticated glass container. This glass box employed cutting-edge sealing technology and was equipped with a vacuum generator, capable of preserving the evidence in the shortest possible time. Qin Ming then procured a slender soil sampler, determining the location and extent of the buried remains. He subsequently used a white marker to delineate a circle on the ground, indicating the area from which the soil would be entirely extracted. We will extract these remains within the vacuum box, he declared. At that moment, both Qin Ming and Bai Su sensed something amiss. They had previously speculated that the riddle left by Su Chen pertained to the location of the last piece of pork he had concealed. However, after a mere glance, Qin Ming deduced that these bones had been interred for at least a decade. The dense undergrowth above, devoid of any signs of disturbance, suggested that they could not possibly have been hastily buried by Su Chen. A troubling hypothesis began to emerge within their minds, one that both Qin Ming and Bai Su found difficult to accept. Soon, the remains were placed within the vacuum box, having been carefully extracted from the earth. "Officer Qin, are these pig bones?" A frontline investigator inquired, acknowledging that he was not a forensic expert and could not discern the intricacies within. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, upon the mere moment the bones were extracted, found himself frozen in disbelief, gazing at the evidence before him. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually shook his head with a rigidity in his movements. The bones were too slender and the curvature was incorrect. These were not pig bones. They were undoubtedly human bones, and more specifically, those of a female. The revelation struck the officers like a bolt from the blue, though they were all vigorous young detectives. The realization that what they had unearthed was not a prank by Su Chen, but rather the remains of a person from years past, sent a chill through them amidst the night's cold winds. Due to the nature of that case, the people of Jinling harbored an inexplicable aversion to such matters. "Let us not delay," Bai Su, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation, shouted to the stunned crowd. "Send this evidence to the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau headquarters at once. This piece of evidence is linked to a genuine dismemberment case." That very night, at the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau headquarters, all frontline detectives had gathered. Surrounding the sealed box was a circle of forensic experts, not only from Jinling but also from neighboring cities, who had hastily dispatched their own forensic teams upon hearing the news. They operated a myriad of instruments, diligently analyzing the newly discovered remains. Based on the degree of decomposition, the estimated time of death was approximately 20 years ago. The calcium content analysis of the skeletal remains indicates that the deceased was a female around the age of 20. The incisions on the bones are clean, consistent with the dismemberment tools used in the infamous case at Jinling University 2 decades prior. The discovered remains include a portion of the left arm, correlating precisely with the missing fragments from that unresolved case. The reconstruction of the skeletal muscle suggests that the approximate living weight of these remains was around 5 kilograms. In the expert team's office, forensic specialist Qin Ming and Director Gua of the police department sat slumped in their chairs, their jaws nearly capable of accommodating an egg. It matched perfectly, every characteristic aligned. All evidence indicated that the remains they had discovered were indeed the missing pieces from the Jinling University dismemberment case that had remained unsolved for 20 years. Astonishingly, the long-lost evidence resurfaced during a live-streamed investigative program. Suddenly, the door to the expert team's office swung open with a bang. Veteran Detective Cui Liwan entered, his hands trembling, eyes filled with a gleam of insight as he approached the remains. His gaze was fixated. Among all present, only Director Gua and he had directly experienced the unresolved case. Director Gua had just been transferred from another province and had not been directly involved, whereas Cui Liwan had actively participated in the investigation. They had endured the entire dreary, rain-soaked period as the entire city remained shrouded in the shadow of the case. The feeling of despair lingers, and each recollection sharpens the pain within my heart. The heavens bear witness. Cui Liwan's eyes reddened. Memories of the investigation flooded his mind, recalling every intricate detail. At that time, the renowned criminal investigation expert from the Bear Country, Sugov, who had been invited to assist, uttered a poignant remark as the case was deemed unsolvable and he prepared to leave defeated. If one truly encounters God after death, I would not inquire about the universe's ultimate fate. Instead, I would ask, who is the perpetrator of the dismemberment case at Jinling University? Issue a report, Director Gua commanded. Wiping his face with a damp towel, addressing his assistant beside him, the assistant cautiously inquired, how should we proceed? Naturally, we convey everything we have. Director Gua, rarely expressing anger, elevated his voice. State that the evidence in the Jinling University dismemberment case has been completed, and the police will resume the investigation in due course. Furthermore, the individual portraying the murderer in the upcoming live-stream pursuit of the culprit shall receive special recognition as a mysterious figure. This lead was provided by him. Understood. The assistant nodded hurriedly and exited the room. That evening, an urgent message reverberated across the entire network of the Dragon Country. Not only did it resonate within the Dragon Country, but it also sent ripples through the global community of those captivated by unsolved cases and criminal investigations. Chapter 33, A Fugitive Detective. The headline of the International Criminal Investigation Report reads, "The evidence of the corpse in the 20-year-old body fragment case of Jinling University has been completed." The police announced the reopening of the cold case in its final days. The informant of the last piece of evidence is none other than the simulated murderer. Who could this enigmatic figure be? The riddle posed by Su Chen reveals an unexpected answer that no one could have anticipated. Countless articles, videos, and announcements bearing these sensational headlines suddenly flooded the internet like a flurry of snowflakes. Beneath these titles, there were innumerable expressions of astonishment. I truly do not know what to say anymore. Su Chen. He is simply a prodigy. The greatest prodigy. I never dared to imagine that he would surprise us to such an extent. No, this is nothing short of a shock. Is he truly performing? As he played the role, how did it become reality? I initially believed I understood Su Chen well, yet now, his persona becomes increasingly elusive in my eyes. Su Chen, who exactly are you? The cold case from 20 years ago has been revived. What will be the outcome this time? Although the evidence of the corpse has been completed, other evidence remains insufficient. It is all too chaotic. The case was never resolved, and now, 20 years later, is there still a chance? If one disregards the variable that is Su Chen, it seems improbable that the case would be concluded in the dwindling days of the prosecution period. However, Su Chen remains an enigma. With his presence, everything may indeed take a different turn. An unprecedented influx of viewers has flooded into Su Chen's livestream. Among them are seasoned enthusiasts of deduction, even professionals in criminal investigation. Previously, these individuals regarded the pursuit of a murderer through live streaming as mere child's play, unworthy of their attention. Yet, following the recent turmoil, they now approach Su Chen with a reverence akin to that of pilgrims. Upon hearing the news of Su Chen's livestream, I initially assumed it was a hoax, only to discover the source was the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau. The Jinling University dismemberment case stands as one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the Dragon Kingdom. Unraveling such enigmas has long been the aspiration of all investigative aficionados and related personnel in the realm. To witness this mystery resolved in my lifetime would render my existence devoid of regret. To encounter the truth, one would gladly embrace death at sunset. Such a prodigious talent. Where had he been until now, and why had he never surfaced before? Had it not been for the true crime live streaming program, Su Chen might have remained obscured, a thought that evokes a sense of loss. I extend my gratitude to the production team for unearthing such a remarkable individual. I cannot fathom the caliber of deductive reasoning that allowed him to deduce the location of the dismembered remains. I remain utterly perplexed by the means through which he achieved this. Simultaneously, a bulletin has once again propelled the already heightened atmosphere to a new pinnacle. The Public Security Bureau of Jinling City has announced that the actor portraying the murderer in the recent live broadcast has been successfully apprehended, earning a reward of 30,000 yuan, along with a commemorative banner and a second-class merit for his investigative efforts. Furthermore, we intend to elevate this actor, under the guise of a mysterious figure, to the esteemed ranks of the Dragon Kingdom's detective list, placing him among the top 100. Congratulations to Su Chen. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. The cold case has made significant progress. In this world, numerous unsolved cases abound, and the field of criminal investigation thrives remarkably. Consequently, various rankings have emerged, such as the list of unsolved cases, the reward list, and the detective list of the Dragon Kingdom. Achieving a place on this esteemed list is the aspiration of all individuals involved in investigations within the Dragon Kingdom. It signifies that one has become one of the 100 finest detectives in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the criteria for ascending to the Dragon Kingdom detective list are exceptionally stringent. One must resolve a Class A unsolved case, or 3 Class B cases, or 10 Class C cases. Alternatively, one may qualify by making a decisive and significant contribution during the resolution of one of the top 10 unsolved cases in the Dragon Kingdom. While it may still be feasible to achieve a listing through the former criteria, accomplishing it via the latter is a monumental challenge, one that has not been seen in nearly 2 decades. Today, Su Chen has shattered this precedent, becoming the first individual to achieve a listing through this criterion. At merely 20 years of age, he has attained an accomplishment that many in the field of criminal investigation yearn for throughout their entire lives. The detective list, my goodness. Mr. Cui Liwan is listed among the 53 individuals on this prestigious ranking. Throughout his lifetime, he has been involved in the resolution of thousands of cases, including several significant ones. Su Chen has now ascended to share this honor with him. The roster of the most outstanding detectives in Longwa features only a little over 40 living individuals. The exact number remains uncertain, as the identities of the top 10 on the reward list are classified secrets within Longwa, inaccessible to us. This list has been in existence for quite some time. It seems to even include figures from over 2,000 years ago. The author of the ancient text Xiyuan Lu is also featured on this list. And the phrase "a slight deviation leads to a great error" has become a renowned quote, gracing the first page of modern criminal investigation textbooks. Such achievements invoke a sense of envy. Yet, this is beyond my wildest imagination. I hold no reservations about Su Chen's inclusion on the list. I believe there is still ample room for his advancement. Once the program concludes and he begins participating in case investigations, he may very well elevate his ranking. striving for a position among the top 10. Haha, it's not impossible for him to break into the top 10 of the Asian detective rankings. Why not aim bolder for the top 10 on the global detective list? Meanwhile, aboard a flight from Dongjing, Sakurakoku to Jinling, Longhua, the young detective Akiyoshi Akane swipes her finger across her tablet. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes are fixated on the report. A mysterious figure, listed among Longhua's top detectives. Is this the killer from the livestream pursuit? She suddenly sits up straight. Due to her participation in the program, Akiyama Akane has been subjected to an information filter imposed by the organizers, resulting in her receiving only limited news. Nevertheless, she understands the significance of the detective rankings. Although the development of criminal investigation in the Dragon Kingdom has been somewhat sluggish in modern times, leading to a scarcity of talent, it is undeniable that ancient Chinese forensic science was ahead of the world. In ancient times, the Dragon Kingdom boasted numerous renowned detectives, such as Di Renjia, whose fame rivaled that of Holmes from the Parrot Kingdom. 4 of the top 10 detectives in the world ranking were from ancient China, showcasing a profound legacy. It seems I must take this more seriously, Akiyama mused. For some reason, she felt that Su Chen would be a formidable rival in her pursuit of the Asian bounty list, despite the fact that he was currently a murderer, soon to become a fugitive. The Shanghan Detective Association. Luo Ji gazed at the information on his phone, a serious expression finally gracing his face. The World Detective Daily has published an article. This newspaper holds significant weight, almost serving as the Bible for detective practitioners. This time, the headline boldly proclaimed 5 words: the fugitive detective. Such a high evaluation is bound to attract the attention of renowned detective associations worldwide. Numerous distinguished detectives will undoubtedly focus on Su Chen. Luo Ji slowly sipped his tea and remarked to himself, well, I must admit, this situation seems rather intriguing. Chapter 34. Su Chen's objective, solving the case. Indeed, as Logic had anticipated, numerous renowned detective organizations from around the globe surfaced beneath this report from the Detective Daily. The Sujvav Detective Association from Bear Country, the foremost detective studio from Parrot Nation, and the Coco Investigation Research Society from the United States, among others, are all heavyweight organizations. However, since this matter is ultimately taking place in Dragon Country, these associations merely express their support and interest without indicating any further actions. Nevertheless, it is evident that Su Chen has captured their attention. Meanwhile, in Su Chen's rented apartment, he sat on the sofa, facing a row of individuals clad in black from the production team. Theoretically, I have disposed of the corpse. Su Chen glanced at the short-haired girl, Gui Yutong, who stood uncomfortably beside him, her face reflecting a sense of grievance as she looked at Su Chen. How could she have failed to consider why Su Chen was chopping pork in the first place? Initially, she thought he was devising some trick to deceive the police. Little did she know, the chopped pork had been repurposed by Su Chen as a substitute for a corpse. The viewers in the live stream could not help but chuckle at the bewildered expression of the young girl. How tragic, how tragic. The lead figure among the black-clad individuals tactfully ignored the girl's gaze and turned to Su Chen, stating, the simulation of the pursuit of the culprit in the live broadcast aims to achieve realism. Once you have disposed of the body, naturally, there will be none remaining by your side. The young lady has completed her role in the production, and her scenes can be concluded. Gui Yutong, who are you calling a corpse? What was Su Chen thinking, kidnapping himself? Normally, one would presume it was for personal gain. Yet how could he so readily eliminate her? The man in black continued to choose silence. We shall escort Miss Gua back to Director Gua, making every effort not to disrupt her university life. As for Mr. Su, you may proceed. We will not hinder you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded and waved goodbye to Gui Yutong. Seeing his indifferent gesture, Gui Yutong's ears flushed with anger. As she was led away by the staff, she turned back and exclaimed, Su Chen, after the live stream ends, I will definitely go find you at my father's. Su Chen froze for a moment, watching their retreating figures, and helplessly waved his hand. Although this was merely a simulation, it seemed he had inadvertently entangled himself in an unexpected dilemma regarding his future. However, he had no time to ponder this, for just then, a loud roar echoed in his mind. The room had undergone another transformation. After bidding farewell to the guests, Su Chen hurriedly returned to the sofa, closing his eyes. Soon, his thoughts delved deep into his consciousness. In a realm of chaos, as the darkness receded, Su Chen unexpectedly realized that he had not immediately been transported into the room. Instead, he stood outside that room. Before him loomed an expansive mansion reminiscent of a governmental residence, with its crimson eaves and ebony walls, a style of architecture he had never encountered before. Su Chen was not an expert in architecture. Lacking the requisite knowledge, he could not ascertain to which dynasty this edifice belonged. To his astonishment, the structure in his mind was so grand. It seemed that the small room he had recently accessed was merely a fragment of a much larger whole. Countless other rooms and secrets lay hidden within. Muttering to himself, Su Chen approached the grand entrance. Flanking the door were two stone sculptures, which appeared to be a different kind of creature rather than the typical stone lions found at ordinary households. As he drew closer for a better look, he could not help but gasp. The stone beast bore an uncanny resemblance to the formidable creature he had envisioned in his dreams, complete with a horn, a gaping maw, and a mane that seemed to flow, crafted with astonishing realism. What manner of beast is this? I must examine it closely and, upon returning to the real world, utilize my phone to search for information. Perhaps I will uncover something useful. Su Chen scrutinized the beast from every angle, ensuring he had committed its appearance to memory. The last time he encountered this creature in a dream, fear had clouded his vision, leaving only a haunting impression. He noticed that the stone sculptures, for reasons unknown, were riddled with cracks, not appearing to be the result of natural wear. After circling the beast twice without any new revelations, Su Chen decided to proceed directly to the entrance. The ebony door, adorned with resplendent golden brass nails, exuded an air of magnificence. However, no matter how forcefully Su Chen pushed, it remained steadfastly shut. He pondered quietly, believing that beyond this threshold lay the grand hall, a space yet to be unveiled. After circling the expansive estate, he finally discovered a slightly ajar side entrance at the rear. Upon stepping inside, he found himself in a room that had once existed only in the recesses of his mind. Goodness, this residence is vast. It must encompass several thousand square meters. If only I could manifest this in reality, he mused, a hint of jest in his tone. He approached the celestial map, where the sun-shaped relief remained resplendent, signifying that he could still harness its powers. Grasping the token, he observed with astonishment as the vermilion characters transformed before his eyes. From current reputation count, 6,721, it shifted to, congratulations. Today, you have re-entered the detective leaderboard, ready to showcase your prowess. The detective leaderboard. Su Chen paused momentarily, recollecting the information regarding this esteemed list. Upon his initial arrival, he had jested about how detectives could ascend such a rank and still solve cases effectively. Yet, while humor had its place, he understood the weight this leaderboard carried. What did this re-entry signify? Could it be that the title of public inscribed on the token did not refer to him, but rather to the iron-faced official? Su Chen shook his head, dismissing further contemplation, for he possessed scant information at present. Indulging in baseless speculation would be a futile expenditure of time. At that moment, the inscription upon the token transformed once more. Today, strive diligently to ascend into the top 10 in anticipation of fortuitous opportunities. Should this endeavor succeed, the collection cabinet shall be reopened. As the words on the token shifted, Su Chen could distinctly perceive a subtle alleviation of the darkness enveloping the wall opposite the celestial map within this ancient chamber. Initially, apart from the central desk and the document platform, only one side of the room revealed the celestial map, while the remaining three walls were shrouded in obscurity. Su Chen was unable to discern the secrets contained within. However, this time, another wall was on the verge of unveiling itself. A flicker of excitement stirred within Su Chen. As a criminal investigator, the gradual unearthing of mysteries was a gratifying experience. To enter the ranks of the top 10 in the Dragon Kingdom's detective leaderboard, if I were to solve the unsolved murder case from 20 years ago at Jinling University, I would undoubtedly secure my place on that list. Chapter 35 Officer Duan. What are you busy with? In the wake of silently establishing his own objectives, Su Chen employed the art of divination once more. Yet, throughout the entire scene, the murderer's raincoat continued to obscure his face. The deductions ceased when the true culprit concealed the body. This indicated that the evidence currently at my disposal had not progressed since my initial findings, Su Chen pondered. It was essential to gather more evidence if I wished to continue my reasoning. At present, I surmise that the police experts have likely unraveled the enigma I left upon the dismembered remains. Furthermore, they should have preserved the last fragments of the corpse adequately. At least, I have faith in Qin Ming's professionalism. Therefore, it is time for me to return to the Jinling City Public Security Bureau. I must inspect the recently unearthed body fragments to supplement the evidence I possess. With this, combined with the art of divination, I am certain I can outpace the police in locating the true culprit and solving the mystery. Having devised his plan, Su Chen did not hesitate, disregarding the late hour. He descended the stairs and made his way to the Jinling City Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, at the Jinling City Public Security Bureau, forensic expert Qin Ming, psychological specialist Bai Su, and veteran detective Cui Liwan had been gathered around the final remains for an hour. After extensive discussion, they had yet to derive any useful conclusions. The decomposition was so severe that the information was virtually non-existent. Qin Ming furrowed his brow as he gazed at the heap of decaying flesh. Had it not been contained within a sealed, oxygen-deprived box, the stench it emitted would likely have rendered the entire police station putrid. Veteran Detective Chui Liwan rubbed his temples and sighed, stating, "The skeletal remains of the girl we discovered had long been cremated at the family's request a decade ago. Some witnesses have passed away, while others, under the guidance of therapists, have suppressed the memory of this incident. Even the girl's relatives have since departed from this sorrowful city. After 20 years, the chain of evidence has frayed beyond recognition, and reopening the case poses a challenge as formidable as it was initially. Our time. The window for investigation is dwindling. Nevertheless, despite the gravity of the situation, there remained a spark of fervor in his gaze. With new evidence surfacing, hope flickered for the resolution of the case, and Chui Liwan was more eager than anyone else for this development. I shall not impose excessive pressure on everyone," Director Gua offered quietly, fully aware that the likelihood of solving this case was less than 1%. He had mentally prepared himself for this reality. This time, even Bai Su, who typically maintained a relaxed demeanor, exhibited signs of tension. Adjusting her half-rimmed black glasses perched upon her elegant nose, she slightly furrowed her brow while perusing the file pertaining to the gruesome dismemberment case from Jinling University, recently retrieved from the archives. However, this vast sea of records is so detailed that it chronicles the movements, words, actions, and social relationships of every household residing at the scene of the incident, alongside investigation reports. This alone, pertaining to the individuals in the vicinity, amounts to several hundred pages. This does not even account for the crime scene investigations, autopsy reports, potential suspects, and the connections of the deceased's relatives, as well as the whereabouts of transient populations at that time, and so forth, culminating in over 3,000 pages. With such a plethora of fragmented and irrelevant information, even if clues are concealed within, discerning and connecting them is akin to scaling a mountain. The criminal investigation team has spent 2 decades unearthing no coherent chain of evidence. For her, a brief perusal would induce dizziness. On a related note, albeit slightly tangential, Qin Ming remarked, "The murderer, capable of deducing the final resting place of the remains amidst such a multitude of clues, possesses reasoning skills that are undoubtedly world-class." Chui Liwan discerned the implication in Qin Ming's words. "Are you suggesting that our previous assessments of the murderer were erroneous?" Qin Ming nodded with conviction. Based on the current known circumstances, the perpetrator behind this live-stream pursuit of the killer involves at least 3 individuals. One is a chemistry expert. Another is a hacking virtuoso, and the last is a master of deduction, and a world-renowned one at that. Although I am uncertain as to where the production team sourced such an abundance of talented individuals, it is evident that it was our underestimation of the configuration of the killer's team during this live broadcast that repeatedly placed us in a passive position. Upon this remark, all present subtly nodded in agreement. While they have yet to obtain any information about the killer, the process of confrontation has allowed them to form a basic assessment of the individual in question. However, the audience had a different perspective. Experts. Is there a possibility, just a hypothetical, that the individuals you mentioned might actually be one and the same? Experts. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Perhaps the experts possess a far deeper understanding of these skills than we do, aware of the immense difficulty in achieving the level of proficiency displayed by Su Chen. Thus, they instinctively judged that such abilities could not possibly be concentrated in a single person, for it is already a monumental challenge for an ordinary individual to attain even one of them. Yet, evidently, they underestimated the extraordinary capabilities of Su Chen. Indeed, if I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe that such feats could be accomplished by a single individual. As the audience engaged in this discussion, Su Chen arrived at the first floor of the Jinling Public Security Bureau. Upon entering, he noticed 2 female police officers ascending the stairs, holding a ceremonial banner adorned with several resplendent golden characters. Gift, mysterious person, the upper line reads, unsolved case. Heartless, yet caring. The lower line states, reasoning does not fail the bones of the wronged, presented by the Public Security Department. Su Chen. I never anticipated discovering bones from 20 years ago, alongside a banner. Although, these couplets do not rhyme particularly well. He stepped forward and inquired with the 2 beautiful policewomen. Comrades, what is the story behind this banner? The policewoman, taken aback by the young man's approach, replied, Are you not aware? The enigmatic figure who portrayed the murderer has uncovered the location of the concealed evidence regarding the bones. This banner was personally issued from above. However, we currently cannot locate this performer, so the banner must be stored here for the time being. We plan to deliver it to Director Gua. After hearing this, Su Chen pondered for a couple of seconds. Why not directly send it to the expert group's conference room, allowing the adversaries of this performer to safeguard it? Policewoman. The comments exploded. Damn, how did you come up with such a bold move? Su Chen, you're quite mischievous, but I like it. Expert group. So you intend to strike at the heart as well, do you? This is a psychological attack. They'll be forced to accept it with a smile. 1 minute later, in the expert group S office, the 2 policewomen entered, carrying the banner. The experts turned their heads. As Su Chen stepped inside, his gaze immediately fell upon Duan Yu, who was fervently typing code to breach the information protection wall at her computer. Chapter 36. Su Chen, you are our consultant. Meanwhile, Duan Yu was fervently typing away at his computer. Those in the know understood he was coding, while others might mistakenly think he was defending his family in a perilous zone. Officer Duan was utterly engrossed in his task. Yet the vigilance inherent to his role as a police officer allowed him to notice Su Chen nearby. Seeing how busy Officer Duan was, Su Chen smiled and greeted him, stealing a glance at the screen. Ah, he is still attempting to breach my second layer of information wall. However, I possess 5 layers. In a flurry, Duan Yu looked up and recognized Su Chen, who had previously displayed commendable composure under pressure. Assuming Su Chen was merely trying to establish rapport, he hastily replied, "Yes. I am currently confronting the perpetrator and will breach it shortly. Is there something you need?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to take a look," Su Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. Duan Yu then lowered his gaze once more, diving back into the fray. Behind Su Chen, 2 female officers holding a banner inquired. "You are with the expert team, right? Where should we place the banner?" Su Chen pondered for a moment. "How about we hang it on the wall? Right in the center?" The other experts were left bewildered. The barrage of comments erupted. "Haha, last night, I found 18 peonies blooming on my bed, and upon closer inspection, I realized they were showcased by Su Chen. I am the toenail of the experts, and I declare we have yet another monumental project ahead. This segment is utterly delightful. It had me tumbling off my bed in laughter. You, however, are quite the character." I found myself laughing so heartily at home that the roosters within a mile radius believed dawn had arrived and were clamoring to crow. At the table, gazing at the enigmatic inscription of mysterious person embroidered on the banner, Qin Ming's lips twitched slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Su Chen. If this fellow possessed even a modicum of emotional intelligence, he would not have orchestrated such a scene. Whom is this banner awarded to? The perpetrator of the live-streamed crime? To hang a banner for the assailant in the expert team's office. Though it is merely a simulated program, do they not care for their dignity? Ahem. Su Chen, I believe it would be more prudent to store this banner in the cabinet for the time being. Bai Su coughed lightly, offering a kind reminder. Once the program concludes, the gentleman who committed the crime can retrieve it. Both Qin Ming and Cui Liwan nodded in agreement. Observing the awkward expressions of these individuals, Su Chen chuckled softly, deciding against further mischief. For now, there lay a matter of greater significance before them. The skeletal remains. Supplementary evidence from a 20-year-old cold case. His gaze traversed the experts, landing upon the sealed container behind them, and he focused intently. This was a professional forensic body sealing case, designed to maintain a vacuum and exclude oxygen, featuring an operational zone equipped with fixed sealing gloves, allowing one to don the gloves and reach inside to manipulate the contents. Through the glass, a crumpled, dark brown, stick-like object rested upon the white platform. It resembled a wilting yam, yet Su Chen immediately discerned that it was, in fact, the severed arm of a young girl, barely 20 years of age at the time of her demise. Su Chen had perused the entire case file, and naturally, he had also viewed the photographs of the girl during her lifetime. She was a strikingly beautiful young lady, with fair skin and an appearance that exuded quietude and innocence. A stark contrast to the desolate severed limb before him. 2 decades had passed. It was high time for resolution. Su Chen stepped forward to the sealed box, where he noticed a stack of case documents in Bai Su's hands. "Have you reviewed the details of the Jinling University dismemberment case?" he inquired. Bai Su shook her head, exhaling a sigh. "I have a general understanding of the sequence of events, but that is the extent of my knowledge. The case is fraught with numerous complexities and tangled narratives. At the time, the police formulated dozens of hypotheses, each seemingly plausible, yet perhaps none were correct." Su Chen spoke with a measured tone, such as the nature of the matter. Upon hearing this, Bai Su was taken aback. Even Cui Liwan and Qin Ming, who had been occupied with their own tasks, paused to direct their attention towards Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at the notebook in Qin Ming's grasp. He was not merely documenting information regarding the final remains, but was engaged in deducing the location of the remains discovery. It appeared he sought to unravel how the simulated perpetrator of the Chasing the Killer live-streaming program had deduced the burial site of the remains. "Officer Qin, have you uncovered any clues?" Su Chen inquired. Qin Ming awkwardly shook his head and said, "It would be more accurate to say that I am filled with questions. At present, I am uncertain not only about the outcome of the unsolved case, but also about how the simulated perpetrator deduced the location of the remains." After a moment of deep contemplation, Qin Ming became increasingly aware that their simulated assailant possessed remarkable acumen in reasoning, which was utterly astounding. Su Chen remained silent as he took the dossier from Bai Su's hands and handed it to Qin Ming. The first volume contains 324 pages, with the 21st line in the middle. The second volume has 57 pages, specifically the 13th line from the top. Furthermore, in this volume, the 405th page, you will find the 52nd line from the top. The third volume comprises 236 pages, with the entirety of one side devoted to this matter. His rapid-fire delivery left everyone momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp the essence of his words. From these clues within the documents, one can ascertain the location of the remains. Su Chen added. Upon hearing this, a flash of insight illuminated Qin Ming's mind. He hastily spread the dossier across the table, swiftly flipping through its pages to locate the information Su Chen had mentioned. He then transcribed these details into his notebook, pondering them for a moment before beginning to sketch out his thoughts. The conference room fell into a profound silence as everyone awaited Qin Ming's conclusions. Before long, when he raised his gaze once more to meet Su Chen's, his eyes were brimming with astonishment. How did you know? How could you be so well acquainted with the dossier? Su Chen offered a rueful smile, replying, For the past 8 years, I have pursued nothing else. Upon encountering the riddle of the simulated murderer and observing the deductions inscribed in your notebook, I was instantly reminded of the corresponding information in the case files. Nearby, Bai Su, having heard Su Chen's words, seemed to experience a moment of clarity, her eyes lighting up with realization. Indeed, I believe we have previously discussed this. Are you not well acquainted with unsolved cases? This remark prompted a collective acknowledgement among the group, their gazes shifting towards Su Chen. They had nearly overlooked the fact that Su Chen had spent the past 8 years delving into unsolved cases within the archives. He must possess profound insights regarding this case. This presents an opportunity. A spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Ming's mind as he recognized Su Chen's significance. I propose this. Let Su Chen serve as the consultant for this case, or rather, as an advisor to the expert panel. Given the urgency of the situation, his expertise is our greatest asset. I concur, Bai Su affirmed. Su Chen cast a glance at Bai Su, remarking, You truly are my invaluable ally. I nearly suspected you were in cahoots with me. Meanwhile, Cui Liwan nodded in agreement, stating, The presence of Su Chen is an unexpected boon. Whether it pertains to the true culprit of the unsolved case or the simulated murderer in our live investigation, it is likely that neither anticipated our expert panel would include an officer so intimately familiar with unsolved cases. Chapter 37. The identification of the killer. Is Su Chen in danger? The experts remained oblivious. As this statement was uttered, the barrage of comments in the live stream began to overwhelm the chat room. What on earth is happening? Su Chen, I was originally the undercover killer. How did I become the leader of the experts? No, not exactly a leader, more of a consultant, superior to ordinary officers, yet not quite at the core of the expert group. Haha. I am increasingly eager for the moment Su Chen's identity is revealed. The expressions on the experts' faces will be unimaginable. However, reflecting on Su Chen's recent deductions, I suddenly realized that he has unraveled these mysteries all by himself. So terrifying, so astonishing, it turns out Su Chen's reasoning skills are this formidable. This defies logic. How can one possess such abilities? Just another day of blending in among mortals. Upon hearing this news, Su Chen nodded, secretly elated. He had wagered correctly. The urgency with which the expert group sought to solve this 20-year-old cold case exceeded his expectations, their attention remarkably diverted. Thus, Su Chen took the risk of exposing his skills before the expert group, aiming to seize a modicum of command within the team to facilitate his investigation and escape. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Upon seeing Su Chen nod in agreement, the experts felt a surge of delight and promptly resumed their work on several cases. Bye, Chief. Just these few pages that I have extracted from the dossier will suffice. Could you kindly return the rest? Su Chen casually pulled out some sheets containing key information from the file and handed the remaining portion to Bai Su. In truth, those 2 sheets were merely a distraction, as his true intention was to divert Bai Su's attention. After all, with such a psychological expert present, the pressure was immense. Every gesture and movement had to be executed with utmost caution. Only when Bai Su departed could he feel at ease to commence his performance before the other experts, ensuring he would not be unmasked. Bai Su, unaware of Su Chen's ulterior motives, nodded and took the dossier before leaving. After watching her exit, Su Chen turned his attention to Forensic Officer Qin Ming. Officer Qin, how is your research on the skeletal remains progressing? This was the matter of greatest concern to him, as it directly impacted his ability to employ the art of deduction to identify the perpetrator. Qin Ming retrieved his notebook along with a collection of monitoring data from various instruments and presented them to Su Chen. I have conducted all possible examinations. Frankly, the mere existence of these remains after such an extended period is miraculous. Generally, skeletal remains older than 20 years have decomposed by over 90%, Qin Ming sighed. Su Chen perused the records and noted that the information was exceedingly comprehensive. Even within the crevices of the fingernails on this arm, fragments suspected to be remnants of the assailant's bodily tissue were discovered. Alas, due to the passage of time, the ability to conduct genetic comparisons has been irretrievably lost. Had it been possible, the application of DNA fingerprinting to scrutinize the national database of individuals with records would likely have led to the identification of the perpetrator. This is precisely what fills Qin Ming with regret. If only genetic testing had been available 2 decades ago, the dismemberment case at Jinling University would not have remained unsolved. Yet now, with the advancement of such technology, the genetic samples have deteriorated. Nevertheless, Su Chen harbored a sense of contentment, for he felt he could deduce the identity of the murderer based on the information gathered. However, he could not risk entering a meditative state in front of the experts to employ his divination technique, lest he expose himself before he could unveil the true culprit. He might even find himself confined to a psychiatric hospital. Very well, I shall keep this information for now, Su Chen thought. Discreetly tucking away the fruits of Officer Qin's labor from the entire night into his pocket, his heart steady and his demeanor unfazed. After all, it would prove far more advantageous in his possession. Soon, he would find a solitary place, perhaps the restroom, to engage in his divination and unravel the mystery. Meanwhile, all that remained for Qin Ming was the conundrum of the simulated assailant. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe, truly remarkable. This simulated perpetrator diverges significantly from our expectations. Even now, I find myself grappling with the reasoning behind this deduction. Indeed, a master. I am beginning to understand Officer Duan's sentiments. With that, Qin Ming cast a glance at Duan Yu, who sat before the computer. Su Chen nodded, offering a lukewarm encouragement. Keep it up. We will certainly apprehend the true culprit and that simulated perpetrator. The barrage of comments observed Su Chen's authoritative demeanor with a sense of wonder. You know, he really does seem the part. The tasks are being dispatched quite efficiently. For some reason, I can't help but laugh. Ha ha. The notorious criminal is sitting among the experts, deliberating on how to capture himself. However, I am genuinely curious about Su Chen's thoughts. In previous episodes, simulated perpetrators have strived desperately to distance themselves from the experts, yet he is deeply embedded within their ranks. What should be our next course of action? I truly find myself at a loss regarding his predicament. A sudden thought struck me. Could Su Chen be contemplating solving this 2-decade-old cold case? That seems utterly absurd. Countless frontline detectives and experts have toiled for years without success. Nevertheless, I must admit, while I may doubt others, if it were Su Chen, it might just be possible. Speaking of which, I am also intrigued as to where that criminal might be. Meanwhile, in the expert's office, after organizing the preceding matters, Su Chen turned his attention to the seasoned investigator, Cui Liwan. Mr. Cui, I just recalled something. Our expert group comprises 5 members, correct? I believe there is another forensic expert, Wang Yanqing. It was only upon Su Chen's reminder that the barrage of comments began to piece things together. Indeed, where has such a significant individual vanished to? However, Cui Liwan, an old friend of Wang Yanqing, did not seem particularly surprised by this revelation. He spoke. I had the opportunity to meet Wang Yanqing not long ago. He mentioned that he is engrossed in preparing his plans. This individual is incredibly focused in his endeavors. Undoubtedly, he is wholeheartedly dedicated to his preparations at this moment. This young man possesses a somewhat reclusive nature, avoiding both mobile phones and the internet, making him seem even more antiquated than I am. He might still be oblivious to the ongoing investigation into the gruesome murder case. Cui Liwan chuckled softly. Understanding dawned upon Su Chen, who nodded in acknowledgement. So, it turns out Officer Wang Yanqing is concocting a grand scheme. However, the timing of its revelation remains uncertain, and I must remain vigilant. There is an unmistakable complexity to this individual. This constitutes vital information. I must jot it down. Su Chen then inquired, and what about you? What have you been up to recently? As a member of the public security system, Su Chen held a deep respect for venerable figures like Mr. Cui. Upon hearing the question, Cui Liwan's expression shifted to one of intrigue, suggesting that something significant was afoot. He leaned closer to Su Chen and said, there were some matters that delayed my arrival. You are aware of the explosion at the University City Power Distribution Center, correct? Su Chen nodded, affirming, yes, I was involved. Cui Liwan continued, there have been witnesses who spotted the assailant. I have meticulously prepared everything and am poised to initiate the identification process of the perpetrator. This delay is not solely due to the reopening of the unresolved case. However, the conclusion is drawing near. It is rumored that the simulated perpetrator was unmasked at the time, and with a mere identification, one could ascertain his likeness with considerable accuracy. The speaker conveyed this with an air of nonchalance. Yet, Upon hearing these words, Su Chen's nerves instantly tensed. Indeed, there were individuals who had seen his face back then, and not just a few. Chapter 38. Danger approaches, Su Chen's strategy. With taut nerves, Su Chen turned his head to glance back in the next moment. Fortunately, Bai Su had already departed. She was no longer in the office, though he had strived to maintain an air of nonchalance. The turmoil within his mind rendered it impossible to conceal every sign of distress. Especially in the subtle micro-expressions that often went unnoticed, flaws were bound to surface. As it is often said, mastery comes with specialization. Had he not just managed to send Bai Su away, his vulnerabilities would surely have been laid bare before her keen observation. In the live stream, viewers collectively held their breath. Oh my goodness, this is perilous. Su Chen is dancing on the edge of a knife. One misstep, and the experts will seize upon his every flaw. Those who frequently tread near the river inevitably get their shoes wet. There is a renowned principle in forensic science regarding the exchange of materials, implying that every action leaves traces. This principle forms the bedrock of criminal investigation. As long as Su Chen commits a crime, he cannot possibly leave no evidence behind. What should we do now? Su Chen can scarcely escape. He has just assumed the role of consultant, and the experts are all watching. Should he display any signs of abnormality, there will be no escape for him. It all hinges on Su Chen now. I cannot fathom a solution. Besides Su Chen, Mr. Chui Liwan, despite his age, was not a professional psychologist. Thus he remained oblivious to the underlying anomalies in Su Chen's demeanor. Mr. Chui Liwan continued. I have now located 2 eyewitnesses. One is a female intern from the distribution center, and the other is a security inspector from the safety department. Once these 2 witnesses identify the same individual, we can practically ascertain that he is the perpetrator. The remaining task is merely to gather evidence. Upon hearing this, Su Chen realized the gravity of the situation. Only a few hours had passed since the explosion at the distribution center, and the witnesses' memories would likely be vivid. As long as the identification of the culprit was made, it would be nearly impossible for him to remain concealed. However, he could not interfere with this identification, as he lacked a suitable justification. Moreover, having just become an advisor, he had not yet earned the trust of the expert panel to extract further plans from Mr. Chui, which was already a significant achievement. Interfering with the identification process would reveal his intentions too overtly, only drawing suspicion towards himself from the expert group. His mind raced as he contemplated every possible strategy. Mr. Chui, when do you intend to arrange for the witnesses to identify the suspect? Su Chen inquired earnestly. Mr. Chui smiled slightly. It can happen at any moment, and I do not plan to directly bring them in for identification. As he spoke, he produced a bulging envelope from his grasp, clearly filled with documents. I believe it is imperative to consider that the simulated perpetrator may possess other unutilized methods, and face-to-face identification could afford the assailant an opportunity to influence the witnesses. Hence, I have opted for photographic identification. Inside this bag are the photographs of all personnel from the police department, which I will promptly distribute to the witnesses. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's thoughts grew heavier. He had previously contemplated employing certain psychological techniques during the identification of the assailant to disorient the witnesses, thereby steering them towards an erroneous conclusion. However, this avenue has now been firmly obstructed by Chui Liwan. The entire process of identifying the perpetrator leaves no room for manipulation. Thus, one must seek vulnerabilities in other phases of the investigation. As an experienced senior, Mr. Chui will undoubtedly ensure that every aspect of the procedure is impeccably arranged. Therefore, my foremost task is to discreetly and reasonably alter certain elements to avoid suspicion, while simultaneously seizing any emerging loopholes to exploit. After a moment's contemplation, a look of joy broke across Su Chen's face, a joy intended for Chui Liwan to witness. So he might believe that Su Chen was equally delighted by the imminent capture of the simulated assailant. Mr. Chui, in this case, let us proceed on dual fronts. One to apprehend the true culprit behind the unresolved case, and the other to thoroughly investigate the simulated perpetrator in the live-stream pursuit. Su Chen suggested earnestly. Chui Liwan nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall now proceed with the identification of the assailant. I can manage that alone. At this moment, Su Chen displayed an expression of difficulty, causing Chui Liwan to pause momentarily. Before he could inquire further, Su Chen spoke directly. Mr. Chui, this conflicts somewhat with my plans. It is entirely up to you. Chui Liwan was not taken aback, for the case at hand was indeed extraordinarily complex, involving a simulated perpetrator, a genuine unsolved crime, and 3 interwoven crime scenes. The emergence of conflicting arrangements was quite natural. Su Chen continued, my proposition is that you and I jointly oversee the dismemberment case, as its complexity is considerable. Among those present, your experience is unparalleled. Each expert has their specialty, yet none are as suited for frontline apprehension as you are. The others are better suited for other tasks. This reasoning was cogent enough to elicit a nod from Chui Liwan. Indeed, when one considered it, the program Chasing the Killer Live was merely a variety show portraying virtual crimes. Although the perpetrator was cunning, there was no actual crime committed, merely a performance of their role. In stark contrast, the reopened dismemberment case at Jinling University was a genuine mystery, with the perpetrator being a real murderer, posing significant danger. In the face of such a crucial case, its priority undoubtedly surpassed that of a virtual scenario, necessitating the allocation of experienced and capable personnel to the front line. The expert team would each fulfill their designated roles. Duan Yu responsible for cyber tracking, Bai Su for psychological investigation, and Qin Ming for forensic reasoning. Apart from himself, there was truly no one more suitable to pursue the true culprit of the unsolved case. Observing Chui Liwan lost in thought, Su Chen awaited his response. Su Chen discerned a glimmer of hope and continued, "There is yet another reason. This unsolved case pertains to a genuine crime, whereas the pursuit of the murderer through live streaming is merely a virtual drill. The duration of the drill may be inconsequential. Yet if we cannot concentrate our efforts on solving the unsolved case, it will afford the perpetrator ample opportunity to escape, leading to untold consequences." After articulating his thoughts, Su Chen quietly regarded the elderly expert before him, awaiting a response. In truth, he was leveraging this authentic unsolved case as a guise, engaging in a psychological battle with Chui Liwan. He was acutely aware that Chui Liwan, having experienced an unsolved case 2 decades prior, would undoubtedly possess a greater curiosity regarding the true culprit than anyone else. As anticipated, after a moment of contemplation, Chui Liwan nodded and replied, "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggested. I will take responsibility for the pursuit of the true perpetrator of the dismemberment case. However, the task of identifying the murderer must not be deferred. It must commence simultaneously. Otherwise, should we delay too long, the memories of the witnesses may become obscured." Su Chen promptly proposed, "Let Officer Duan handle it. His current work on cyber tracking aligns perfectly with the objective of identifying the murderer, and the task of identification is relatively light. As for Officers Qin and Bai, I hope they can assist us with the dismemberment case, with you and I on the front lines and them providing support in the second line." Upon hearing Su Chen's series of arrangements, Chui Liwan smiled. This young man exhibited a commendable clarity of thought, rivaling that of seasoned frontline criminal investigators. He was indeed a talent worth cultivating. He secretly contemplated that after the conclusion of the live broadcast concerning the pursuit of the murderer, he would request Director Guo to assign Su Chen to his tutelage as a disciple. In this manner, he could finally set his mind at ease and retire. Chui Liwan nodded slightly. "Let us proceed as you suggested." Chapter 39, The Second Divine Deductions, The Final Evidence. Having arranged the fundamental deployments, Su Chen excused himself to the restroom and stealthily slipped out of the expert group's office. He concealed himself in a stall, locked the door, and exhaled deeply. The clues that could be gathered had essentially been amassed. It was time to conduct the second divine deductions. Su Chen closed his eyes, delving deep into his consciousness. Entering the chamber within his mind, he reached out, his hand resting upon the grand solar relief of the star map. Subsequently, he immersed himself in reasoning, once more stepping into the world of a homicide case from 2 decades prior. The scent of bleach in the restroom gradually dissipated, and the stark white light dimmed with sudden intensity. The sound of rain returned to his ears. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The scene before him was no longer that of a restroom stall, but rather a rain-soaked alley from 20 years ago, dark and cramped, with puddles forming everywhere. Su Chen took a step forward, strolling through the rain, the air thick with a faint, sweet metallic tang. As he turned the corner of the alley, he arrived at the edge of the Jinling Bridge, where a shadowy figure was seen moving beneath the bridge in the darkness. It was the perpetrator. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly and followed, approaching the figure. He observed that the individual was still clad in a black raincoat, laboriously shoveling dirt. Beside him, a bag revealed a slender, pale arm of a young girl, the color of which had turned shockingly white due to blood loss. The slender fingers were slightly curled, as if grasping something in life. On her fingernails, traces of blood were unmistakably visible. This was the final scene of the corpse disposal. He had already taken a life. Su Chen gazed intently at the assailant, who was deeply engrossed in digging, and calmly remarked, "At this point, it is too late. The timeline should be adjusted backward." As soon as the words left his lips, the entire scene froze in an instant. Raindrops hung suspended in the air, the assailant's actions were halted, and the dirt flung up by the shovel ceased to fall. Subsequently, the entire tableau swiftly rewound. From the edge of the bridge, to the alley, to every location of the corpse disposal, to the initial crime scene, to the moment of the murder. Su Chen observed the continuously reversing scene before him, aware that he was employing his divine deduction technique to recreate the events. Rewind. Stop, this is the point. When the scene shifted to the murder site, Su Chen spoke. Instantly, the scene around him came to a halt, crystallizing at the very moment the assailant struck. Inside the cramped dwelling, a tungsten bulb cast a warm, golden glow. Under this illumination, a man clad in a black raincoat drew a sharp bone knife from his coat, lunging toward the slender girl across from him. The girl, upon seeing the knife, exhibited a look of horror and despair in her eyes, yet her body had yet to react, with the blade's tip hovering less than a centimeter from her collarbone. Commencing the deduction, Su Chen surveyed the frozen tableau and spoke in a low voice. Thus, at the scene of the heinous crime, the flow of time began to restore its normalcy, advancing forward. With a sudden thrust, a sharp blade pierced the girl's neck. The killer's visage, partially revealed beneath the raincoat, showcased a square jaw and downward-turned lips. Upon receiving the fatal blow, the girl's pupils dilated in an instant, and as she collapsed, her hand flailed in the air, grasping the assailant's arm. 5 delicate fingers clutched tightly, nearly tearing through the fabric of his clothing. The assailant uttered a curse and, wielding his other hand, repeatedly plunged the knife into the girl lying on the ground. 2 strikes to her neck and 3 to her abdomen. Soon, life fled from her, leaving her lifeless in a pool of blood, her face devoid of color. Let me see your face. Who are you truly? Su Chen coldly regarded the murderer, leaning closer. Yet, the features hidden beneath the raincoat remained shrouded in darkness, revealing only a smiling mouth. Insufficient, still not enough. Su Chen murmured, can time be pushed further ahead? I wish to witness his unmasking. With the evidence at hand, could one deduce the true murderer's state of life prior to the crime? His character, his profession, his very essence. However, the scene only regressed to the moment the killer entered, greeted by the girl's invitation to sit, before abruptly ceasing. Su Chen inhaled deeply, his consciousness gradually returning. Before him, the once serene scene of a rainy midnight alley gradually faded, replaced by the bright lights of the police station restroom. The scent of cleaning agents invaded his nostrils. Although he had perceived more than before, it still felt insufficient. If only he could obtain a few more clues related to the perpetrator, he would be able to deduce the truth. Su Chen did not feel disheartened, for he sensed that he was drawing ever closer to the truth. He was now capable of reconstructing the entire sequence of events surrounding the crime. Yet he still required some personal information about the assailant. At this moment, the realm of deduction had arrived at the juncture prior to the murder. Should he delve even further, he might glimpse the assailant's lifestyle and appearance. However, how might he acquire such information? He pondered silently, realizing that he had likely exhausted all available evidence related to the case. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. He knew where the final piece of information was concealed. Knock, knock, knock. The restroom door was pounded furiously, and a voice from outside, gritting his teeth, called out. Hey, are you done yet? I can't hold it anymore. All right. Su Chen replied, pressing the flush button before swinging the door open. A young officer, drenched in sweat, rushed in, clutching his backside, as if he had discovered a life-saving black hole. Su Chen stepped aside to grant him passage. Subsequently, he retrieved his notebook, jotting down notes while making his way toward the restroom exit. In the office of the expert panel, Su Chen pushed open the door to find Bai Su seated at her desk, resting her chin on her hand as she perused the files of several unresolved cases. A pair of sleek black half-frame glasses perched upon her prominent nose, exuding an air of scholarly diligence. Upon noticing Su Chen's entrance, Bai Su exhaled softly and gathered the papers together. I truly cannot fathom how you have managed to scrutinize these documents for 8 years, she remarked with a faint smile. Albeit strained. Each unresolved case represents a ledger. The files are our promissory notes, debts owed to the people that must not be forgotten. Su Chen replied with a nonchalant tone. At this, Bai Su lifted her gaze, studying Su Chen intently, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. He placed a cup of coffee before her, and subsequently retrieved a notebook from his pocket, tearing out a page. Officer Bai, if you would be so kind as to assist me with this, could you discern anything from it? Su Chen inquired, as Bai Su took the note and examined it. She realized it detailed the entire criminal process of the unresolved case, astonishingly narrated from the perspective of an onlooker, describing the perpetrator's actions and the disposal of the body. The specifics encompassed movements, facial expressions, methods of attack, and auditory characteristics, creating a vivid portrayal as if recorded in real time beside the assailant. Did you write this? Bai Su asked, her surprise evident. Su Chen nodded. I have roughly deduced the sequence of events surrounding the crime by correlating the clues documented in the files with the newly discovered skeletal remains. Chief, as a psychological expert, could you assist in discerning any personal information about the perpetrator from this, such as aspects of their personality or character? Chapter 40. The psychological profile of Bai Su. The true culprit emerges. Bai Su nodded and picked up a blank sheet of paper. She did not inquire how Su Chen managed to record such detailed information, for, in the context of the case file, Su Chen had become an expert, with the statute of limitations approaching. Bai Su and her team had no time to thoroughly examine the entire dossier. Thus, she naturally regarded Su Chen's notes as a concise summary of the case's contents. Su Chen, do you know? I have always felt that you possess some knowledge about this unresolved case that you have not disclosed to us, Bai Su remarked, adjusting her glasses as her dark, expressive eyes scanned the words on the page. Typically, new recruits are overwhelmed and disoriented upon receiving a case. Yet your sense of direction is remarkably clear. Upon hearing this, Su Chen neither contradicted nor confirmed her observation. He merely smiled and took a sip of his coffee. Boss, I searched online, and the other 4 experts have basic profiles available, even those like Wang Yinxing, who are internal staff. However, I found nothing on you. Bai Su pursed her lips and chuckled softly. We have only known each other for a few hours, and yet you dare to challenge me. This pursuit of the true culprit will not conclude swiftly. Do you intend to rebel further? Not at all. Not at all. Su Chen quickly waved his hands in surrender. His actions elicited laughter in the comments section, with one remarking, "Ha ha, Officer Bai is right. This Su Chen is indeed plotting a rebellion. You should apprehend him quickly." How peculiar it is that, in a moment of distraction, Su Chen has transformed into an investigator and is indeed engaged in solving a case. I have just realized that Su Chen, instead of fleeing, has taken on the task of cracking a case. A fictional criminal leading experts to apprehend real offenders. Could it be that Su Chen seeks redemption through his deeds? How amusing. Nevertheless, his approach to the investigation is methodical. As a fellow member of the public security, I must admit that, given the complexity of such a case, I would be at a loss as to how to proceed. In the office of the expert panel, noticing that Bai Su has begun to furrow her brow in serious contemplation, I ceased all conversation, fearful of disturbing her focus. Recalling the imposing beast sculpture that had appeared outside the door of the mental chamber, Su Chen picked up his phone to conduct a search. He remembered the creature's most distinctive features, a single horn atop its head and a goat-like beard adorning its chin, all framed by an imposing maw that exuded an air of authority. With these characteristics in mind, Su Chen began to scour the internet, yet the results were overwhelmingly chaotic. Just as he sighed and prepared to close the browser, an image unexpectedly captured his attention. It was a photograph of an exhibit from a museum, showcasing a palm-sized bronze beast. The craftsmanship of this creature mirrored that which lingered in Su Chen's mind. Xieji, he uttered, somewhat awkwardly pronouncing its name. The scant information available noted only that this mythical beast presides over the impartiality of the law. It appears that the ancient practice of adjudicating cases, akin to the ancestral form of live crime solving, involved summoning a mythical beast to serve as a judge. However, it remains ambiguous whether this summoning refers to a literal invocation of the entity or merely a symbolic creation of a statue. The prevailing belief among the general populace and the vast majority of experts is that this creature does not exist, but rather exists solely within the realm of human imagination. Consequently, the mainstream interpretation leans towards the latter. Nonetheless, there are a few superstitious individuals who maintain that the ancients could indeed summon such fantastical beings. In any case, these two interpretations coexist. In addition to the Xieji, this vintage photograph features another artifact, a slender pen barrel, nearly the length of a human forearm, intricately adorned with complex patterns crafted through the technique of gilded engraving. The interwoven golden threads form the ancient seal characters for Iron Face. Such a splendid craftsmanship, in Su Chen's eyes, ought to be regarded as a national treasure. Yet, the accompanying information reveals that this item was lost during the turmoil of war and is currently housed in the Jingu Museum in Sakura Country. Su Chen silently committed the details of these two relics to memory before resuming his search online. Unfortunately, this time he could not uncover any useful leads. After a brief period of searching, he turned off his phone. Meanwhile, Bai Su lifted her gaze from the image Su Chen provided, exhaling deeply. She took out a fresh sheet of white paper from her bag and began to write and draw upon it. Su Chen leaned closer, noticing that the paper was not blank, but rather pre-printed with a graph depicting 26 personality tendencies. Bai Su held the pen, diligently recording and analyzing. What is this? Su Chen inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. This is a psychological profile, primarily used for assessing the motives and behaviors of criminals and treating individuals with psychological abnormalities. Bai Su explained patiently. However, it can also be useful for normal individuals. She shifted the conversation. For instance, I am quite eager to conduct a profile on the perpetrator of this live-streamed murder. They are quite extraordinary. Su Chen rested his chin on his hand, his expression unchanged. Let's discuss it after we apprehend him. In the midst of their exchange, Bai Su swiftly handed the professional psychological profile analysis to Su Chen. In addition to descriptions of the murderer's character, It also contained assessments of his possible preferences. Su Chen began to read aloud softly. Paranoid personality, 70. Chaotic personality, 21. These two account for the majority, while the influence of the remaining personality tendencies is minimal. Enjoys heavy metal music, possesses strong counter-surveillance skills, and has ample physical strength along with some anatomical expertise. The social relationships with the deceased are rather complex. It was evident that Bai Su had made considerable efforts to eliminate all professional jargon, ensuring that Su Chen, an outsider, could comprehend the information. The language style closely resembles that of official records. How about it? Does it assist you? Bai Su inquired. Su Chen set down the papers. At that moment, his heart raced, and he felt an invisible thread in his mind weaving together all the previously disjointed information. The puzzle of the case, which had initially seemed fragmented, was now nearly complete thanks to Su Chen's meticulous organization of the documents, his application of deductive reasoning, and the recent discovery of the remains. Bai Su's analysis had provided him with the final piece of the puzzle. Indeed, it was immensely helpful. Su Chen cast an excited glance at Bai Su, feeling an overwhelming urge to praise her for half an hour. However, recognizing the value of time, he suppressed that impulse and simply gave her a thumbs up. He then rose swiftly and hurried out the door. In the restroom stall, Su Chen leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. He was once again transported back to that rainy night. Chapter 41. Duan Yu sets off. Su Chen identifies the true culprit. Meanwhile, the camera of the live chase shifted to the expert team's office. Naturally, Su Chen's earlier moment in the restroom was inappropriate for broadcast. Detective Chui Liwan entered the room, observing only Bai Su, Duan Yu, and Qin Ming within. He couldn't help but wonder, where's Su Chen? Where has he gone? Inside the room, Qin Ming remained engrossed in analyzing the deductions that led to the location of the remains, while Duan Yu continued his relentless work at the computer. Their deep immersion rendered them oblivious to Chui Liwan's inquiry. It was Bai Su, recalling Su Chen's description of the perpetrator, who broke the silence, saying, Su Chen went to the restroom. Perhaps he drank too much coffee. At this late hour, everyone in the expert team had consumed at least 2 cups of coffee to sustain their intense focus and productivity. Thus, Chui Liwan, upon hearing this, thought little of it and resumed exchanging information as usual within the task force. Everything is now in place. I have mobilized all available backup personnel, and we can commence our investigation at once, Chui Liwan stated, moving closer to Duan Yu and giving him a light pat on the shoulder as a reminder. Such technical experts possess an innate quality of becoming so engrossed in their work that they sometimes lose themselves in it. Duan Yu was no exception, nor was Wang Yanqing, who had yet to make an appearance. As Duan Yu was engrossed in typing away at his keyboard, he was abruptly brought back to reality by the firm pat from Chui Liwan. Turning to face the esteemed elder, he replied, Mr. Chui, do you require my assistance? Chui Liwan glanced at Duan Yu's screen and inquired, how is your progress with the information wall? Upon hearing this, Duan Yu exhaled deeply. I have successfully breached 4 layers thus far, and I can now detect that the adversary is left with only the final barrier. I shall conclude this layer shortly. The viewers in the live stream found amusement in his words. You claimed the same at the outset. How much time has passed since then? Officer Duan, do not become overly attached to this battle. Although managing to penetrate a 5-layer security wall within a few hours is indeed an impressive feat, it must be acknowledged that this may not be the most efficient approach. I suddenly realized that having a senior like Mr. Chui in a team is the true ace up our sleeve. He possesses the wisdom to effectively nurture a team. This is not merely common sense. While others may excel in strategy and technique, when it comes to orchestrating investigations, no one present can rival Mr. Chui's expertise. As a seasoned officer with abundant experience, Chui Liwan placed greater emphasis on teamwork and the multifaceted nature of solving cases, in contrast to Duan Yu's inclination to pursue a single path relentlessly. He advised Duan Yu, young Duan, it is imperative that you set this matter aside for now. We need you to step in for me and oversee the identification of the perpetrator. The preparations regarding the eyewitness have now reached their conclusion, with only the identification phase remaining. I have organized the police force here, and Su Chen is on the front lines. Once you obtain the results, do not forget to inform me immediately. Chui Liwan's remarks carried a slightly heavier tone, intended to remind Duan Yu not to become mired in individual matters, but rather to consider the larger picture. How could Duan Yu fail to comprehend this? He let out a slight sigh, realizing that his eagerness to confront his adversary had perhaps been excessive. Very well. I shall proceed to the interrogation room at the headquarters for the identification. Duan Yu promptly rose from his seat, donning his attire with a renewed vigor, momentarily setting aside concerns regarding the protective measures and focusing intently on the task at hand. Exhibiting the ability to adapt swiftly and not become ensnared in trivialities is indicative of a team-oriented individual. Observing Duan Yu, Chui Liwan's expression softened, and he offered a subtle nod in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he redirected his attention to the rest of the office, clapping his hands to gather their focus. In an instant, all the experts, along with several other officers, ceased their activities and turned their attention towards him. Chui Liwan addressed them. Everyone, I am aware that the likelihood of solving this cold case is quite slim. It is worth noting that Comrade Su Chen, as a first-time participant in frontline investigations and the sole member of our task force familiar with the case files, carries an immense burden. It is imperative that we assign him this responsibility, and the pressure he bears is undoubtedly considerable. Therefore, we ought to empathize and assist Su Chen in solving the case, rather than being preoccupied with our own affairs. Such a team can be quite exhausting for the organizer. In this investigation, we must exert our utmost efforts. Even if we fail to solve it, the experience gained will be invaluable. Upon hearing this, those present nodded in silent agreement. Qin Ming, feeling a twinge of guilt, tucked away his notes on reasoning. Indeed, what is the priority at this moment? His deductions could be explored at any time, but the urgency of the current case demands immediate attention. Chui Lao, please proceed, the group urged. Chui Liwan chuckled and responded, I am following Su Chen's lead. Xiao Duan will handle the identification of the suspect. Duan Yu nodded towards the individuals in the office before swiftly exiting the room. Chui Liwan continued. Xiao Qin and Xiao Bai, you will follow behind us and be on standby as needed. Su Chen and I, along with other available officers, will be on the front lines of the investigation. Qin Ming and Bai Su exchanged a knowing nod, and the officers echoed in unison, yes, Chui Lao. Why has Su Chen been gone for so long? Is he unwell? Chui Liwan murmured to himself as he organized everything. Meanwhile, as the experts coordinated, in the restroom, Su Chen closed his eyes, immersing himself in the realm of reasoning. In a small dwelling, he observed the perpetrator before him and the victimized girl. Rewind the time a little further. Su Chen spoke. This time, he had accumulated a sufficient number of clues, allowing his reasoning to flow seamlessly. The entire scene, according to Su Chen's will, began to reverse. All people and objects were retreating. The raindrops outside ceased their descent, each crystal droplet suspended in the air, before gently ascending back to the heavens. The blood spilled by the girl flowed back into her body, her pupils slowly refocusing, warmth returning to her form as her heartbeat resumed. The killer's sharp knife was retracted beneath his raincoat as he retreated from the girl's room. Su Chen, in step with the killer, closely followed him out. At that moment, the scene underwent a profound transformation once more. Su Chen looked up to find himself trailing the murderer to a neighborhood 2 streets away from the girl's home. It was here that the killer vanished from sight. This was a modest residential area, inhabited by ordinary citizens, and upon seeing Su Chen approach, many emerged from their homes to stand before him. There were men, women, and children among them. They were all individuals documented in the case file, previously investigated by the police. Over the course of 20 years, some had departed from this world, while others had completely forgotten their unpleasant memories. Yet now, in the realm of Su Chen's deductive prowess, they stood silently, gazing at him, awaiting a second round of questioning. This time, armed with ample information, I am certain I can trace the killer back to his home. As Su Chen pondered, he retrieved the psychological profile analysis that Bai Su had provided him. This analysis was extensive and detailed, containing a plethora of specific characteristics. Ladies and gentlemen, might there be any enthusiasts of heavy metal music in this vicinity? Su Chen inquired, referencing the information gleaned from Bai Su's profile, addressing those standing before him. Indeed, there are a few households above the 6th floor that make such a racket daily, preventing me from getting a good night's sleep. I cannot fathom why young people are drawn to such music, an elderly gentleman responded. Su Chen recalled this individual. He was a key witness in a cold case, now deceased in the real world. This aficionado of heavy metal music exhibited a rather obsessive disposition, potentially displaying chaotic tendencies, and was likely not very young, approximately in his 30s. Su Chen continued. The witnesses exchanged glances, and a young woman spoke up. There aren't many at that age who still enjoy heavy metal. Su Chen promptly added, he may be involved in the slaughtering industry, or at the very least possess knowledge in that area. Unit 2, a contemplative man remarked, is primarily inhabited by vendors from the nearby market, including butchers among them. I reside there, the elderly man scoffed, seemingly still voicing his discontent. Unit 2, Building 6. Su Chen silently noted before stating, now, for the final piece of information. The individual I seek is a robust man, likely fond of detective novels or films. Or perhaps he has acquired knowledge of counter-surveillance techniques through other means. Is there such a person residing in Unit 2 of Building 6? As soon as the question was posed, a timid child raised his hand. It appeared to be the uncle from apartment 801 on the 8th floor. I remember seeing him in the hallway when he was about to leave. Through the crack of the door, I noticed him engrossed in a book on criminal cases, seemingly studying how the police solve crimes. Excellent. Su Chen smiled faintly and retracted the psychological profiling note. Subsequently, he made his way past the witnesses towards Unit 2 of Building 6. He swiftly located apartment 801, pushed open the door, and found a stout man standing with his back to him in the modest room, in the midst of removing his raincoat. Chapter 42. Scar. This raincoat is identical. Su Chen gazed at the figure before him, turning slightly away. The psychological profile of Bai Su not only delineated certain specific traits, but also highlighted some contradictions. The character it portrayed exuded an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. Su Chen strode past the man and settled onto the sofa opposite him. Beneath the police cap, a pair of eyes emitted a scrutinizing gaze, wandering about the room. It seems I have arrived at the right place, Su Chen remarked coldly. Why did you kill that girl? Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, the man halted momentarily, wiping his face to reveal a chiseled, square jaw. His small eyes, high cheekbones, and an unshaven chin did not convey a menacing demeanor. Rather, he appeared rather unremarkable, the kind of person one could easily lose in a crowd. Following Su Chen's inquiry, the man hesitated, carefully smoothing out the raincoat with meticulous, almost neurotic movements. Finally, he responded in a low, muffled tone. Yes, it was me, I confess. Su Chen suddenly let out a cold laugh. I was not addressing you. He turned his head away, his gaze fixed intently. Beside the living room sofa, a small wooden door stood ajar, presumably leading to the bedroom. Su Chen's eyes fell upon that door. Do not hide, he stated calmly. The sins committed by an individual cannot be evaded. As Su Chen's voice faded, a melodious laugh, akin to the chime of silver bells, resonated from behind the door. Subsequently, the petite door was gently pushed open, revealing a young woman stepping out. At that moment, she appeared as though she had just emerged from a refreshing bath, wrapped in a towel, with damp black hair cascading down her shoulders, droplets of water glistening upon her skin. Her delicate visage bore a hint of pallid crimson on her cheeks. The burly man standing in the center of the room subtly trembled upon seeing the young lady, and then, in a hesitant manner, uttered a single word, Master. With a playful squint, the woman rose on her toes and ruffled the man's hair as a reward. Afterward, she dismissed him and gracefully seated herself before Su Chen, crossing her legs in a casual display. The once towering man, filled with a surge of delight, obediently retreated to the side. The unexpected turn of events indeed caught one off guard. Su Chen tugged at the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixated on the woman before him. He refrained from approaching to subdue her, for this was not reality, but rather a scene conjured within the recesses of his mind. The dialogue between the two was merely a reflection of his own cognitive process. Had it not been for the psychological profile provided by Bai Su, he might not have been able to discern the essence of the case within such a brief span of time. In that moment, Su Chen comprehended fully why the psychological profile was fraught with contradictions. According to the profile, the perpetrator would be a meticulous butcher. At the age of 30, one may find solace in the heavy metal music favored by rebellious youths in their 20s. This butcher, engaged in menial labor, possesses an uncanny ability for counter-surveillance that rivals that of elite criminal investigators. He is well-versed in erasing fingerprints, concealing bloodstains, and obliterating any trace of information from a corpse. While these details may seem incongruous, they create a disquieting sense of unease. Simultaneously, Su Chen has come to understand why chaos occupies a perplexing 21% in the results of personality assessments. It is not due to the murderer's madness or split personality, but rather because the perpetrator and the one who executes the act are two entirely distinct individuals. One is the paranoid butcher, tasked with murder, dismemberment, and disposal, while the other is a meticulous female student, responsible for the planning and counter-surveillance design. Throughout 2 decades of investigation, the police have erroneously identified the culprit of the Jinling University dismemberment case as a single individual, due to the peculiar relationship between these two. The butcher effectively relinquishes all control over his body and mind to the female student, devoid of independent thought, obediently following her commands, harboring an absolute trust in her. Consequently, the female student holds a position of complete dominance in their relationship, while the butcher becomes an extension of her will, lacking autonomy and entirely subject to her control. In the psychological treatise Intimate Relationships, published in 1996, this extreme form of mutual dependency is referred to as a DS relationship. This refers to one party's complete submission, both physically and mentally, to the other, willingly allowing themselves to be dominated. Zhao Xiaoye, a 22-year-old female from Suishan, Hubei province, is the only child of a single-parent family. She is currently enrolled in the psychology department at Jinling University, excelling academically with a comprehensive GPA that places her in the top 10 of her major. She harbors a profound passion for criminal investigation studies and has read numerous books on the subject. In addition, she is an avid enthusiast of heavy metal music. Su Chen straightened up from the sofa, his hands clasped before his chest. With a calm demeanor, he articulated all the information regarding the girl before him while keenly observing her reactions. The interrogation techniques employed by seasoned criminal investigators are generally quite similar. This time, Su Chen utilized a tactic previously employed by Duan Yu, revealing the other party's detailed information to instill a sense of intimidation. However, unlike Duan Yu, he possessed substantive key evidence against her. After Su Chen calmly concluded his lengthy discourse, the girl across from him did not display any signs of surprise. Instead, she smiled warmly and said, "Officer, your investigation is quite thorough, but let us skip the psychological warfare during the interrogation. As a psychology major, I am immune to such tactics. Precisely because you are a student from a top university's psychology department," Su Chen added. "You are capable of taming and manipulating a butcher 30 years your senior, using him to execute your murderous designs. 20 years ago, in an era when even university students were a rarity, you possessed a significant intellectual advantage over the police, rendering you one of the most formidable criminals." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoya offered a subtle nod to Su Chen, indicating her appreciation. "After delving into psychology, I discovered that humans are remarkably intricate beings. Everyone harbors psychological vulnerabilities. By identifying these weaknesses, one can effortlessly breach another's mental defenses and manipulate them at will." Observing the girl's reaction, Su Chen's lips twitched slightly. As a professional in psychology, it became evident that this individual's mind was far from ordinary. She was not merely a common murderer, but rather a deviant killer. Across the globe, those who excel in psychological manipulation are the most challenging to confront. Thus, you have adeptly tamed this butcher using your expertise. From him, you acquired two crucial elements for this murder, one being his professional slaughtering skills, and the other a robust male physique capable of dismembering and relocating a body overnight. Su Chen remarked, "I might as well boldly hypothesize that you have transformed this butcher into an ideal instrument for orchestrating murder." Upon entering the room, I noticed him consciously avoiding allowing raindrops from his raincoat to touch the ground, likely a habit you have deliberately instilled in him to ensure he leaves no trace. Furthermore, within Baisu's psychological analysis report, the 70% of her personality that is characterized by paranoia stems from this intentional cultivation. At the time of the tragic incident, when the police arrived at the scene, they were immediately struck by a peculiar observation. The location was exceedingly pristine, leaving behind scarcely any trace. In retrospect, it seemed implausible for any individual, no matter how meticulous, to render the scene so immaculate following an act of murder. Such a feat could only be achieved through prolonged conditioning, resulting in a series of subconscious habits. After Su Chen articulated this thought, the woman did not exhibit the expected signs of anger or humiliation from being exposed. Instead, her eyes momentarily glimmered with delight, as if she had encountered a kindred spirit. It was reminiscent of many notorious criminals who take pride in their methods and harbor a desire to be discovered. Su Chen observed all these nuances, his brow furrowing deeper in concern. He began to perceive that the girl's psyche appeared disturbingly warped. Thus, he was left pondering, as the girl had claimed. A psychology major would not be easily swayed by psychological manipulation. What, then, had precipitated this distortion? Why? At last, Su Chen voiced the pivotal inquiry. "Why did you kill that girl? You were supposed to be classmates, and there seemed to be no conflict." It was as if he had finally unearthed a concealed truth within Zhao Xiaoya. Upon posing this question, he noticed her pupils constrict sharply. Consider it a tribute, perhaps an homage to that individual. The girl spoke, her face flushed with increasing intensity, her voice trembling slightly. A tribute. An ominous premonition surged within Su Chen's heart. Could it be that this Zhao Xiaoya is an imitator? As he pondered this, he observed the girl across from him sweeping her hair aside, raising her delicate chin. It was then that he noticed a stark scar traversing her alabaster neck, a striking sight that demanded attention. Chapter 42. The Shocking News. The Platinum City Serial Murder Case. Chapter 43. The Shocking News. The Platinum City Serial Murder Case. Upon glimpsing the scar, Su Chen felt a sudden resonance in his mind, as if the entirety of reality had been overturned in that moment. After 8 years of meticulously studying the case files, he instantly connected this to another notorious case. No, it was far more than just a significant case. It was the foremost of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the Dragon Kingdom, the Platinum City Serial Murder Case. Su Chen spoke, his gaze fixated on the scar adorning the girl's neck. The Platinum City Serial Murder Case transpired at the turn of the last century. Within a mere 8 days, 4 young women fell victim to a heinous fate, each meeting their demise in identical fashion, throats slit with a single, swift stroke. For the city of Platinum, this period was undeniably one of despair, and the same held true for the police force. As early as the second victim's demise, law enforcement had recognized the emergence of a serial killer and promptly established a dedicated task force for investigation. However, this initiative proved utterly futile. The subsequent 2 victims were claimed even amidst a citywide lockdown enforced by the police, effectively rendering their efforts meaningless. Rumors circulated at the time, suggesting that the reason there were only 4 victims it was not due to the protection of the police, but rather simply because the murderer had satiated his thirst for blood. As long as he desired to continue, the police could do nothing to prevent new victims from emerging. Though mere rumors, these tales possessed a remarkable ability to spread. Shortly thereafter, fragments of human throats were mailed to the police department of Platinum City, accompanied by a provocative letter mocking the ineptitude of the Dragon Kingdom's public security. This incident marked the most shocking and infuriating event in the history of the Dragon Kingdom's law enforcement. The following afternoon, the suspect was elevated to the 2nd position on the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list, becoming the target of detectives and criminal investigators nationwide and even globally. The perpetrator of this unsolved case remains elusive to this day. The Platinum City serial murder case has thus been designated as the foremost among the Dragon Kingdom's top 10 unsolved mysteries. Su Chen gazed intently at the girl's fair neck, struggling to fathom how Zhao Xiaoya had survived with such a grotesque scar. Indeed, upon hearing Su Chen recount the case, Zhao Xiaoya's expression grew increasingly animated. She raised her arm and exclaimed with fervor, "Yes, officer. It is indeed the Platinum City serial murder case. There were 4 victims, but there should have been a 5th, me. However, when I was struck with that blade and fell to the ground, my consciousness began to fade, and I suddenly felt someone lifting my head from behind." His technique was remarkably professional, simultaneously applying pressure to staunch the bleeding while supporting my neck and sealing the wound. Generally speaking, a typical throat cut could lead to death from blood loss within a minute or result in asphyxiation from pulmonary hemorrhage. However, that individual's swift first aid allowed me to endure for a full 10 minutes until the ambulance arrived. Thus, I became the singular regret of the Platinum City serial killer. The girl's harrowing account was nothing short of perilous. Yet, Su Chen, possessing vast knowledge of such cases, felt no apprehension. He merely furrowed his brow and remarked, "In that case, you should be grateful to that unknown savior, rather than idolizing the murderer. After all, it is the former who granted you your life." "No, you don't understand," Zhao Xiaoya suddenly interjected, her excitement interrupting Su Chen's words. Her face betrayed no concealment of her admiration for the killer, leading Su Chen to suspect she may have succumbed to what is referred to as Stockholm Syndrome. It seemed to be called that. Though Su Chen himself was not well versed in psychology, Zhao Xiaoya exclaimed passionately, "You cannot fathom that feeling. Upon waking, I was first engulfed by fear, a terror that penetrated to the marrow of my bones. I would recall my helplessness at that moment, dreading that the murderer might find me again. Yet, perhaps struck by the news of my survival, the killer has not committed any further crimes since then. In retrospect, I gradually realized that the feeling of terror had dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of reverence. You see, it was a reverence characteristic of the weak. Perhaps, for that murderer, within the city, amidst the tapestry of human civilization, all individuals were mere lambs awaiting slaughter, while he stood as the solitary butcher." Chapter 44. The Sensation of Crime. How does it feel? After hearing the words of the female perpetrator, Su Chen, drawing upon his experience, made a judgment. The motives behind such criminals are exceedingly peculiar, diverging from the conventional pursuits of greed, lust, conflict, or impulsive acts. Rather, they often harbor a distorted admiration for other offenders, emulating their criminal behavior. Numerous instances of this phenomenon can be found throughout history and across the globe. For instance, the notorious Black Dahlia case in the United States, famed for the grotesque positioning of the corpse, incited a wave of similar murders both within the nation and worldwide, with victims' bodies mimicking the tragic pose of the Black Dahlia, as if to pay homage. While Su Chen could not fathom why some individuals idolize criminals, particularly those guilty of heinous acts, such realities are palpably present in this world. This brings to light certain shadowy aspects. Upon his initial arrival in this realm, he was only aware of the numerous unsolved mysteries that existed and the fervent individuals and organizations dedicated to unraveling them. However, he soon discovered that the obsession with these enigmas among the populace extends beyond mere enthusiasm for solving crimes. A significant number of extreme individuals exist, captivated by the idea of mimicking criminal acts, with the prevalence of such imitators exponentially surpassing that of his previous world. It is evident that this young woman is one among them. Thus, you are, in essence, emulating the perpetrator of the notorious Platinum City serial murders. Su Chen spoke in a low voice. You chose your junior from the same school merely because her age resembles that of the killer's victims, did you not? For this absurd rationale, you have irrevocably extinguished a life. He had come to the realization that this female murderer seemingly intended for the authorities to associate the dismemberment case at Jinling University with the continuation of the Platinum City serial killings. However, the timeline of the Platinum City case was far too distant. By the time she committed her crimes, forensic technology had advanced significantly. Consequently, she could not resort to the previous methods of slitting throats and disposing of bodies, as such actions would have been promptly detected. Thus, she disfigured the corpses, meticulously cleaned the scene, and discreetly dismembered and discarded the remains, allowing this case to diverge from the Platinum City serial murders, becoming a distinct investigation, the Jinling University dismemberment case. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Xiaya shook her head, expressing a sense of incredulity. That is precisely because you law enforcement officers fail to perceive the aesthetics of violence and crime. Her fingertips rested on her neck, gently caressing it as if savoring the sensation, trembling with a mix of exhilaration and fear. I too was once oblivious, until I was truly conquered by another's violence. At which point I began to appreciate its allure. Within the confines of society, individuals are ensnared by myriad constraints, morality, law, and emotion. Each person resembles a bird trapped within a cage, yet there exists one who can break free from these shackles, truly liberating their essence and returning to a state of purity. As Zhao Xiaya spoke, unexpectedly, she leaned forward with fervor. The towel draped over her revealed skin as white as snow, her upper body nearly pressed against Su Chen's chest, her cascading hair falling softly upon his shoulder. "Su Chen, tell me," she uttered, her eyes narrowing as she drew closer, locking gazes with him. Her voice was a warm breath, sending shivers across Su Chen's lips. "You participated in the program, engaging in a dramatic interplay with the experts, repeatedly committing grave offenses. Though merely a simulation, tell me, what is the sensation of crime like? Did you feel a thrill while toying with those officers?" Just as their contact seemed imminent, Su Chen suddenly commanded, "Stop." With that utterance, the entire scene froze. Time suspended in that singular moment. Apart from Su Chen, the girl and the butcher remained poised in mid-action. In the ensuing silence, Su Chen gradually rose from the sofa, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. "I have already discerned the true culprit," the reasoning ceases. He entered the bathroom, turning on the faucet to splash cold water upon his face. Simultaneously, with this decree, the atmosphere shifted. The surrounding scene is swiftly fading, as all the furnishings within the room melt in an instant, transforming into a cascade of flowing oil paint that slips away. Soon, the entire room vanishes, and in the enveloping darkness, only Su Chen, the girl, and the butcher remain. Gradually, the bodies of the girl and the butcher begin to shatter and disintegrate. The butcher's massive form crumbles like shattered glass into fine fragments, while the girl's body dissipates entirely. Upon her delicate face, only a pair of enchanting eyes linger, casting a final gaze upon Su Chen before vanishing into the void. When Su Chen eventually raises his head from the cold water, he finds himself in the restroom of the Jinling City Public Security Bureau, his hands braced against the sink, with the faucet gushing water before him. A significant alteration in a person's temperament or a distortion of character typically arises from immense stimuli that surpass their capacity for adjustment. There are precedents for such phenomena. In times of peace, the likelihood of such profound shocks is minimal. However, during wartime, records indicate that numerous soldiers have experienced drastic personality changes after narrowly escaping death. After drying his face, Su Chen calmly contemplates the situation. The girl must have endured excessive trauma on the night she was slashed by the serial killer in Platinum City, leading to a psychological distortion. Rather than harboring disdain for her assailant, she bizarrely developed an admiration for the individual who nearly brought her to her demise. This conclusion encapsulates his entire reasoning. Everything has come together. However, reasoning remains merely reasoning. It constitutes a rational conjecture regarding the case. To secure a conviction, tangible evidence is imperative, with the ultimate goal being the apprehension of the perpetrator. At that moment, a primal roar echoed within his mind. "Star map," Su Chen intoned solemnly. Subsequently, his consciousness swiftly settled, plunging into the ancient chamber nestled within his thoughts. The room's theme remained unchanged, as Su Chen had yet to accomplish the task of entering the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom detective rankings. However, when he retrieved the token from the old case table, illuminated by flickering candles, the vermilion characters displayed a reminder. Current reputation points, 7,021. You may illuminate the stars. It appeared that his reputation had reached sufficient levels, and having completed the illumination of the moon relief, he could continue to utilize the skill tree bequeathed to him by the venerable Iron Mask. Su Chen quipped lightly. He then stepped forward, approaching the star map. As his fingertips glided across it, the information regarding the star relief behind the first sun relief gradually manifested, seamlessly flowing into his consciousness. Reputation required to illuminate this star, 7,000 points. Illuminate, Su Chen declared. No sooner had he spoken than the star relief erupted into brilliance. Dots of light penetrated the relief, meandering along its intricate patterns, heralding the capabilities recorded by the next star. Chapter 45, The Painted Skin. The unveiling of the iron-faced investigator's case as the light patterns illuminated the relief. Su Chen immediately discerned that the carvings on this celestial body were a series of layered masks. Among them were exquisitely detailed representations of men, women, the elderly, and children, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. Concurrently, explanatory text appeared on the celestial relief. It was during the public tenure that a hunter pursued a rabbit in the outskirts of the capital. The rabbit burrowed into a cave, prompting the hunter to dig, only to unexpectedly unearth a female corpse. This narrative recounted an incident in which a hunter, while hunting in the woods outside the imperial city, encountered a rabbit that had scurried into a cave. The hunter, compelled to delve deeper, ultimately discovered the body of a woman. Upon her discovery, the woman's body was in a state of decay, her face unrecognizable. Yet her garments of rich silks indicated she was no ordinary woman. Subsequently, the iron-faced investigator took on this case and, employing his exceptional deductive skills, identified the woman as the wife of a nobleman from the capital. When the iron-faced investigator, accompanied by his associates, proceeded to the nobleman's residence to deliver the report, an astonishing scene unfolded. The nobleman emerged to greet his guests, accompanied by his wife, both engaged in lively conversation, exuding harmony and joy. Strikingly, the appearance of the nobleman's wife bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman whose identity had been deduced by the iron-faced investigator. This revelation left the onlookers in astonishment, with some speculating that the iron-faced investigator had erred in his deductions. Consequently, he refrained from presenting the intended report, opting instead to behave as a customary guest. However, some believe that it was the prince who committed the murder of his wife, and that the current lady at his side is merely a disguise orchestrated by him. It is all an elaborate ruse. During a banquet hosted by the prince, the iron-faced man discreetly bestowed some silver upon one of the prince's servants and inquired about the nature of the relationship between the prince and his wife. The response was that their bond was quite deep, though it appeared that the wife was preparing for an extended journey, busy packing her belongings. In that instant, the iron-faced man sensed something amiss and cast a piercing gaze upon the woman seated beside the prince. At that very moment, she exhibited a flurry of anxiety. Consequently, the iron-faced man promptly commanded his subordinates to apprehend the prince's wife. His men rushed forward, but she resisted fiercely, exhibiting extraordinary strength atypical of a woman. The iron-faced man ordered that the lady's face be washed with clear water, revealing a layer of painted skin beneath, which lay a scruffy bearded man. Upon entering her quarters and unearthing the neatly packed luggage, they discovered it filled with silver and gold, as well as the jewels and dowry she had brought upon her marriage, but not a single article of clothing or food. After thorough examination, the truth of the case emerged. This man had slain the prince's wife and assumed her identity, lingering by the prince's side. Had the iron-faced man delayed his intervention for just a few more days, the rogue would likely have absconded with all the valuables from the prince's wife's chamber. Upon uncovering the truth, the prince was struck with horror. When questioned, he replied, "In these past few days of living closely with my wife, I have not sensed anything unusual. During our interactions, with our ears brushing against each other and love resonating in our applause, everything feels just as it always has with her. I noticed nothing amiss. One could say, it is remarkably lifelike. The art of disguise possessed by this individual is indeed astonishing." The prince, contemplating this, considered that the scruffy man before him might not truly be the face of a thief. Perhaps it was merely another layer of deception. Thus, he commanded his subordinates to strip away the man's faade, eager to unveil the true identity of the rogue. However, once the layers were removed, what lay bare were merely muscle and bone. It turned out this was his final skin, not an illusion at all. Consequently, the thief perished. Following this incident, the prince was startled and fell ill, rendering him incapable of further intimate relations, which led him to dismiss all his concubines. 3 years later, he passed away. Upon finishing the description in the star chart, Su Chen was taken aback. He found himself at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin his critique. Thus, the skills outlined in the star chart pertain to this very art of disguise and the technique of layering. Su Chen pondered deeply, and soon he experienced a profound influx of knowledge. Countless techniques of disguise surged into his mind like a torrent breaking free from its dam, causing a throbbing pain at his temples. After several seconds, the knowledge flooded in completely, and as Su Chen absorbed the rich details, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. In the present moment, he is capable of transforming his visage entirely within a mere 5 minutes, utilizing only a standard makeup kit. Should he acquire the necessary materials for special effects makeup, coupled with his own active posture and vocal modulation, he could effortlessly metamorphose into an individual of a different age, gender, or stature. Indeed, he might not even need to be human at all. One must admit, this newfound skill appears somewhat unorthodox, murmured Su Chen. Furthermore, it seems that the extraordinary tales inscribed upon the star map are remarkably extensive, nearly doubling the previous accounts. It evokes the sensation of a serialized novel suddenly releasing a plethora of chapters. The esteemed Iron Mask, a man of vast experience, has encountered a myriad of bizarre criminals, which is rather exhilarating to contemplate. Su Chen gazed upon the expansive star map, noting that the stars he had illuminated were scarcely more than a tenth of the entire map. This illustrates just how industrious the Iron Mask truly is. Yet, perplexingly, such a figure remains unchronicled in the annals of history. This is the most bewildering aspect, as this world holds a considerable reverence for detectives, particularly those of exceptional caliber. A detective of the Iron Mask's caliber ought to rank among the top 10 on the Dragon Kingdom's list of illustrious detectives, perhaps even earning recognition as a historical figure. Subsequently, cities would vie to preserve his former residence as a monument. However, the reality is that Su Chen scoured the internet, finding no trace of any information regarding the Iron Mask. The only whispers of his legend are confined to the ancient chamber of his own mind. It is evident, even to the most casual observer, that there lies a significant issue within this matter. However, Su Chen currently finds himself unable to untangle a coherent line of thought, as the information at his disposal is woefully insufficient. He resolved to continue illuminating the star map, believing that this would yield further investigative insights from Iron-Faced Gong. With a deliberate motion, Su Chen raised his hand and pressed upon the next star relief, casting a fleeting glance at it. Reputation required to illuminate this star, 10,000 eyes. 10,000 eyes. He was momentarily taken aback. This implied that the viewership for the crime-solving live broadcast must exceed 100 million. Even the Grand New Year-esque gala of the Dragon Kingdom struggles to reach such figures, does it not? No. Considering the current popularity of the crime-solving broadcast, it is conceivable that, in due time, it may be adopted by multiple nations, making such a milestone attainable. What he could do, then, was to enhance its allure and accelerate its rise in popularity. After a period of contemplation, Su Chen resolved firmly. Subsequently, he directed his consciousness back from the confines of his mind's chamber to the realm of reality. Chapter 46. Duan Yu Shock. The culprit is him. In truth, there exist numerous enigmas in this world that, on the surface, seem unrelated to the unresolved cases at hand. For instance, the live streaming program's production team employs miniature surveillance technology to enhance their broadcasts. Additionally, the information filtration system is quite remarkable. In the previous life of Su Chen, although drone technology had advanced significantly, with devices becoming progressively smaller and functionalities expanding, it pales in comparison to the miniature stealth surveillance systems of this world. If the former can be likened to a bow and spear, then the latter is akin to an atomic bomb. There is a staggering disparity in technological prowess. Moreover, the information filtration system possesses an extraordinary capability to meticulously sift through data. For example, during the process of acquiring information, should any spoilers pertaining to Su Chen emerge, the filtration system promptly eliminates such data. This level of control over information is nothing short of terrifying. The information filtration technology is also applicable in daily life. For instance, in Su Chen's previous world, websites associated with illicit gambling and drug trafficking in Long Country vanished entirely under the scrutiny of this information filtration system. As Su Chen pondered these thoughts in his mind, he pushed open the restroom door and stepped out. He had previously researched the principles behind these two pieces of black technology, but aside from some repetitive jargon, he had gleaned little of value. Meanwhile, the online viewers anxiously awaiting Su Chen's return in the live streaming room erupted with excitement the moment he re-entered the frame. Everyone, look! Su Chen has come out of the restroom. How is it that it took so long this time? Well, based on my previous observations during the live stream, every time Su Chen enters the restroom and subsequently emerges, he seems to possess newfound insights. Indeed, the esteemed philosopher Wozki once proposed the Su Chen theorem, which asserts that with each visit to the restroom, Su Chen's repository of information expands. With the slumbering little Goro behind us and the restroom-bound Su Chen ahead, the detective realm truly is a breeding ground for talent. Naturally, Su Chen remains oblivious to these comments as he strides toward the expert group's office. Contemplating his next course of action, he has gradually begun to comprehend the skill known as iron-faced divine deduction. Its essence lies in augmenting one's reasoning capabilities and logical thinking to an extraordinary level. This enables him to conduct a vivid reenactment within his mind, allowing him to reconstruct and personally witness the unfolding of events in a case. For instance, the prior inquiry process involving the residents of the community was a clash and refinement of both new and old clues. The new clues were the personality profile provided by Su, while the old clues consisted of the investigative records pertaining to the residents surrounding the crime scene. As recalled from Su Chen's memory, within the framework of the divine deduction's mental reenactment, it transformed into Su Chen utilizing Su's analysis to question these departed or absent individuals about the perpetrator's leads. When the quantity of clues he possesses reaches a critical threshold, they seamlessly integrate and synthesize within his mind, culminating in new conclusions. For instance, just moments ago, Su Chen engaged in a dialogue within his mind with that girl, a process wherein all the clues he had gathered intertwined and reacted with one another. The act of extracting information from the girl was essentially a manifestation of Su Chen's own reasoning, leading him to new conclusions. Once the clues he possessed reached a critical threshold sufficient to solve the case, Su Chen could reconstruct the entire sequence of events in his mind, almost as if he were experiencing it firsthand, ultimately identifying the perpetrator. His recent deductions unfolded in this manner. He had already discerned the identity of the murderer in the dismemberment case at Jinling University. However, two pressing questions remained. First, where are these two culprits today, 2 decades later, and how might they be apprehended? Second, less than half an hour remained until the comprehensive restoration of the surveillance system. Currently, all monitoring facilities in Jinling City were under stringent defense, reinforced by police personnel, making any further attempts at disruption utterly impossible. Once the surveillance resumed, his identity would inevitably be revealed, and everything he had done during his time at the police station would come to the attention of the expert panel. One could only imagine their reaction. How would he manage to escape from their grasp? Su Chen's mind raced, and soon, answers began to crystallize. In the laboratory of the expert panel, aside from the elusive Wang Yinxing and Duan Yu, who had gone to identify the suspect, all the experts sat together behind the table, as Su Chen, their newly appointed special consultant, had just stepped away to the restroom. He had not returned for an unusually long time. With each passing moment, a sense of unease began to envelop the room. Why hasn't Su Chen come back yet? Qin Ming, the forensic expert, tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a manifestation of his inner anxiety. It was conceivable that the pressure was overwhelming, especially since it was his first time tackling a case of such magnitude. Su responded thoughtfully, contemplating whether she should send Su Chen a message to inquire about his whereabouts. It's normal to feel pressure, Cui Liwan remarked, rubbing his eyes before continuing. I will speak to him later. In this case, we shall do our utmost. However, given its historical complexity, it is entirely reasonable if he does not achieve significant results. Indeed, Qin Ming sighed, acknowledging, this case has been abruptly revived, and our preparation alongside Su Chen has been woefully insufficient. The likelihood of conclusively identifying the perpetrator remains slim. We can only make an attempt. At that moment, Su Chen pushed open the door and re-entered. Su Chen, you're finally back. Su exclaimed, looking up. I took a moment to reflect on the case, Su Chen said as he settled into the vacant seat beside Su. In that instant, she caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance emanating from him, reminiscent of the earthy aroma of fir wood, which piqued her curiosity. Was this a perfume? However, with the gravity of the case at hand, everyone's focus was acutely limited, and Su chose not to delve further into the matter. Upon hearing that Su Chen was contemplating matters related to the case, Cui Liwan's eyes brightened, and he said, Su Chen, please proceed. Seated amidst the experts, Su Chen began, Mr. Cui, I believe you have already concentrated the police force. I kindly request that you allocate a portion of the officers to stand by at the station, as we may need to conduct apprehensions across cities and potentially even provinces. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if you could personally lead another contingent to the residential area southeast of Jinling University. Additionally, I require access to the police database. Cui Liwan nodded in agreement and replied, that is not a problem. While the likelihood of capturing the true culprit behind the cold case in a matter of days is slim, we must still endeavor to strive for it. Without delay, Cui Liwan rose and reiterated the deployment instructions through the intercom, commanding the officers at the precinct to act immediately. He then exited his office, joining the officers as they rushed to the front lines. Before departing, he assigned an officer with database access to assist Su Chen in retrieving information. Su Chen, feel free to explore the database, but be advised that certain materials are classified beyond my clearance, and you will only be able to access a portion. The officer positioned the computer before Su Chen. Gratefully, Su Chen briefly acknowledged him and swiftly began typing. The scene left others astonished, as they realized Su Chen's typing speed rivaled that of Duan Yu's during his prime. In no time, Su Chen successfully retrieved the residential investigation records from Jinling City, dating back 20 years. The resident survey records are a quinquennial census in Longhua, aimed at consolidating information about the permanent population. Generally, these records are preserved indefinitely. Indeed, after meticulously inputting the location, time, and name, Su Chen swiftly located the details of the female perpetrator, Zhao Xiaoya. Upon re-entering the information and retrieving the most recent census data, a startling entry materialized before Su Chen's eyes. Resident, Zhao Xiaoya. Gender, female. Age, 41. Address, 106, Heping Avenue, Nanjing City, South Jiang District. Excellent. A subtle smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he quietly closed the interface. Boss, has Duan Yu gone to identify the suspect? Su Chen inquired, glancing at Bai Su. Bai Su nodded in affirmation. How long has he been gone? He has been away for quite a while, probably around half an hour. Half an hour? Su Chen pondered quietly. Time was of the essence, and it was highly likely that Duan Yu had already completed the identification. He wondered if there was still time to return. Boss, you and Officer Qin remain here and await our updates. If necessary, please set out immediately. Su Chen instructed the two experts present. Understood. Bai Su and Qin Ming nodded in unison. After receiving their acknowledgement, Su Chen refrained from further comment and strode out of the office. He instructed the officer to prepare the vehicle without calling for the driver. And with a swift push of the accelerator, he surged out of the Jinling City Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, at the Jinling City Public Security Bureau University Town Branch, in a tranquil room illuminated by soft lighting, Duan Yu sat opposite two eyewitnesses, a man and a woman, his forehead glistening with a slight sheen of perspiration. In order to ensure the accuracy of the results, I ask you to conduct a third and final identification, he spoke slowly, putting away the old photographs and replacing them with 20 new ones. These images depicted the same 20 individuals as the previous set, albeit captured from different angles. Before Duan Yu, the two eyewitnesses picked up the photographs, scrutinizing them with great care. In less than a minute, they provided their answers. Duan Yu exhaled deeply while holding the photographs. Despite the incredulity of the situation, the results of the three tests were strikingly identical. The individuals they identified were none other than the newly appointed consultant for the expert panel, Su Chen. Chapter 47. He is still at the police station. Duan Yu's phone call. Though the air conditioning in the room was quite comfortable, beads of sweat had already dampened Duan Yu's back. This time, the identification of the perpetrator had been meticulously prepared by the venerable Mr. Chui Liwan. The psychological assessments of the two eyewitnesses revealed no issues, nor did they exhibit excessive stress. This indicated that they maintained a sound state of mind throughout the identification process. Furthermore, the procedure itself was rigorously structured. They utilized a method involving 3 distinct photographs, and on all 3 occasions, they selected the same individual's image. This effectively eliminated any possibility of the eyewitnesses' memories being clouded. Most significantly, the duration of their selections ranged from 40 to 60 seconds each time, suggesting that their choices were made after thorough contemplation, resulting in exceptionally decisive conclusions. Generally speaking, such identifications are unlikely to be erroneous. Duan Yu gazed at the photograph of Su Chen, his expression grave. How could this be possible? If it truly was him, how did Su Chen manage to withstand that sudden interrogation? Duan Yu meticulously recalled the scene from that day, from the large bag of snacks that Su Chen had brought back to his extraordinary composure. It seemed implausible for a civilian officer to remain so unflustered in the face of such an unexpected inquiry. Unless, as this thought crossed his mind, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through Duan Yu's consciousness. He immediately began to search his own body with both hands, exerting such force that he nearly wrinkled the smooth fabric of his police uniform. Once, there was no discovery. Twice, there was still nothing. Impossible, impossible, let me search again. Duan Yu murmured softly as he slipped his hand into his inner pocket. Suddenly, upon feeling the metallic button within, his movements came to an abrupt halt. The thickness was wrong. How could this button be so thick? Grasping the button firmly, Duan Yu yanked it forcefully. With a ripping sound, something adhesive was torn away. When he withdrew his hand, he found a small metal piece, no larger than a coin, pinched between his fingers. Flipping it over, he was met with an intricate array of metallic circuitry. At that moment, it felt as though his mind had been struck with overwhelming force. This was a listening device. It had been installed so discreetly that even with his deliberate search, he had nearly missed it. Everything aligned perfectly. Su Chen was indeed a member of the criminal gang selected by the program's production team. His ability to handle my interrogation and remain so composed was not due to exceptional mental fortitude. Rather, he had already anticipated my surprise interrogation. Furthermore, through this listening device, he could ascertain the specifics of my questioning. That bag of snacks was merely a smokescreen to deflect suspicion. In reality, fabricating such a shopping receipt was not particularly difficult. With this realization, his thoughts raced. Duan Yu could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. The reason was simple. Su Chen had concealed himself too well, performing with such authenticity that he seemed like a natural-born actor, even in close proximity to these experts. He had not revealed any obvious flaws. Wait, that individual is likely still in the office with the expert team. Suddenly, a profound sense of crisis erupted within Duan Yu. This undercover operative was still mingling with the experts, who remained oblivious to his true identity. Even more perilous was the fact that Su Chen was aware of the information regarding the perpetrator's identification. Xiaolu, quickly start the car. Duan Yu abruptly abandoned the two witnesses in the room, leaving them in bewilderment. He hurriedly exited the precinct's lobby, made his way to the front yard, and entered his vehicle, instructing the driver. Hurry, drive quickly to the headquarters. I must meet with the other members of the expert team. As he spoke, Duan Yu retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Cui Liwan. Chapter 48. The Ambush. Duan Yu captures Qing. In the fleeting moment of making the call, Duan Yu contemplated whether the hacker expert from the simulated killer group might be eavesdropping. However, given the dire circumstances, he could afford no further distractions. His immediate priority was to apprehend the infiltrator, Su Chen. Once Su Chen was captured, he would inevitably unravel information about others involved, including the hacker mastermind whom Duan Yu was most eager to confront. Indeed, the revelation of Su Chen's identity merely astonished Duan Yu. His true desire was to meet the elusive hacker expert, preferably in the act of capturing him himself. The phone rang in his ear, the brief wait of mere seconds stretching into what felt like hours. Just as Duan Yu began to fear that the expert group had encountered trouble, the call connected. He exhaled, a wave of relief washing over him. Hello, Mr. Cui. This is Duan Yu. I have obtained reliable results from the suspect identification you requested. Please ensure that you are alone and no one else is listening. You must listen carefully to what follows. It is imperative to arrest Su Chen, the officer under by Su's command. He is an undercover agent. Hello? Are you there? In his urgency, Duan Yu spoke in a hurried stream, nearly breathless. After he had finished articulating everything he knew, he suddenly became aware that the other party had remained silent throughout the entire discourse. What could be the matter? Was the signal poor? Duan Yu tentatively spoke into the phone. Hello? Can you hear me? However, in the next moment, he was taken aback to realize that what echoed in his ears was not the response of the other party, but rather his own voice, repeating the very words he had just uttered. Hello? Can you hear me? What was happening? Duan Yu abruptly lifted his head and noticed that the vehicle he was seated in had not yet started. He had clearly given the order for the driver to hasten towards the headquarters. Yet, at that moment, the driver, seated in the front, appeared oblivious, silently facing away from him. Then, slowly, he raised the phone in his hand. Why aren't you driving? Duan Yu's words trailed off as he suddenly realized that his own voice was emanating from the phone the driver was holding. It became evident that the voice he had heard moments ago originated from there. This meant that the number he had dialed had not reached Mr. Cui at all, but had instead been intercepted by the phone in the driver's possession. Instantly, a profound sense of crisis enveloped Duan Yu's heart. He instinctively attempted to pull the car door, yet it would not budge. Simultaneously, the driver turned to face him. Beneath the brim of the hat, that face was none other than Su Chen's. Good evening, Officer Duan, Su Chen said coolly. Meanwhile, he slowly lifted the disassembled stun gun, its battery removed. Upon catching sight of the other's face, Duan Yu's pupils abruptly constricted. It was you. It was you. Before he could finish his thought, he heard Su Chen pretentiously pull the trigger. Instantly, a swarm of individuals clad in black from the pursuit live-streaming crew emerged around the police car. Su Chen unlocked the car, and the leading figure among the black-clad individuals opened the door, addressing Duan Yu with a tone tinged with regret. Apologies, Officer Duan, but according to our crew's assessment, you have just been incapacitated by Su Chen's stun gun. Furthermore, as Su Chen had previously adjusted the output of the stun gun to a dangerously high level, your current state is classified as deceased. Upon hearing these words and casting another glance at Su Chen in the driver's seat, Duan Yu could not help but let out a long sigh. It was not the regret of failing to conclude his mission, but rather the realization that his confrontation with the enigmatic hacker had yet to reach its conclusion. In the face of the defeated Duan Yu, the leading figure among the black-clad individuals remained exceedingly courteous, gesturing for him to follow. Officer Duan, please make your way to the backstage of our crew. There may be a brief interview regarding your reflections. Reflections? The comments in the live stream chat erupted in laughter. Officer Duan expresses he has no reflections. Is it about being taken down by Su Chen? As the first expert team member to be eliminated, what does it feel like? Haha. I suppose Officer Duan is still bewildered, considering they have yet to unravel Su Chen's enigma. When the live streaming of the pursuit of the murderer commenced, I pondered whether the perpetrator would be eliminated by nightfall. Little did I expect that one of the expert team members would be the first to fall. I hope, Officer Duan, upon entering the backstage, is not utterly dazzled by Su Chen's maneuvers. I feel a pang of sympathy for Officer Duan for a fleeting moment, but my heart aches even more for the expert team, as at least Officer Duan had the clarity to discern Su Chen before his demise. He recognized him, yet not entirely. Meanwhile, upon hearing the words the program team's backstage, the black-clad figure, Duan Yu, suddenly lifted his head. Just in time. I too wished to behold the true visage of that murderer. Upon uttering this statement, the black-clad individuals were momentarily taken aback. Which murderer? Officer Duan, the murderer, is not right in front of you? The leader of the black-clad group inquired, astonished. It is not him, Duan Yu replied as he donned his coat, allowing Su Chen to pass, and proceeded towards the exit. Su Chen is indeed an undercover agent infiltrating the expert team on behalf of the criminal organization. Yet what I truly seek is information about that hacking prodigy. Yes, I require a computer. Even upon entering the backstage, my duel with that hacker is far from over. Listening to these words, the black-clad individuals walked alongside Duan Yu, their minds filled with questions. How come we have not heard of any criminal organization? Hasn't there only been Su Chen as the sole perpetrator all along? However, gazing at Duan Yu's resolute silhouette, the men in black exchanged glances, hesitating to voice their thoughts, fearing it might dishearten him. After Duan Yu was taken away by the men in black, only Su Chen remained in the police car, accompanied by a life-size doll left by the production team to impersonate Duan Yu's corpse. From the driver's seat, Su Chen peered through the window, watching as Duan Yu's figure gradually faded from view. He picked up the phone that Duan Yu had dropped in the car and promptly dialed Chui Liwan's number. Simultaneously, Su Chen summoned a new skill from his mind, disguise, and began to alter his voice. After several attempts, he finally produced a sound identical to Duan Yu's. Enhanced by the disguise ability, even the tone and inflection were remarkably lifelike. Soon, Duan Yu's phone rang for a few seconds before being answered. On the other end, the robust voice of Mr. Chui Liwan resonated. Xiao Chui, has the murderer indicated any findings? Mr. Chui, we have made significant discoveries this time. Su Chen replied in Duan Yu's voice, his tone infused with a hint of excitement. I conducted my own investigation, and in conjunction with the information provided by the murderer, we now know the location of the simulated perpetrator for the live-streamed pursuit. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Mr. Chui Liwan's voice suddenly escalated in intensity. Under normal circumstances, the well-informed Mr. Chui would not exhibit such a strong reaction. It can only be said that this time, the virtual perpetrator has indeed caused them some discomfort. Xiao Duan, you say the word, and I shall immediately dispatch someone to investigate. Mr. Chui promptly responded from the other end of the line. Very well. Su Chen reached into his pocket and retrieved the resident information he had previously recorded. Continuing to speak as he compared the details, the virtual assailant this time goes by the name Zhao Xiaya, a woman approximately 40 years of age. She currently resides at 106 Heping Avenue, Nanjing City, South Jiang District. Chapter 49. Welcome to the experience of modern criminal investigation. The audience was taken aback, not only due to Su Chen's unexpected maneuver this time, but also because they witnessed Su Chen's imitation of Duan Yu's speech, which was so lifelike it blurred the lines of reality. When did Su Chen acquire such an unusual skill? Honestly, this is astonishingly accurate. Had I not seen Su Chen speaking with my own eyes, I would have been utterly unable to distinguish. In the capital, there are those skilled in ventriloquism. Su Chen, do enlighten us. How is it that you possess this talent? Dear friends, if Su Chen can produce voices of different individuals, wouldn't being his girlfriend be quite the experience? Could it be that, like a certain infamous elementary schooler, Su Chen also attended a comprehensive training camp in Hawaii? Meanwhile, on the phone, upon hearing Su Chen disclose information about the perpetrator from the live broadcast, Mr. Chui was clearly taken aback. It turned out that one of their long-standing adversaries was a woman in her 40s. Judging by the perpetrator's demeanor, the energy displayed in outmaneuvering the expert group did not seem characteristic of a middle-aged individual. Could it be that Xiao Duan was the one in all three instances? Chui Liwan inquired. As a seasoned detective in his previous life, Su Chen was well aware of the entire process of the suspect's identification. He immediately responded in Duan Yu's voice. Indeed, 3 rounds of identification were conducted, with the same individual featured in each round, albeit from different angles in the photographs. In all 3 instances, it was he. The eyewitness was quite decisive in their selection, with no signs of memory lapses. Upon hearing this, Chui Liwan no longer harbored doubts, for he firmly believed in the rigorous nature of the identification process concerning his suspect. All right, I understand, Xiao Duan. I will inform Su Chen of this matter immediately and proceed to capture the perpetrator, Chui Liwan concluded, before hanging up the phone. Inside the police car, Su Chen also set down Duan Yu's mobile device. Mere seconds later, his own phone began to ring. The comments flowed in. Wow, One person playing two roles, Su Chen. Do take care not to tire yourself out. Haha. By the way, who exactly is this Zhao Xiaoya mentioned by Su Chen? I've never heard of them. Ahem. I haven't heard of them either. Perhaps Su Chen concocted that name to divert the expert's attention. True enough, I was foolish when Su Chen suddenly mentioned this name. I thought it was someone significant. Regardless, it seems Su Chen has once again outsmarted the expert group. Meanwhile, in the police car, Su Chen promptly answered his incoming call. And on the other end, Cui Liwan's voice resonated. Hello, is this Su Chen? I have an urgent situation here. What is the situation? Please, elaborate. As Su Chen responded, his voice seamlessly reverted to its usual tone. Cui Liwan, maintaining his composure, stated, I have just received word from Duan Yu, who claims to have pinpointed the location of the murderer behind the livestream chase. This information should be reliable. Opportunity waits for no one, Su Chen. If you do not act swiftly on this matter, allow me to lead the police force to apprehend the simulated murderer first. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Su Chen deliberately paused for 2 seconds, feigning deep contemplation. Then, as if he had reached a crucial decision, he replied, Very well, Mr. Cui, but your actions must be swift. Delay may bring unforeseen complications. I will do my utmost to capture her. Cui Liwan responded. And just as he was about to hang up, Su Chen added, Mr. Cui, I must caution you. In my assessment, this simulated murderer is exceedingly dangerous. It would be prudent to employ non-lethal electric weapons to subdue her. With that, the call concluded. Leaning against the police car's seat, Su Chen fell into a brief reverie. He understood that with Cui Liwan, Qin Ming, and other experts spearheading the operation, combined with the intelligence he provided, the elusive culprit would likely find no escape. After all, when it comes to the most adept organizations at apprehending criminals in this world, the Dragon Kingdom's criminal police undoubtedly rank among the top. Once the murderer is captured, he would have the opportunity to verify whether the scar on her neck truly exists. To speak candidly, when he deduced the connection between Zhao Xiaoya and the Platinum case using his extraordinary analytical skills, he was taken aback even by his own conclusions. If his reasoning held true, the dismemberment case in Jinling indeed bore a striking resemblance to the nation's most perplexing mystery. This seemed to align seamlessly with his forthcoming objectives. Meanwhile, in the South Jiang district of Jinling City, at 106 P Street, the night had deepened, leaving only a few solitary figures on the road. A woman clad in a black trench coat walked alone with a purposeful stride. Though fine lines graced her face, her demeanor remained dignified, and her features were strikingly beautiful. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, complemented by a red scarf wrapped gracefully around her neck. In no time, her pace quickened as she approached her black sedan and started the engine. She placed her phone on the holder beside the steering wheel. The screen illuminated with the live broadcast of Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen sat pensively in a police car, gazing out at the scenery, lost in thought. What was the matter with Su Chen? The woman's delicate eyes were fixated on his face on the screen, and after a prolonged gaze, a look of confusion flickered across her expression. Subsequently, she furrowed her brow, shifted gears, steered, and pressed the accelerator in one fluid motion. The roar of the engine echoed through the street, as the black sedan kicked up a cloud of dust, swiftly darting towards the outskirts of the city. However, it was not long before a few vehicles closely tailgated her, closely adhering to her rear. No matter how she accelerated around the corner, she could not escape. Just as several cars became entangled, one of the vehicles trailing behind suddenly accelerated and crashed into the side of the woman's car, a classic tactic employed by law enforcement to force a stop. Accompanied by a piercing screech of brakes, the woman's vehicle instantly lost balance, skidding several meters before coming to a halt. The moment she stopped, four more cars arrived in quick succession, and over 20 officers leaped from their vehicles, surrounding her inescapably. Cui Liwan swiftly approached, flinging open the car door, and without hesitation, pressed a stun gun against the woman's waist. How did you know my location? She asked calmly. For the police, tracking was a task of utmost simplicity. Behind Cui, Wang Yanqing, who had remained unseen until now, slowly made his way forward. Welcome to the experience of modern criminal investigation. Chapter 50. This woman is not the simulated criminal. 20 minutes later, in the office of the expert panel. After a frantic pursuit, the experts now sit in their chairs, facing Zhao Xiaoya. Both parties reflect deeply on the matter at hand, sensing an underlying dissonance. Cui Liwan muses quietly when he received the call from Duan Yu, despite his initial doubts. He had suppressed them due to the cunning nature of the simulated perpetrator and the unwavering tone of Duan Yu on the other end of the line. Consequently, he had swiftly organized the apprehension, managing to capture the suspect just as they were about to flee. However, as the situation has settled and everyone can finally breathe, the doubts he had buried now resurface. Among the expert panel, Only Duan Yu had brushed shoulders with the suspected simulated criminal before the explosion at the distribution center. Although Cui Liwan had never encountered the culprit, he had heard Duan Yu describe the individual as distinctly male, rather than a middle-aged woman. Furthermore, this woman named Zhao Xiaoye is, first and foremost, notably short, contradicting Duan Yu's description. Second, her physique is not robust, which does not align with that of the suspect. Most crucially, the purpose of the suspect identification organized by Cui Liwan was to uncover any potential criminals within the police department. Hence the photographs he provided predominantly featured officers from the Jinling City Public Security Bureau. Only a small portion of the photographs utilized portraits of residents with archived records, serving as an expansion group to augment the sample size for identification and enhance the accuracy of the recognition process. However, the woman they apprehended was evidently not affiliated with the Public Security Bureau. Cui Liwan surmised that she must belong to the expansion group. In other words, they had failed to unearth an insider within the police force and instead stumbled upon the perpetrator through unrelated collected information. This did not sit well with Cui. At that moment, Qin Ming also discerned the anomaly and leaned closer to Cui Liwan, whispering, "I can't shake the feeling that this woman doesn't match the profile of the simulated assailant." After a few moments of contemplation, Cui Liwan replied, "But Xiao Qin, do you recall her reaction when we apprehended her? It was strikingly similar to that of a suspect confronted by the police after committing a crime." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming found himself wavering. Could it be that she disguised herself to infiltrate the distribution center? It's been quite some time. Yet the production team has yet to announce any news regarding our capture of the virtual assailant. Across from the expert panel, Zhao Xiaoye sat behind a table, surveying the surroundings. She glanced at the cup of tea placed before her, her face a portrait of bewilderment. Has the current police force truly adopted such a lenient stance towards criminals? A vicious murderer like herself, had she been apprehended 20 years ago, would undoubtedly have been fitted with a hood, her hands restrained, and led away. Alternatively, she would have been firmly secured to an iron chair, confined within an interrogation room, under stringent surveillance by officers. At present, she was merely handcuffed by her right hand to the table, while her left hand remained free. Furthermore, she was not confined to an interrogation room. Rather, she was courteously escorted to this office. What could this mean? Zhao Xiaoye gazed at the experts seated across the table, engaged in hushed discussions, and found herself enveloped in confusion. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the table, Qin Ming addressed Cui Liwan, stating, "Mr. Cui, whether true or false, simply inquire. Even if there is uncertainty regarding the apprehension, the police can still detain a suspect for 48 hours under reasonable suspicion." With that, he rose, leaning his hands on the table, his eyes locking with Zhao Xiaoye's. "Is there anything you wish to confess? Now is the time." Qin Ming's tone was indifferent. Indeed, the interrogation was imminent. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhao Xiaoye's eyes. I believe the police have conducted sufficient investigation. There is no need for me to elaborate. I have no further need to conceal the truth. I admit, it was I who did it. You may judge me now." It was she. Qin Ming exchanged a glance with Cui Liwan. They had anticipated that, given the nature of the simulated perpetrator, there might be a psychological battle to contend with. However, they were taken aback by her forthright admission. Yet, embedded within her statement was a hint of cunning. As she had taken all responsibility upon herself, seemingly to shield the other members of the simulated perpetrator team. "It was all you?" Qin Ming let out a cold laugh, expressing his disbelief in the words spoken by the other party, feeling that even the punctuation was unworthy of his trust. "Do you think yourself a superhero? What we can ascertain now is that you are undeniably one of them." Zhao Xiaoye, thinking she misheard, confronted Qin Ming. "What did you say?" "Keep pretending." Qin Ming circled behind her, getting straight to the point. "You detonated the power distribution center, didn't you?" Zhao Xiaoye. "What else have you done? Did you also plant the playing cards among the corpses?" Zhao Xiaoye. Cui Liwan, seated across the table, silently sipped his tea and added, "Tell us, who breached the police's information barrier, hacked into Director Guo's phone, and kidnapped his daughter?" Zhao Xiaoye. "Where are your accomplices now?" She smiled helplessly, extending her free hand to tousle her dark hair, a few errant strands falling over her face. "Officer, I have no idea what you are talking about. However, speaking of companions, I did have one 20 years ago, but I discarded him long ago." 20 years ago. It was now the expert team's turn to fall into contemplation. Qin Ming turned his face and quietly asked Bai Su, "What do you make of this?" At that moment, he noticed Bai Su's gaze towards the woman had grown exceedingly grave, far from the earlier lightheartedness. "There is something amiss." Bai Su lowered her voice and said, "There is a madness reflected in this person's gaze, and that icy demeanor seems far from feigned. I have only encountered such a look in a particular type of individual." "What kind of person?" Qin Ming inquired. "Inmates. Murderers," Bai Su replied, her brow furrowing. "Officer Qin, I wonder if you have ever observed the prisoners within the confines of a prison. The gaze of murderers is starkly different from that of those who have never taken a life. When they look at others, it is as if they are gazing upon a slab of meat, akin to viewing livestock ready for slaughter, exuding a chilling indifference that runs deep within their bones. Much like this woman. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming paused, slightly taken aback. Are you suggesting that? Before he could finish his thought, the sudden, urgent ringing of Cui Liwan's phone interrupted. The caller ID displayed Wang Yinxing, who was currently investigating the scene at Zhao Xiaoya's residence. Everyone, please hold on. I must take this call, Cui Liwan announced as he exited the Expert Group S office. Stepping outside, he pressed the answer button and asked, Brother Wang, what is it? Have you made any discoveries over there? No sooner had he spoken than Wang Yinxing's slightly hurried voice came through the line. Cui Lao, I just found an old diary from 20 years ago in her room. Within its pages, this woman detailed her entire plan to commit murder. 20 years ago, Cui Liwan's pupils dilated suddenly, realizing the implications. This woman is not a simulated perpetrator of the production team. Chapter 51. The true culprit captured? An indescribable impact. Simultaneously, the barrage of comments fervently analyzed the current situation. What is going on? Is this woman named Zhao Xiaoya not merely a fabrication by Su Chen to divert the attention of the experts? Indeed, how could the expert team have actually apprehended such an individual? Moreover, there is something peculiar about her tone. I had assumed she was merely an innocent victim of Su Chen. Have you all been swayed by the program? It seems you view everyone as suspicious. I believe this person poses no threat. I simply cannot fathom why Su Chen would have the experts capture someone like her. Was it merely a tactic of misdirection? Outside the office of the expert team, Cui Liwan quietly listened to Wang Yinxing's continued account. The diary, after his thorough examination, was confirmed not to be a forgery or artificially aged, based on the degree of paper oxidation and ink saturation. It was indeed a diary from 2 decades prior. The detailed account of the murder case documented within did not seem like mere fanciful scribbling. More importantly, the case bore a striking resemblance to. Wang Yinxing's voice was low, yet to Cui Liwan, it resonated like a thunderclap. The emergence of this diary potentially heralded the revelation of a long-cold murder case. At that moment, the seasoned detective Cui Liwan realized that their earlier conversation with the woman named Zhao Xiaoya had been a mere exchange of disparate narratives. The woman did not concede to the fabricated charges. Rather, there lay undisclosed truths known only to the expert panel. Recognizing this, Cui Liwan felt a surge of determination, hung up the phone, and promptly entered the office, taking a seat before Zhao Xiaoya. Silently, he activated the police recording device, resolved to feign a sense of authority derived from possessing substantial information. Addressing her, he said, Ms. Zhao, do you not feel regret? According to the laws of Longhua, murder warrants a death sentence. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xiaoya's demeanor reverted to its previous disdainful and icy state. There is nothing to conceal. I accept the death penalty. After all, I am merely a clumsy imitator, while the true hunter shall forever elude your grasp. She provocatively leaned closer to the expert panel. I confess. The dismemberment case at Jinling University was orchestrated by me. Boom. Each word resonated like a thunderous blow, striking the hearts of the experts. The Jinling University dismemberment case. One of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in Longhua, a riddle unresolved for 2 decades. Now, a woman who appeared to be the suspect stood before them, openly admitting her involvement in the case. The members of the expert panel had initially planned to apprehend her based on the simulated profile of the perpetrator during their live pursuit of the killer. Suddenly, Qin Ming stood up, pointing at the woman before him, whose demeanor was as tranquil as still water, his face expressing shock and leaving him momentarily speechless. The transition from being a guest on the show to the true culprit behind the unresolved case was so staggering that it momentarily led him to question his own hearing. Beside him, Bai Su cast a sharp gaze at Zhao Xiaoya, remaining silent, but with an increasingly severe expression. Change the location, commanded the veteran investigator Cui Liwan with a wave of his hand. Immediately, 2 robust frontline detectives surged forth. They acted swiftly, binding Zhao Xiaoya's hands behind her back with handcuffs, flanking the petite woman on either side, holding her firmly as they escorted her toward the interrogation room. The officers present felt their heart rates escalate, struggling to breathe amidst the tension. Meanwhile, the live-streaming room was inundated with an explosion of comments, nearly overwhelming the screen. What the hell is going on? No way, did I just hear that right? This woman just admitted to the dismemberment case at Jinling University. Could it be that a 20-year-old cold case is finally solved? It feels like a dream. I suspect there might be deeper implications at play here. At that moment, one particular comment sent a chill down the spine of every viewer behind the screen. Have you considered how the murderer ended up in the hands of the police? Upon your utterance, it seems as though Su Chen has donned the guise of Duan Yufa to orchestrate the apprehension of this individual. My skin prickles with unease. Could it be that Su Chen has already deduced that this woman is the perpetrator? It must be so. Otherwise, how could he have nonchalantly named the culprit? I refuse to believe such a coincidence exists. The sheer terror of it all is overwhelming. This individual possesses an omniscient perspective, and I failed to discern his ultimate objective. It appears that Su Chen's intention was not merely to guide the expert team in revisiting the case, but rather to unravel it. My girlfriend chides me for kneeling while engrossed in my phone, to which I responded with a playful slap, inviting her to join me in reverent awe of Su Chen. Brothers, was my action just? It's rather amusing, albeit a tad taxing on my girlfriend. The fervor surrounding the live-streamed manhunt surged dramatically in this moment. Within a mere 10 minutes, the viewership soared to 90 million. 90 million, a milestone unprecedented in the realm of Dragon Country variety shows, reaching the zenith of audience engagement. No prior program has ever achieved such a feat in the backstage of the Manhunt livestream. The chief director Chen Qiming, the national treasure director from Sakura Country, Nan Yi-Wu, along with the best-selling author Lanshan Gangchong, stood before the screen, seemingly petrified, their thoughts nearly suspended. Chen Jun. Nan Yi-Wu trembled, pointing at the screen, barely able to stand. As a renowned director, how could he be unaware of the top 10 mysteries of the Dragon Kingdom? Such significant cases. How could they be resolved within a variety show? Is this the script devised by your production team? Nan Yi-Wu inquired, though it seemed absurd. He could not formulate any other question. No. As the weighty accusation loomed overhead, Chen Qiming was resisting with all his might. Who has ever encountered such a script? He was so anxious that he held his breath, his face turning crimson, and hastily pulled out a fast-acting antihypertensive pill from his pocket, swallowing it down with water, gradually regaining his composure. Our program is entirely spontaneous. Everyone is free to act as they please. If this woman is indeed the culprit, it would mean that this mystery would be solved at last. Although he had already harbored a faint suspicion, upon hearing Chen Qiming's words, both Nan Yi-Wu and Lanshan Gangchong were still caught off guard, their blood rushing. Chen Jun, do you have any more medication? Save me. Please give me a pill as well. The backstage staff watched in trepidation, nearly calling for an ambulance. What would they say if anything happened to these three prominent figures? Two directors with vast experience and a novelist skilled in narrative creation were rendered faint by the unfolding scenario of a freewheeling variety show. Who would believe such a tale? However, they were truly astonished by this variety show. More precisely, it was the simulated perpetrator, Su Chen, who left them in awe. 5 minutes later, the trio began to slightly regain their composure. Nan Yi-Wu tightly grasped Chen Qiming's hand, exclaiming, "If this show cannot be introduced to the land of cherry blossoms, it will be a profound regret for me throughout my life." At that very moment, the door to the backstage studio was suddenly flung open. Several individuals clad in black from the production team entered, accompanied by Duan Yu. With a smile gracing his face, Duan Yu was in high spirits. Just a short while ago in the car, he had continued to decipher the hacker's intricate program on his computer, successfully breaching the final layer of the information firewall. With one more trace, he would be able to uncover the perpetrator's ID and, subsequently, their location. Although he had already completed filming for the show and the information he had gathered could not be shared with the expert group, he felt a glimmer of hope for victory in this strategic game. Striding confidently towards Chen Qiming and the others, Duan Yu was about to extend a courteous greeting when he suddenly noticed their pallid expressions, as if they had just survived a calamity. Chapter 52. Are you all playing me? Perhaps even the backstage staff could not have anticipated that an expert would be eliminated so prematurely this evening. Duan Yu mused quietly. Given the magnitude of the incident, it was no wonder that the chief director, Chen Qiming, felt a surge of anxiety. Duan Yu placed the computer, which was running the program, on the table and then gestured towards the chief director standing before the large screen, Director Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiming momentarily halted, turning his head as if he had only just noticed Duan Yu, offering him a forced smile. "Officer Duan, your efforts are much appreciated." While the effort itself was not burdensome, there lingered a sense of frustration within him, primarily due to the fact that he had been ousted by the perpetrator. Duan Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly, and then his gaze suddenly fixed upon the large screen. There, the live broadcast of Su Chen's stream was prominently displayed. Indeed, it was him. This individual possessed quite the talent, managing to remain undercover in the police department for such an extended period, exhibiting commendable adaptability. Duan Yu offered a rather affirmative assessment. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiming eagerly nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence with fervor, emphasizing that the individual was not merely competent but exceedingly so. He was far too capable to belong to this world. Truly, Director Chen had chosen well. Duan Yu sighed and gave Chen Qiming a thumbs up. In this casting of the perpetrator, he displayed a sense of resignation. while the opposing party exhibited considerable cunning. It was evident that Su Chen was the individual responsible for sabotaging the surveillance system at the distribution center, employing brute force against this information expert and utilizing hacking techniques against the police chief. This was a clear case of differentiated competition. Please, I am not deserving of such accolades, Chen Qiming insisted, repeatedly gesturing dismissively, demonstrating no inclination for commendation or reward. If it were possible, he would prefer to take a loudspeaker and clarify the matter to the entire nation, asserting that he and Su Chen had absolutely no connection to the unfolding events. An opportunity had once presented itself before him, one that he failed to cherish, and now he found himself filled with regret. If given the choice, he would wish for no intersection with Su Chen, as it could potentially shorten his life. If a time frame must be imposed, he would desire it to extend over 10,000 years. After a series of awkward pleasantries between Duan Yu and Chen Qiming, the conversation finally veered back on track. Duan Yu leaned closer to Chen Qiming and posed the question he was most eager to uncover. Director Chen, my mind is solely occupied with one concern, he stated, his expression serious and deliberate. I wish to know the total number of individuals in that criminal gang across from us and the identity of the hacker mastermind. The number of individuals? Chen Qiming was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself that one was already more than enough trouble for him. As he spoke, Director Chen gestured toward the large screen, his expression tinged with bitterness. Officer Duan, as you can see, that is indeed him. I am aware that he is the one who orchestrated my exclusion. Duan Yu waved his hand dismissively. What I seek is a comprehensive understanding. No, that is precisely what I mean. Chen Qiming elucidated to Duan Yu. In this episode of our Murder Pursuit live broadcast, there has always been only one simulated perpetrator. A profound silence ensued. Following Chen Qiming's statement, an eerie stillness enveloped the entire backstage studio. Officer Duan's complexion visibly shifted. Duan Yu inquired, the distribution center. Was it he who detonated it? Chen Qiming nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed it was him. Duan Yu gestured towards the computer. This. Was he the one who hacked the director's phone? Chen Qiming again affirmed. Yes, that too was him. Duan Yu, in disbelief, asked. Then was he also the one who abducted that girl? Did he place the playing cards within the bones? Chen Qiming vigorously nodded. Everything was orchestrated by him. Moreover, he has committed numerous other acts that you have yet to uncover. Do you know whom he just apprehended? The atmosphere suddenly fell quiet once more. After a prolonged moment, Chen Qiming noticed that Duan Yu had not responded. Turning to glance, he found Duan Yu curiously surveying the studio, as if searching for something. Officer Duan, what are you doing? Ha. Duan Yu laughed heartily, exuding confidence. I am searching for hidden cameras. Your production team is quite mischievous, aren't you? Have you prepared a prank show for me? Are you deliberately provoking me to gauge my reaction? I have watched my fair share of variety shows. I understand these tactics. They are merely for entertainment value. Where's the camera? Why can't I see it? Could it possibly be a pinhole camera or the eye of heaven? Chen Qiming and the surrounding personnel exchanged glances. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room of the manhunt, the bullet comments had erupted in laughter. He knows everything. He simply refuses to confront it. I'm truly heartbroken. Officer Duan is utterly unfortunate, reduced to a mere fool by Su Chen. He is, after all, a top-notch information expert. Let us observe a moment of silence, hoping Officer Duan can endure the truth when he learns it. In just one night, Su Chen accomplished so much. He is undoubtedly a model worker. This program is so captivating that I can't sleep. I still have work tomorrow. What am I to do? ISNT tomorrow Sunday, brother? Why are you still working? You all get Sundays off? Am I the only one on duty like a 007? In the back studio of the Manhunt live broadcast, watching Duan Yu's relentless search for the camera, Chen Qiming and several staff members could no longer bear to watch. They stepped forward, grasping Duan Yu's hand, speaking with difficulty. Officer Duan, please stop looking. It's truly not a hoax. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Duan Yu raised his hand, retreating behind the table, facing Chen Qiming and the others with a piercing gaze. Very well, I shall pose one final question to you. If Su Chen is indeed that hacker, tell me, how did he infiltrate the director's phone? And how did he defend against my subsequent attacks? Can any of you articulate an answer? Upon hearing these words, Chen Qiming's expression momentarily froze. He was not unaware of what Su Chen had been doing at that time. However, how could he articulate it? Officer Duan, we all witnessed it. At that moment, Su Chen was engrossed in playing a legendary game. I surmise he was simultaneously engaging in a hacking intrusion. A staff member beside Chen Qiming hastily interjected. Upon hearing this, Duan Yu erupted into even more boisterous laughter, as if he had encountered the most ludicrous of jokes. Do not let your words stray into the realm of absurdity. He wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. I understand this is a variety show. Anyone could potentially be an actor. Director Chen, You must be here for a cameo, right? And you, the staff members here. You are all aware of the truth, aren't you? You are all actors, and surely, you are all performing for me. Just wait. As Duan Yu spoke, he seemed to suddenly have an epiphany. His expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated behind the table, seizing a computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with fervor. Simultaneously, lines of code cascaded down the screen with the force of a waterfall. While he feverishly decrypted the final search path, he murmured fervently, "You may act as me, but the data shall not, and the information will remain steadfast. Just wait. I will trace back to the hacker's computer ID address through this path and pinpoint it. I must meet him today, mark my words." He continued to mutter as he executed the final disassembly. At this moment, all barriers had shattered, leaving Duan Yu unimpeded, his speed increasing exponentially. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds later, he finally exhaled deeply, and with a decisive click, struck the final enter key. It was accomplished. Simultaneously, the computer screen erupted with an overwhelming number of web pages, as the program diligently traced its path. These windows flickered on and off, ultimately consolidating into a single, expansive window that dominated the entire screen. Gazing at this scene, Duan Yu's face illuminated with sheer anticipation, his eyes nearly reluctant to blink. He had at last tracked down the elusive hacker who had haunted his dreams. As vibrant colors burst forth within the grand window, several prominent words materialized. Legendary page game. Start with divine gear. Receive a top-tier paralysis ring as a gift. Wow. The drop rate is truly astounding. Over 10 million players online daily. If you're a brother, come and challenge me. True legend, your unparalleled choice. Duan Yu. Upon reading these lines, the corners of Duan Yu's eyes twitched. Then, with a sudden lurch, he toppled from his chair. Officer Duan, are you all right? Quickly, old Chun. Pinch his acupoint. Chapter 53, The Restoration of Surveillance. Su Chen's final gift. Half an hour later, in the backstage studio of the Murder Chase live broadcast, Officer Duan sat in a chair, draped in a blanket, cradling a steaming cup of hot water. How foolish I have been, he murmured to himself. I should have realized long ago that Su Chen's information walls were merely a ruse. The conspicuous tracking path was deliberately placed on the web interface. The true ID path was concealed beneath the tracking route, fortified with encryption. Simultaneously, while breaching the director's phone, he even crafted a legendary cheat tool, aiding his guild in securing a top 3 position in the district. Although, after his departure, this guild was reported by the bombing gang. Duan Yu spoke in a low voice, clearly still reeling from the shock. Reflecting on the recent events, all unfolded before the gaze of 90 million viewers. And then there was that moment in the expert panel's office, when Su Chen asked, "Officer Duan, what are you busy with?" Duan Yu felt it was time to seek refuge on another planet. Nearby, the chief director, Chen Qiming, approached quietly. Observing the disheartened Duan Yu, he sighed softly and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Officer Duan, do not dwell too much on this matter. The road ahead is still long." Duan Yu nodded slightly, forcing a smile at Chen Qiming. "It's all right. After all, life is not exceedingly long. We just have to endure for a while." Chen Qiming remained silent. From a young age, Duan Yu was regarded as the exemplary child, a prodigy recognized for his intellect, particularly in the realm of information technology, where he excelled remarkably. Throughout his secondary education, he amassed numerous accolades, including a gold medal at the International Olympiad in Informatics, as well as another gold medal in the World Cybersecurity Competition during his adulthood. One could say that his life has been a smooth ascent, encountering only 2 setbacks along the way. The first occurred a decade ago when he faced defeat against an American adversary. The second happened during a live-streamed manhunt. At least in this reality show, I have contributed my fair share. Duan Yu took a deep breath, slowly rising to his feet and approaching the large screen. My Skynet may have been restored, and the anti-Su Chen app entrusted to Mr. Chui is ready. He continued, though I have withdrawn. My expertise can still assist the expert team. Turning to Chen Qiming, he inquired, Director Chen, could you kindly adjust the screen? I wish to see how the surveillance system has been restored. Seeing that Duan Yu had finally shown some spirit, Chen Qiming quickly nodded, of course. He gestured to the staff in the back, who promptly sprang into action, displaying both the expert team's footage and the visuals from the University City's power distribution center. In the university town, at the distribution center, an opportunity presented itself through Su Chen, allowing the staff of the distribution center to conduct a counterattack rehearsal. Various units, including the security department, monitoring department, and technical division, collaborated harmoniously. They engaged in drills for intrusion prevention, hazardous material handling, and employee safety education, emphasizing the importance of not disclosing the internal structure of the distribution center to strangers, while also keeping a vigilant eye on their identification badges. Amidst the fervent and bustling simulated repair efforts, Director Huang Tao briskly approached the maintenance technicians and inquired, "How is it going? Are we ready to restore operations?" A leading technician wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and nodded, "Yes, Director. We are just about to complete the final link of the monitoring information, and we will soon be able to relay it to the expert team's office." Huang Tao's expression brightened upon hearing this. It was the most uplifting news he had received in the past 3 hours. "Let us hasten our pace. Officer Duan and the others are still awaiting our update," he urged. Subsequently, he summoned several fully armed security personnel from the security department and entrusted them with the monitoring system's information terminal. "Quickly deliver this to the expert team, so they can receive the monitoring data." This time, having learned from the previous ambush, Huang Tao had implemented comprehensive safeguards, dispatching a substantial number of armed personnel to escort the equipment and ensure absolute security. On the street in front of the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau, a black police car stood quietly parked. Inside, Su Chen held a phone, the screen displaying the name by Su. "Hello, Chief, is it true? Such a significant matter. The true culprit behind the dismemberment case has been apprehended. They've only caught one, and the accomplices remain elusive." As Su Chen conversed, he nodded repeatedly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "It's too late for me to return today, Chief. I kindly ask for your assistance with something. Is there a scar on the neck of that female suspect?" Soon, Bai Su's clear voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Indeed, there is a scar. Su Chen, is this also recorded in the case files?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled, but gradually, his expression turned grave, his face becoming exceedingly serious. His deductions were not mistaken. This matter was far more complex than he had initially anticipated. He exchanged a few more words with Bai Su before ending the call. Turning his gaze to the back seat of his car, he noticed a black box resting there. The team led by Cui Liwan had returned to the station to deal with the perpetrator, while another squad remained outside. He promptly dialed the captain of that squad. "Hello, it's me, Su Chen. Follow my instructions precisely. Prepare a vehicle for me. Make sure it's not a police car and free of tracking devices, and fill the tank completely. By the way, I am in the university town. I have something that I would like you to deliver to the expert group on my behalf. I have prior engagements this evening and will not be able to attend in person." Chapter 54. The video playback, an enigmatic process at 1 o'clock in the morning. The police headquarters of Jinling City was ablaze with lights. "Mr. Cui, this is the database receiver that Director Huang from our distribution center entrusted me to deliver to Officer Duan." Inside the expert group's office, the security personnel from the University City's distribution center cradled a dark, cumbersome device with utmost care, as if they were holding a fragile newborn. After all, Director Huang had emphasized the importance of fire prevention, theft prevention, and safeguarding against surprise attacks. Any mishap during this escort would render their roles obsolete. As they gazed upon the tardy data terminal, several experts present couldn't help but smile. Finally, they could restore the video footage and, for the first time, take proactive measures to trace the perpetrator's clues. Following closely behind the security personnel, a team of police officers entered the expert group's office. The leader carried a black box. "Mr. Cui, this is what Su Chen asked us to bring to the expert group's office. He didn't specify what it was, only that it might be useful in the future." Cui Liwan nodded at the officers, signaling them to place the box on the table. The experts were primarily focused on the impending restoration of the video, while the items provided by Su Chen were of secondary concern, as he was handling the dismemberment case, which had already been resolved. The perpetrator is currently undergoing a professional inquiry by the Jinling police, as this matter has long transcended the realm of a live chase program, evolving into a formal case review. The responsibility now lies with the new generation of dedicated criminal investigation personnel. Thus, Cui Liwan and his companions naturally concluded that the materials within Su Chen's box could be examined at a later time. They were also left wondering where Su Chen had vanished to. Bai Su, idly scrolling through her phone, reflected on the moment Su Chen had called to confirm the scar on the neck of the true culprit. Since that conversation, her attempts to message him had gone unanswered. Had he merely read her messages without responding, or had he not seen them at all? She sighed, turning off her phone, her lips pouting slightly. For reasons she could not quite fathom, memories of the last time she had seen Su Chen flooded her mind, particularly the faint scent that lingered around him. She recalled certain details about him, such as his slight obsession with cleanliness, reminiscent of Officer Chen. While such nuances might escape the notice of an average person, Bai Su possessed an innate perceptiveness. When she next encounters Su Chen, whether later today or tomorrow, she resolved to inquire about him. These details may conceal a secret. In terms of experience and his performance within the expert team, Su Chen was far from ordinary. As she pondered these thoughts, the staff at the power distribution center had nearly completed the installation of the necessary equipment. Unfortunately, Officer Duan was absent, which would undoubtedly be invigorating news for him. Qin Ming scrutinized the several staff members as they connected the data terminal to the multimedia setup in the office, subsequently booting the computer and loading the video. Ordinarily, given Duan Yu's character, he would have been the first to rush over. However, ever since he provided them with information regarding the perpetrator, he had not made another appearance. The experts present were all somewhat perplexed by the situation. They were ostensibly aiming to apprehend a simulated offender. Yet it had somehow evolved into capturing the actual culprit. How did Duan Yu acquire this information about the murderer? It was exceedingly peculiar. It felt as though every move they made was orchestrated by an unseen hand, leading to outcomes beyond their control. It was as if they were living in someone's shadow. Perhaps, capturing the true culprit was part of Duan Yu's clandestine scheme? Qin Ming furrowed his brow, quickly dismissing this notion. That could not be right, as they were all members of the expert panel, and this was a genuine case. Why would Duan Yu conceal anything from them? He truly could not comprehend the underlying logic of these events. Whatever the connection may be, we shall observe, remarked Wang Yanqing, who had remained silent beside him. He was known within the precinct by the moniker Hawkeye, due to his meticulous observation skills and rapid information processing. Once, amidst a collection of thousands of photographs, Wang Yanqing merely glanced over them and promptly identified the suspect. In that photograph, there exists only the mere reflection of the suspect in a puddle. Hence, Wang Yanqing's belief is that seeing is believing. The information obtained through direct observation far surpasses countless conjectures. The equipment has been installed. Shall we initiate it now, or wait for Officer Duan to arrive for a collective review? The staff at the distribution center plugged in the final connector and turned to inquire of the experts. After all, this is Duan Yu's project. Let us commence now. We cannot ascertain when Officer Duan will arrive, decided Chui Liwan. With that, several staff members busied themselves once more. Soon, the large screen in front of the expert team's office illuminated with the views from numerous small cameras, densely packed like a mosaic, filling the entire display. Following this, an electronic voice announced, "Ding. Congratulations, the Skynet system has been bound. Please input facial information for convenient querying." This is Duan Yu's Skynet system. Once facial information is entered, it can simultaneously locate the same individual among hundreds of thousands of cameras. With the support of formidable computational power and precise algorithms, this technology can exponentially enhance efficiency. Furthermore, if the suspect's facial data is input into the recognition system, Skynet can conduct real-time screenings across all those cameras. Upon detecting a suspected perpetrator, it will promptly relay their location information to the expert team. It can be described as cutting-edge technology for apprehending fugitives. First, let us investigate the visage of the true culprit, Zhao Xiaoya, to ascertain her recent activities and whether they correspond with the pursuit of the criminal. Chui Liwan remarked. As the perpetrator, Zhao Xiaoya's facial information had long been entered into the police database, making the search quite convenient. Within mere seconds, the Skynet system provided a response. Detection in progress. Ding. Activity area of the subject detected, commencing playback, accompanied by the final echo of the electronic tone. For windows unfolded on the large screen in the office, magnifying and occupying the entire display. The experts' gazes immediately focused on the screen. However, to their disappointment, the footage revealed nothing more than recordings within the confines of Zhao Xiaoya's residential community. This woman led an exceedingly discreet life, rarely venturing beyond a 2-kilometer radius. As for the vicinity of the distribution center in the southern district of the university town, that was even less likely. It is not uncommon for a wanted criminal to remain reclusive, yet it also raises suspicions. Qin Ming gazed at the screen, musing aloud. I recall Officer Duan went to conduct the identification of the assailant, which implies that the true culprit, Zhao Xiaoya's information, should have been obtained from those eyewitnesses. However, if this wanted criminal has never set foot in the southern district of the university town's distribution center, how could those witnesses have identified her? This statement prompted a profound silence among all the experts. Although they ultimately apprehended the true culprit behind the unresolved case, the process was fraught with numerous discrepancies. They were also curious as to why the perpetrator revealed themselves so hastily. Why did the dedicated task force initially take steps aimed at capturing a simulated offender, only to ultimately seize the genuine perpetrator of the cold case? Perhaps, we should investigate Officer Duan's past recordings. Chui Liwan suggested. The situation seems rather peculiar. Detecting. Ding. Query complete. Now playing. Soon, the footage of Zhao Xiaoya on the large screen was replaced by that of Duan Yu. As these recordings played, Wang Yanqing from the expert team raised an eyebrow and posed a seemingly unrelated question. Mr. Chui, our live pursuit program does indeed have personnel in black, correct? Naturally, they primarily handle incidents occurring during the broadcast. Chui Li nodded, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Yanqing. Why do you ask? The latter's gaze, however, remained fixated on a seemingly insignificant corner of the large screen. where a small image depicted Duan Yu being escorted away by several figures clad in black. The surveillance footage, lacking in clarity, rendered these individuals nearly indistinguishable against the night. "Ladies and gentlemen," Wang Yinxing remarked faintly, "if I am not mistaken, Officer Duan should have been eliminated for reasons unknown by 12 o'clock. Moreover, the call we received regarding the identification of the murderer from Duan Yu appears to have come in at approximately 12:05 Chapter 55. Is there a mole in the expert group? Investigate Su Chen. Duan Yu has been eliminated." Upon hearing this shocking revelation, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Qin Ming, the first to regain his composure, promptly addressed the Skynet system. "Magnify the surveillance footage from row 3, column 6. Command executed." The surveillance footage from the front yard of the Jinling City Public Security Bureau instantly filled the entire screen. The members of the expert group, captivated, fixated their gaze upon Duan Yu's figure. Initially, he hurriedly ran towards the vehicle, as if he were in a dire situation, having uncovered crucial information. While running, he fumbled with his phone, clumsily attempting to dial, making several mistakes, clearly reflecting his frayed state of mind. Soon after, Duan Yu pulled open the car door and took a seat inside. Within 10 seconds, a group of men in black emerged, escorting Duan Yu away, signaling the end of the scene. At that moment, the time displayed in the upper right corner of the surveillance footage read 12 hours, 1 minute, and 22 seconds. Cui Liwan hastily retrieved his phone to check the call log. He had received Duan Yu's call at 12 hours, 5 minutes. In an instant, a chill crept over the entire assembly, as if a ghostly breeze swept through, sending shivers down their spines. Outside the expert group office, in the midnight darkness, it seemed as though a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, watching everything unfold. The caller was not Duan Yu. Who else could it be? At that moment, Duan Yu was in a state of panic, desperately wanting to convey a crucial piece of information. What could it possibly be? "Quick, rewind the surveillance footage." Cui Liwan urgently instructed the Skynet system. Duan Yu was murdered inside the car. The assailant must have entered before him. Processing. The surveillance video rapidly rewound. "Stop." Wang Yinxing fixated on the screen and immediately spoke up. The perpetrator appeared only in a few frames throughout the entire incident, yet he managed to capture it with keen perception. "Play it back, freeze the facial image, and enlarge it," Wang Yinxing commanded. Executing. Soon, a large image materialized on the screen. This image was captured by the Skynet system using facial recognition technology. Although the image quality was not high, the careless assailant inadvertently revealed a clear frontal view, allowing everyone to see distinctly. It was Wang Yinxing's face, unmistakably. "What?" Wang Yinxing stood frozen in place. The other members of the expert team were equally bewildered. "Damn, Lao Wang, you with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes." Qin Ming, standing beside Wang Yinxing, felt a surge of shock and instinctively retreated a few steps to distance himself. "You need to explain yourself. Where were you during your disappearance?" The other experts also regarded Wang Yinxing with a sudden wariness. They always recall the official statement made by the production team at the onset of the show: the murderer could be anyone. Could it be that Wang Yinxing is indeed the mole? No wonder the initial inquiries yielded scant results. The possibility of an insider within the expert panel had never crossed their minds, hence they did not question the experts. "I am conducting a trace investigation." Faced with the crowd's inquiries, Wang Yinxing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He could hardly believe that the surveillance footage would present such an outcome. This murderer must have disguised themselves to resemble him. Ironically, he had indeed been engaged in private matters for the past few hours, leaving him unable to provide an alibi. Was this the killer's way of issuing a warning to him? Meanwhile, the other officers in the expert panel's office, along with personnel from the distribution center, were instantly invigorated by this turn of events. Is there a mole among us? The show is becoming exceedingly thrilling. Listen to me. This matter requires further deliberation before drawing conclusions. Rash judgments must be avoided. Wang Yinxing, who was not particularly adept at expressing himself, spoke with a hint of exasperation. "We are well aware of that." Qin Ming fixed his unwavering gaze on Wang's every move, placing a recording device on the table. "Before we proceed with the discussion, I must inform you that you have the right to remain silent. Once you speak, every word you utter may be used as evidence in court." Wang Yinxing. Wait a moment. In a moment of anxious contemplation, a sudden thought flashed through Wang Yinxing's mind. He understood that the perpetrator of the live-streamed murder was exceptionally cunning. Therefore, the individual responsible would not randomly select someone to frame. Rather, they would undoubtedly choose the person most susceptible to being implicated, someone like himself. Over the past few hours, he had been absent from the expert panel, leaving him unable to prove his innocence. But how did the murderer acquire this information? Wang Yinxing pondered deeply, then lifted his gaze to address the members of the expert group. "Esteemed colleagues, I have a question. Prior to this incident, did anyone inquire about my whereabouts or mention my name in conversation?" Upon hearing this, The other members of the panel immediately grasped Wang Yinqing's intent. He was searching for potential individuals who might conspire to slander him. Qin Ming and Bai Su recalled their interactions and shook their heads, indicating that nothing of the sort had transpired. However, the elderly Mr. Chui Liwan, resting his chin on his hand, fell into a reverie. As he recalled events leading up to the capture of the true culprit, a sudden realization struck him. He spoke. I remember that Su Chen had brought up this matter with me previously, but at the time, I merely thought it was casual conversation. Su Chen. The other members of the expert group gradually regained their focus, only to recognize that Su Chen had been conspicuously absent from a certain period until now. Attempts to contact him had also gone unanswered. Wang Yinqing felt a sudden impulse and promptly turned his head, addressing the Skynet system. Skynet, please retrieve the facial information of Su Chen and display his activity trajectory over the past few hours. Chapter 56, A Sudden Attack, Su Chen Exposed. Upon hearing Wang Yinqing's words regarding an investigation into Su Chen, the other experts in the office exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Let us proceed with the inquiry, though I doubt we will uncover anything significant, Qin Ming remarked, shrugging his shoulders as he redirected his attention to his notebook. His interest in the footage of the lowly officer Su Chen was minimal. Rather, he found himself captivated by the deductive reasoning that led to the discovery of the last remains of the victim, a puzzle that consumed his thoughts. It was likely that Duan Yu was engrossed in studying the hacker-s attack techniques as well, which explained his prolonged absence since discovering a rival within the perpetrator-s group. Qin Ming also felt he had found a worthy opponent in the mysterious deductive expert who pinpointed the location of the remains. Meanwhile, the officers waiting nearby shifted their gazes downward, subtly shaking their heads. As a member of the expert team, Wang Yinqing's decisions were beyond the reach of ordinary officers. Yet in their hearts, they held Su Chen in high regard. Among the officers selected by the experts, Su Chen had indeed distinguished himself, and his contributions were well recognized by his peers. Su Chen is a good man, one officer remarked. He is quite agreeable. He even covered the barbecue expenses for tonight in advance, Zhao Long whispered to Wang Ping, his tone imbued with trust. Wang Ping nodded slightly and remarked, Su Chen is innocent. He spent the entire night with us, only stepping away briefly to use the restroom. How could he possibly commit a crime during that time? In fact, if we were to pull any officer from the department, their level of suspicion would exceed that of Su Chen. I would sooner believe that this dismemberment case was conjured from his dreams than accept that Su Chen is the perpetrator. Furthermore, isn't the opposing party a gang comprised of highly skilled individuals? For an ordinary person to assume the role of a murderer is simply implausible. At that moment, the expressions of the crowd varied greatly. Yet Wang Yinqing remained resolute, directing a command to the surveillance system, investigate, inputting Su Chen's facial information. The electronic voice of the AI suddenly resonated. However, immediately after, it seemed that the words Su Chen and facial recognition triggered some special voice command. The black box that had been placed on the table by the officers suddenly emitted an exceptionally faint sound, akin to a drop. The instant Chui Liwan heard this sound, his complexion changed dramatically. The countless hours of training had instilled in him a conditioned reflex, prompting his body to react before his mind could catch up. Retreat, Mr. Chui dashed forward, encircling the box with his arms and forcefully pressing it against the floor. Subsequently, the frontline investigative officers nearby finally grasped the situation, grabbing their riot shields and swiftly surrounding the area. All of this transpired without any contemplation, entirely an instinctive response. Meanwhile, a faint explosive sound emanated from the black box, followed by a billow of smoke. At last, silence descended. Witnessing this scene, the other experts' pupils constricted in unison. Mr. Chui, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, then rushed forward, eager to assist the fallen Chui Liwan. However, he was met with a dismissive wave from the latter. This abrupt turn of events startled the barrage of comments. What on earth just happened? That box must contain hazardous materials. Mr. Chui's reaction was remarkably swift, even quicker than the burly men beside him, defying the notion of age. I comprehend now. This is a sound-activated device. The moment the expert team seeks to investigate Su Chen, it triggers the receiver inside. What lies within must be. Let us assess the situation before proceeding. Do not approach just yet. Observing the staff from the program rushing out, Chui Liwan's voice bore a hint of exhaustion. He recognized that they had undoubtedly fallen into a trap. As anticipated, the leading figure clad in black seized Chui Liwan and opened the box that had been unlatched from within. Inside was revealed a small sound-activated detonator. Moreover, the box was filled to the brim with solid explosive materials, raw ingredients. Indeed, these explosive materials, when mixed in the proper proportions, would constitute a genuine explosive device. However, Su Chen did not act in such a manner. The various materials within the box were meticulously separated in sealed bags. This arrangement served solely to convey to the experts that he possessed the capability to construct a genuine bomb. The technique employed was nearly identical. It truly is him. Mr. Chui Liwan stood in stunned silence, the expression of shock on his face lingering for an extended period. In that moment, he was utterly convinced that Su Chen was indeed the perpetrator behind the explosion at the power distribution center. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Chui," spoke the lead figure clad in black, momentarily taken aback by the contents of the box, feeling a bead of sweat trickle down due to the gravity of the situation. He addressed Mr. Chui Liwan and the nearby officers in a grave tone. "According to the program's assessment, you are now classified as deceased. You may accompany us to the backstage area, where we will retain your simulated corpse for reference." Upon hearing these words, Mr. Chui remained rooted in place for a moment, then suddenly smiled and let out a long sigh. As per protocol, any unidentified parcels delivered to the police station must undergo a danger assessment. "I truly am getting old and forgetful." He then turned to Qin Ming and the others behind him, stating, "Let this serve as a lesson when dealing with dangerous criminals. A single misstep can cost you your life." His demeanor resembled that of a retired elder imparting final words of wisdom. For some inexplicable reason, Qin Ming and the others felt a sudden pang in their hearts. Judging by the scale of the bomb prepared by Su Chen, it was evident that he intended to eliminate the entire expert team along with the Heavenly Network equipment in one fell swoop. Had it not been for the swift reaction of Mr. Chui and the valiant officers who shielded the bomb with their bodies, it is likely that everyone in the room would have succumbed to the explosion. The demise of an expert team at the hands of a perpetrator is an unprecedented occurrence in the realm of criminal investigation. Unbeknownst to them, at the moment Chui Liwan heard the sound of the detonator, his mind did not have the luxury to deduce that it was merely a simulated bomb. He instinctively acted as circumstances dictated. The brief moment of confusion he experienced after being pulled up was a genuine response upon realizing the bomb had not detonated. Had this been a genuine scenario, the venerable elder, who had been engaging in light-hearted banter just moments before, would likely have transformed into a lifeless corpse. This is a reality that frontline detectives of Chui Liwan's generation frequently encounter. Without excessive words, Chui Liwan and his 5 officers offered a salute to the remaining individuals, before being escorted out of the office by the men in black. What remained on the ground was merely an empty box and a somewhat ludicrous simulated corpse. However, the expert team and the surrounding officers stared at the lifeless dummy on the floor, lost in contemplation. The expressions on the experts' faces were far from pleasant. Even the barrage of comments became somewhat cautious. To speak candidly, while this was a simulation, it bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. Indeed, the casualty rate among frontline detectives is alarmingly high. Could it be that they were reminiscing about past events? It was all too sudden. My father, too, is a criminal investigator, and there was a moment when a colleague, who had been laughing and chatting just seconds before, met with tragedy. The program marked a genuine farewell, leaving no heart untouched. Meanwhile, the electronic voice of the surveillance system finally provided a response. Through facial recognition, it was revealed that Su Chen had appeared frequently in camera footage recently, resulting in a delay. All information has been exported. Subsequently, a series of images of Su Chen were projected onto the large screen, and the piercing gazes of the experts and officers converged at that very moment. The scenes displayed included the route to the police station, the interior of the police station, the distribution center, Su Chen's office, and the vicinity of Jinling University. The multitude of windows left everyone astonished. How could Su Chen have been present at every location where an incident occurred? Soon, the footage commenced. The first scene depicted Su Chen on the street surveillance as he approached the Jinling City Police Station. It showed him first incapacitating a staff member in the vehicle, then stripping off the individual's clothing and donning it himself. The expert group was left speechless. Qin Ming, watching the unfolding scene, felt a throbbing at his temples. "Quickly, check the trunk of the car that Su Chen parked downstairs," he shouted into the walkie-talkie, directing the officers below. Chapter 57. The Young Man in the Trunk. The astonished expert team. In the front courtyard of the first floor of the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau, 2 officers stowed their walkie-talkies and approached the vehicle where Su Chen had parked. Hadn't Su Chen's car been stationary since he returned in the early hours? What could possibly be of interest inside? One officer gestured to his companion. Since they had initially assisted in transporting Su Chen's luggage upstairs, they had remained on standby below. Regardless, Su Chen had already driven off in that new car. Perhaps he had forgotten some documents in the trunk. His partner shrugged, stifling a yawn, and retrieved the key that Su Chen had given him, inserting it into the trunk's lock. "Speaking of which, it's rather late. Don't the experts need to rest?" Suddenly, as he lifted the trunk lid, the officer let out a startled exclamation. For there, lying in the trunk, was a young man clad only in his underwear and a tank top. His expression a portrait of despair. Upon seeing the police, tears streamed down the young man's face, overwhelmed by emotion at the sight of someone other than Su Chen. He desperately tugged at the sleeves of two police officers, unable to shake them off. Whoa, officers, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have survived any longer. Unfortunately, as a dead man, I cannot speak much. Otherwise, do you have any idea how I have spent these 5 hours? The two officers, witnessing this scene, felt their minds nearing overload. Who had stuffed a living person into Su Chen's trunk? Wait, no. This must be the work of Su Chen. But they had just given Su Chen a fully fueled car and bid him a warm farewell. Was this not akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains? What lay within the trunk? Through the walkie-talkie, Qin Ming's voice once again echoed. Officer Qin, it's a person, no, a corpse. The two officers trembled as they responded, clutching the walkie-talkie. Boom. Although it was nearly certain, the confirmation of the news struck everyone in the expert team like a thunderclap in their minds. In other words, Su Chen had been playing a game of deception from the very beginning, infiltrating the expert team. Wang Yinxing murmured, his keen eyes unusually dazed. Su Chen. Bai Su stood nearby, her gaze almost riveted on Su Chen's face on the large screen. With her arms crossed and her lower lip bitten to a pale hue, her eyes reflected a blend of shock and an intense desire for inquiry. Su Chen, you have truly astonished me. Bai Su pondered. Meanwhile, beside her, Zhao Long and Wang Ping were utterly shocked by the revelation, standing awkwardly like spurned lovers. After hours of companionship, they had come to regard Su Chen as a cherished brother, a beloved friend. Goodness, Su Chen, you have jeopardized our bond. At that moment, the comments section erupted. Haha, every time I watch this scene of the switch, I can't help but laugh. Looking at it this way, the expert team truly suffered. They were deceived for an entire night, only now discovering the truth. I can almost see steam rising from Officer Qin's head. It's visibly flushed. Zhao Long and Wang Ping had it rough. They almost pledged brotherhood with Su Chen during the barbecue. However, once the show concludes, their relationship will undoubtedly flourish. Officer Bai, truly a master producing exceptional disciples. The scene continued. The next frame depicted Su Chen in a modest laboratory, concocting liquid explosives. In the background studio for the chase livestream, veteran detective Chui Liwan and cyber police officer Duan Yu sat side by side, their expressions mirroring one another, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. It turned out that their earlier speculation, that only a professional chemical laboratory could produce such liquid bombs, was shattered. Su Chen had actually crafted them in a shabby little lab. Is he truly of this earth? Chui Liwan, having consumed a double portion of steaming tea to calm his nerves, remarked with a weathered expression, the youth of today are truly multifaceted. In the livestream, the barrage of comments refreshed at an astonishing pace. Woe is me, I have shamed the younger generation. Human evolution has left me behind. Could it be that only Su Chen is secretly evolving among all humanity? Ladies, who could possibly resist a man skilled in crafting explosives? Yet, what followed was a scene of unparalleled brilliance. The legendary information warfare between Su Chen and Duan Yu, a hallmark of 21st century criminal investigations. Before this moment unfolded on screen, Duan Yu had wisely taken refuge beneath a table. Come out, Xiao Duan. This is hardly a grave matter, nor is it laughable, Chui Liwan said. Casting a glance at the screen where Duan Yu was furiously typing, he quickly summoned the stoic demeanor he had cultivated over 30 years in the police force, constantly reminding himself, I am a senior, I am professionally trained. No matter how amusing this may be, I shall not laugh. Cocooned in a blanket, Duan Yu averted his gaze from the large screen and asked, Mr. Chui, could you kindly inform me how many people are currently watching the live stream? Chui Liwan glanced at the bottom right corner of the screen, where the viewer count read 99 million, rapidly approaching 100 million. Duan Yu. This must be a dream. It has to be a dream. I wish I could vanish from this world. Chui Liwan patted his shoulder. Do not lose heart. Of Duan Yu. Mr. Chui, I seem to have heard a peculiar sound. Did you just stifle a laugh? Chui Liwan maintained a stern expression. No. Of Duan Yu remarked. Clearly, you have not ceased at all. The audience erupted into unrestrained laughter. Rest assured, Officer Duan, we shall not divulge this. It is a secret shared by 100 million of us. Indeed, Officer Duan, this secret of yours will be cherished for a lifetime. It shall remain buried in my heart. Fear not, Officer Duan. The bond among our 100 million is particularly strong. Ha ha ha. My apologies, Officer Duan. I acknowledge you are the second best in the world, surpassing the vast majority, but, As various incidents involving Su Chen were unveiled, the gripping truths behind the 10 most perplexing cases in Dragon Country began to emerge. Just then, ding. The official Dragon Country bounty list has entered the live broadcast. Ding. The official Dragon Country detective list has entered the live broadcast. Chapter 58. The Renowned Detective's Dual Bounty, a Global Sensation. In this chapter, two notifications adorned with the official high-end effects of the Dragon Kingdom swept across the entire livestream, momentarily silencing the barrage of comments. The Dragon Kingdom Detective List. The Dragon Kingdom Bounty List. One represents the most notorious and heinous criminals of the Dragon Kingdom, while the other signifies the most esteemed masters in pursuit. Typically, encountering even one of these lists is a remarkable event. However, the simultaneous appearance of both in a single individual's livestream is unprecedented. Not only the ordinary viewers, but even seasoned detectives from the police department couldn't help but express their astonishment. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the official accounts of both lists flooded the chat with congratulatory messages. Congratulations to Su Chen. Following discussions between the official bounty platform and the Fugitive Pursuit livestream team, the mock dismemberment case has been deemed effective. You have been classified as a Red Notice fugitive and secured the third position on the Dragon Kingdom bounty list. This result is valid solely within the context of the Fugitive Pursuit livestream. Congratulations to Su Chen. The Detective Association has determined that you made significant contributions in solving the top 10 unsolved cases, ranking you 10th on the Dragon Kingdom detective list. This result is valid for a lifetime. Upon the revelation of this news, all viewers before the screen, including a few members of the expert panel, were momentarily taken aback. Su Chen had astonishingly ascended to both of these prestigious lists simultaneously. Indeed, if Su Chen is the perpetrator behind Duan Yu's demise, then the information regarding the true culprit of the dismemberment case has been divulged by him. Within the confines of the expert team's office, Qin Ming felt as though the situation had finally become clear, dispelling the fog of uncertainty. The mastermind orchestrating all of this is none other than Su Chen. It is Su Chen who, through our efforts, has gained insight into this case. Upon hearing this declaration, all the officers present fell silent. Most of them were detectives from the Jinling City Public Security Bureau who had worked alongside Su Chen for several years. They had never anticipated that their somewhat taciturn colleague, with such meticulous thought, could manipulate an assembly of experts as mere pawns to unravel a baffling case. The sensation was reminiscent of a scene from a cinematic narrative. I can no longer pretend. I lay my cards on the table. However, working alongside Su Chen may soon become a thing of the past. Given Su Chen's current demeanor, once the live-streamed manhunt concludes, he is certain to be assigned to a high-ranking position within the police force, garnering attention from influential figures and emerging as a leading expert. In stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of the expert team's office, the livestream room erupted with fervor after a brief moment of stagnation. Incredible. Even on the wanted list, only the most heinous individuals can appear. Ordinary people lack the capability and audacity. Few can make it onto either of these lists. Yet Su Chen has simultaneously ascended to both. How amusing. Brothers, I must say, I suddenly pondered a matter. If Su Chen willingly surrenders himself to the police, does that constitute a confession or an arrest? Your thought process is quite exceptional. Meanwhile, Su Chen's resolution of a 2-decade-long unsolved case in Longhua continues to spark ripples across the globe. At the northern train station in Jinling City, the once orderly hall has descended into chaos. A burly man in his 50s, wielding a white ceramic knife, stumbles towards the crowd, pursued by 3 detectives. This is dire. The suspect is armed. Upon seeing the gleaming blade in the man's hand, the lead officer's expression shifts drastically. This individual poses a significant threat. He is a principal perpetrator in the dismemberment case at Jinling University, as revealed during interrogation. He is a butcher by trade, robust and formidable, and even past the age of 50, remains a daunting adversary, particularly as a murderer. The danger he presents escalates exponentially. This ceramic knife, a weapon he has long concealed, evades detection by metal detectors and X-rays due to its non-metallic composition. Gasping for breath, the assailant mutters, "How could she expose me?" His small, piercing eyes betray a fierce malevolence. His gaze swept across the crowd, and in an instant, he spotted a girl in a state of sheer panic. Without hesitation, he pivoted and rushed towards her. The murderer exuded an aura of brutality. His eyes, cold as ice, bore the weight of countless crimes. As the girl locked eyes with him, her complexion drained of color, leaving her frozen in place, unable to move. Meanwhile, the 2 officers pursuing the criminal sensed his intent, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Hostage. This fugitive, having evaded capture for years, posed a formidable challenge. Should he succeed in taking a hostage, the situation would escalate to an unprecedented level of peril, potentially resulting in casualties. In such a densely populated area, they were reluctant to draw their firearms, fearing stray bullets could injure bystanders. Several officers instinctively reached for their tasers, but it was too late. The murderer's knife was already poised against the girl's throat. A sinister smile crept across the butcher's face, instilling a sense of despair among the onlookers. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands seized the girl from behind, yanking her away from the murderer and sending her sprawling to the ground. The killer's smile faltered. It was then that the crowd noticed a burly middle-aged man emerging from behind the girl, his face lined with excess flesh, clad in a filthy leather jacket. After discarding the girl, the middle-aged man grinned at the murderer, revealing his stained teeth. In that moment, veins bulged on the killer's forehead. In the blink of an eye, the ceramic knife in his hand had already swung towards the chin of the middle-aged man. However, to his astonishment, the man's reaction was remarkably swift. Instead of evading the blade, the middle-aged individual opened his mouth and, with a sudden snap, clamped down on the oncoming ceramic knife, halting its advance completely. Simultaneously, his large foot, encased in an old leather shoe, shot up and delivered a powerful sidekick to the assailant's abdomen. This unexpected yet forceful strike, aimed at a region abundant with nerve endings, drained the color from the killer's face, causing him to collapse and convulse on the ground. All of this transpired in less than a second, so rapid that bystanders scarcely had time to react. Several pursuing police officers arrived at the scene, swiftly pinning the criminal down, stripping him of his belongings, and securing him with handcuffs in an astute manner. Once the task was complete, the lead officer exhaled a sigh of relief and extended his hand towards the standing middle-aged man, gratefully smiling. "Thank you, sir. How may I address you?" The middle-aged man spat out the knife from his mouth and, with a decisive stomp, shattered the ceramic blade underfoot before grasping the officer's hand. "You can call me Su Chen. I see you're taking this scoundrel to the Public Security Bureau in Jinling. Conveniently, I'm headed there as well." Upon hearing his name, the officers paused in surprise, then exclaimed, "Brother, you're the new member of the pursuit team from the live chase program. Just follow us to the police car. We're heading back to headquarters." The leading officer gestured with a beckoning finger. Subsequently, several officers, while conversing, escorted the immobile suspect towards the train station exit. Meanwhile, Su Chen, the chief detective, requested a cigarette, retrieved a nearly empty lighter, and lit it, leisurely trailing behind. Although smoking was prohibited in the hall, at this moment, no one seemed to mind. As he walked, Su Chen pulled out his phone, and the screen displayed a message from Su Chen. "A detective and a bounty. How amusing the youth of today is." Across the vast ocean, in the land of parrots, at the foremost studio. This establishment was a quaint European-style residence, adorned with relics from the last century, starkly contrasting with contemporary fashion. Before the fireplace sat a young man clad in a black suit and a bowler hat, comfortably settled on the sofa. He twisted the silver-tipped black wooden cane in his hand, revealing an antenna from within. Instantly, the sound of a radio emanated from the cane's grip, broadcasting the exploits of Su Chen. "Mr. Formos, I had no recollection that your cane concealed a radio," remarked a man dressed in a khaki suit, with golden hair and blue eyes, his expression one of curiosity. Upon hearing this, the man on the sofa, Mr. Formos, merely smiled. Beneath his brown curls, his bright eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. "Ah, my dear Watson, a gentleman's cane can conceal anything." Chapter 59, My previous oversight. Very well, very well. Watson shrugged and poured himself a cup of red tea from a silver teapot. Leaning against the fireplace, he gazed at the distinguished detective before him, ranked among the top 10 in the world. "I fail to comprehend why this young man from Dragon Country, Su Chen, captivates your interests so profoundly. Is he truly of greater significance than the stolen Margaret jewels? Surely, you have not forgotten Her Majesty's commission." "Certainly not," Holmes replied. "Nothing could adorn the dignified and elegant visage of Her Majesty Queen Isabella for more exquisitely than that jewel." Rising from the sofa, he reached for his coat, adding, "However, I am also inclined to monitor those nascent sparks. One never knows whether they may ignite into a roaring inferno. Am I not correct, Watson?" Watson stepped aside from Holmes's path, conceding with a shrug. "I believe you are indeed right. It seems prudent to keep an eye on this individual." As Holmes exited the room, he turned back and remarked, "It remains uncertain whether this flickering flame will be extinguished in Dragon Country or some other corner of Asia, or whether it will continue to blaze all the way to Parrotland. When that time comes, I would be more than willing to accept Her Majesty's commission to apprehend him, provided he can reach this far." Watson muttered in agreement, then drained his cup of tea and followed suit out of the room. Jinling International Airport. A flight gradually approached the terminal gate. The chilly winds of the early morning swept through the night sky, causing those who had just disembarked to pull their coats tighter around themselves. Standing at a height of 1.50 meters, Akasaki May dragged a cumbersome suitcase as she exited the airport. She reached into the flowing hem of her coat and retrieved a large smartphone, her gaze fixed intently upon it. The screen displayed the newly released rankings of the Asian detective list. The beige background showcased several prominent lines of text. Akasaki May, Sakura Country overall rank 30. Su Chen, Dragon Country Rising Star overall rank 29. Su Chen, positioned as the 10th on the Dragon Country detective list, had made it into the top 30 of the Asian detective list. And herself, she found herself overshadowed by this newcomer. She had merely taken a nap on the plane, and upon waking, Su Chen had remarkably solved such a significant case. What extraordinary fortune! Su Chen, Akasaki May tucked away her phone and clenched her teeth. I will surely catch you. That night, an abundance of events transpired, leaving people exhilarated and unable to sleep. Su Chen drove to the outskirts of Jinling City, bordering Platinum City. He chose not to stay at a hotel, as the operations of the expert team were exceedingly urgent. All hotels in Jinling City had, at that moment, been mandated to register identities. Once his identity was recorded, it would invite relentless pursuit from the expert team. After all, he is currently known as a notorious criminal on the live-streaming show dedicated to tracking down murderers, having orchestrated the assault on the power distribution center, committed the gruesome murder at Jinling University, and killed 2 police officers along with an innocent bystander. He is now ranked among the top 3 fugitives on the wanted list in Longhua. Such a formidable array of accusations would cause a sensation wherever presented. Even in prison, he would likely ascend to the role of a leader, albeit with a short-lived existence. He parked his vehicle in a secluded spot and spent the night resting within. He chose not to dwell on the sensational case he was implicated in, which was stirring international reactions. Exhaustion enveloped him. Only through adequate rest could he prepare for the impending life of evasion. With his eyes closed, Su Chen turned on the radio, a device less susceptible to being tracked, and listened to the ensuing broadcasts. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt for an urgent evening news report, which will be repeated in the morning. The Jinling University dismemberment case from 20 years ago has been resolved. 2 suspects have been apprehended, marking the conclusion of a long-standing enigma that has troubled the police for years. The perpetrators have confessed to their crimes, with clear facts and ample evidence. The Jinling City Court has sentenced the suspects, Zhao and Du, to death, to be executed immediately. The fugitive from the murder-tracking live show has seen his bounty elevated, with the production team committing to allocate greater resources to his capture. Additionally, it has been confirmed by the directing team that a staff member from the program made significant contributions during the show. As a token of appreciation for their efforts, a cash reward of 30,000 yuan will be granted. The trace of Su Chen has now vanished. Where could he possibly be? After merely listening to a few snippets of news, the weary Su Chen succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he heard a muffled roar of a beast, yet it failed to rouse him. Meanwhile, within the confines of the detention center of the Jinling Public Security Bureau, in the execution chamber, a harsh white light illuminated the walls and the iron chair, as well as the man bound to it. The butcher, in his 50s, found himself restrained, unable to move. Before him stood a physician clad in a white coat and mask, meticulously preparing a slender needle, slowly drawing a vial of medication into the syringe. No. No. Please, I beg you. The butcher struggled with all his might, his face devoid of color. At that moment, he appeared a stark contrast to the callous murderer he once was, resembling more a wretched dog, tail between his legs, pleading for mercy. His massive frame writhed violently, yet the bindings rendered him utterly immobile. The executing physician, however, remained silent, his expression concealed beneath the mask. Ignoring the man's desperate cries, he plunged the needle into his skin and gradually administered the lethal substance, patiently applying pressure to the wound to stem the flow of blood. No, I do not wish to die. I do not want this. The man's body convulsed violently, overtaken by sheer terror. He suddenly turned his head sharply, casting a glance at Zhao Xiaoya beside him, his eyes ablaze with a tempest of resentment and fury. It is you, it is all your fault. You have transformed me into this wretched state. You are the most despicable of all. Why must I perish first? It should be you who meets your end before me. Gradually, the man's struggle weakened, and his pupils began to lose their focus. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoya sat in the injection room, bound to the chair opposite the butcher, yet she did not resist. Her once beautiful face, illuminated by the harsh light, appeared increasingly pale. Dressed in a flowing white dress with her dark hair cascading down, she gazed calmly, a hint of mockery dancing in her eyes as she observed the butcher's desperate pleas. She watched as his life ebbed away, offering no words in response to his final accusations. Soon, the butcher lay still. The executing doctor then turned his attention to Zhao Xiaoya, picking up the syringe to draw the medication. Zhao Xiaoya regarded him with an unruffled demeanor. After preparing the drug, the doctor placed the needle before her and suddenly spoke. My dear girl, I am truly regretful. His voice, contrary to her expectations, bore a certain age, tinged with a raspy quality. Indeed, such matters are typically handled by seasoned physicians. The young are often too inexperienced and frail of heart. Zhao Xiaoya tossed her hair back and replied to the doctor in a tone of indifference. It matters not. I deserve this fate. Please, hasten to conclude, she murmured, closing her eyes. Yet, after an interminable wait, she felt no prick of the needle upon her arm. Had she been bound for so long that she had lost all sensation? Zhao Xiaoya pondered in confusion. Suddenly, she sensed a warm hand caressing her cheek, fingertips gliding along her jawline. Startled, Zhao Xiaoya opened her eyes to behold the visage concealed beneath the mask. The surgeon's fingers gently grasped her delicate chin, gradually lifting her head to reveal her pale neck beneath. No, that is not my intention. The doctor gazed intently at the alarming scar upon her neck, his expression distant, his voice tinged with a slight rasp as he spoke. My dear girl, I meant to say, I did not execute the previous procedure correctly. That was my oversight. I am profoundly sorry that you survived. This time, I shall not err, and I will ensure your satisfaction. The doctor raised his other hand, clad in a latex glove, brandishing a sharp scalpel. Gentlemen, the first volume, The Shattered Corpses of Jinling, has come to a close. We shall soon commence the second volume, Platinum, Chapter 60, The Actions of the Murderer That Night. Following the revelation of Su Chen's identity, the climax of the entire program gradually subsided. However, the exhilarated netizens clutched their phones, their hearts racing, unable to find solace in sleep. Compared to the previous 2 seasons of the crime-solving live broadcasts, the brilliance of this season far exceeded their expectations. Is this truly a dream? The case of the dismembered body at Jinling University has been solved just like that. I never imagined such an unexpected gain while watching the variety show. The cases Su Chen tackled in the program carry significant real-world implications. In fact, the nearby substations and facilities in my area are hastily conducting safety inspections. Now that Su Chen has eliminated 2 experts, how will the production team respond moving forward? I believe they must increase their manpower. Otherwise, the expert team may struggle to capture Su Chen. Su Chen's bounty has risen, which, in theory, should draw attention from various quarters. I wonder if those influential figures will emerge. That night, in every corner of the internet, across forums and video platforms, countless individuals found it impossible to remain calm, fervently discussing the events. Numerous bloggers also presented their own conjectures. The level of public engagement and enthusiasm surpassed even the Lunar New Year galas held in the Dragon Country in recent years. Some netizens, unable to withstand the fatigue, fell asleep while still connected to their phones, eager to awaken to the latest news about Su Chen. The live streaming room for the crime-chasing program has already surpassed an astonishing 100 million viewers. This unprecedented figure, achieved during non-holiday periods, eclipses even the peak of 150 million viewers during the Dragon Kingdom's gala, which only occurs on special occasions when people have the leisure to tune in. On a typical workday, 100 million views represent an insurmountable ceiling that no program can hope to breach, unless the populace neglects their duties entirely to indulge in the streaming spectacle, thus pushing the numbers even higher. Within just 2 hours of the official media account for the crime-chasing program, an astounding 80 million comments had been added. This is more than mere fervent appeals. Among the trending topics on major platforms such as Weibo and Douyin, 6 out of the top 10 discussions revolve around the crime-chasing livestream, all fixated on one individual, Su Chen. Everyone is eager to ascertain how he will escape now that his identity has been revealed. Faced with such a formidable opponent, what strategies will the production team employ? Leave the country, Su Chen, flee overseas, as far away as possible, or perhaps hide on a deserted island and showcase your wilderness survival skills. I've heard the insects there are quite nutritious, with protein content 3 times that of beef. Is there any news? Why hasn't the production team updated their announcements? I'm dying of anticipation. Meanwhile, within the precincts of the Jinling Municipal Public Security Bureau, no one is asleep. A frenzy of activity ensues. In the injection room, blood splattered across the walls, and even the incandescent lights on the ceiling were marred by the crimson stains, emanating a ghostly red glow. The forensic experts gathered around the 2 corpses, hurriedly documenting the scene. The director noted that only the male inmate had died from the injection, while the female inmate had succumbed to blunt force trauma. Her throat's soft tissue shattered, leading to excessive blood loss. Outside the injection room, an officer quietly briefed Director Guo on the situation at hand. Furrowing his brow, Director Guo remained silent for a moment before speaking in a hushed tone. With so many guards inside and outside the death chamber, how did the perpetrator manage to come and go with such ease? His question was met with a heavy silence. The officers surrounding Director Guo exchanged glances, none able to provide an answer. Director, the culprit this time is one of our own execution doctors, a seasoned physician whom we all know and did not regard with suspicion. At the time of the incident, he entered the room under the pretext of a task, remained alone for less than a minute, and then exited, claiming to leave for another obligation. One officer began to explain. However, before he could finish, he was abruptly silenced by a wave of Director Guo's hand. What I am asking is, when did our execution procedures become such? Why did the surveillance fail to respond while this individual committed the act inside? Director Gua, usually amiable, now bore a menacing expression, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Why did those present only realize something was amiss after he calmly departed post-crime? A few officers found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Ming parted the crowd and stepped forward. His face remained as expressionless as a playing card. The murderer had cleverly replaced the surveillance footage with a dynamic image of him preparing his instruments in the injection room, momentarily deceiving those in the monitoring station. Luo Ming remarked, "This perpetrator has been lurking within the police department for nearly 2 decades. I just reviewed his case files, and they are all fabricated." Director Gua was taken aback, a chill running down his spine, leaving him with goosebumps. What manner of individual could elude what is arguably the world's most stringent scrutiny? After a long pause, Director Gua murmured, "How could this be? The police department conducts a thorough review of information 3 times a year. How did he manage that?" Luo Ming's gaze darkened. "The only possibility I can fathom is that he is not alone." Old Luo. Upon hearing this, Director Gua's pupils constricted, as if he had touched upon some hidden truth. He hastily led Luo Ming to a more secluded location and whispered, "Old Luo, you must not speak recklessly. This matter has yet to be substantiated. It is merely speculation at this point." Chapter 61. Escalation of Events. The production team speaks out. Yet, there was not a flicker of doubt in Luo Ming's gaze. He spoke. "Since the last century, there have been signs suggesting that some perpetrators of significant global crimes have, covertly, received a form of funding. This assistance takes various forms, be it technical or financial. The intent is evidently to enable these criminals to persist in their heinous acts, breeding further malevolence. This may hint at the existence of a clandestine organization that finances crime. Lao Gua, this is the only rationale I can conceive at this moment. It elucidates why the assailant in the injection room was able to fabricate an identity and evade detection within the police station while employing advanced technology to deceive surveillance cameras. An organization is clandestinely aiding him, or rather, he is reciprocating through crime, relying on this entity." Upon hearing this, Director Gua suddenly seized Luo Ming's shoulder, his bloodshot eyes locking onto his counterpart. Yet, Luo Ming's expression remained calm and resolute. After a few moments, Director Gua's hand gradually slipped down, and then he let out a weary sigh. "Perhaps you are correct. I cannot fathom the depths to which a criminal could descend." As he spoke halfway, he abruptly shifted his tone. "However, Lao Luo, the emergence of Su Chen is indeed an anomaly. He is capable of actions that defy our expectations. Thus, I believe attributing all incomprehensible criminal processes to an elusive organization is merely an evasion." "Not entirely," Luo Ming interjected. "Currently, investigative organizations worldwide have also taken note of the hidden secrets involved. This includes our own De Shenghan, the Sugrov detective agency from the Bear Country, the Kirk Studio from the United States East Side, the Mensa Society, as well as the Agatha Society composed of female detectives, and even the Foremost Studio from the Parrot Nation, all of whom are tracking the traces left by the organization. If it truly exists, we shall uncover it." Director Gua fell silent, perplexed. He was unaware of the information these unofficial investigative bodies had acquired, which fueled their eagerness to pursue an organization that existed only in speculation. At this moment, he could think of only one thing. Regardless of the existence of such an organization, our first step must be to apprehend the perpetrator responsible for the crime in the injection room. Director Gua stated, "Even if the organization exists, the best way to obtain information about it is to capture that individual and interrogate him." Luo Ming nodded in agreement. "Lao Gua, that depends on your intentions." Director Gua's expression grew increasingly grave as he spoke. "Our Jinling Public Security Bureau will take over this case, and I will immediately report the situation to my superiors. Furthermore, I believe it is essential to communicate with the official Chasing the Fugitive live broadcast, to separate it from the case and ensure mutual non-interference. Firstly, entertainment is entertainment, and the case is the case. Secondly, this will also safeguard the fugitive's safety. I sincerely hope Su Chen does not take unnecessary risks. Consider it my plea." That evening, less than 4 hours after Su Chen's identity was revealed, the official Chasing the Fugitive broadcast issued an announcement. "Since the inception of Chasing the Fugitive, we have mournfully lost 2 members of our expert team. Although they can no longer accompany us in the pursuit, we will not allow the perpetrator to roam freely. Therefore, referencing Su Chen's reward ranking, we have restructured the expert team, welcoming 3 elite detectives to our ranks. They are Luo Ji and Shi Yong from Shang'an, and the female detective Yusuji Akane from Sakura Country, ranked 30th on the Asian detective list. The true contest has only just begun. The criminal whose identity has been exposed can never escape the net of pursuit." The phrase "can never escape the net of pursuit" carries a palpable sense of challenge. Laden with tension, This is a sentiment that the chief director, Chen Qiming, deliberately included to prevent the program's intent from straying, firmly establishing their position and demonstrating a strong desire for survival. The audience still present in the live broadcast room erupted in excitement upon seeing the announcement. Children who stay up late will have candy. My goodness, isn't this Luogia the one who solved Su Chen's mystery in an instant? I feel like Su Chen is in a precarious situation. I did some research. The big shot of the Victory Cold Association still holds the record for the highest entrance test score, overshadowing numerous geniuses. How could Su Chen possibly escape from him? It's hard to say. Now that Su Chen's identity has been exposed, the difficulty of his escape will only increase exponentially. Yusuji Akira, the top detective among the beautiful girls of Sakura Country, graduated from Waseda University at the age of 14, truly a blend of beauty and talent. I am a fan of this girl. Although her ranking on the Asian detective list is one place lower than Su Chen's, her abilities are likely on par with his. Coupled with the brilliance of Luogia, Su Chen, what will you do? I am genuinely worried for you. And then there's Shi Yong. This brother is a veteran who has returned from the battlefield, having charged through piles of corpses, possessing formidable strength. I found out that his team once faced off against an American battalion, holding their ground for an astounding 18 hours. Goodness, I am somewhat overwhelmed. This expert team is truly impressive. I wonder how Su Chen feels upon seeing this. He has truly stirred up trouble, attracting so many formidable figures. Meanwhile, in the special live broadcast window of the Pursuit and Capture studio backstage, this window primarily serves as a platform for the comments of guests and hosts, as well as the dissemination of legal knowledge. Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you again. I am your host, Guanchuan. Teacher Guanchuan smiled and waved at the camera. Hello, I am the esteemed guest, Officer Duan Yu. Officer Duan weakly waved at the lens. He had just undergone a psychological assessment, which indicated that he was in a phase of mental adjustment. Consequently, he has been granted a paid leave to properly recalibrate his mindset. Chapter 62. Has Su Chen botched it, or is there another agenda? Following the incident involving Su Chen, Duan Yu's resolve as a hacker was nearly shattered. In light of this, he decided to change his mood and accepted an invitation to serve as a guest commentator, providing insights during the live broadcast. As the dialogue commenced, Master Guanchuan, a seasoned host, effortlessly seized upon the focal point of the current barrage of comments. I observed netizens expressing their views, noting that Su Chen was in a precarious position this time. The lineup of the expert panel was so dazzling that it left them momentarily speechless. What does Officer Duan think of this? Su Chen's recent actions, which resulted in the elimination of 2 contestants and the introduction of 3 new ones, has raised questions about the strategy employed. The audience actively engaged in the discussion. In a program like Chasing the Murderer, which boasts a substantial viewership, there is never a lack of spectators, even in the early hours of the morning. The atmosphere remains vibrant. This is the vibe. Master Guanchuan, I miss you so much. Absolutely right. Officer Duan, please share your thoughts. After all, you have faced off against Su Chen before. Do you think he can evade capture this time? I don't believe so. The composition of this expert panel is clearly designed to overwhelm Su Chen with sheer strength. They are not even in the same league. Exactly. I suspect the production team is afraid that Su Chen might prolong the chase, causing complications, so they have devised a mechanical god to attempt to terminate the competition swiftly. Upon reading these comments, the chief director, Chen Qiming, felt a flush of embarrassment. This cohort of netizens possesses an uncanny ability to discern the truth. Initially, Sheng Han and the Jintian Detective Agency jointly issued a request to join, vying for a coveted spot. Chen Qiming was momentarily stirred and decided to accept them all, ensuring no party felt slighted. The underlying intention was to urge the experts to promptly capture Su Chen. As the director, he had already set a historical record in viewership and engagement for the live pursuit of the culprit. Recognizing the opportune moment to withdraw was the wisest choice. However, the subsequent words of Duan Yu served as a chilling splash of cold water for both the netizens and Chen Qiming. I have noticed many stating that Su Chen miscalculated, eliminating 2 individuals only to have 3 experts dispatched to apprehend him. Yet, just moments ago, while in the background, as Su Chen's identity was unveiled, I pondered the extent of the gap between us. It is likely more significant than one might assume. Let us consider that Su Chen, an astute and calculating individual, would surely have foreseen the consequences of his actions during the commission of the crime. With this statement, not only the netizens, but even teacher Guanchuan, who stood by Duan Yu, fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, if they could conceive such thoughts, how could Su Chen remain oblivious? Teacher Guanchuan promptly inquired, Officer Duan, do you believe Su Chen's intention is? Officer Duan pondered for a couple of seconds and sighed. I find it challenging to fathom his thoughts, but I can speculate that perhaps this individual believes the configuration of the expert panel is insufficient. Thus, He eliminated us to compel the production team to introduce more formidable and numerous individuals. The statement transformed the audience's exuberance into calmness. So, this means that Su Chen is actively seeking formidable opponents? He yearns to compete with those more powerful than himself, thus preemptively eliminating members from the small group. Aiming to capture the attention of the production team and the renowned detective organizations across the globe, igniting their desire to capture him. He seeks to challenge the stronger. Upon reflection, this man is somewhat terrifying. Duan Yu eventually directed his gaze towards Su Chen's live stream, observing him intently, murmuring, "I hope that those who surpass me in skill can assist us in apprehending Su Chen. Friends, we have now entered the second volume, and I have devised a plan. 3 updates per day, significantly increasing the volume. Isn't that audacious? Given the urgency of your requests, I have resolved to bravely push forward into the realm of 3 updates. As long as you continue to encourage me with your fervent support, I shall persist with 3 updates. I kindly request that this book receives a slightly better rating. I implore everyone to leave a favorable review. Oh, and friends, do not forget to add this to your bookshelf. Updates will alert you." Chapter 63. The debut of Yusuji Akira, Shi Yong, and Luo Ji make their appearance. Meanwhile, in the office of the expert panel, the playback of Su Chen's recording concluded, leaving all present in a state of astonishment. This condensed hour-long footage had utterly transformed their understanding of Su Chen since the inception of the program. It became evident that he had orchestrated everything single-handedly. Qin Ming stared at the screen, utterly astounded. Even now, he struggled to comprehend how Su Chen adeptly maneuvered through the time gaps and voids, engaging with the expert panel while simultaneously executing his plans. He was nothing short of a master of time management. At present, the expert panel suffered significant losses, while Su Chen had vanished without a trace. Even the 3 top criminal investigation officers found themselves momentarily at a loss. "We can use police dogs," Wang Yanhang suggested. Having been here for such an extended period, Su Chen's scent must have permeated the entire room. By employing the keen olfactory abilities of the police dogs in conjunction with the Skynet identification system, we should be able to trace Su Chen's whereabouts accurately. Scent is indeed one of the crucial evidences at a crime scene. As a trace expert, Wang Yanhang had trained several remarkable dogs, each with a commendable record. They dined on potato stew and beef, faring better than he did himself. "Thank you, Officer Wang," Qin Ming acknowledged, bowing slightly. With the loss of Mr. Chui Liwan, their steadfast pillar, they now faced an urgent need to mobilize and reorganize their team. In the gaze of the crowd, Wang Yinxing produced a necklace from within his garment. At the end of the necklace dangled a bone flute, as thick as a thumb. He placed the flute to his lips and blew, producing a clear and resonant sound that lingered in the air, enchanting all who heard it. Just moments after the notes began to resonate, a cacophony of barking erupted from the corridor outside the expert group's chamber. The trained police dogs arrived promptly, skillfully manipulating the doorknob to the office and forming a disciplined line at the entrance. These canines, meticulously selected and rigorously trained, were astute and perceptive, capable of understanding human commands. Their inclination to bite was significantly lower than that of humans. "Sniff," Wang Yinxing commanded, gesturing toward the spot where Su Chen had been seated. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 dogs surged forth like arrows. A smile flickered across Wang Yinxing's face, though socially awkward. He found solace in the company of animals. These loyal companions were his most reliable aides, having once tracked a suspect to a hideout by following the scent left on a doorknob. The seat cushion where Su Chen had rested undoubtedly harbored a plethora of scents. However, to his astonishment, the dogs, upon merely inquiring about the area where Su Chen had sat, let out a whimper and sprang back. Some gaped in disbelief, while others even covered their noses with their front paws, creating a comically absurd scene. They circled around a meter away from Su Chen's chair, hesitant to approach any closer. The sudden transformation left the experts utterly astonished. There was a problem. Wang Yinxing's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, a sweet and crisp voice of a girl resonated from outside the door. "Of course there's a problem. Su Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to ignore her own scent." As these words were spoken, all 3 experts turned their gazes towards the entrance. There stood a girl, clad in small leather shoes with a stylish Heim-cut hairstyle, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. She stood with her arms crossed, her petite frame likely measuring less than 1.60 meters, and though her face was originally innocent, it bore a hint of subtle arrogance. "Are you Yusuji Akari?" Qin Ming paused momentarily, then recognized that the person before him was none other than last year's rookie champion of the Asian detective realm. Presently, she ranked among the top 30 on the Asian detective list. The appearance of Yusuji Akari sparked fervent discussions among the viewers in the live stream. Who is this cherry blossom girl? Her Chinese is quite impressive. Bro, you probably haven't delved much into the detective world. This girl is quite renowned. Yusuji Akari's achievements truly warrant the title of prodigy. I've heard she has loved detective novels since childhood, debuting as a detective at the age of 13. And within 3 years, she solved numerous significant cases at the Sakura National Police Headquarters. Among them was the infamous Kanagawa 1000 House hidden incident from a year ago. Thus, she established her reputation in the detective field and received an invitation from the Kintetsu Detective Agency, becoming the youngest ultra-senior member in its history. In the office of the expert panel, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Good day, esteemed seniors. Akiyama May greeted respectfully, bowing slightly before the 3 experts. She then approached Su Chen's seat, fanning herself gently as she inhaled deeply. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, toluene disocyanate. With unwavering certainty, she proclaimed, "This is an aromatic organic compound. For humans, it presents merely an imperceptible scent. However, for canines with acute olfactory sensitivity, it is akin to a scent assassin. An excessive inhalation could lead to a temporary loss of smell in dogs. It appears Su Chen intends to employ this chemical reagent to elude detection by police dogs. Truly, a formidable adversary." The term formidable caught the attention of those present, as it seemed she meant to convey cunning. Meanwhile, Wang Yinqing hastily called back his police dogs, rewarding one with a sausage. As he affectionately stroked his loyal companion's neck, he mused, "It seems this tactic may no longer serve us well in the future." Akiyama May's initial performance captivated the audience. "My goodness, this girl possesses remarkable skill. One must be exceedingly knowledgeable about such chemical substances to identify a scent so effortlessly. Having watched 200 episodes of Conan, I have come to know that cyanide has the taste of bitter almonds. Yet I have never encountered the terms related to benzene or esters. However, it appears that her command of the Chinese language is not particularly proficient, at the very least. I possess a better grasp of idiomatic expressions, ha ha ha." Su Chen has indeed managed to attract the attention of the top 30 detectives in Asia. As the audience engaged in fervent discussions, 2 individuals appeared at the entrance of the expert panel meeting room. One was a burly man, his face adorned with rolls of flesh, clad in a tattered leather vest, exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. The other was a young man with a messy hairstyle, exuding an air of drowsiness, currently seated in an electric wheelchair. They were Shi Yong and Luo Ji. Upon encountering each other at the doorway, both were momentarily taken aback. "Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger," Shi Yong tentatively inquired. "Pagoda subdues the river demon." The young man with the messy hair responded instinctively, his face flushing. Why the blush? Struggling to find a wife? And why the pallor? Scared by marrying a fierce woman? "Wow, Brother Luo," exclaimed Shi Yong. "Big sure." With the secret code exchanged, the two immediately embraced one another. Shi Yong patted Luo Ji on the shoulder and laughed. "Who would have thought we would reunite here? I was under the impression that you would spend your entire life in your brother's office." Luo Ji ran his fingers through his hair, gazing skyward with a look of profound contemplation. "Ah, sure, to be candid. This reunion feels as though I have traversed several centuries." The others merely stared in silence. Akechi Akane, observing the antics of the two before her, sighed in exasperation and cast her eyes toward the ceiling. In a hushed tone, she murmured in the language of cherry blossoms, "Why must I team up with these childish adults?" Chapter 64. The speculation of the great historian, the unveiling of Su Chen's intentions. Alas, I never anticipated that the esteemed logic would be like this, a prodigy of Shenghan. I had assumed he would be the archetype of a refined scoundrel. The dream has shattered. The dream has shattered. Officer Sure has gained some weight, yet he still appears quite formidable. The audience murmured their comments with indifference. Upon keenly hearing the words of Yusuji Akane, logic could not help but smile. Responding in the language of cherry blossoms, a man remains youthful until death. Yusuji Akane was taken aback, realizing that the other party understood her words. "I researched your background before coming here. I didn't know you could speak Sakura language." Logic shrugged. "I couldn't before. But I spent 2 hours learning it on my phone during the train ride. I can now converse with a fair degree of proficiency." 2 hours. Reflecting on how she had struggled with Mandarin for 6 months without significant progress, Yusuji Akane began to question her life choices. She had long heard of logic's exceptional intelligence, but had never grasped its true extent until now. That seemingly effortless remark illustrated just how extraordinary his learning ability was. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments reflected the audience's astonishment. "Wow, mastering a foreign language in 2 hours. Is this even human? Wah, I have an English exam coming up. Could you please lend me your brain, Teacher Luo? To be honest, I wouldn't even need 2 hours, if you let me be a bit foolish. I could manage it in 8. With such learning capabilities, acing the entrance exams for Tsinghua and Beida should be a stroll in the park. Teacher Luo is indeed a professor at Tsinghua and Beida, albeit in a rather undemanding subject." In response to all this, Shi Yong merely smiled in silence. He gestured towards the electric wheelchair occupied by Luo Ji, raising an eyebrow. Lao Luo, by the way, what happened to your legs? Are you confined to that wheelchair? Not at all, Sure, Luo Ji replied, skillfully maneuvering his electric wheelchair to the sofa in the expert group S office, settling into a relaxed posture. This way, I don't have to walk. It saves me some effort and keeps me from getting tired. Sure, hearing this, wore an expression of unsurprised acknowledgement, as expected of you. The others were left in astonishment. Goodness, is there anyone more laid back than this? Damn. Though I find it hard to tolerate him, I can't seem to bring him down. Honestly, with Luo Ji's intellect, he might find this world rather dull. He is exhausted. He breezed through Tsinghua and Beida, easily became a professor, effortlessly attained the highest membership status in Shanghai, and it wasn't through connections but pure skill. To this day, he holds the record for the highest score in Xinghan's entrance examination. Moreover, this fellow is a score-obsessed fanatic, perpetually stuck in the top 100 of the Asian detective rankings. Always just one rank shy of dropping off the list. Indeed, each time he is thwarted, he steps out to tackle a new case, and within a matter of days, his ranking ascends once more. I am deeply concerned for Su Chen. The newly arrived experts possess formidable abilities, and I wonder how he will manage to evade them. As Qin Ming observed the newly appointed members, whose prowess was undeniable, the confidence that had been recently shaken by Su Chen began to resurface gradually. Perhaps this time, he might finally capture that elusive Su Chen. The Skynet. Wang Yinxing, the trace evidence expert, steeled himself and addressed the legacy of Officer Duan. The Skynet system. Identify Su Chen's facial information and search throughout the city. Searching. Ding. The target is suspected to be driving. The image is blurred, with a total of 283 similar targets identified. Over 12,000 entries. Qin Ming's heart sank upon hearing the Skynet's response. The late-night conditions, with insufficient light and poor visibility, combined with the camera's pixel limitations, rendered precise facial recognition impossible. Officer Wang, how long will it take for you to distinguish these images? Qin Ming inquired of Wang Yinxing. Wang Yinxing lowered his head, contemplating for a second or two. The difficulty in distinguishing between blurred and clear images is not comparable. My next challenge for the title of Brain King involves deciphering blurry sand paintings. Even as a world-class competitor, it took me over 3 hours to identify just 1,000 sand paintings. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. Identifying an excessive number of targets can consume an inordinate amount of time, and such time is not to be squandered. Hence, our expert panel currently comprises 6 individuals, all collaborating, and perhaps... Wait a moment. At this juncture, Officer Sure ambled over, raising his hand and interjecting, "Pardon my interruption, but your line of thought is misguided." Misguided? Qin Ming was taken aback. However, the Skynet was, after all, the most convenient tool at their disposal for locating Su Chen. It was also the most efficient method. Officer Sure, what do you mean? Wang Yinxing inquired. Officer Sure rummaged through his pocket, producing a cigarette, which he lit and inhaled before continuing. In our past military engagements, discussions regarding tactics never revolved around what we ought to do. Rather, it was perpetually about how the adversary would respond and how we should counteract. The same principle applies to detective work. You have consistently positioned yourselves as the pursuers, yet you have never endeavored to empathize with Su Chen's perspective. A sudden realization struck Qin Ming, sending a ripple of clarity through his mind. It felt as though he had grasped a pivotal insight, albeit still somewhat nebulous. He had yet to fully comprehend Officer Sure's intent. Without further elaboration, Officer Sure posed a question. Ladies and gentlemen, you assert that Su Chen has successfully resolved a significant unsolved case and has skillfully outwitted our expert panel. His performance has been impeccable. Yet, he chooses to continue his flight. I ask you, what kind of individual would opt for escape? Why? A few individuals fell into silence, as if it were a question devoid of significance. Yet, why did Shi Yong pose such an inquiry? Without awaiting their responses, Luo Ji, reclining on the sofa, suddenly broke into a smile and interjected. It is because his aspirations remain unfulfilled. He harbors his own desires. A person devoid of any yearning for the future would not opt for flight. It is only one who perceives more pressing matters at hand who would choose to escape. Indeed, Deshur gestured with his cigarette towards Luo Ji. If we discern Su Chen's motives, we could ascertain his trajectory. Officer Bai, I recall that Su Chen had previously made a phone call to you. Bai Su was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in acknowledgement. He inquired whether the captured female convict bore a scar on her neck. That struck a chord. Deshur extinguished the cigarette and leaned over the table, surveying the faces before him. At that time, Su Chen had not yet revealed himself, yet he understood that he was on the brink of becoming a fugitive. Logically, a person on the verge of escape would not risk contacting an expert who could apprehend him, unless he was desperate and felt compelled to acquire this information. His intentions must undoubtedly be linked to that scar. Am I correct, everyone? Chapter 65. Given the circumstances, it's best to sleep now. After a reminder from Deshur, Qin Ming suddenly felt the last vestige of his emotional turmoil effortlessly dissipate in an instant. The scars, the throat slashing. These wounds bore a striking resemblance to the platinum case. He murmured softly. Meanwhile, Yusuji's fingertips glided across the surface of her tablet. In merely a few seconds, her eyes brightened as she placed the device onto the table. I found it. While I am not particularly well-versed in your Dragon Kingdom's cases, I am familiar with major unsolved mysteries like the platinum case. I've taken notes. Except for Luo Ji, who lay languidly on the sofa. The other members of the expert team gathered around, attentively examining the case details. The platinum case indeed harbored several enigmas. For instance, after the murderer claimed the lives of 4 girls, he inexplicably ceased his spree. Why did he stop? As Qin Ming perused the information, he began to recall the intricacies of the case in his mind. The platinum case, the most notorious unsolved mystery in the Dragon Kingdom, saw the perpetrator kill only 4 individuals before vanishing into thin air, which, at the time, was a relief for the terrified young women. However, it was precisely due to the killer's abrupt disappearance that the police's leads were severed, leaving the case shrouded in unresolved mystery. Regarding this, I have noted a particular detail of the case that warrants speculation. Akira Yusuji opened his notebook and pointed at the text within, elucidating to the experts around him, who were unfamiliar with the intricacies of Sakura script. After the emergence of the 4th victim, several days passed before reports surfaced indicating that residents had discovered a stain on the ground, which was identified as a trace of blood. I believe this marks the 5th victim. Upon this assertion, the experts were momentarily taken aback, their minds buzzing with the implications. Shi Yong reacted with remarkable swiftness. If he failed to execute his plan, then the identity of this 5th victim becomes quite evident. It is undoubtedly that woman. This deduction crystallized the entire series of clues, weaving them together into a cohesive narrative. The viewers who had stayed up late to watch felt a shiver run down their spines. Many robust men and women discreetly withdrew their feet from the edges of their blankets, exclaiming in disbelief, "What on earth? It's late at night. And this is keeping us awake." I never anticipated that the platinum case and the Jinling dismemberment case were interlinked in such a manner. It seems all previous doubts have been clarified. The mind of a genius, the thought process of a master, is truly inscrutable. I would still be utterly baffled if I were to assume the role of an expert. This Deshur possesses a certain depth. Initially, I perceived him as a mere muscle-bound brute, but now I realize how astutely he thinks. This live-stream pursuit of the culprit is absolutely riveting. It deserves to be legendary. Meanwhile, within the confines of the expert panel's office, upon hearing Deshur's conclusion, Wang Yinxing's pupils suddenly constricted. He hurriedly addressed the police officer standing behind him, urging, "Quickly, find the officer responsible for investigating Zhao Xiaoya's social connections and inquire about the results. Emphasize her connection to the platinum case." The urgency in his tone was palpable. The officer, not daring to delay, nodded and promptly exited the office. In less than 10 minutes, the officer returned, breathless, accompanied by the investigating officer. "Are you also examining the relationship between Zhao Xiaoya and the platinum case?" "Our progress is not lagging behind," the investigating officer replied with astonishment. "The latest information indicates that Zhao Xiaoya is, in fact, the 5th victim who escaped during the platinum case years ago." Upon hearing this revelation, the experts felt a shiver run down their spines. This was not merely due to the fact that Shi Yong and Yusuji Mei AI had arrived at the same conclusion as the police through reasoning. It was also because of Su Chen. They realized that Su Chen had already deduced this information. Otherwise, he would not have accurately posed the question regarding scars without having ever met Zhao Xiaoya. Was this the prowess of one of Asia's top 30 detectives? Thus, the situation became clear. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Deshur produced an old green canteen, reminiscent of those used on battlefields, and took several hearty gulps of water. This canteen, a relic from over a decade ago, was worn with peeling paint, and in contemporary times, it might even fail a bacterial inspection. However, Deshur displayed not the slightest concern, as the attention of other experts was entirely focused on the latter half of his statement. Su Chen had long been aware of the connection between Zhao Xiaoya and the platinum case. He sought to investigate the latter. Thus, our focus should be directed towards the route leading from Jinling City to Platinum City, as well as the bordering outskirts, which represented Su Chen's essential passage. Qin Ming could no longer contain his impatience. He promptly addressed the Tianwang system, narrow the identification range to the southern part of Jinling City, extending to the point where it borders Platinum City, adjusting. A total of 1,127 similar targets found. Soon, a series of images were extracted by the Tianwang system and displayed on the large screen in the expert group's office. in less than 20 minutes. We had reduced the initial count of over 10,000 to just over 1,000. Shi Yong turned to Wang Yinxing. Brother, how long will it take? Provide an approximate estimate. Wang Yinxing, holding Su Chen's photograph, cast two piercing, dark gazes from beneath his police cap towards the multitude of images on the screen. Like a scanner, he methodically examined each row without the slightest pause. No more than 20 minutes, he replied coolly. Excellent. Deshir gestured as if applauding, then, hands clasped behind his back, ambled back to another sofa in the expert group's office. He reclined, draping his leather coat over himself. His actions mirrored those of Luo Ji, eliciting an immediate sense of foreboding among the onlookers. Officer Shi, what is this? Have you finished everything? Shi Yong yawned, resting his head on the supple leather sofa's cushion, and remarked, engaging with Su Chen as an adversary requires considerable mental exertion. Without proper rest, how can one proceed? It is currently 3 a.m, my friends. He declared that the reasoning phase had concluded and that he would not partake in the subsequent actions. You all should first dispatch personnel to secure the borders of Platinum City, then track Su Chen's whereabouts. At worst, we shall take turns, engaging in a war of attrition until he succumbs. With that, he turned over and fell asleep within mere seconds. The others were left bewildered. What the heck? We haven't slept yet. How can you be asleep already? Are you live-streaming your slumber? Yet, I must admit, he makes a compelling argument. Such a mentally taxing confrontation necessitates a clear mind. Lack of sleep can lead to muddled thinking, which easily results in mistakes. When competing against someone of Su Chen's caliber, even the slightest oversight could prove fatal. He will seize upon your negligence, magnifying the repercussions of your errors in every conceivable way. Meanwhile, at the expert panel, Qin Ming and others, sporting dark circles under their eyes, glanced at the nonchalant Luo Ji. It's too late. We can discuss this tomorrow. The endeavor of capturing Su Chen is not time-sensitive. Ultimately, it will culminate in his apprehension. Luo Ji, devoid of any burden, gradually reclined in full view of the assembly. Given the circumstances, it is best to rest now. Thus, Luo Ji entered a state akin to hibernation. The crowd gazed at the two unreliable adults with a sense of disbelief. Yusuji Akane sighed deeply, and then a fierce determination ignited within her eyes. She needed no assistance. She was fully capable of capturing Su Chen on her own. Tomorrow, before these two individuals awaken, she would bring this game to an end. She intended to present Su Chen before Deshir and Luo Ji, eager to witness their reactions. Time was of the essence. And as the highest-ranked detective among us, she hoped for an opportunity to be entrusted with the upcoming mission to apprehend Su Chen. Yusuji Akane addressed the remaining experts with a tone of unwavering confidence. We shall retrieve Su Chen tonight, for desperation breeds opportunity. Qin Ming, Bai Su, and Wang Yinxing exchanged glances, realizing her implication was that one must seize the moment. Half an hour later, on the outskirts of Jinling City, within a black sedan, a thunderous roar reminiscent of a great beast roused Su Chen from his slumber. Chapter 66. The keyhole emerges, unveiling the prelude. After sleeping for over 2 hours, Su Chen immediately glanced at the clock upon waking. He could not afford to linger in this place for too long. He could only recuperate as much as possible. Regardless of the chaos unfolding among the expert team, 2 hours should suffice for them to regroup. He contemplated whether to adjust his sleeping habits, foregoing the traditional lengthy slumber in favor of the Da Vinci sleep method, which disperses sleep into smaller segments throughout the 24-hour cycle. By now, my reputation must have reached a commendable 10,000, placing me among the top 10 on the detective leaderboard. As he pondered, Su Chen closed his eyes and skillfully entered the chamber of his mind. The new scene's walls had likely begun to unveil. Soon, as the surroundings gradually dissolved into obscurity, Su Chen once again glimpsed the interior of the ancient room amidst the chaos. Inside, the solid wooden desk was illuminated by flickering flames that seemed destined never to extinguish. In the orange glow, the darkness in one corner of the room quietly dissipated. The last time the shadows receded, a star map was revealed. This time, however, it unveiled a stone wall. The wall bore 4 recesses, intricately carved, exposing a complex mortise and tenon structure that resembled some kind of mechanism. Those 4 recesses appeared akin to keyholes. How intriguing. Su Chen stepped forward, approaching the wall to examine it closely. Subsequently, he discovered that beneath the grooves hung 4 wooden plaques, each inscribed with profound strokes. They bore the inscriptions, Beast-Bearing Command, Iron-Faced Judge's Pen, Xiaoyin's Startling Hall Wood, and Flat-Wing Velvet Hat. Correspondingly, the first groove, shaped like a square with protruding angles, mirrored the token resting upon the table in the room. The second groove resembled a slender pen shaft. The third and fourth grooves also corresponded in shape to the items inscribed on the plaques. Was this an invitation for me to collect these artifacts? Su Chen picked up the token from the table and aligned it with the first groove, discovering it fit perfectly. After a moment of contemplation, he pushed the token into the groove, only to hear a click, followed by the sound of mechanisms shifting. However, after a lengthy wait, no changes were evident. Su Chen attempted to remove the token, only to find it firmly lodged. Damn, if I can't retrieve it, how will I assess my reputation? He chastised himself for being overly hasty, not having fully examined the situation before acting. Simultaneously, he began to explore the entire wall with his hands, searching for a means of resolution. Fortunately, beneath the wooden plaques, he discovered a rotating mechanism. Upon twisting it, another click resonated, and simultaneously, the token was ejected from the groove, landing back in Su Chen's grasp. He rose and surveyed the 4 grooves, reflecting quietly. This is akin to a lock. I must gather these 4 items and place them together. Perhaps something remarkable will transpire. He recalled the ancient pin that had drifted to the land of cherry blossoms, a thought that weighed heavily upon his heart. It seemed inevitable that such artifacts would become scattered across the vast expanse. Gathering them all would require a patient and deliberate approach. After a period of contemplation, Su Chen took the token and proceeded towards the star chart. He could distinctly sense an increasingly intimate connection with the celestial map. Previously, he had to explore it manually to ascertain the status of the bas-reliefs. But now he could directly perceive that a new relief was ready to be illuminated. As anticipated, the cinnabar on the token scattered and then reformed. Public reputation tally, 10,400. Indeed, the viewership had likely shattered previous records. Standing before the star chart, Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He then gently touched one of the star reliefs with his fingertip, and in an instant, light patterns flickered, projecting an image. It depicted an ancient infiltrator, a figure akin to a gentleman concealed in the rafters. There once was a thief, scaling eaves and walls, traversing beams and encircling courtyards. A poem attests, bones soft yet physique robust, brows thick and eyes sharp, a visage reminiscent of a strange clan, movements akin to those of celestial beings. Silently passing through walls at night, deeper still, suspended in lofty abodes. It spoke of a thief who specialized in breaching walls to enter homes, possessing remarkable agility and keen senses. This individual could traverse high beams with the ease of walking on the ground, and could grip the eaves to suspend his entire body, moving with swiftness that surpassed that of monkeys. His body was supple, capable of slipping through narrow crevices, yet his physique was robust and his stamina remarkable, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This man harbored no fear of authority. Even when captured, he possessed countless means of escape, able to free himself from even the tightest bindings. Eventually, he was apprehended by the iron-faced man, his whereabouts thereafter shrouded in mystery. There were whispers that after capturing him, the iron-faced man did not resort to immediate punishment, but instead tasked him with retrieving an object. However, this time, the once invincible thief met with failure, ultimately paying with his life. The narrative concludes here. Su Chen felt a surge of warmth coursing through his torso and limbs, even his eyes tingling slightly. It was not an unpleasant sensation. Rather, it resembled the comforting embrace of a sauna. This feeling persisted for several seconds before receding like a tide. Upon reopening his eyes, Su Chen was startled to find the surroundings astonishingly vivid. Having spent years poring over documents, he had developed a slight myopia, causing objects to appear somewhat blurred. Yet now, it seemed that even this minor affliction had been erased, transforming his perception of the world from a mere 360p into a stunning 24K high definition. My current vision is likely comparable to that of the finest pilots, Su Chen exclaimed joyfully. Moreover, the alterations he experienced extended beyond mere eyesight. He sensed profound changes within his body. His balance was formidable, his limbs remarkably agile, his strength and endurance solid, and his techniques extraordinarily pure. These were the tangible advancements he could grasp during those fleeting seconds. Meanwhile, the criteria for igniting the next star naturally settled in his mind. A requirement of 13,000 views. This time, it appeared somewhat simpler than before. However, Su Chen did not feel particularly at ease, for he was acutely aware that his viewership in the Dragon Kingdom had already reached its zenith. As for the upcoming launch of the Sakura Nation channel, the population of Sakura Nation was far too scant. Achieving that figure would prove to be a formidable challenge. He needed to devise a swift solution. Emerging from the ancient room, Su Chen returned to the realm of reality. I have eliminated 2 individuals. The production team would not allow the remaining experts to continue the pursuit unassisted. Su Chen pondered quietly. They would likely recruit additional personnel, and among the newcomers, there could be formidable adversaries. Competitors from the top ranks of the detective leaderboard, possibly even from other nations, were not out of the question. To enhance viewership, he might have to focus on the newly joined detectives. Should he emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly create a sensation across the globe. Perhaps this would prompt other countries to launch their own channels. thereby boosting the online viewership of his livestream. On another front, there was the pressing platinum case. Su Chen recognized that due to the resolution of the Jinling University dismemberment case, he had ascended to the 10th position among detectives in the Dragon Kingdom, a remarkably high rank. Those who preceded him were seasoned detectives with substantial experience. Temporarily surpassing them would not be an easy feat unless, of course, he could crack the platinum case. This achievement would similarly generate immense buzz and elevate his reputation further. Moreover, this signifies that he may delve deeper into the secrets of this world and the enigmas within the confines of his mind. In his pursuit of investigating the platinum case, he must first reach the city of Platinum, which lies adjacent to Jinling City. While immersed in contemplation, Su Chen's gaze subtly shifted towards the window. The night was dense, and the other party was exceedingly cautious. Previously, he would have been oblivious to their presence. However, with his enhanced vision, Su Chen discerned, albeit faintly, a group lurking in the darkness, drawing closer to him. They were not members of an expert team, for such folly was beyond them. Su Chen swiftly deduced their identity based on the tools in their possession, their tattered garments, and the van idling nearby. It appeared they were a band of car thieves prowling the fringes of the city. Upon spotting Su Chen's solitary mid-range black sedan parked forlornly on the outskirts, they were seized by malicious intent. Chapter 67. Who stole from whom? In the depths of the night, a group of car thieves donned black visors as they stealthily approached a parked sedan. Suddenly, the leader halted, blocking the path of his accomplices, and whispered, "Second, take a look. Does this car have someone inside, or is it empty?" Beside the leader, a wiry young man, resembling a monkey, retrieved a rudimentary night vision device from his pocket and pressed it to his eyes. Peering through the lens, the second thief scrutinized the interior of the vehicle, and after a moment, a grin spread across his face. "It's empty, boss. This time, we've struck gold." The leader nodded slightly, accepting a toolbox handed to him by another member of the crew. "If we must assign blame, let it be to the foolish owner. This car is nearly brand new, yet he dares to leave it in such a desolate place at midnight. If we fail to seize this windfall, it would be an egregious injustice." Upon hearing this, the other thieves collectively broke into smiles. The owner, it seemed, was a fool blessed with fortune. After all, one might argue that a fool should not possess such wealth. The second thief rubbed his hands together with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "This car appears to be of mid-range quality. If we negotiate wisely, we could sell it for a hefty sum, perhaps 100,000 or so. That would keep us entertained for months with our girlfriends. Now, let's keep quiet and get to work." At the command of their leader, the band of thieves stealthily maneuvered from behind. Two stood watch while one took action, with another on standby, ready to adapt. Should the vehicle owner return, his role was to casually inquire for directions, diverting attention and buying time. This group exhibited a clear division of labor. The leader approached the driver's side, lifted the toolbox, and retrieved a small diamond glass cutter. He pressed the blade against the glass, etching a circular mark before striking the center with the wooden handle. With a sharp pop, a small circular piece of glass was dislodged. "Pass me the rod," he murmured. "Coming right up," replied the second thief, producing a collapsible iron rod connected by wire, resembling a simplified, agile arm. The leader took the rod, inserting it into the glass opening. After a mere few seconds of manipulation, the sound of the car lock disengaging echoed. With a swift pull of the handle, the door swung open effortlessly. Peering inside, the two car thieves found it empty and let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Money delivered right to our doorstep, my friend." They then climbed into the driver's seat, preparing to dismantle the ignition system. This vehicle operated with a key twist ignition. As long as they could remove the keyhole, bypass the lock, and connect the relay wires, they could ignite the engine directly. Thus, this band of thieves would soon drive away, escaping into the night, ready to sell the vehicle at a lucrative price in the shadowy underbelly of the marketplace. This set of business processes has become quite familiar to a few individuals. Requiring no further elaboration, they navigate it with ease. However, just as the leader was about to ignite the lock, a sudden roar of an automobile engine pierced the stillness of the night. Moments later, two glaring headlights swept across the scene, revealing a van that careened around the corner, tires screeching as it sped past them. "Is that not our van? How did it suddenly drive away?" The two thieves were momentarily stunned. Soon after, they spotted their lookout comrade rushing towards them in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Big brother, second brother, our vehicle has been stolen." Boom. Upon hearing this, the two car thieves felt as if they had been struck by lightning, standing frozen for 2 seconds. How could it be that we are the ones stealing cars, yet our own vehicle has been taken? If word of this spreads within the industry, they would be the subject of ridicule. The leader, enraged, felt his blood rush to his head, pointing a finger at the two comrades, bellowing, "Old 3, Old 4, I instructed you to keep watch. Were your eyes merely ornamental? Such a large vehicle slipped away right under your noses?" The reprimanded old 3 and old 4 felt utterly wronged. Big brother, you do not understand the situation we faced. Old 3 gasped, struggling to catch his breath. At that moment, a man approached us who resembled the owner of the sedan, so we hurried to engage him in conversation. We were merely exchanging pleasantries when he subtly maneuvered towards our van. Our attention was entirely fixated on the small car and the individual, apprehensive that he might uncover our movements. Little did we realize that he was, in fact, preoccupied with our vehicle. Indeed, the fourth member swiftly joined in, embellishing the narrative. Moreover, it appeared we had encountered a true master this time, standing merely half a meter away from that fellow. I reached into my pocket only to discover that the car keys were missing. I was utterly oblivious to when he had pilfered our keys. Not a single inkling of it. Upon hearing this, the eldest was momentarily rendered speechless. How could you still have the audacity to speak? He had been stealing cars for over a decade, had been apprehended 2 or 3 times, yet had never encountered such a predicament. Though one might argue that his modest van held little monetary value, this transcended mere finances. It was a matter of dignity. It pertained to the self-respect of a craftsman. I could strangle you all. Eldest brother, let it go, let it go. Observing the eldest's rising fury, the second brother hastened to mediate. Brother, consider this. Trading our small car for a battered van, we are not at a loss in this venture. Let us swiftly take action to drive this car away and secure a decent price. As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with the third and fourth brothers. The duo promptly nodded in agreement, as if to say, you are right, eldest brother, we shall bear this one, and we will forego our share of the car sale proceeds. Let us hasten to rectify the situation and recover our losses. The leader, after holding back for a few moments, finally exhaled a sigh, disregarding the feigned laughter of the two. Bowing his head, he fiddled for a while, and with a buzzing sound, the car was successfully ignited. Let us depart quickly. This place is unsuitable for lingering, as it harbors unsavory elements, he exclaimed. The 5 car thieves uncomfortably squeezed into the vehicle, and soon after, they sped away in a blur. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city, a van sped past. Inside was Su Chen, who mused to himself, this has actually spared me some trouble. I was pondering how to dispose of that car and switch to another mode of transportation. I suspect the expert team will act swiftly. I hope those thieves can manage to escape far enough. In the live streaming room, the comments section erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 68. Su Chen's next move. The expert team's pursuit. As Su Chen maneuvered the van along the outskirts of Jinling City, he cast a glance towards the borders of Platinum City, where several police vehicles were stationed at nearly every checkpoint leading into the city. Numerous officers stood beside their cars, meticulously scrutinizing the driver's licenses of every motorist. It appeared that the expert team had intensified their lockdown measures. Su Chen pondered for a moment, opting not to attempt breaching the checkpoint. Instead, he turned the vehicle around, continuing his circumnavigation. How would he proceed? Would he resort to disguise, or would he employ cunning subterfuge? However, he lacked the time to forge a driver's license, and presently, he had neither cosmetics nor garments at his disposal. One might say that even the most skillful of women cannot cook without rice. What about hitchhiking? Su Chen pondered silently. That, too, was not feasible. Although Mr. Chui Liwan had been ousted, his bounty had likely already been posted. It was evident that the reward for capturing him would be immensely generous. His current predicament was one where online cheers contrasted starkly with the watchful eyes of reality, all eager to apprehend him. I must find a place where I can at least disguise myself. Su Chen's mind raced, dismissing one location after another. Suddenly, a scene flickered through his mind, illuminating his thoughts. Back during his time at Jinling University, while he was chatting with Wang Ping and Zhao Long in the car, Zhao Long had mentioned taking his daughter to see a film during the holidays. However, this viewing did not take place in a traditional cinema, but rather in a tourist manner on the outskirts of the city. According to Zhao Long, this venue featured not only movies but also amusement facilities and even a touring circus. Unfortunately, they had been pressed for time and had not been able to fully enjoy themselves. With this in mind, Su Chen smiled quietly. The circus was an excellent choice. It boasted an abundance of cosmetics and costumes. Moreover, given the transient nature of the circus, with a stroke of luck, I might even catch a ride. Resolute in his decision, Su Chen assessed the direction and then turned the vehicle around at the roadside, driving towards the resort. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Jinling City. A few black sedans speed along the road, with the foremost vehicle driven by Wang Yinxing and accompanied by Shangshan Mingai in the passenger seat. In the back seat, naturally, are Qin Ming and Bai Su. Following closely behind are vehicles carrying the experts and law enforcement. Senior, you are truly an observant sage, the Empire's all-seeing eye, Shangshan Mingai remarked, her tablet in hand, displaying an air of contentment. Her voice calm, she continued, in just 15 minutes, I have reviewed over 1,000 blurry photographs and identified Su Chen's face among them. Of course, do not take this as flattery. I am merely stating the facts. Wang Yinxing received this praise with nonchalance, his focus unwavering on the road ahead. He replied earnestly, unless I cannot find it. Once I do, there will be no mistake. Then, I kindly ask you to keep a sharper lookout for Su Chen's vehicle. Your eyesight surpasses mine, she suggested. Sitting up straight, Shangshan Ming'ai added. Alternatively, once we are sufficiently close to Su Chen, I could directly pinpoint his mobile signal through the 2 cyber police officers under Officer Duan. It is undeniable that the speed of the expert team's actions far exceeds the expectations of the online community. Wow, that was rather swift, Officer Wang. Truly, a champion of the strongest minds possesses real prowess, not mere theatrics. The young girl named Yusuji Akane has exceeded expectations, although she is the youngest among them. She possesses an impressive ability to mobilize the talents within the expert group, exuding a sense of maturity beyond her years. Indeed, her organizational and operational capabilities can be deemed exceptional. Alas, if only I could embody such drive. Every time I face assignments during winter and summer breaks, I inevitably leave them until the very last day. No worries, my friend. I am the same. One night, a pen, and a miracle. I wonder how Su Chen will cope with the enhanced expert group's pursuit after his identity is revealed. Soon, the expert group's vehicle arrived at the outskirts of the city, the last location where Su Chen was detected. Meanwhile, a red dot illuminated on the tablet in Yusuji Akane's hands, connected to the signal detector. They have found him. Yusuji Akane smiled gently, saying, Senior, please head southwest. I believe Su Chen will soon meet us. A late-night update. Friends, don't forget to encourage further updates after reading. Rest assured, the storyline is well planned and will not fizzle out or be abandoned. Chapter 69. What on earth have I done? Wang Yinheng nodded slightly, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to guide the vehicle down a side road. Meanwhile, Akira Yusuji, seated in the passenger seat, had already summoned the road map for the area. We would pursue Su Chen's car directly along this main route. She tossed her hair back and picked up the walkie-talkie, stating, Vehicles 2 and 3 are parallel to us on the lateral side roads. Vehicle 4 is accelerating to maneuver ahead. We must block all of Su Chen's escape routes and force him to a halt. Now, let's activate map and location sharing. Maintain formation and ensure all vehicles retain their relative positions without any vulnerabilities. Soon, responses from the other vehicle's passengers crackled through the walkie-talkie. 2 acknowledged. 3 acknowledged. 4 acknowledged. Simultaneously, the 4 black sedans that had been aligned in the same lane swiftly diverged, strategically positioning themselves around the red dot, creating a pincer formation. Excellent. Yusuji observed the small glowing dots on the shared map, pursing her lips. Su Chen, this time you cannot escape. As morning dawned with a radiant sun, the barrage of comments in the livestream pursuit began to swell compared to the earlier hours. However, in stark contrast to the fervent spirit of the expert team, the comments presented a different tableau. Yusuji-chan, we must ask, is there a chance you are chasing the wrong car? In a shocking turn of events, 4 police cars encircled a car thief, a scene so dramatic that one might have mistaken it for a high-speed robbery. The young girl displayed a commendable proficiency in her flanking tactics, eliciting a chuckle from onlookers. However, one couldn't help but notice the absence of 2 members from the expert team. Meanwhile, in the expert team's office, 2 individuals remained blissfully asleep. It appeared that the young man, Luojia, had succumbed to slumber, treating the entire endeavor as mere child's play, perhaps underestimating the task of apprehending Su Chen. As the audience engaged fervently in the comments, Aoyama Mei and her companions gradually approached the vicinity of the signal detector. Finally, after navigating a turn, a sedan came into view. It was the one. Su Chen's mobile signal pinpointed its exact location. Without hesitation, Aoyama Mei commanded, initiate action. No sooner had her words left her lips than the sedan ahead accelerated sharply. Beside her, Wang Yinxing had already pressed the accelerator to the floor. The roar of the engines reverberated through the streets. Su Chen's reflexes were surprisingly quick, catching Aoyama Mei off guard. Typically, a conscientious driver would assess the road conditions before reacting. It seemed that the thief was indeed feeling the pressure of his illicit actions. Truly, Su Chen was a fugitive. With deft fingers, she navigated the tablet, swiftly locating an intersection ahead. In that desolate place, where diverging paths were scarce, the 4 vehicles she had arranged perfectly obstructed all potential escape routes for the adversary. This was a hunting ground. Once the fish were ensnared, there was no means of escape. Other vehicles, accelerate and encircle from the intersection ahead, commanded Akiyoshi Akane, grasping the walkie-talkie. The dots on the shared location map promptly converged. She then turned to Wang Yinheng in the driver's seat and inquired, Senior, can we tighten the grip a bit more? Not a problem, he replied, his gaze sharp beneath the brim of his hat, having already calculated the route and timing. On the highway, one vehicle desperately fled while the other relentlessly pursued. Both cars, being police vehicles, were similarly equipped, making it challenging to catch up through mere straight-line speed. Who wouldn't accelerate in a straight line? True speed lay in navigating the curves. Ahead loomed a significant turn. Screech. As the sedan approached the bend, it had to decelerate to avoid overturning. However, Wang Yinheng recognized that success hinged on this very moment. Instead of slowing down, he pressed the accelerator, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel while simultaneously pulling the handbrake. In an instant, the rear of the sedan began to slide, catapulting the front of the car around the corner, leaving 2 tire marks on the pavement and billowing smoke. The black sedan, now having accelerated, kicked up a cloud of dust and sped away, drifting. A flawless drift. The distance between the two vehicles quickly diminished to a mere meter or two. In an instant, the barrage of comments surged. "Oh my, coach, I wish to learn this. I knew the coach was holding back. Which driving school can I enroll in? I'm signing up right now." Though impressive, he simply failed to grasp the right person. "What? My drifting is so stunning, and you question whether I'm pursuing the right target? Officer Wang, are you deliberately provoking me?" Voice booming. Meanwhile, inside the stolen car. "Oh no, boss, they're closing in on us. They are indeed after us." The co-pilot, referred to as the second-in-command, exclaimed, glancing at their leader. Behind them, the third and fourth members were in a state of utter confusion. "Damn it, I know, just be quiet." Sweat beads had already formed on the leader's forehead. In the brief span of being pursued, he mentally revisited every wrongdoing he had ever committed. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. This was excessive. He had only stolen a few cars. Why were they pursuing him with such fervor, as if he were a sworn enemy? Moreover, through the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of the driver, a figure adorned with a police cap and clad in uniform. It nearly sent him into a panic. "Second, third, fourth, fifth. Confess honestly, have you been engaging in any morally reprehensible activities behind my back recently?" The leader's back was drenched, and he trembled as he spoke. "Goodness. To provoke the police to chase after us, this treatment can only mean we are considered fugitives. Who among you did this? Hurry and confess. Do not implicate the rest of us." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the shifty-eyed second brother beside him. The second brother, sensing that gaze, immediately trembled in fear and exclaimed, "Elder brother, you know me well. Even if I had the courage of 80 men, I would never dare to act so recklessly." He turned around, agitatedly pointing at the 2 individuals in the back seat who were on the verge of retching from the chaotic ride. "You two, speak up. Don't let it come to the point where we all end up being complicit in a crime. If you're considered accomplices, I will haunt you as a ghost." The third, fourth, and fifth brothers hurriedly covered their mouths while gesturing dismissively. "Second brother, you know us. We simply lack the capacity for such deeds. If we had the ability, we would have long since taken matters into our own hands." "Nonsense." The elder brother observed the police car drawing ever closer, tears of anxiety welling in his eyes. "If you had no involvement, would the officers be so relentless in their pursuit of us?" "Brother, can I still call you brother? In my life of petty thievery, I have never committed any serious crime. So please, have mercy on me." Just as the psychological defenses of the car thieves were on the verge of collapse, an intersection suddenly appeared before them. A labyrinth of paths unfolded, presenting 3 divergent routes. The leading car thief felt a surge of hope. This was truly a stroke of fortune. This area was their territory, and while they could not outrun the police on a single road, at the intersection, a chaotic dash through the paths would surely allow them to shake off their pursuers. However, in the next instant, they beheld a startling sight. From each of the side streets emerged a vehicle identical to the one chasing them. Subsequently, the car doors swung open, and 3 or 4 plainclothes police officers emerged from each vehicle. A total of over 10 individuals surrounded the checkpoint, rendering it impenetrable. The face of the car thief's leader turned ashen, pale as ash. How could a petty thief have encountered such a formidable display? For a fleeting moment, he felt as though his life had reached its end. The sheer force of the police response indicated that the target was no mere fugitive. It was likely someone notorious, listed on the wanted roster. And such individuals, surely, they would face severe consequences. With a creak, the leader surrendered, abruptly halting the vehicle with a stomp on the brake. Trembling, he turned to face his subordinates. It was over, utterly over. What an excessive show of force for such a trivial matter. Chapter 70. The bewildered car thief and the expert team. The vehicle came to a halt. Akiyama Mei, furrowing her brow, spoke into the intercom. "Su Chen is unlikely to surrender easily. Everyone, proceed with caution. We must secure him first. Ignore anything he says and refrain from engaging him in conversation." "Understood." The contingent of officers, resolute and unwavering, advanced without hesitation. The ringleader of the car thieves had just exited the vehicle, intending to surrender, but before he could raise his hands, He was swiftly overwhelmed by a group of formidable officers. 7 or 8 of them seized him, pinning him to the ground. The leading officer, observing the man beneath him wearing a mask, let out a derisive chuckle. Su Chen, how transparent your ruse is. The ringleader, bewildered, exclaimed, Su Chen, you have mistaken me. I am not Su Chen. You have apprehended the wrong person. He suddenly began to struggle, tears of despair welling in his eyes, insisting that this was merely a misunderstanding. Yet, the imposing officers holding him down merely scoffed at his protestations. Without further ado, they twisted his arms behind his back, bestowing upon him a complimentary set of silver bracelets, the kind that connected together. Once the ringleader was fully subdued and shackled to the ground, the sound of Akiyama Mei's petite heels echoed as she approached the subdued masked man, squatting down before him with a hint of pride in her smile. Su Chen, at this moment, realizes that for someone like me, ranked among the top 30 detectives, capturing a fugitive is merely a trivial task. Shangshan Mingai turned to look at Wang Yanhang, who was also approaching. Senior, may I ask what idiom describes the ease of accomplishing this task? A piece of cake. Wang Yanhang replied. Yes, that's the one, she said. Shangshan Mingai shot a glare at the masked man and stood up. Then, she beheld the other 4 masked individuals huddled within the car. In that instant, she momentarily froze, but soon seemed to react. She swiftly pulled off the mask of the gang leader, revealing a face adorned with a scruffy beard, weathered and darkened by a life of hardship. This was in stark contrast to the clean and fresh appearance of Su Chen. Shangshan Mingai's expression gradually morphed into one of confusion. It's a disguise, Wang Yanhang remarked as he approached, having already witnessed Su Chen's clever ruse. He extended his hands, grasping at the gang leader's face and tugging a few times. The man winced in pain, baring his teeth, yet not a trace of makeup came off. Instead, Wang Yanhang found his hands covered in dirt and grime. Wang Yanhang's expression slowly transformed into one of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the other 4 criminals in the car were also apprehended and had their masks removed. None of them resembled Su Chen. The pursuit team's footage was broadcasted live, with comments flooding the screen in a frenzy. Let me guess. Both sides must be utterly baffled right now. The bewildered fruit hangs from the perplexed tree, and beneath it, you and I stand together. We possess a godly perspective. Were I present at the scene, I dare say my CPU would be on the verge of overheating. Initially, I believed that the revelation of Su Chen's identity would bring this show to a close, yet it appears I underestimated him. The thought of the expert team fervently pursuing the vehicle evokes a chuckle from me. My apologies. To simultaneously outwit 2 groups is nothing short of impressive. While Officer Wang's drifting maneuvers are indeed stylish, they cannot escape Su Chen's cunning strategies. Ha. You fancy yourself on the 2nd level, but Su Chen is already on the 5th. No, he is soaring in the stratosphere. At the crossroads, however, Su Chen's mobile signal is pinpointed right here. A nearby officer expressed his confusion. Upon hearing this, Aoyama Mei AI tilted her head in contemplation, then climbed into the car. Moments later, she retrieved a SIM card chip, no larger than a fingertip, from beneath the seat. This, indeed, is the source of the signal. The other experts, witnessing this, felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. It seems they have fallen victim to Su Chen's clever ruse of misdirection. Qi Ming let out a sigh and cast a glance at the bewildered individuals in custody. Given that they were driving Su Chen's vehicle, they must have had prior contact with him. Let us conduct an on-site interrogation. 5 minutes later, the leader of the thieves, seated in a makeshift chair of regret, wept profusely, recounting in detail how Su Chen had seized their vehicle and made his escape. He now harbors a profound sense of having survived a near-death experience, previously fearing for his very life. Consequently, his attitude towards cooperation appears particularly amiable. Alas, officer. It turns out that the scoundrel who attempted to steal our vehicle was none other than Su Chen. No wonder. The leader of the gang and his accomplices suddenly grasped the situation. They were well aware of Su Chen's infamous reputation, but during the act of thievery, they were too preoccupied with their task to watch the live broadcast. Had they known it was Su Chen, even if endowed with 8 brains, they would never have dared to lay hands on him. Now, they are engulfed in regret, particularly profound regret. The second thief tentatively inquired, so, this was indeed part of a show. Does that mean we can leave? Leave? Bai Su, responsible for the interrogation, crossed her arms and cast a significant glance at the group. You certainly possess audacity, daring to steal from a police vehicle. She gestured to the officers behind her. Escort these gentlemen to the station for a visit. The employees of the private vehicle relocation company immediately deflated, slumping in their chairs. Dejectedly, they allowed the officers to escort them to the car, taking them back to the police station. Initially, they believed that after this heist, they would indulge in a period of luxury. Little did they anticipate the arrival of imprisonment, and it seems this time, the sentence may be increased. How infuriating. It is as if Su Chen has delivered them into custody, all while acquiring a free van. This vehicle belongs to the state. He incurs no loss whatsoever. The more they ponder, the more disheartened they become. The expert panel, halted in their tracks, found their spirits no better than those they were observing. Once again, they had been outmaneuvered. Qin Ming shook his head, at a loss for the appropriate expression. This Su Chen, despite his identity being exposed, remained elusive. He was indeed a cunning adversary. Wang Yinxing remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering a remark. Meanwhile, at the Sunshine Resort, outside the tent of the Sun Circus, Su Chen had disposed of the van belonging to the bandits and counted the several hundred yuan bills in his possession multiple times before tucking them away in his pocket. He paused outside the circular tent of the circus, bent down, and picked up a scattered poster from the ground. It featured a glamorous portrait of a beautiful performer, accompanied by exaggerated promotional text. Magic, acrobatics, clowning. Today, the circus's star performer will present an exclusive show. Beneath it lay a schedule of performances, divided into 3 acts, at 9:30 a.m., 3 o'clock p.m., and 7 o'clock p.m. Su Chen glanced at his watch. It was currently 8 o'clock p.m., leaving him with an hour and a half before the nearest show. That was ample time. He mused that the circus owner would likely not mind an additional performer and an extra act. With that thought, he shrugged and slipped through a side entrance into the circus tent. Chapter 71. Our lovely lady of the evening. Upon entering through the small door, one finds themselves on a narrow path encircling the exterior of the tent, a thoroughfare frequented by the circus performers. Being backstage, this route is cluttered with various items, and a glance upward reveals the skeletal structure of the tent above. Just as Su Chen slipped inside and had taken but a few steps, he heard voices emanating from around the corner just a few meters ahead, clearly indicating that someone was approaching, about to collide with him. Swiftly, he leapt upwards, grasping the steel beams that supported the tent, suspending his entire body. Subsequently, with a series of agile movements, he darted between the steel bars, concealing himself amidst the jungle of metal. This display astonished the audience. Goodness, you can do that too? What other skills are you hiding? To be frank, you're even more agile than a monkey. It's as if you're walking on air. If Chao Ji had possessed such talent back in the day, he would have ascended to the rafters long ago, without the need for poetry. Su Chen, didn't you claim you were devoid of martial prowess? Well, this clearly resembles acrobatics more than actual combat techniques. I don't care. Su Chen is incredible. If I had such skills, the next time I visit the widow next door, I wouldn't need to leap through the window. I would simply ascend to the rooftop. In the narrow corridor of the tent, just after Su Chen concealed himself, a few actresses clad in theatrical costumes emerged from the corner where he had previously stood, accompanied by 2 clowns. A group of individuals engaged in casual conversation, completely oblivious to the imposing figure of a large man suspended above them. Pray tell, where's the stunning beauty brought in by the new boss? One of the clowns inquired. To be honest, in all my years, I have never encountered such a breathtaking person. In the circus, relationships among performers tend to be rather open. The female artists, unashamed, chimed in with laughter. Where else could she be but in the lounge? It seems you have taken a liking to her. They pointed towards the lounge, chattering excitedly. Word has it that she is a captivating presence introduced by the new boss. If you wish to make your move, you must act swiftly. Indeed. A girl like that surely has no shortage of admirers. Yet, such remarks fell on deaf ears among the clowns. How could we dare? Another clown remarked sheepishly. The casting of clowns has always been quite discerning. These comedic characters are typically of shorter stature and less than conventionally attractive. Of course, there are exceptions like the Master Lin Biezhua. We were merely jesting. Rather than pondering over a beauty, it is wiser to focus on securing our livelihoods. Alas, the audience for circus performances has dwindled. Most have turned to short video live streams and the like. Indeed, especially since the advent of crime live streams, the influx of spectators has been dismal. Another clown concurred, adding, even with such a lovely lady as a draw, it is unlikely the turnout will be substantial. To speak frankly, our performance has become exceedingly cliché, lacking any semblance of originality. Everyone can easily predict what will unfold next, rendering it utterly uninspiring. At this juncture, a profound silence enveloped the group. The circus industry's decline is painfully evident. Otherwise, their previous owner would not have fled. The new proprietor, evidently, does not place significant value on the foundational skills and techniques of the performers, opting instead for a superficial appeal, recruiting mere ornamental beauties as a gimmick. Consequently, those of us with genuine talent have been relegated to a secondary position. Some of the more attractive actresses in the troupe have already contemplated transitioning to the realm of short video platforms. As they conversed, they soon wandered off, their figures vanishing around the next corner. It was then that Su Chen quietly descended from the steel framework. The mention of that enchanting lady. It must be her. Su Chen glanced at the poster in his hand, featuring the woman on its cover. With this thought lingering, he paused momentarily before stealthily making his way towards the direction indicated by those actresses, heading towards the break room. Meanwhile, in the backstage broadcasting studio of a live crime investigation, Director Chen received an update. The application has been approved, allowing for an expansion of the cognitive filter, reported a staff member to Chen Qiming, who was seated before the large screen. The current cognitive filter now encompasses a radius of 100 square kilometers, centered around Su Chen. As long as individuals within this range exist, they shall not receive any messages from Su Chen, effectively sealing off the pursuit of the murderer broadcast to the greatest extent. They are also unable to acquire information regarding the broadcast from others. All external information must pass through the sieve of the information filter. At present, the upgraded information filter has been activated. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiming nodded slightly. In the previous 2 seasons, the culprits were invariably apprehended on the same day. Thus, the production team never encountered issues related to information control. However, Su Chen's narrative has now transcended their expectations, leading to numerous doubts regarding the fairness of the program. Every minute, the production team's back-end inbox receives a plethora of opinions. Consequently, the officials have convened to address this loophole, laying the groundwork for the future global popularity of the pursuit of the murderer broadcast. Beside Chen Qiming, Nan Yiwu, upon hearing this news, rose with excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. This program is continually being optimized. My proposal for broadcasting to the land of cherry blossoms has been approved. They simply need to complete a few more procedures, and before long, the pursuit of the murderer broadcast will be available in the land of cherry blossoms. Toei Television is the largest official television station in the land of cherry blossoms. Director Chen Qiming immediately envisioned the figure of Toei's station chief. It is indeed reassuring to have someone to share the anxieties with. Oh, by the way, Director Chen, I must give you a word of caution. Suddenly, Takumi Minano shifted his tone and remarked, the introduction of this new format in the land of cherry blossoms occurred rather late. Furthermore, due to the nature of live broadcasts, it was initially inconvenient for viewers to revisit the content, which could lead to confusion. Hence, during the early stages of this new program, it may experience a period of decline. However, it is likely to improve significantly thereafter. Quality content will inevitably shine through, and the reputation will soon rise. Upon hearing this, Director Chen Qiming took a sip of his tea and leisurely responded, Mr. Minano, having worked in this directing field for several decades, I am quite familiar with certain underlying principles, so there is no need for you to elaborate further. Like you, I eagerly await the outcome. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Jinling City, four experts, including Akira Yasuji, stood in place, observing as a small sedan approached and gradually came to a halt before them. The car door swung open, and Luo Ji, Shi Yong, along with 2 officers, emerged, stretching leisurely. After a brief respite, it was time to get to work. Shi Yong, having only rested for 2 or 3 hours, appeared invigorated and full of energy. He glanced at the small group of 4, who looked somewhat disheveled, and immediately grasped the situation. It seemed that Su Chen was more cunning than they had anticipated, was he not? As this statement hung in the air, the 4 exchanged glances, their faces betraying faint smiles of resignation. A diversion, Wang Yinqing succinctly replied before falling silent. I concede, this time he has gained a slight advantage. Shang Shanming reluctantly turned his face away, muttering that perhaps there was a slight edge to him, but not to be too disheartened. Let me show you something interesting, he said, his expression shifting to one of mystery as he opened the rear compartment. Before the gathered crowd, he produced several paintball guns. These firearms were designed with a one-to-one realistic appearance. However, the kinetic energy of the projectiles was minimal, merely possessing speed. Upon impact, they merely splattered harmless paint, inflicting no substantial harm, conforming to the regulatory standards of Longhua. Currently, Su Chen was classified as a notorious serial killer, ranked among the top 10 on the wanted list. The authorities assessed his threat level and provided us with paintball guns. Here are 3 seasoned shooters, take your pick. Shi Yong himself took one, expertly inspecting and loading it, the entire procedure mirroring that of handling a real firearm. He then handed the other 2 guns to his fellow officers. These 2 were seasoned detectives, well-versed in the use of firearms. With a military background, Shi Yong instantly shed his earlier nonchalance when confronted with the weapons, adopting a serious demeanor as he instructed. These paintball guns, when used in the program, are akin to real guns and possess considerable impact. Treat all procedures as if they involve live firearms, conduct thorough inspections, and maintain proper shooting stances to prevent accidental discharges. Understood? Yes, the 2 officers replied in unison. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, became instantly electrified. Wow, there's going to be a gunfight segment. This show is becoming more thrilling by the minute. The sight stirred my excitement. prompting me to swiftly retrieve the electric drill from my home renovation days and fire off a couple of clicks into the air, not for any particular reason, but simply to relish the thrill of the recoil. As an enthusiast of firearms, I must confess, I find myself yearning for that experience. Haha. Ever since Su Chen ranked among the top 10, his treatment has evidently transformed. In alignment with the realities of the situation, consider this. In the real world, how could one not be armed when confronted by a fugitive who has committed a terrorist attack and has murdered 4 individuals in succession? Now that Shi Yong and Luo Ji have joined forces, along with armed personnel, I find myself somewhat concerned for Su Chen. You are absolutely correct. Once firearms are wielded, they operate on an entirely different level compared to unarmed combat. Although Su Chen currently possesses commendable agility, firearms are both precise and rapid. Not to mention, with Shi Yong, a seasoned veteran, handling a weapon, one could aptly describe the situation as a tiger gaining wings. A person who has seen the battlefield possesses unparalleled accuracy and reflexes. Beside the vehicle, observing the meticulous demeanor of these 2 frontline detectives, Shi Yong gave a slight nod. He secured the paintball gun and turned his attention to Yusuji Mei AI and others nearby. Before we arrived, what was the situation? Please elaborate. We must maintain parity in information. Upon hearing this, the 4 experts momentarily displayed expressions of embarrassment. Subsequently, they recounted in detail how Su Chen had stolen the vehicle and evaded their pursuit. After grasping the gist of the situation, Shi Yong clicked his tongue and remarked with a frown, "This young man is quite clever. However, based on my previous understanding of Su Chen, it seems improbable that he merely stole a car and deceived you all." Yusuji Akane, Qin Ming, and others were momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? The key lies in considering Su Chen's perspective. Shi Yong began inspecting the vehicle, stating, Su Chen relishes the idea of achieving 2 goals with a single effort. He values efficiency and time saving. If he can accomplish something in one action, he would never split it into 2. I ask you, what does he need most in this game of wits with us? Escape? Qin Ming queried, puzzled. No. Shi Yong asserted firmly. When engaging in a contest of intellect, the foremost priority is to understand your opponent. The experts reflected on this statement, suddenly finding it profoundly insightful. The barrage of comments echoed this realization. Indeed, it makes sense. Su Chen is in a program with an information filter. Although we, as the audience, possess a god's eye view of the formidable players involved, Su Chen remains oblivious. The newly formed expert panel is a realm of the unknown for him. Shi Yong truly seems to possess an uncanny understanding of Su Chen's mindset. This thought process is not difficult, but the perspective is rare. This is intriguing. I must sharpen my mind. Addressing the experts, Shi Yong continued, Su Chen remains unaware of the individuals in this expert panel. If I were in his position, my immediate objective would be to ascertain precisely who is pursuing him. In the midst of the battlefield, our captain often proclaimed, to know oneself and to know one's enemy is to be victorious in every battle. This principle, he believed, serves as the foundation for devising effective strategies. Just then, he appeared to have an epiphany, his expression shifting dramatically. In a swift motion, Shi Yong raised his hand, and his paintball gun discharged 2 vibrant projectiles, striking the side mirror of the car previously occupied by the thief. The unexpected action startled everyone, prompting them to turn and gaze in bewilderment at the splashes of paint. Let's investigate, Shi Yong suggested. Taking the initiative, Yusuji Akane stepped forward to examine the mirror closely. Suddenly, she froze, realizing this mirror exhibits no sense of distance. It is a one-way reflective glass. Upon hearing this, Shi Yong approached and struck the mirror with the butt of his gun. With a sharp crack, the glass shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. Behind the broken mirror, a concealed camera dangled from its wires, revealing itself. This revelation sent a wave of shock through everyone present. Su Chen has been spying on us. Yusuji Akane quickly reached out, disconnecting and shutting off the camera. However, it was too late. After such a prolonged duration, he had likely gleaned all he needed. Shi Chong retrieved an old green military water bottle from his leather jacket and took a sip. At this point, I suspect Su Chen is already aware of my presence, as well as that of Luo Ji and Akane. Moreover, being as astute as he is, he may have formed a substantial assessment of our personalities and capabilities. Chapter 72. While testing others, one is also being tested. Oh, it appears that Su Chen's stratagems run remarkably deep. Merely analyzing a single vehicle reveals a multitude of intricacies. Indeed, his scheming unfolds in layers. And by the time one realizes they have been outmaneuvered by Su Chen, they may have already fallen prey to his cunning several times over. Shi Yong's thoughts are also quite meticulous. To be frank, if I were in his position, I would never have deduced Su Chen's ploy. I find immense pleasure in witnessing the duel of wits between such adept individuals, where one tactic leads to another, each countering the other's moves. It leaves my mind ablaze with excitement. Goodness, these two must possess an extraordinary number of cunning strategies between them. Standing beside Shi Yong, Qin Ming, feeling the weight of Su Chen's stratagems, could not help but rub his temples. It seems that the gap Su Chen unveiled this morning is even greater than we had anticipated. Initially, the identity of the newly joined members of the pursuit team represented a significant informational advantage for them. In modern society, the information one holds is tantamount to power, for the unknown is synonymous with peril. Su Chen's unfamiliarity with the new members could have allowed them to seize a surprising victory. Yet, just moments ago, with the aid of a mere camera, Su Chen has already bridged that information gap. Brother, you need not dwell on this. Shi Yong, however, was not overly disheartened. He chuckled softly and remarked, "You must understand that while Su Chen is actively probing us, he simultaneously bears the risk of being scrutinized himself. This maneuver of Su Chen's is, in fact, a perilous gamble. Our information is of paramount importance, leaving him no choice but to act in such a manner." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming instinctively lifted his gaze toward Shi Yong. He too recognized that although this individual had only graduated from elementary school and possessed limited education, he exhibited a remarkable acumen. This ability was cultivated through immersion in diverse social environments and interactions with various individuals, a blend of intuition and experience. The elder's assertion struck a chord. Akira Yusuji also managed to recalibrate her emotions. She gently patted her cheeks and, invigorated, declared, "While Su Chen may manipulate us, we, as the pursuers, will continuously learn from our experiences. The more he toys with us, the greater the risks he incurs, increasing the likelihood of his missteps. The only distinction lies in our capacity to err repeatedly, whereas Su Chen can afford to falter but once." "Indeed," echoed Luo Ji, who had remained silent until now. "I believe everyone has articulated their thoughts quite well. Let us persevere." The group collectively pondered, "Where have you been all this time? Have you been invisible?" Shi Yong displayed a warm and amiable smile as he approached Luo Ji, encircling him with his sturdy arm, and playfully urged, "Come on, brother Luo. Contribute a bit of effort." Luo Ji rolled his eyes in frustration and quickly said, "All right, go ahead, speak." Shi Yong remarked, "Since Su Chen secretly recorded us with the camera, he must be receiving the camera's signal, which cannot be encrypted. That is his risk. Do you have any leads, brother Luo?" "Indeed, I have an inkling, quite a significant one." Luo Ji promptly placed his laptop before the assembled experts. Their gazes immediately fixated on the screen, where a series of symbols and numbers danced. "Sure, our thoughts have aligned," Luo Ji elucidated. "I just attempted to decode this signal and trace its source, and I am currently working on it." Shi Yong released Luo Ji, somewhat astonished. "Brother Luo, when did you acquire knowledge of information technology? I don't recall you mentioning it." "I just learned it. While you were discussing and reasoning, I picked it up. I can't claim to be proficient, but I have grasped the basics." Luo Ji leaned over the computer, activating a split screen, multitasking with fervor. One hand tirelessly scoured online resources and professional forums, skimming through extensive materials, absorbing the information into his mind before closing them to move on to the next. Meanwhile, his other hand incessantly tapped away at the keyboard, inputting lines of code. "Brother Luo, how long will it take?" Shi Yong glanced at the symbols above him and realized that while he could comprehend them individually, the moment they were combined, their meaning eluded him. He thus abandoned his observation and directly inquired of Luo Ji. "It's rather challenging. The content of such material is exceedingly intricate, requiring at least a professional level of understanding to grasp." As Luo Ji spoke, his hands moved ceaselessly. "I have not previously engaged with this field of knowledge, making it quite difficult to learn. At my current pace of study, it might take me an hour, merely an hour." Upon hearing this, the other members of the expert group fell into silence. For an average person, entering this realm would typically necessitate several months of systematic study. Yet upon reflection, it seemed less surprising, considering Luo Ji was someone who could master a language in merely 2 hours. His intelligence far surpassed that of the ordinary individual. He was almost otherworldly. The barrage of comments was equally bewildered. Are we truly of the same species? We both possess one mind. Yet how can he effortlessly master a skill while I have struggled for 2 years to grasp advanced mathematics? I wish I could steal his brain. I have heard that the brains of geniuses possess deeper grooves than those of normal individuals, thereby increasing the surface area of the cerebral cortex to accommodate more neurons. If that is the case, my brain must be as smooth as tofu pudding. Just watching his operations at the computer makes me dizzy, let alone understanding them. Oh, how absurd it is that even someone with remarkable intelligence can leave me feeling like my previous efforts amount to nothing more than a jest in their presence. In any domain, they effortlessly attain levels that others toil for ages to reach. Perhaps I should be grateful for Luo Ji's laziness. The thought of such a person applying themselves diligently is truly daunting. In the sunlit circus tent's lounge, I discovered that 3 new members had joined the expert team. Seated in the lounge, I gazed at my phone, reciting soft musings to myself. My phone no longer holds a SIM card, thus my operational capacity is severely limited. I can only circumvent the system to connect to the circus's Wi-Fi and receive video feeds. I recognize that young girl, Yusuji Akane, a detective renowned at a tender age, whose investigative prowess is both imaginative and insightful. However, her early acclaim has its drawbacks. She exhibits a certain impulsiveness and lacks the meticulous consideration of a seasoned detective. As for that disheveled fellow, I have yet to encounter him. Further exploration may be warranted to gauge his capabilities. Additionally, there is a robust middle-aged man. From his posture and handling of firearms, it is evident he has a military background and possesses remarkable accuracy, having struck my camera with a single shot. The remaining 3 are old acquaintances. I switched off my phone, rose from my seat, and began to pace within the modest lounge, deep in contemplation. At present, he perceives the greatest challenge to be that middle-aged man. Firearms indeed warrant extra caution, particularly when wielded by a veteran. He himself must swiftly establish an advantage to ensure he does not find himself in a passive position. The most feasible approach, it seems, would be to disguise himself and familiarize himself with the layout of this circus, leveraging local connections to transform this venue into his stronghold. Once they arrive, it will be a confrontation on his turf, where he remains concealed and enjoys the winds at his back. As Su Chen spoke, he cast a glance to his side, his gaze settling upon the corner of the lounge where a beautiful woman was bound, her mouth gagged with cloth. Upon meeting his eyes, she instinctively recoiled. Helpless and unable to move, Su Chen offered her a smile. I believe you two find my plan quite commendable, do you not? Apologies. I still owe everyone 1,500 words. The next update will come soon. Today, I contemplated the subsequent plot, and my writing has been somewhat slow. Chapter 73, The Vase Girl's Transformation. The circus bell with merely an hour remaining before the show commenced, time was of the essence. Su Chen rose from her seat in the lounge and began to select her attire. Due to the unique nature of the work, the circus employees typically possessed numerous identical costumes. As they were required to perform several acts in a single day, any costume that became soiled or damaged during a performance could not be promptly cleaned or repaired. Hence, it was far more practical to prepare multiple outfits for quick changes, which conveniently aided Su Chen in her disguise. Once she had chosen her garments, she proceeded to the makeup area of the lounge. Opening the cabinet, she was greeted by a dazzling array of cosmetics and tools, which included not only makeup and special effects products, but also wigs, colored contact lenses, and false enhancements. What a splendid place to be, Su Chen mused to herself. After more than 20 minutes, the lounge door swung open, and Su Chen emerged. This time, her appearance was no longer that of a young man. She had transformed into a graceful woman. Every aspect of her attire and features mirrored that of the previous beauty. With bright eyes, a radiant smile, crimson lips, and flowing black hair, she appeared even more enchanting than the original. The viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless upon witnessing Su Chen's new persona. The transformation was utterly astonishing, beyond absurdity. It was an experience that transcended the very notion of incredibility. Oh my goodness. Su Chen, are you serious? From the moment he entered the lounge, I sensed something amiss. It turns out he was just waiting for us. After witnessing Su Chen's makeup skills, I have resolved that in the future, I shall only go on blind dates with those who are barefaced. Alas, I was deceived last time by a brutish man who extorted 8,000 yuan from me using elaborate makeup techniques and a tenfold beauty filter. My word, Su Chen's transformation is astonishing. Even in my prime, I would shy away from such brilliance. Had I not observed the process of Su Chen's makeup, I would not have been able to discern the truth. I truly could not tell. So breathtakingly beautiful, that even a monk might be tempted to forsake his vows. And you, bald-headed monk, do not dare to compete with me for Su Chen. Amidst the cacophony of comments, Su Chen scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. For him, the challenge of portraying a woman far surpassed that of embodying a man. The reason for adopting the guise of tonight's glamorous figure was not without purpose. After a brief interrogation utilizing his past life as criminal investigation techniques, Su Chen learned that due to a decline in the circus's revenue, many performers were taking on side jobs to support the troupe. For instance, this glamorous figure had not only performance duties, but also served as the chief hostess at the Chess Academy in Platinum City. Earlier today, there was a friendly match taking place at the Chess Academy. Thus, after concluding the morning performance, the enchanting lady could scarcely find a moment to rest, for she was to be promptly escorted to Platinum City. This presented him with an opportune moment to flee from Jinling City to Platinum City. Additionally, there was another reason. Su Chen believed he could embody this captivating character better than other actors. As an actor still in the nascent stages of his career, he felt like a mere novice in the realm of performance. Should he attempt to masquerade as a clown in a comedic skit, he risked an inadvertent blunder. However, he had learned from the lady that her primary act involved runway modeling complemented by acrobatics. Su Chen felt confident in his abilities. As for the runway, it was merely a matter of taking a few graceful strides. Regarding the acrobatics, he possessed the agility reminiscent of an ancient thief's art, granting him lightness and vigor. Historically, the art of the thief and acrobatics were intertwined, and though the lady was a leading performer, he was assured of his capacity to match her prowess. After scrutinizing his reflection for any flaws and confirming his disguise was impeccable, Su Chen tucked the lady's identification and documents into his attire and proceeded toward the backstage area. Backstage, in the preparation zone, a flurry of activity unfolded as the show was on the verge of commencing. The area bustled with movement, as circus performances necessitated an array of equipment and props. Consequently, male performers, aside from those of higher status who engaged in complex stunts, were required to serve as laborers for the troupe during their offstage moments. Amidst the bustling figures of the crowd, a group of female performers awaited in the training arena. Before them stood a balding middle-aged man, pacing anxiously while glancing at his watch. This individual was Zhang Jinjie, the current owner of the circus. "Where is she? We are running out of time for rehearsals for the new show," he remarked, his tone laced with urgency. The circus's revenue had dwindled year after year. As audiences grew tired of the same old routines, he had to devise new spectacles to captivate their interest. Audiences adored acrobatics, aerial performances, and beautiful women. For the upcoming finale, he planned to have these enchanting ladies perform acrobatics in midair, a veritable feast for the eyes. Yet, the sole dilemma remained that the circus was struggling, and most capable female performers had already departed. Those who remained lacked proficiency, particularly the so-called leading lady, who relied solely on her looks to command attention. In days gone by, such a superficial performer would never have been deemed a star attraction. However, times had changed. The audience now embraced this type of appeal. "Boss, why don't we begin rehearsals without her? After all, her role isn't central. So we can arrange things as we see fit," suggested a lady in red. As soon as she spoke, the others nodded in agreement. Ultimately, the leading lady's primary responsibility in the show's design was to showcase her beauty on stage, while the more challenging feats were to be executed by the other performers. "Very well," he conceded. Boss Zhang of the Mediterranean nodded, his tone betraying a clear lack of confidence in this new program. The reason was simple. The audience sought thrill in aerial performances, yet their skills could not accommodate high-difficulty maneuvers. A foreboding feeling crept over him. This new show was destined for failure. He surmised that it would be futile to rely on it. As he watched the group of beautiful performers begin their preparations, he sighed, his mind already racing toward alternative programming strategies. Recently, live broadcasts of criminal investigations had gained considerable popularity. Perhaps he could ride that wave of enthusiasm? A performance featuring Su Chen's 7 entrances and exits from the police station could be a possibility. However, that theme would undoubtedly face censorship. Boss Zhang shook his head in denial, muttering, "Come to think of it, I haven't received any footage from the criminal investigation live stream for the past 2 hours. Is something amiss? Could it be that Su Chen has fled to this area? It's certainly plausible. He might be hiding in the audience shortly." What a delightful thought. Boss Zhang indulged in an unrealistic daydream. If Su Chen were to appear, wouldn't that mean the entire nation of Dragon Country would witness our circus? Perhaps it would catapult us to fame, igniting a viral sensation across the internet. Alas, such dreams are mere fantasies. Sigh, making money is indeed a daunting task. As he continued his musings, he noticed the star performer he had been waiting for finally making her entrance. Su Chen, while walking, discreetly surveyed his surroundings, and indeed, there were many peculiar contraptions scattered about. Before me stands what is likely the proprietor of the circus. Chapter 74. She truly conceals her depths. The stunned circus owner. "Oh, Su Chen, you have finally arrived." The owner of the circus, regaining his composure, forced a smile upon seeing Su Chen. Alas, burdened by countless worries, he found it difficult to genuinely smile. "Yes, boss." Su Chen simply nodded in response, a smile gracing his lips. He had yet to fully grasp the dynamics of his role and the interaction patterns with others, as well as their conversational habits. Thus, he chose to speak sparingly, aware that excessive words could lead to missteps. The circus owner observed the lady's demeanor with a hint of surprise, pondering why this spirited young woman, usually so vivacious, was now exhibiting such restraint and politeness. However, as the performance was about to commence, this fleeting curiosity quickly dissipated. "Su Chen, come. The owner eagerly ushered Su Chen to the practice area, where soft mats were laid out, adorned with several suspended hoops and aerial swings. These apparatuses dangled at a modest height of less than 3 meters from the ground, cushioned by mats below, ensuring that even if one were to fall during practice, a correct posture would prevent injury. On stage, however, the heights would be truly daunting, soaring several meters above. In the practice area, a few of the talented female performers had already begun to swing gracefully between the hoops, resembling agile monkeys. To an outsider, their performance appeared rather impressive. Upon noticing Su Chen's arrival, they merely glanced her way before resuming their training. "Boss, what should I do?" Su Chen inquired, gazing at the equipment on the practice ground. He had previously inquired with the enchanting performer he was bound to regarding the nature of their upcoming performance, but she merely replied that the boss would make the arrangements in due course. "Ah, Su Chen, your attitude has certainly improved significantly," Boss Zhang remarked, feeling a twinge of surprise. However, as he recalled the glaring inadequacies of the captivating performer, the fleeting joy he felt was swiftly extinguished. It was well known that when this delicate beauty first learned of her participation in the show, she was exceedingly resistant, fully aware of her own limitations. Thus, she persistently feigned a fear of heights in an attempt to evade the commitment. It took Boss Zhang several earnest attempts to persuade her before she finally relented, agreeing to perform. Now, in response to Su Chen's query, Boss Zhang chose his words with caution, whispering to Su Chen, "Just perform at your usual level. Feel free to express yourself however you wish." "At my usual level?" Su Chen raised his head, gazing earnestly at his boss. It is a well-acknowledged truth that the term casual may appear trivial, yet it embodies the most challenging of expectations. Consider the instances. Just make something simple for dinner. Or, "Dear, where should we dine out? You can choose any restaurant, or I'm fine with anything you prefer." Which of these can be executed without the risk of disappointing the other party? This is especially true when paired with the phrase "at your usual level." It signifies that your performance must not fall below your usual standards. It should at least be above average. Overall, this is the highest expectation he has ever encountered. "I am prepared." Su Chen took a deep breath, standing beneath the rings, gazing at the other graceful performers in training. He resolved to give his all, ensuring there would be no slip-ups. "Let us begin." The boss sighed and said, "Su Chen, do not push yourself too hard." Suddenly, an exclamation of astonishment erupted. "What on earth is happening with this girl today?" Su Chen leaped gracefully, gripping the ring with one hand, his body undulating like a fish breaking the surface of water, soaring into the air in an instant, immediately followed by a one-armed giant swing. Even within the realm of acrobatics, this is an exceptionally challenging maneuver, one that typically demands immense arm strength and core stability from any performer. Yet, the exquisite beauty before us effortlessly circled the ring. Following this was a series of dazzling maneuvers, aerial ballet, Tarzan-like swings, leaps through rings, and grand flourishes. The lady's vibrant red dress shimmered like a flickering flame, dancing through the various apparatuses. Swift as a swallow, at times powerful, at times graceful. Even Commander Zhang was left speechless, unable to muster any other words. Meanwhile, the other beauties training on the rings and swings remained oblivious to the spectacle. They merely felt the wind tickle their cheeks and caught a glimpse of a brilliant hue flashing by. What just flew past? They turned around in astonishment, only to behold a figure leaping incessantly before them. It appeared before them one moment and vanished the next. For a fleeting moment, they hung suspended in midair like gourds dangling from a vine, captivated by Su Chen's performance. After executing a series of intricate maneuvers, Su Chen leaped from the swaying swing, executing a remarkably unpretentious aerial somersault, completing a 180-degree twist before landing on the mat with understated finesse. As she steadied herself, she descended gracefully and turned to Captain Zhang. "How was the performance, boss?" A gentle breeze tousled the few strands of hair atop Zhang Jinjie's head. Well concealed, indeed, he began slowly, still reeling from the astonishment. "Our circus is saved." In that moment, Su Chen undoubtedly emerged as the true pillar of the show in Zhang's eyes, without a hint of exaggeration. What does it mean to be a pillar? It signifies an individual capable of ensuring a full audience for an entire performance. That is the essence of a cornerstone. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, Captain Zhang hurriedly fetched his chair. "Quickly, Su Chen, take a moment to rest. Don't overexert yourself." Such is the treatment afforded to a cornerstone performer. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, repeatedly gesturing. "It's fine. I'm not tired. Shall we not rehearse again?" No. That's unnecessary," Commander Zhang graciously remarked. "With your talent, you will undoubtedly excel on stage." As he spoke, he turned to the mesmerized ladies behind him and called out, "Continue your training, make the most of your time, and rehearse a few more times." The other ladies responded with silence. This is the second update. 2 more remain. I shall persevere through the night to complete them, for I cannot afford further delays. The chapters that are overdue will be released after noon tomorrow. For now, everyone should rest while I attend to my writing. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 75. The Arriving Expert Team. Is Su Chen's location exposed? The other actresses were somewhat bewildered. In those fleeting seconds, their perception of this prominent figure had been utterly shattered, crushed into dust, and then scattered to the winds. They gazed at the stunning beauty, who was leisurely enjoying a watermelon, utterly perplexed. How could she appear to be an entirely different person merely by changing her attire? Or perhaps she had been feigning simplicity all along. But that made no sense. What was her motive for concealing her true abilities? Was it merely to conserve energy? Meanwhile, the male actors in the backstage practice area could not help but steal glances at the enchanting beauty. She seemed to possess a magnetic allure, drawing everyone's attention. Initially, when she had merely been a decorative figure, her captivating visage had already intimidated these men. Now, witnessing her evident prowess that surpassed the average, those who had intended to engage her in conversation felt an even deeper sense of inferiority. This world is truly unfair. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chen had observed their reactions with keen interest. A smile graced his lips as he realized his objective had been achieved. With the prowess of the expert team, they would likely locate this place swiftly, and soon, a fierce confrontation would unfold. However, before that transpired, Su Chen needed to establish his advantage within the circus. Men understand men best, and Su Chen knew that the thoughts of the male actors around him were likely quite contradictory. They yearned to approach him, to engage him in conversation, yet there lingered an air of reverence and a hint of insecurity. At this juncture, should he take the initiative to approach them, they would undoubtedly lower their defenses and might even shower him with attention. This, indeed, represented the finest opportunity for him to gain advantages and familiarize himself with the circus. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Sunshine Resort, amidst a throng of bustling tourists, a team of experts, clad in casual attire, blended seamlessly into the crowd. Brother Luo, enter the village quietly. No shooting. Shi Yong gestured to Luo Ji, signaling him to stow away the equipment in his hands. At this moment, to conceal their identities, they both donned the guise of ordinary visitors. Shi Yong was dressed in a flamboyant floral jacket and patterned shorts, with a paintball gun discreetly tucked at his lower back, exuding a rather unconventional vibe. Luo Ji, on the other hand, sported a cap, carried a fabric bag, and donned sunglasses, resembling a travel blogger. As Luo Ji tucked the computer and signal detector into his bag, he nodded towards the towering circular tent of the circus in the distance. That's out the place. Let us purchase tickets and enter as ordinary tourists, ensuring we don't draw the attention of the circus personnel. We are currently unaware of Su Chen's exact whereabouts, and he remains oblivious to our arrival. For now, we are both shrouded in secrecy. The one who reveals himself first shall be at a disadvantage. Brother Luo's words rang true. Shi Yong gave Luo Ji a thumbs up. Su Chen certainly made a wise choice. The circus was indeed an excellent venue. As the audience in the live broadcast room beheld the appearance of the expert group, they could not help but share a knowing smile. It seems that the experts are planning to go undercover this time. Of course, would they rather brazenly storm into the circus, proclaiming themselves as the specialists in pursuit of the culprit? Haha, Shi Yong truly resembles a nouveau riche in that outfit. It appears the funds are in place. Yet the demeanor has not quite caught up. Wow, looking behind, there is indeed a striking contrast when seeing the experts in disguise. Behind Luo Ji and Shi Yong stood 4 experts, accompanied by 2 police officers. Bai Su donned a pair of jeans and a midriff-bearing top, her tall figure accentuated by a pair of oversized sunglasses that exuded both fashion and elegance. Qin Ming and Wang Yinqing were also dressed as ordinary tourists. The two, bearing traits of social anxiety, appeared somewhat out of place amidst the throngs of visitors. Was their positioning accurate this time? In her JK uniform, Yusuji Mei asked. I recall that during my time at the Jinling City Public Security Bureau, Su Chen once deceived Senior Duan Yu with a false address. Having witnessed Su Chen's hacking prowess before his identity was exposed during the pursuit of the culprit livestream, she remained vigilant. I have also taken Su Chen's hacking skills into account. Thus, I opted against utilizing information technology for tracking, and instead, I pursued the information source directly. Luo Ji chuckled at Yusuji Mei. Hacking technology can only contend with software, but it falters when faced with hardware. He elucidated that the structure of the camera employed by Su Chen for surveillance was exceedingly simplistic, lacking any programming capabilities, and could merely transmit images remotely. If we traced the signal that relays the images, Su Chen would find himself utterly helpless. Akasaki Mei nodded in a semblance of understanding. Although her knowledge in this domain was rather limited, the expert group of 8 proceeded towards the circus, soon arriving at the ticket booth at the entrance. Colorful streamers fluttered in the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Even the ticketing staff appeared perplexed, recalling that just a few days prior, during the holiday, the turnout had been sparse. Why, then, was there such a crowd today? It seemed that many had traveled from afar specifically to witness the circus. Could this signify a renaissance? Was it the lackluster short videos or the abrupt cessation of novel updates that had led to this influx? The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing the throngs of people, were instantly enlightened. Wow, the influence of the live chase is indeed formidable. Look at all these people coming to see Su Chen. No kidding, over 100 million viewers online, and that's just in Longhua. Which variety show boasts such numbers? No wonder my brother's studio has been unable to secure the top trending spot these past few days despite spending so much money. Had I known, I would have gone there myself. Even catching a glimpse of him would have been worth it. Now, the ticket prices online have skyrocketed several times over. Brothers, we have arrived at the Sunshine Holiday Manor. Just as we disembarked from the vehicle, something extraordinary occurred. Upon nearing the estate, my phone abruptly lost the signal for the live broadcast of the pursuit. I experienced the same. As we drew closer, I received a text notification. Initially, I presumed it to be one of those customary welcome messages, only to discover that it contained terms related to the pursuit broadcast. In essence, it stated that we must not disturb the normal order of the program. At the entrance of the circus, the expert team stood in formation at the end of the queue. With Su Chen's disguise skills, infiltrating the circus felt akin to a fish returning to water. Shi Yong gazed at the ominous entrance, then turned to address the group behind him. Everyone, stay alert. Keep your firearms concealed and ready. Ladies and Luoji, do not act independently. Keep your eyes peeled and observe meticulously. We have effectively entered Su Chen's den of thieves this time. Chapter 76. Su Chen, stop wandering. Your pursuers are approaching. The live broadcast perspective shifted to Su Chen. Viewers witnessed the expert team arriving at the entrance of the circus, likely to enter within a few minutes. The anticipation among the audience grew regarding how Su Chen would respond. However, upon the camera's transition, they were left in stunned silence. On the screen, Su Chen was casually holding a coconut, meandering around with the circus staff. Oh my goodness, Su Chen, you've lost your way. What on earth are you doing? Stop reveling in the privileges of beauty. If you don't devise a plan soon, you might end up in serious trouble. Su Chen, heed my advice. Use your acrobatics. Leap up, show them your skills, and then escape. After all, they can't reach you. Wait, they have guns. He may not yet realize that the expert team has already reached the entrance. What to do? I'm genuinely anxious for him. This splendid show must not conclude here. Backstage at the circus, Su Chen stood gracefully, sipping coconut water. Before him, a male performer clad in a clown costume was energetically showcasing his act. He stood in the empty space, surrounded by 3 frantically bouncing rabbits, while in his hands, he wielded 3 ropes equipped with live loops. The rabbits exhibited remarkable energy and speed, darting about so quickly that merely observing them with the naked eye was insufficient to keep track of their movements. Suddenly, the jester performer flung the coarse rope from his hands. 3 strands shot out simultaneously in 3 different directions. Then, with remarkable precision, they ensnared 3 rabbits, which tumbled into his embrace with a simple tug. Clapping his hands, Su Chen exclaimed with delight, "Impressive. How could you possibly throw so accurately? I can barely see." The jester's face broke into a radiant smile, visibly flushing with joy. Having taken to the stage in his teenage years, he had performed for nearly a decade. Yet never had he experienced such elation as now. The cheers of thousands had paled in comparison to the smile of this enchanting lady before him. Truly, it was worth a lifetime. Miss Chen, the principle is quite simple. My master forbids me from revealing it, but I shall share this with you. The jester leaned closer, making a decision that defied tradition as he confided in Su Chen. In truth, the accuracy of your throw is not what matters. It primarily relies on a mechanism. Oh, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed at him with a hint of admiration. What mechanism? Indeed. The jester could no longer contain his words under her inquisitive gaze. He mysteriously presented the lasso before Su Chen's eyes. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the thick rope was attached to a nearly invisible thin plastic line, transparent enough that it was undetectable unless one leaned in closely. The clown remarked, "These fine threads are meticulously laid out on the ground, knotted and tightly drawn. The moment the rabbit brushes against them, the knot loosens, and the threads ensnare it. The other end of the threads is connected to this rope. What appears to you as me throwing the rope is, in fact, the transparent threads pulling the rope from my hand. One end of the transparent threads is attached to the rope, while the other is linked to the rabbit. Can you doubt my precision in ensnaring it?" Understanding dawned upon Su Chen as he nodded in realization, prompting an even brighter smile from the clown. "What if we simply use the transparent threads to pull the rabbit over?" Su Chen inquired. The clown scratched his head. "That won't work, as the threads are too delicate and prone to snapping. However, if we were to ensnare it with a thicker rope, even a 200-pound man could lift it." Su Chen pondered this thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, he stepped forward and tentatively asked, "Once your performance concludes, could I possibly try out this contraption?" This. The clown was taken aback by the request and hesitated. My master has instructed me never to disclose the principles behind this device, let alone allow anyone to play with it. Su Chen interjected, I merely wish to take a glance. Besides, I have already uncovered its secret. Rest assured, I have no intention of using it for any purpose. No, my master said. The clown was at a loss for words. Oh right. Su Chen feigned a contemplative demeanor. Coincidentally, I wish to watch a film tomorrow evening, yet venturing alone seems rather dull. Here you go. I have a spare. The clown promptly handed the rope to Su Chen, an offer that was difficult to resist. Su Chen smiled, accepting the rope. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but reflect that, indeed, in this world, attractiveness is an everlasting currency. A mere smile can yield the desired results. This beautiful visage is, in fact, far more effective than a black card from a prestigious bank. Let us explore elsewhere, Su Chen suggested. Excellent. The clown readily acquiesced. The barrage of comments was left astounded. Su Chen, why are you so adept at this? Indeed, men understand men best. Had I not known this was Su Chen in disguise, I surely would have succumbed. Enough said, it's not just men. Even I, as a woman, cannot withstand it. Brothers, take note. Do you see this? Do not allow yourselves to be deceived by the same tactics again. Su Chen is illustrating a profound truth through his actions. Do not merely focus on the exterior, but also consider the interior. Ladies, it seems the interior is rather appealing too. Profit gained. I've always sensed that Su Chen is not merely engaging in idle chatter. He seems to be harboring a scheme. I concur. Although I am unsure of Su Chen's motives, his nature suggests he wouldn't engage in superfluous actions. Su Chen and the clown meandered through the circus, keenly observing the peculiar contraptions surrounding them. As he scrutinized the environment, he engaged in conversation with the clown. Brother, could you keep an eye on a few individuals for me? He inquired. Fear not, my dear, the clown assured, thumping his chest. I am well acquainted with the most individuals in the entire Sun Circus. Just tell me who they are, and I shall inform my friends to ensure they keep watch for you. Su Chen reflected on the few new experts he had glimpsed on the surveillance cameras. He spoke softly, subtly describing the members of the expert group to the clown. His narrative was artfully crafted, conveying the individual's physical characteristics without revealing that he was referring to the experts. Once he finished, the clown nodded vigorously. Rest assured, sister, I guarantee you that from this moment forth, the entire circus will serve as your eyes and ears. The instant they appear, I will notify you without delay. Chapter 77. The Sakura Nation channel is live. To the uninformed viewers, at this very moment, all the viewers engaged in the crime-solving live broadcast noticed a brief moment of stuttering in the footage. However, it quickly returned to normal. This was a subtle detail, almost imperceptible, yet it sent waves of excitement through the back end of the crime-solving broadcast. For, in that fleeting instant, Crime-Solving Live had simultaneously launched in the Sakura Nation. With the official promotion from the Sakura Nation, the newly open live stream was inundated with nearly 10 million viewers in an instant. This surge was the cause of the slight lag in the connection. Fortunately, with the allocation of additional streaming resources, this minor flaw was promptly rectified. To prevent any conflict between the two regions, the live comments from the Sakura Nation and the Dragon Nation were separated into distinct partitions. They remained unaffected by each other, unless one used a VPN to infiltrate. Within the Sakura Nation's partition, the audience buzzed with excitement. Nanny, why can't I see Ming AI-chan? Wasn't he promised that she would participate? I wouldn't have tuned in otherwise. Yes. I came here solely to see Ming AI. Yet the screen shows a clown? Is Toei officially engaging in false advertising? What is this show about? A chase? There's nothing of the sort. Just a clown babbling endlessly. How tedious. Let us get on with the investigation already. If this continues, I might just switch back to watching anime. Indeed, the format of live streaming does not quite suit my tastes. However, in the next moment, the camera shifted, revealing Su Chen's visage upon the grand screen. The audience from Sakura Country gasped in astonishment. Su Chen, accompanied by the clown, meandered through the various attractions of the circus while absorbing the explanations. This is our mirror maze. You must have encountered something similar at amusement parks. It is entirely composed of mirrors, and once you enter, it becomes quite difficult to exit. Furthermore, ours possesses a unique feature. The base is mobile. The clown elaborately described every nook and cranny of the circus. Over here is the cage for the magic performance, which actually has a lifting mechanism. What appears to be a large cage is, in reality, a large cage encompassing a smaller one. And this, our atmospheric lighting. I forgot you are an acrobat, so you must have seen this before. Such lights are installed on the starting platform during your aerial performances, which is the highest point of the circus. As the clown articulated his explanations, Su Chen's portrayal of a young lady was exceptionally engaging. Her eyes sparkled with wonder, revealing expressions of surprise, and at times, she appeared contemplative. Her lively demeanor captivated the audience, evoking a sense of enchantment. With Su Chen's reactions, the clown's explanations became animated and exuberant. Conversely, the audience from Sakura Country, upon glimpsing Su Chen, experienced a complete turnaround in their sentiments. Who is this beautiful woman? Does she have a name? Is she a celebrity? Nanny, I retract my previous statement. Director, I advise you to possess a modicum of self-awareness and to keep the camera focused here. It is simply exquisite, so full of grace. I could gaze at it on my computer all day without growing weary. I had previously heard that the fugitive from the Dragon Kingdom was named Su Chen, and I assumed it was a man. To my surprise, she is a delightful young lady. I feel as though I am falling in love. I apologize. Ming AI, my heart has been stolen by someone from the Dragon Kingdom. As an enthusiast of deduction, I had anticipated that the Dragon Kingdom would unveil a serious investigative escape scenario. Instead, they resorted to utilizing beautiful women to capture attention. I am profoundly disappointed. To the commenter above, despite your disappointment, why have you still chosen to follow the livestream? Such a stunning fugitive. Can the experts from the Dragon Kingdom truly bear to apprehend her? Can you endure it? Is there still an opportunity to apply for the expert group? I believe I could give it a try. In order to boost viewership and secure its exclusive broadcasting rights, Toei Television in Sakura Country initiated a content removal campaign upon deciding to introduce the live crime-solving event. They took down all user-generated content related to the event across the entire network of Sakura Country and established the only official viewing channel, prohibiting further uploads under the threat of copyright infringement. After all, the broadcasting rights for this live crime-solving event cost Toei Television a staggering 2.5 billion yen to procure from Young Vision. It is precisely for this reason that the majority of viewers from the land of cherry blossoms remain oblivious to the events that transpired prior to the live broadcast of the pursuit of the culprit. They watch, shrouded in ignorance. Meanwhile, some astute viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, who have circumvented barriers to infiltrate the cherry blossom region, have consumed all the available content and, upon witnessing the comments from the cherry blossom audience, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, they believe it, they truly believe it. The audience from the land of cherry blossoms has suffered greatly. They fell into Su Chen's trap right from the start. Isn't this precisely the effect we sought? Dear audience of the Cherry Blossom Nation, please trust your eyes. This time, we indeed have a stunning fugitive. I shall take a moment of silence for those fervently expressing their affections above. I wonder how they will react upon discovering Su Chen's true identity. It is bound to be a grand spectacle of heartbreak. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the circus, after queuing for an extended period, Shi Yong and his companions finally reached the threshold. 8 tickets. The individuals are behind me, Shi Yong announced. Very well, the ticket inspector replied. Subsequently, he inadvertently lifted his gaze to observe several tourists in front of him. Upon recognizing them, the ticket inspector was momentarily taken aback. He realized that these were the very individuals the clown's actor had instructed them to keep an eye on. Chapter 78. Personnel Exposure, Expert Team Takes Action. However, the ticket inspector was not a professional actor. When his demeanor appeared abnormal, Shi Yong, who stood at the forefront, had already taken notice of everything. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, then quickly replaced it with a smile, saying, Hey buddy, could you please check our tickets? We've been waiting rather anxiously. The ticket inspector snapped back to reality, responding somewhat sheepishly. Oh right, of course. Subsequently, the tickets were checked, and the group of 8 entered the venue. Moving into a side hall, Shi Yong gestured for the others to gather around. The other experts and police officers exchanged wary glances before cautiously approaching. Shi Yong lit a cigarette, instructing them. Keep your eyes steady and control your expressions. Just listen to me. The person at the ticket counter is suspicious. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback. Su nodded slightly, having already discerned the oddity in that individual's behavior. What seems to be the issue? Luoji asked, slightly removing his dark sunglasses, which had previously obscured his view. It's clear that he was monitoring us, and it appears he intended to tip someone off. I suspect this is related to Su Chen. Shi Yong did not glance back at the ticket counter, but instead focused intently on a gleaming stainless steel teapot placed before him. In the reflection above, one could faintly discern the ticket collector engaged in conversation with several individuals, occasionally glancing in their direction. Before long, those individuals concluded their discussion and hurriedly turned away, disappearing into a side chamber. Was it Su Chen who prompted them to act in such a manner? Shang Ming'ai, resting her chin upon her hand, remarked in surprise. I never anticipated that within just a couple of hours, Su Chen would have already forged certain connections within the circus. Such social acumen is truly formidable. What do you think will happen after the information is leaked? Luo Ji inquired. Uncertain, Shi Yong replied, shaking his head. He then turned his gaze towards the retreating figures of the circus staff, his expression darkening. He addressed the others, however. There is no need for us to engage in unfounded speculation. Let us apprehend one or two minor characters for questioning. That should illuminate matters. With that, he activated the walkie-talkie affixed to his waist, displaying the channel for the others. He signaled them to adjust their concealed devices to the same frequency. We shall split into teams. I, Wang Yinxing, and Ming AI will form one group. Brother Luo, you, Officer Bai, and Qin Ming will make up another. Shi Yong laid out the subsequent plan. First, let us exchange our clothing to avoid easy recognition. Then, each group will apprehend a minor character for questioning. And we will later compare the gathered clues. A few inquiries should suffice to extract the truth from those who might divulge information. They must apprehend at least 2 individuals to compare their testimonies and arrive at a correct conclusion. However, the decision to operate in teams on Su Chen's territory is undeniably perilous. I now sense that Su Chen has likely laid numerous traps within the circus, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of inviting one into a snare. Luo Ji handed his jacket to Shi Yong and scratched his head. Isn't it too dangerous to proceed further? Or should we retreat and seek another opportunity? Engaging with someone like Su Chen inevitably entails risk, unless we choose to remain inactive. Shi Yong donned the attire and split the group into 2. This endeavor resembles a battlefield. One must possess a gambler-esque spirit. Otherwise, the skirmishes I fought alongside the captain were most likely futile endeavors, leading us into the adversary's trap. In truth, whether we fall into the trap is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is whether we can create chaos within his domain, ideally shattering it entirely, thereby asserting our dominance. Let us pursue. Remember, we are the hunters. If Su Chen perceives us as prey, it may not be entirely disadvantageous. The audience was swayed by this discourse. I sense there is some merit to this. Shi Yong's perspective is rather intriguing. Intriguing indeed. In ancient times, many perished while hunting tigers. When your quarry is sufficiently formidable, a moment's inattention can swiftly alter the roles of hunter and prey. Indeed, when a fierce prey unexpectedly leaps into your trap, one must ponder whether it has genuinely fallen victim or is merely luring you closer. The expert team, equipped with personnel and firearms, has already discerned one of Su Chen's schemes. Thus, the current situation is decidedly precarious. In the side hall of the circus, upon hearing Shi Yong's statement, no one voiced dissent. The original 8-member expert team promptly divided into 2 smaller units. Each unit comprised 3 experts accompanied by a law enforcement officer. They dispersed, with Shi Yong indicating 2 directions. Having encountered countless individuals and gained considerable experience, he discerned that the informants fleeing in those directions were of the most timid sort. Such individuals possess poor psychological resilience, making them more susceptible to interrogation. Luo Ji and the others instantly grasped the implication and nodded in agreement. Following orders, the 2 teams swiftly set off in pursuit of the informants. At this moment, the 2 informants had already covered a distance, necessitating a brief period to close the gap. This delay, however, posed no significant issue. After all, it would have been ill-advised for the expert team to take action in the front hall. It was more prudent to allow these individuals to distance themselves before seizing an opportune moment to act. Ideally, they would encounter the mastermind behind this affair, enabling them to capture all at once. At the rear of the circus, within a narrow passage reserved for staff, Shi Yong and Shan Ming AI walked briskly, skillfully evading other employees as they proceeded. Senior, your perspective has truly illuminated my thoughts, said Yusuji Akane as she walked. As you know, a detective's mindset is of paramount importance. It often determines whether a case can be solved. However, this is merely a matter of experience. Shi Yong waved his hand dismissively, carefully choosing his words as he explained to the young detective before him. When I was just a teenager, fighting in the war in Yaiyue, did anyone truly believe that the position would be free from the American forces' firepower? It is common knowledge that once you ascend to that position, you are effectively stepping into the enemy's line of fire. That cauldron is vast, is it not? Yet we charged forth, and we emerged victorious. It is essential not only to take risks, but also to have faith. Our captain once said that we must believe we would not be struck by enemy fire. With that mindset, you can surge forward and achieve what seems impossible. We were all like that. The sacrifices were immense. Yet everyone held on to the hope of returning home alive. At this point, Shi Yong's words faltered, his facial muscles quivering, and red veins appeared in his eyes. He retrieved an old military canteen from his clothing and took several deep swigs. Afterward, wiping his mouth, a hint of confusion crossed his gaze as he sighed. Damn it. Back then, everyone's words were so grand, yet the entire squad was lost without a chance for survival. A group of men, with families and loved ones, left behind in that desolate place. Chapter 79, Why the Urgency? The sudden weight of the conversation left Yusuji Akane somewhat at a loss. In her flustered state, her already limited command of the Chinese language became even more halting. I am sorry for bringing up your painful memories. It's not your fault. No need to apologize. Shi Yong interjected, waving his hand to interrupt her instinctive bow of contrition. You are still quite young. Some matters in this world are inherently complex, and not everything has a resolution. In this regard, I truly admire Su Chen's courage. He dares to tackle those cold cases, knowing full well that some questions may never receive answers, yet he plunges ahead without a second thought. Yusuji Akane nodded in agreement. Even she had ascended to the ranks of illustrious detectives by solving contemporary cases. The old unsolved mysteries, as recounted by her predecessors in the police academy, were merely a collection of fruitless endeavors. Engaging with them would yield no favorable outcomes. For any young individual aspiring to make a mark in the world of detective work, it is advisable to steer clear of such cases. Otherwise, Su Chen stands as a poignant testament. Once a prodigious talent, he squandered his promising youth. He had the potential to herald a new era in the annals of detective history. However, with the advent of live-streamed investigations, his era seems to have arrived. Albeit belatedly as Shi Yong and Yusuji Akane conversed, their feet continued to move briskly. As they rounded a corner, a hurried figure of a staff member came into view. The gravity on Shi Yong's face dissipated in an instant, and a fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he whispered, "Make a move." Without hesitation, he lunged forward, executing a capture maneuver with precision. The informant, already feeling guilty, wobbled on his feet. Suddenly sensing a faint rush of wind behind him, he stiffened and turned around, only to find Shi Yong, a menacing presence, charging toward him. Startled, the man exclaimed, "Oh no," and bolted forward as if propelled by a gust of wind. Boasting of his agility from working in a circus, he sprinted away with remarkable speed. However, the burly pursuer behind him, despite his robust physique, exhibited an unexpected nimbleness, closely tailing him through the narrow passage. No matter how he tried to shake him off, the informant could not escape. The terror had him on the brink of tears, wishing he had been blessed with an extra pair of legs. Shi Yong, too, was slightly taken aback by the unexpected burst of speed from the frightened man. He hadn't anticipated that this coward could run so swiftly. Yet, the opportunity for escape had vanished. At the end of the corridor, two members from Shi Yong's team, Wang Yinqing and a police officer, appeared, effectively sandwiching the hapless informant in between them. Realizing his predicament, the man's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, surrendering any hope of escape. Shi Yong, Qin Ming, and Yusuji Akira, among others, approached leisurely, their faces adorned with amiable smiles. With each step they took closer, the shadows of dread deepened within the heart of the man lying on the ground. Realizing that the quartet of experts stood before him, he stammered, I need to go to the restroom. I'm in a hurry." The young man trembled as he fabricated a rather unconvincing lie. "Going to the restroom?" Shi Yong raised an eyebrow. "What does it mean that you run away upon seeing us? Are we preventing you from going?" The little shrimp immediately wilted, "Big brother, I am merely a messenger." At these words, the four experts erupted into laughter, filling the employee passageway with a buoyant atmosphere. "Had you said so earlier, it would have saved us all a great deal of trouble." Shi Yong retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist and spoke into it. Team 2. Team 2. This is Team 1. We have resolved our situation here. How about you? Soon, Luo Ji's voice crackled through the device. Team 2 acknowledges. We have also handled our matter and have begun the interrogations. Okay. Shi Yong released the talk button and looked down at the young man before him, stating coolly, "Rest assured, you are not alone. Your comrades are all accounted for. Not a single one will escape. Now speak." The messenger quivered under Shi Yong's gaze. "Speak. What is it? Don't play coy." Shi Yong suddenly raised his voice, gripping the other man's shoulder firmly. "You know precisely what I am asking. Let me remind you. Your comrades are recording their statements as well. If you lie and someone else reveals the truth, you will find yourself in serious trouble. Do you understand?" Yes. I will tell you everything." The young man, an ordinary circus staff member, was no match for Shi Yong's intimidating presence. His lips parted like a dam breaking, releasing a torrent of information about recent events. He recounted how he was tasked with observing Shi Yong and his associates, and how he had given them warnings. He even shared the trivial detail of how, at the age of 8, he had peeked at his neighbor bathing, leaving no stone unturned. The narrative was full of twists and turns, captivating and thought-provoking, evoking contemplation and imagination. It expressed the young man's inner conflict and yearning while engaging in nefarious activities. However, there was one crucial detail. He was also commissioned by an actor within the circus. As for the instigator of this order, he remained oblivious. Upon hearing this, Shi Yong clicked his tongue in realization. I knew it. Given Su Chen's caution, he would never place complete trust in these individuals. He must be disseminating information in a tiered manner. With a serious demeanor, Yusuji Akira turned to the circus employee and raised his thumb, stating, "Let me ask you, how many people in your circus are aware of this matter?" How many are specifically monitoring us? Who are they? This question piqued the interest of all the experts present. Their ears pricked with anticipation. This inquiry essentially pertains to the personnel deployment and arrangements of Su Chen. Once they grasp the general situation, they will be able to locate the unseen shadows surrounding Su Chen, concealing themselves within, gradually plotting, and ultimately launching a swift pursuit against him. However, much to everyone's astonishment, the young man fell silent for a few seconds upon hearing this. Subsequently, he stammered, "Here, almost, everyone, expert team." Chapter 80. How did he achieve it? Shi Yong's reasoning. Upon uttering these words, the members of the expert panel nearly believed they had misheard. Although it was a simulated crime for a variety show, a chill ran down their spines. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments reached a crescendo. My heavens! This reminds me of a novel where everyone is a monster disguised in human skin, with only one real person among 10,000. Su Chen, did you expect this? Surprised, aren't you? Haha. Wow. I just imagined myself in the expert panel situation, and I genuinely got goosebumps. This guy, Su Chen, is evidently a natural-born criminal. Fortunately, he is within the public security system and has not strayed down a dark path. What will the expert panel do now? In the employee passage of the circus, Shi Yong immediately stepped aside to connect with Luo Ji via the intercom, verifying the interrogation results. Since Bai Su was among Luo Ji's team, they could accurately assess whether the other party was lying. A few minutes later, he set down the intercom and rushed before the circus worker, exclaiming loudly, "Are you kidding me? Are you messing with me? The questioning results regarding your brother were not like this at all. Honestly, how many people were there?" "I'm wrong, big brother." The circus performer trembled with fear, his voice quivering as he exclaimed, "It truly is everyone. Practically all those I know, and even those I do not, are aware of this matter." The tension in Shi Yong's face eased as he realized that he had merely intended to test the veracity of the young man's claims. In fact, the results of the interrogation on Luo Ji's side revealed that nearly all individuals within the circus were, in truth, agents of Su Chen. This revelation was utterly astonishing. They were aware that this place served as Su Chen's hideout, yet they had not anticipated the sheer number of thieves lurking within it. The situation seemed to take an unexpected turn. After a thorough discussion among several experts, the interrogation concluded, and they all turned their attention towards the young man, wearing friendly smiles. "I have shared everything," he stammered, startled, believing he was still under scrutiny, his face awash with tears and mucus. "No worries, my friend. I apologize for earlier," Shi Yong said with a smile, pulling him up from the ground and subsequently revealing his expert identification card. "Have you heard of the live streaming of the pursuit of criminals? We are the expert team. Just now, you were on a variety show." The circus performer's cries abruptly ceased as he stared blankly at the four experts before him, having been preoccupied with fleeing. He had not taken the time to observe them closely. Now, the more he looked, the more familiar they became. You are Shi Yong, Yu Suji Mei Ai, Wang Yinxing, and officer." The expert team's police officer responded. This officer's surname is Xiaolong. Shi Yong patted the shoulder of the police officer and smiled at the young man from the circus. "My friend, I hope I didn't frighten you. Rest assured, you are perfectly fine, and after the show, there will be a little gift for you." The young man's momentary sense of grievance vanished instantly. He eagerly approached one after another, requesting autographs. Holding a fully inscribed autograph book in his hands, tears of joy welled up in his eyes. "I am grateful to TV. To all of TV. I thank the esteemed expert for interrogating me and granting me this opportunity to appear on television. I am simply exhilarated, especially thrilled. After so many years in the circus, I have finally become the star of the show." Suddenly, shifting his tone, the young man exclaimed, "Dear audience, what makes the circus in the Dragon Kingdom so special? Come to the Jinling Sun Circus. We boast a professional acrobatic team, a comfortable setting, and a dozen beautiful ladies to accompany you for a splendid evening." This unexpected advertisement rendered the expert panel speechless. Surely, to deny him a spot among the top 10 employees of the circus would be a disservice to his dedication. Shi Yong stepped forward and firmly placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. "My friend, that's rather unfair, using public resources for your advertisement." The young man replied, "Dear audience, besides the circus, we are also responsible for the etiquette events at the Platinum City Chess Institute. There, our chief beauty will serve as the etiquette hostess, adding flair to the entire event. Don't miss it. Shut up already." Shi Yong placed a large hand over the young man's mouth, effectively silencing his incessant chatter. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. "Ha! This guy is truly amusing. Could he be advertising for commission, working so hard? Let us not forget, this variety show emphasizes authenticity. If it were one of those scripted reality shows, such a plot would never emerge. Currently, the only variety show that allows ordinary people to shine is this one. The others are filled with stars who are already accustomed to the limelight. The young man's reactions to the camera and the experts reflect the genuine feelings of most of us. Speaking of which, when will they switch the camera? I want to see what my husband is doing. Hey, don't just drink. Have some cephalexin too. Within the circus, observing the young man's antics. The experts beside Shuyong couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, by the time the live streaming of the pursuit reached this circus, it had already gained immense popularity and required no further promotion. All right, let us discuss how to capture Su Chen, said Shangshan Mingai, stifling a laugh. Let us quickly return to the main topic. At the mention of capturing Su Chen, the young man's enthusiasm reignited. The one aspiration he held dear in his life was to apprehend Su Chen. He turned to Shuyong and said, "Big brother, do you think I can do it? How about I go undercover for you? We could collaborate to bring Su Chen to justice." Enough of that. Shuyong released him, his tone firm. "You cannot do it." "Why not?" The young man retorted. "You simply cannot feign ignorance. With your acting skills and psychological resilience, you might as well have "I am an undercover agent" written on your face. Su Chen is not a fool." "Ah." The young man lowered his head and remarked, as expected of brother Shuyong, "Your insight is truly remarkable. Since the day I was born, people have pointed at me and declared that my greatest flaw would be my inability to feign ignorance. Do you think I can change that, brother?" Shuyong waved his hand dismissively. "It cannot be changed. It's innate." The other experts exchanged glances. "Are you two just putting on a show here? All right, let's discuss the current situation." After the black-clad personnel from the production team escorted the young man away, Shuyong's expression turned serious once more. "The current circumstances have shifted somewhat. I did not anticipate Su Chen's swift movements within the circus. We may need to alter our strategy. This route is no longer viable." The other experts nodded in agreement. If the entire circus is filled with Su Chen's associates, it implies that their every action could be under surveillance. Furthermore, there are several layers of connections involved, facilitating communication from top to bottom. Our situation is rather urgent. It would be best to achieve the most significant results with the least amount of effort. Failure to do so would mean defeat, Yusuji Akemi stated earnestly. However, this is quite challenging. Su Chen operates in the shadows while we are essentially in plain sight. Yet, there may still be a way forward. Shuyong interjected, prompting, "Allow me to pose a question. Has anyone considered how Su Chen managed to ascend to such prominence within the circus in such a brief period?" His words sparked contemplation among Shangshan Mingai and the others. Indeed, the most pressing mystery now lies not in Su Chen's whereabouts, but rather in the means by which he commands the allegiance of the entire circus troupe. The secret behind this phenomenon serves as a crucial clue. The possibilities I can conceive of are merely three. Shuyong extended his hand, displaying 3 fingers. First, money. Second, power. Third, allure. These elements point to fundamental principles and serve as potent tools for garnering support swiftly. "It is improbable that Su Chen possesses wealth," remarked Shangshan Mingai. She had viewed recordings from before Su Chen's identity was revealed, noting that he had not engaged in any financial dealings, having spent his time navigating the police station. She was certain his funds did not exceed 3,000 yuan. It could be power. Perhaps he has assumed the guise of the circus leader. Upon hearing this, Shuyong nodded in agreement. This is indeed plausible. Thus, we require a decisive team to directly approach the leader and clarify the situation. He then shifted the focus of the conversation. However, there exists another theory that may seem far-fetched, and that is allure. Chapter 81. A performance unfolding below. Tension in the air. The moment Shuyong voiced his conjecture, the others were momentarily taken aback. Wang Yanhang, a technician accustomed to working with instruments, was naturally perplexed. Meanwhile, the youthful Shangshan Mingai, bewildered, inquired, "Su Chen is indeed quite handsome, but it hardly aligns with the notion of seduction." This matter proved difficult to elucidate. Fortunately, Shuyong was a man of stories. Stroking the stubble on his chin, he reminisced, "A man is not beyond suspicion. We previously unraveled a scam involving online fruit chats. You were not present at the scene. There were a dozen people crammed in the room. Where were the women? Those enchanting maidens in the online videos. They were merely a fade, behind which lurked burly men, with silicon enhancements. It is uncertain how many young souls fell prey to such deceit." Shangshan Mingai was genuinely stunned, as if he had been granted a glimpse into a new realm of understanding. "So, senior, are you suggesting?" Shuyong nodded affirmatively. It is not inconceivable that Su Chen might be disguised as a beauty. As he articulated this thought, the other experts remained skeptical. However, the netizens in the live stream were instantly astounded. Wow, Shuyong's deduction is impressive. He swiftly arrived at the correct conclusion. However, he had merely conceived the correct answer. It remained unconfirmed, merely a conjecture in his mind at present. I recall the astute detective from Parrot Kingdom, Holmes, once stating, "Once you have eliminated all that is impossible, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth." I felt indifferent upon first hearing this statement, Yet today, in the presence of Shi Yong, I truly grasped its veracity. Now, it hinges on how they will dismiss the other possibilities and navigate the current situation. Speaking of which, within the circus, the contest between the two parties is still undecided. Until the final outcome is revealed, no one can ascertain who the victor will be. As the online community engaged in discussion, the expert panel deliberated on potential hypotheses and devised a plan for subsequent actions. Brother Luo, do you comprehend my words? It is plausible that Su Chen has either usurped the position of the troop leader or has infiltrated the group disguised as a captivating woman. Shi Yong, holding a walkie-talkie, declared, therefore, one of our teams must directly confront the heart of the matter and interrogate the circus leader. Your team includes Bai Su, who is well-versed in this domain. So I would like you to handle this affair. Our responsibility will primarily involve tracing Su Chen's whereabouts among the alluring women. We shall operate simultaneously. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Luo Ji considered Shi Yong's hypothesis and plan. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. Very well. The personnel within the circus can no longer be trusted. Our actions must be swift. I shall endeavor to decipher the internal structure of the circus and catch the ringmaster off guard. We must operate separately while ensuring a seamless flow of information. To sure, let us establish a code known only to us to prevent Su Chen from impersonating any of us. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Very well, that shall suffice. The parties swiftly agreed upon all matters at hand. After Shi Yong set down the walkie-talkie, he addressed the two experts and one officer beside him, saying, all right. The matter concerning the ringmaster has been entrusted to Brother Luo. Given his capabilities, I am confident he will handle it adeptly. For now, we shall focus solely on the strategy of disguising ourselves as glamorous women, leaving other considerations aside. The four experts rose as they engaged in conversation, intending not to linger in the staff corridor any longer, as such actions would only heighten the risk. Should the circus employees prove untrustworthy, they would seamlessly blend into the crowd. A quarter of an hour later, at the heart of the circus, within the performance theater, the show had commenced. Brilliant lights swept across the stage, accompanied by lively music. As the curtains drew back, several clown performers stood upon the stage, their faces adorned with exaggerated smiles, engaging in humorous antics to entertain the audience. The spectators, in turn, were notably enthusiastic, their cheers, laughter, and applause resounding in unison. Various circus staff members weaved through the crowd below, peddling snacks and ice cream. In the vast audience, amidst the cheering crowd, four experts sat together, appearing to watch the performance, yet their minds were far from the stage. Instead, they engaged in hushed conversations, taking advantage of the commotion. If Su Chen were to disguise himself as a woman, he would undoubtedly choose to be a circus performer. Shi Yong gazed at the clown on stage and remarked to the others. Yusuji Akane, holding a few pieces of candy she had just purchased, nodded in agreement. This approach would facilitate his contact with the circus staff, thereby expanding his influence. This was merely part of the reason. Shi Yong's expression turned contemplative. I wonder if you have previously analyzed Su Chen's behavior. I have stumbled upon an intriguing observation. Noticing Shi Yong's pensive demeanor, Yusuji Akane curiously inquired, what have you discovered, senior? After some time of acclimatization, she increasingly acknowledged the prowess of these adults, particularly Shi Yong, whose analyses consistently hit the nail on the head, imparting a sense of enlightenment. It is merely my conjecture. Shi Yong stated, I have observed that regardless of the task at hand, Su Chen invariably opts for the most sensational method of execution. He seems highly attuned to the audience's reactions, striving to elevate the fervor of the live broadcast, or more precisely, to enhance his own prominence. This also serves as a basis for my judgment that he would masquerade as a circus performer, as the actors on stage are the most captivating figures. Yet, I remain perplexed as to why he would choose such a path and what benefits it might hold for him. You see, this approach carries inherent risks. Typically, fugitives strive to maintain a low profile. However, Su Chen has chosen the opposite route, flaunting himself with remarkable audacity. Shi Yong spoke, a contemplative expression adorning his face. Is there a deeper motive behind Su Chen's actions, or is it merely a reflection of his innate character? This particular aspect eludes his understanding. Meanwhile, the expert panel awaited in the audience. On the other side, the barrage of comments in the livestream chat revealed that netizens had suddenly become anxious. It's coming, it's coming. Su Chen is about to commence his performance. The expert panel is watching from just off stage, and it appears they will keenly observe the female performers. Will Su Chen be able to deceive them this time? In my opinion, that seems improbable. No matter how adept Su Chen's disguise may be, he cannot escape the scrutiny of those who are watching him. No, I believe Su Chen can indeed fool the expert panel. Let us not forget that even Commander Zhang failed to recognize Su Chen's portrayal. Time flew swiftly amidst this exchange. Before long, the circus performance had progressed significantly. The curtains slowly rose, and on stage, the host, microphone in hand, proclaimed in a spirited tone, "Next, please enjoy our grand finale. A high-altitude acrobatic performance." Chapter 82, Doubts of the Target, a test from Yusuji Akira. As the host's voice faded, an exuberant cheer erupted from the audience. Oh! The anticipated appearance was none other than the stunning team of Su Chen. However, due to the electronic confidentiality contracts that nearly all attendees had signed, chaos was not an option. With the announcement complete, spotlights descended upon the stage, while cannons burst forth with dazzling streamers, cascading down upon the jubilant crowd. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, several beauties made their grand entrance. Instantly, the air was filled with a cacophony of screams, and even the live barrage chat was ignited with excitement. Oh wow, is this truly something I can witness without spending a dime? Isn't the circus owner at a tremendous loss? It feels like we are watching for free. Whereas the loss? He must be grinning from ear to ear, with an exposure of 100 million. Not to mention the additional 14 million from the Sakura Nation. How much would it cost a top-tier celebrity to achieve such fervor? Indeed, this channels traffic. My goodness, what a stroke of fortune. Su Chen is coming, heading towards the expert panel. This time, one on stage and the other off. A direct confrontation. Oh my, I'm so nervous. The stage is merely a few meters from the audience. The outcome is uncertain. Meanwhile, within the circus, as per tradition, a fashion show commenced prior to the performances. Several enchanting ladies approached the edge of the stage, striking poses and graciously showcasing their beauty. These individuals, natural beauties from the circus, were truly diverse in their charm and allure. However, if one were to select the most radiant among them, it would undoubtedly be Su Chen, who stood prominently at the forefront. The audience was spellbound, feeling that their ticket prices were well worth the spectacle. Unlike the distant stars of the silver screen, these grassroots performers were in close proximity, exuding an authentic and palpable presence, particularly for those seated in the front row who had purchased the most expensive tickets. There was even the possibility for interaction with the lovely performers. Shi Yong and his companions had indeed secured seats in the front row. Nevertheless, their intention was not merely to admire the beauties. Sitting a bit closer allowed them to observe more clearly, seeking clues regarding Su Chen's performance. One by one, the ladies glided past the stage's edge. Shi Yong leaned in closer to Wang Yanqing, amidst the cacophony of the crowd, and inquired, "What do you think, my friend? Have you discerned anything?" Wang Yanqing, narrowing his eyes slightly, scrutinized each lady with a focused gaze. It was a gaze devoid of admiration, marked instead by inquiry and skepticism. Suddenly, with a furrowed brow, Wang Yanqing asked Shi Yong, "Brother, do you still have the poster that the circus distributed at the entrance?" Recognizing the significance of his expression, Shi Yong promptly retrieved a crumpled and folded poster from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yanqing. The circus's latest poster prominently featured a sensational theme. The images depicted above are portraits of several enchanting ladies. Wang Yanqing's gaze flitted back and forth between the stage and the posters, his brow furrowing ever deeper. "Brother Wang, have you noticed something?" Shi Yong raised an eyebrow. Wang Yanqing passed the poster up to Shi Yong, nodding slightly. "Old brother, do you know that despite how much one may disguise oneself, there is one aspect that remains unchanged? Is it the Adam's apple?" Shi Yong queried. "No," Wang Yanqing replied. "It is the interpupillary distance." Upon hearing this, the other experts were enlightened. The interpupillary distance refers to the distance between the centers of the pupils of the eyes, a unique measurement for each individual. However, measuring this distance can be quite intricate. Typically, fitting glasses necessitates a precise measurement of the interpupillary distance, requiring specialized instruments. Even experienced doctors must place a ruler closely against the bridge of the nose to obtain an accurate reading. Wang Yanqing, can you truly discern these ladies' interpupillary distances from such a distance? Yusuji Mei AI inquired, somewhat astonished, as if this individual possessed the eyes of a sophisticated microscope. Wang Yanqing nodded affirmatively, whispering, "Unless I cannot find it. Once I do, I will not be mistaken. Moreover, I am certain that the interpupillary distance of this leading lady does not match that of the poster. Initially, I thought this discrepancy was due to the performers on stage wearing cosmetic contact lenses. However, in comparison to the eye distances of other beautiful women, it aligns perfectly with that on the poster. This indicates that the leading beauty on stage is not the same person as the one depicted in the advertisement." Shi Yong interjected decisively, suggesting that it is highly likely to be Su Chen. The fire of determination reignited in Shangshan Mingai's eyes. After being toyed with by Su Chen using a switched car, she finally encountered the real Su Chen. Now, the beauty on stage is merely a few steps away from her. Should we directly confront her on stage? Shangshan Mingai proposed, "Now that all four of us are here, and you still have your gun, Su Chen should not be able to escape." However, this time Shi Yong shook his head. "Child, you are too impulsive. We must learn from our experiences and not act so rashly. A cautious expression, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran, appeared on Shi Yong's face. Firstly, we cannot be certain that this is indeed Su Chen. If we approach carelessly and mistakenly identify her, we risk alerting the real Su Chen. Secondly, interfering with someone else's stage performance could lead to unnecessary complications for us. Even if it were Su Chen, lacking sufficient evidence, should we confront her on stage? And if she denies it, we cannot forcibly search her, considering her current identity as a beauty. Attempting to take her away by force is also unlikely, as the circus is filled with Su Chen's associates, along with a large number of innocent bystanders. We cannot predict how Su Chen might react. Upon hearing this, Shangshan Mingai immediately regained her composure. Shi Yong is indeed correct. Even if they can ascertain that the chief beauty on site is Su Chen, capturing him will not be a straightforward endeavor. The venue is exceedingly intricate, brimming with Su Chen's aides. In the densely populated circus, discharging a firearm indiscriminately could result in collateral damage to innocent bystanders. What shall we do then? Shang Mingai inquired, her urgency palpable. She was reluctant to squander such a golden opportunity. In contrast, Shi Yong remained unperturbed, a knowing smile gracing his lips, as if he possessed a well-conceived plan. My dear, I have a strategy that could compel Su Chen to reveal himself. Once the beauty is confirmed to be Su Chen, I will be able to apprehend him. Let us give it a try. After a brief interlude, the beauties concluded their catwalk and returned to the stage. Su Chen stepped into the center, smiling and greeting the cheering crowd, while discreetly surveying the audience with his eyes. From the outset, he sensed several malevolent gazes fixated upon him. This was certainly not admiration, but rather suspicion. He had already discerned that the expert team had infiltrated the audience. Soon, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards a group of fashionably attired individuals seated prominently to his right. The four appeared to be engaged in light-hearted banter, yet their eyes were persistently trained on him. Upon closer inspection, their physiques and features unmistakably matched those of the expert team members he had previously spied on through his camera. There was no mistaking it. These individuals were not here with good intentions. Su Chen mused silently. At that moment, the host behind him, eager to elevate the ambience once more, initiated an interactive segment. The host proclaimed loudly, "Dear audience friends, do our lovely ladies not shine with beauty?" Indeed, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Seizing upon this wave of excitement, the host continued, "Now, I shall invite a member of the audience to engage closely with our lovely ladies. Is there anyone?" Before he could finish his sentence, a beautiful girl in the front row, next to a peculiar gentleman, swiftly raised her hands. "I will," exclaimed Akasato Mei with a cheerful smile. Chapter 83. A rescue as urgent as firefighting. Before the entire audience could fully comprehend the situation, she had already seized the opportunity. Following Shangshan Mingai's unexpected remarks, many spectators remained momentarily stunned, neglecting to raise their hands in eager anticipation of a chance to participate. "All right, young lady, please make your way to the stage." The host enthusiastically gestured with a flourish. After all, she occupied the esteemed VIP seat in the front row. One must not neglect the patron of the evening. Moreover, a little girl is certainly more preferable than an elderly lecher vying for the attention of the lovely ladies, who would undoubtedly welcome such an interaction. Amidst the audience's focused gaze, Shangshan Mingai confidently ascended the stage, exhibiting no signs of trepidation. Grasping the microphone from the host, she turned towards the foremost beauty, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, "Sister, I find you incredibly beautiful. May I have a hug?" A hint of mischief danced in Shangshan Mingai's eyes. This request, while seemingly innocent between two girls, took on a perilous connotation when directed at Su Chen. The latter was disguised, and the authenticity of his physical form was shrouded in ambiguity. Yet, the truth would be revealed upon contact, especially with artificial enhancements, such as prosthetic breasts. The visual illusion could be convincing, but the tactile experience would inevitably betray the reality. This was a banquet of hidden intentions, a deliberate test initiated by her. Simultaneously, the live broadcast room erupted into a frenzy. Has she discovered something? She must be testing him. No, she is definitely about to take action. On stage, how should Su Chen strategize? Once his identity is unveiled, it would essentially signify the end of the show. Meanwhile, the audience from the Sakura Country Division, who remain oblivious to Su Chen's true appearance, feel an exhilarating thrill, albeit without full understanding. www. I adore the dynamic between beautiful women. I can already envision a tale of pure friendship blossoming between them. Humph. Although I am a devoted fan of Akira Yusuji, I wouldn't mind a hug from a beautiful girl. Indeed, I can fully accept a beautiful woman. However, if it were some repugnant man, I wouldn't even tolerate a mere touch of his hand. Ah, please stop. If such an event were to occur, I would surely resort to self-harm. Relax, everyone. After all, this is merely speculation. You are right. Akira would never let us down. On the circus stage, confronted with Akira Yusuji's suggestion, Su Chen fell into deep contemplation. He truly cannot embrace her. The silicone chest he possesses, scavenged from the circus, lacks quality. It may appear decent from afar, yet it is hollow in the middle. Su Chen realizes that Akira's action is undoubtedly a test. Thus, she will not hold back her strength, possibly engaging in a subtle contest. If she were to embrace him with vigor, the faux chest could very well be compressed, transitioning from a D cup to an A cup, or perhaps even smaller. This is a tale of unfortunate circumstances. By that time, this blunder will undoubtedly be perceived by the keen-eyed audience. After all, the gaze of the seasoned connoisseur is remarkably uniform, as Mr. G once articulated in his diary. To watch women's basketball without, could it be merely to observe the sport? As the time approaches, his transformation will certainly not escape the scrutiny of the expert panel. Once they affirm their identity, it will take but a few deft maneuvers to corner him into a predicament. In this regard, Su Chen cast a glance towards the clown observing from backstage. The clown, caught by her gaze, was instantly electrified. He sprang into action, as if possessed by the spirit of Zhang Liang or El Bu, rushing to the rear of the stage to inform the other staff. This girl is the one Miss Chen instructed us to keep an eye on. She has ill intentions. As Miss Chen warned, her appearance on stage seeking affection is surely not without ulterior motives. The crowd, upon hearing this, expressed their astonishment. Who would have imagined such a scheme at play? The clown, with a tone of earnest gravity, remarked, "This is the essence of understanding a woman's heart. There is much for you to learn. Quickly, hand me the basket of candies. Saving the situation is akin to extinguishing a fire." This phrase resonated with the others, prompting immediate comprehension. Though some remained puzzled, as employees, they were naturally unwilling to let a minor incident involving the young girl jeopardize the grand finale. They swiftly retrieved a basket brimming with candies, originally intended for dispersing to the audience as a gesture of goodwill during previous performances. This time, an interactive segment was designed, eliminating the distribution of candies. Could this work, clown? A stilt-walking performer placed a basket into the clown's hands, calling him by his nickname. Indeed. The clown replied with a determined expression. On the circus stage, the smile on Yusuji Mei's face grew wider as she faced the somewhat silent Su Chen. "Sister, are you perhaps unable to participate?" she inquired, tilting her head slightly. Su Chen maintained her radiant smile on stage and replied, "I apologize, little sister. But due to the performance requirements, my makeup is delicate and may smudge." Yusuji Mei felt increasingly assured and took a step closer. "However, there must be some interaction. Do you have any other ideas, sister?" Faced with the relentless questioning from the young girl, Su Chen thought to herself that this child was quite formidable. It was clear that she intended to exploit any slip-up to expose Su Chen. This overt scheme left Su Chen momentarily at a loss, constrained by her position. Just then, a lively melody suddenly filled the stage. As the music played, several performers, including the host, exchanged puzzled glances. This was unmistakably the music for a segment that had been replaced. Why was it playing now? Before the audience's bewilderment could dissipate, a clown appeared, joyfully bouncing onto the stage with a bag of candies in hand. There was nothing amiss. The excited audience assumed this was a hidden act and a delightful surprise. Only those on the stage engage in a conspicuous yet covert struggle, their hearts racing with trepidation. Shang Shanming AI momentarily stood still, gazing at the unfolding turmoil before her, a sense of foreboding enveloping her heart. Chapter 84, Waltz. Undercurrents on the stage. As Su Chen beheld the jester take to the stage, a smile involuntarily graced his face. He naturally accepted the prop, a red nose, offered by the clown, and placed it upon the visage of Yusuji Mei. Concurrently, the clown adeptly adjusted, handing over a basket filled with treats to Yusuji Mei. "Sweet treats for all. Sweet treats for all." The clown bellowed comically, clutching his belly in mirth. Su Chen reached into the basket, lifted his hand, and a cascade of glistening candies rained down upon the audience. Instantly, the crowd erupted in exclamations of delight. "Wow. This is part of the show? Haha, I'm so glad I'm seated close. I frequent this venue. It's an old act. But I never anticipated the audience would be invited to toss candies this time. Throw them farther. The children at the back are crying for them." On stage, witnessing the interaction between his original self and the enchanting lady transform into a delightful engagement with the audience, Yusuji Mei could hardly remain oblivious to the underlying trickery. She paused momentarily, then quickly, with a natural smile, extended her hand towards Su Chen. However, before her fingers could brush against him, the clown seized a handful of candies and placed them in her palm. "Now you throw. Now you throw." The clown encouraged, subsequently gesturing for the audience to applaud. The impact of this encouragement was palpable, and in an instant, The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Many individuals raised their hands high above their heads, eagerly anticipating the moment when Yusuji Akane would toss the candies from her grasp. The atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. It was imperative to act. Yusuji Akane's smile faltered slightly as she cast a glance at the clown and scattered the candies into the audience. Soon, the trio on stage was bustling with activity. Su Chen took a deep breath. In less than a minute, an entire basket of sweets had been flung away. Observing the now empty basket, the clown felt a twinge of regret, for it was his money that had been spent. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Saving the goddess from peril was worth far more than a mere 100 yuan. He grinned at the audience, showcasing the vacant basket, and proclaimed, "The candies have all been distributed. For those who did not receive any, do not despair. There are more thrilling performances to come. Now, let us invite this young lady back." His words were abruptly silenced by the sudden eruption of a melodious tune from the stage's sound system. The music interjected so unexpectedly that it drowned out the clown's speech. He recognized it as the backup performance piece from the circus, the Blue Ribbon River Waltz. This was not right. The clown stared stiffly at the host beside him. This melody was intended for pairs of performers to dance to. Yet there had been no arrangement for such a performance today. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the stage, the host was momentarily at a loss. After over a decade of hosting, he had never encountered such a myriad of unexpected events. Meanwhile, the voice of Luo Ji emanated from the walkie-talkie fastened to Yusuji Akane's collar. "The king covers the earth. We have successfully infiltrated the circus's computer and initiated the music. As per your recent request, we are now descending to rendezvous with you. Additionally, we have interrogated the circus master. He is not disguised as Su Chen. So it's up to you now." Upon hearing Luo Ji's message, Yusuji Akane stifled a laugh. This was the request she had deliberately made to the second team while tossing candies, having strategically positioned herself at the edge of the stage. With the music now playing, there was no option to abstain from dancing. To refrain would imply a flaw in the performance, provoking the audience's ire. Yusuji Akane tilted her head and smiled at Su Chen. "Wow, is this prepared for me? Sister, I know you can dance, and coincidentally, I have also learned. It is my honor to join you." Su Chen, the host at the side of the stage, had nearly shredded the program and his script beneath his clothing. Yet he found nothing relevant to this segment. For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether he had been isolated from everyone else, as if he and the performers were not sharing the same script. Meanwhile, a flicker of panic crossed the clown's eyes. The Blue Streamer Waltz was inherently a lively piece, necessitating physical contact during the dance. Yet, being on stage, one must play their role. He could not afford to falter or reveal his trepidation and could only follow the rhythm, allowing them to dance. The other enchanting ladies responded swiftly, dispersing into pairs to frame Su Chen and Shang Shanming AI at the center. Accompanied by the music, they danced gracefully. In turn, Shang Shanming AI executed a courteous bow, lifting her skirt in response to Su Chen. Instantly, the audience erupted in a chorus of screams and applause. The program was infused with such innovative flair. Some spectators swayed their bodies to the lively melodies wafting through the air. Amidst the breathtaking scenery of the stage, everyone became enraptured by the dance. It could be said that anyone who faltered in rhythm would incite discontent among the audience, not to mention making a mistake. On stage, the spotlight illuminated the two central figures. Eager to avoid any misstep, Su Chen could only slightly incline his body in acknowledgement of Shang Shanming AI. She immediately smiled and, keeping in time with the music, approached him with rhythmic steps, swiftly closing the distance between them. Su Chen, taken aback, quickly found his footing, retreating while dancing to maintain a delicate distance. The two appeared to be engaged in a tug of war, creating an illusion of hesitant advances and retreats. A masterful interplay between two dancers. In reality, it was a chase, with him evading her pursuit, as they navigated the stage in sync with the tempo. Shang Shanming AI persistently lunged towards Su Chen, who skillfully evaded her with agile footwork. The audience was moved to tears. This dance was simply exquisite. It felt as though I were witnessing two unreachable souls striving to draw near. Especially the sudden embrace from the young girl, only to find it empty. As the beauty has already turned behind her, there lingers an inexplicable sense of unfulfilled longing. In the dim light, she suddenly glanced back, yet she remained concealed within the shadows. What a peculiar fate this is, and what a profound loss. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of dance. The ebb and flow of connection, the subtle tension of distance that repeatedly tugs at the heart. "Brothers, I wept. Did you weep as well?" The audience found themselves inexplicably moved. Meanwhile, the music continued unabated. In the next moment, Su Chen found himself cornered at the edge of the stage, with the spirited Ming AI pursuing him relentlessly. This young girl truly possesses remarkable talent, exhibiting the prowess of a professional dancer. Su Chen cast a subtle glance behind him, pondering quietly. Ming AI flashed a mischievous smile. Then, with a delicate point of her toe, she spun around and approached Su Chen once more. She extended her hand, reaching out towards him. This sight caused a flurry of cold sweat in the live stream. Goodness, this girl is rather fierce. It seems the music was not selected by Su Chen, but rather manipulated by an expert team. The scene depicted a chase, where those in the know recognized the pursuit, while others might mistake it for a performance of Romeo and Juliet. On stage, all appeared harmonious, yet behind the scenes, there lurked a tense atmosphere. It left me quite anxious. You might think they are merely acting, yet this is indeed real. You could argue it is genuine. Yet they are undeniably performing. In addition to the upper garment of Ming AI, there are also two groups of experts in firearms. How will Su Chen extricate himself this time?